In the 41st year of Konoha, after the Second Great Ninja War finally came to a halt, a baby boom followed. At this point in time, a fresh batch of little recruits happened to be sent into the Ninja Academy. At 5.5 years old, Kakashi was already standing at the front as the student representative welcoming the new intake. Hey, Kakashi. A boy with childhood goggles resembling a farmhand leaned close to the dead-fishied broomhead young Kakashi. Pushing Obito away with clear distaste, Kakashi snapped impatiently, "Idiot, stay away from me." Normally carefree and boisterous Obito now seemed to have some unspeakable concern, fidgeting awkwardly, neither leaving nor speaking. "Obito, do you have something you want to say to Kakashi?" A girl with purple markings on her cheeks leaned in toward them. This was Uchiha Rin, the young lady who in the Third Great Ninja War yet to come will be the only one in Minato's team to die. "Idiot, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. The Hokage and the others will be here any moment." The Ninja Academy did not truly have a strict system. Each semester lasted half a year, and with every term a new group of students was taken in. The length of study was equally arbitrary, generally dictated by the situation on the battlefield. If there was no war, they would study a few more years. Once war broke out, they would be forced to graduate early and sent out. After all, no matter how beautifully one tried to dress it up with pleasant words, the Ninja Academy, at its core, was nothing more than an institution for cultivating assassins. As though firming up some kind of resolve, Obito leaned close to Kakashi's ear and whispered, "Kakashi, one of my clansmen is enrolling today. He is a very terrifying guy. He especially likes to target me. You absolutely must not be fooled by his behavior. He is a very, very bad person. And I heard that the clan is sending him into the academy, this time specifically to deal with you." Ow! A small stone rolled down from the back of Obito's head with a crisp clack. Goggles speaking ill of people behind their backs is not a good habit, you know. If someone added a bit of background music and a scattering of falling sakura petals, this would almost look like some melodramatic pure love scene. Unfortunately, there was none. "Bastard. My name is not Goggles. I am Uchiha Obito." "All right, Goggles, I understand, Goggles." The boy speaking had a head of short black curls, his eyes bright and lively, his smiling face radiating innocent purity. "Goggles." Obito flushed red on the spot. If Uchiha Rin had not been holding him back, he would already have charged forward to fight Uchiha Kagami to the death. Uchiha Kagami was the boy's name, identical to that of the subordinate of the second Hokage. He had originally been an orphan of the Uchiha clan, later adopted by the wife of the original Uchiha Kagami. To commemorate her late husband, she bestowed this name upon the boy. Indeed, one had to admit that people here truly had such a preference. Later, Uchiha Sasuke would also bear the same name as Sarutobi Hiruzen's father, Sarutobi Sasuke. In their tradition, this represented respect and remembrance. Of course, when Fugaku did such a thing, it was more likely meant as a gesture of submission. Yes, Uchiha Kagami knew the direction in which the future would unfold for the day before he crossed over into this world. He had still been arguing all night long with others on a forum about the problem of the Konoha timeline. In the end, both sides piled up a mountain of evidence, yet neither could convince the other. It was all too chaotic, impossible to sort out, utterly impossible. They had agreed to rest a day before continuing the battle, but Uchiha Kagami broke that appointment, which was just as well. Now he would see for himself what this timeline was actually like. Looking at the trio of their younger selves standing before him, Uchiha Kagami could not help feeling a little emotion. Were he merely an outsider, he might have joked, "Even divine power cannot hide tears." But as a member of the Uchiha himself, it was no laughing matter. If he did not know that the root cause of the Uchiha clan's eventual annihilation lay in issues left behind from the very founding of the village, and that killing one farmhand would never be enough to halt the course of events. Uchiha Kagami would already have wanted to make a move and get rid of him. "Kagami, you're not allowed to bully Obito." An elderly woman was holding a baby whose tiny nose already showed the budding shape of a little dumpling. This baby was Uchiha Kagami's foster younger brother, destined to become the future Shunshin Shursui. "Sigh, Grandma, I just gave him a friendly nickname, that's all. Look at how fierce he is, like he's about to rush over and smash my head. Nah, Rin, let go of me. I'm going to kill him. That beautiful young lady, why don't you let him go? I really want to see how he plans to kill me." Watching the two of them quarrel at the school gate, Kakashi could only shake his head helplessly. Uchiha Kagami, was it? Quiet down and get ready for the entrance ceremony. The Hokage and the others will be here soon. The maturity of children in the ninja world truly was something else. In the original world, 5 or 6-year-olds could barely express a complete idea clearly, while here the more advanced ones had already begun killing and burning. Uchiha Kagami looked Kakashi up and down with great interest. "So you're the dead-fishied broomhead Kakashi." A vein popped on Kakashi's forehead like a large hash mark as he clenched his fist tightly. "I am Hitaki Kakashi." Kakashi enunciated each word with great emphasis. This already counted as bullying through nicknames. That nickname was even more awful than the idiot's. Obito, who had been flushed with anger, now wore a different shade of red on his face. "Haha, Dead fishy broomhead. Ha ha. Noera Rin clamped a hand over his mouth, nodded politely to the others, and dragged the blissfully happy rage, excitement, happiness. Tisk, with just a little more stimulation, he might very well awaken his eyes. Step by step, Uchiha Kagami walked up to Kakashi, patted him on the shoulder, and showed a harmless, gentle smile. Please take care of me from now on, Kakashikin. Grandma, hurry, and take Shursui home, Kana. Once the children for the semester had all assembled, the notiettled Sir Toby Hiruzen stepped onto the stage and began to speak. It was still the same old will of fire speech that had been passed down from the first Hokage, scarcely altered at all, a broad self-contradictory set of values. The more he listened, the more bored Uchiha Kagami became. His eyes narrowed slightly as his thoughts sank into his spiritual space. Within a mental realm shaped like a dark red cubic space, a vermilion iron gate of bars split it neatly in two. From beyond the sealed bars, a thick scent of blood diffused into the air. Atop countless dried corpses, a god of slaughter soared above a sea of blood. Ryomen Sukuna. The name came from a legendary two-faced, four-armed demon god. Once a real human being who in the golden age of sorcerers 1,000 years ago single-handedly defeated all other sorcerers. He was the embodiment of evil, the monstrously cruel king of curses. Now two souls from entirely different times and spaces had converged in the ninja world. Good morning, four-armed freak. On the other side of the seal, a massive shadow flickered indistinctly as a pair of scarlet eyes burst forth with murderous light. Brat! I told you already. Without my permission, you are not allowed to look up at me. A terrifying darkness surged forth, yet could not penetrate the seal in the slightest. Uchiha Kagami raised his head with a smile, utterly ignoring Sukuna's threat. At first he had indeed been a little afraid, but after testing a few times and seeing Sukuna fail to break the seal and hack him apart, he found himself on familiar ground again, trading barbs across the screen. Why should he be afraid of that? Moreover, as he grew older, he discovered that he had gained a certain degree of control over this seal. Being able to hide inside my body is something you should feel honored about. I heard they're already sending Kakaroto out there to beat you up. And who is Kakaroto? Uchiha Kagami raised a small fist and knocked once with a thump. Just someone who can blow up the entire planet with a light punch. Sukuna actually let out a laugh of rage. Brat, no such powerhouse has ever existed from ancient times to now. What nonsense are you spouting? Short hair, short insight, Uchiha Kagami said with a pout and a dismissive wave. Forget Kakaroto. In this world alone, they've already taken turns beating you. Do you know what that means? It means a whole group of people, each one capable of grabbing you and hanging you up for a beating. Silence. The original Sukuna would never have lost his composure so easily, but now things were different. This damn seal left him not even the slightest possibility of wresting control of the boy's body. He could not even sense what was happening outside. Damn it. He had only just finished cutting down Gojo Satoru and had not yet had time to deliver his victory speech before being thrown into this accursed place. Damn it, who knew a spatial/pact such after effects? From the corner of the seal, Uchiha Kagami saw a wisp of black energy seep out, whereupon he promptly sealed the space again. With practiced ease, he took up that wisp of black energy and swallowed it. Fragments of technique concerning slashing attacks surfaced in his mind. All right, that's the rent for today. Once I digested it, it'll come back again. Bye-bye. You little bastard. Get back here. In the darkness, Ryomen Sukuna raged helplessly, a king of curses reduced to impotent fury. Uchiha Kagami still cannot draw too much of Sukuna's power. The principle is more or less the same as Naruto and the Nine Tails. He is simply too young, his body not yet fully developed. If the being inside him were the Nine Tails, Uchiha Kagami might at least attempt reconciliation, but Sukuna is a thoroughgoing egoist evil by nature who takes delight in slaughtering women and children. Uchiha Kagami has a clear understanding of Sukuna, nothing more than nourishment to foster his own growth. Compared to Sukuna, his own Uchiha bloodline is far more worthy of excavation. The Sharingan, its ultimate expression in in release, is dominion over the spiritual energy of imagination, shaping form out of nothing. Once the Mangekyo awakens, one can even wield a mighty power capable of warping time and space. The cursed energy of the King of Curses is in truth also a manifestation of in release. Put plainly, in release and yang release are spiritual energy and physical energy. Uchiha Kagami already possesses the soul of an adult man, and with Sukuna serving as an in-release power bank, his spiritual energy has soared to outrageous levels. If he had not consciously trained his body from the age of 2 and restrained the growth of his spiritual energy, he might very well have awakened the Mangekyo at 8. In Uchiha Kagami's view, unless it is absolutely unavoidable, awakening the Mangekyo too early is no blessing. The strain it inflicts on the body is far too great. Uchiha Itachi's childhood illness should be linked to opening the Mangekyo before his body had fully developed. As for Shursui, that little brother was killed before any aftereffects could surface. Otherwise, with one more case to reference, Uchiha Kagami could judge more clearly. And Obito, that half a body made of white zetsu, is not something easy to deal with. No, on second thought, perhaps it is not that hard to handle either. Just as Uchiha Kagami was pondering how to get in touch, with a Faye the teacher's voice rose from the podium. This afternoon, we will have a practical lesson. For new students, we will test shuriken throwing. The second Hokage pioneered the Ninja Academy model. In his era, it was only in its infancy more akin to a single jonin leading several disciples. It was during the third's tenure that a true educational system was established, and the various ninja clans were brought into it, even nurturing elite shinobi, such as the so-called Three Sannin. More importantly, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were of commoner origin, and the significance of that speaks for itself. Whatever mistakes Sarutobi Hiruzen later committed in the name of tolerance and weakness, for now this ninja hero has not yet grown old. Senju Hashirama was unmatched beneath the heavens, laying claim to the finest lands, yet after his death came two successive great ninja wars. And one must remember, Konoha emerged victorious for both. You may call the third Hokage morally compromised, but you cannot call him incompetent. As an Uchiha Kagami has indeed set the third's faction as his hypothetical enemy, yet he refuses to underestimate them. Parentless, as he has for the first time tasted the warmth called clan. He cannot allow a future of annihilated kin to come to pass. Nor will he blindly revere the original timelines unfolding. He himself and Sukuna are both variables. If he still laid out his plans according to the old schedule, that would be true stupidity. Aside from a few major events fixed in time that he cannot influence, all other matters must be selectively forgotten so as not to cloud his own judgment. Uchiha Kagami, what are you thinking about? Sitting beside him, Yuhi Kurenai lightly tapped his shoulder. In his heart, he answered, I am thinking about how to eliminate the dark power headed by the third Hokage, with your father and his ilk as its claws. Uchiha Kagami turned his head away and ignored her. Compared to Uchiha Sasuke, one of the few relatively normal Uchiha, his temperament is in truth closer to Itachi's. Arrogant and self-assured, he believes he alone can shoulder all causes and consequences. Itachi would annihilate his own clan for the sake of the village. Uchiha Kagami, for the sake of his clan, would not hesitate to annihilate the village. What need is there for a Konoha without the Uchiha? Uchiha Kagami has no desire to forge bonds with these people. Such ties are like poison to him. Obito could harden his heart enough to destroy his own clan, yet never reclaim the eye from Kakashi, surrendering an invincible stance. Sasuke got himself entangled with Naruto, that persistent burden, and spoke of refusing a new arm in the name of atonement. It is absurd. What sin exactly had he committed? Little girls, after all, the less you pay them attention, the more interested they become in you. Of course, that presupposes that you are good-looking. Little Yuhi Kurenai scooted closer again. Your hair is a bit curly too. Is it natural as well? Uchiha Kagami stood up with open disdain and walked out to find a place to eat his bento. As for others, Uchiha Kagami could still bring himself not to care. But who is Yuhi Kurenai? She is that talent who dared to pit ordinary Jinjutsu against a Mangekyo wielder. Speaking with her, Uchiha Kagami fears for his own intelligence. The little girl is left alone, feeling a bit wronged and puzzled, where she can clearly sense his obvious disdain. Had she done something to displease him somehow? Curly hair is rather pretty, is it not? When Uchiha Kagami opened the bento his grandmother had prepared under a tree, several boys quickly gathered around. Uchiha, brat, you're pretty arrogant. Young Asuma, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, strode closer. Do you know that Kurenai is my good friend? What are you putting on airs for? Uchiha Kagami continued shoveling rice in his mouth and said blandly, not just that. You two will even marry and have children in the future. Asuma, who had been poised to lash out, was stunned on the spot, his small face flushing scarlet. What are you saying? Marriage? That's way too far off. But you, Uchiha, the way you talk is still. By the way, your child won't look like you, but like an Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami cut him off. Aya, get him. Beat him up. It's on me. Asuma, beside himself with rage, charged in. A minute later, Uchiha Kagami was sitting atop Asuma's back, continuing his meal. Now I will answer your original. With his foot pressing down on Asuma's hand, Uchiha Kagami said coolly, we Uchiha are just this arrogant. Don't mistake me for that goggle-wearing weakling. Let me go if you dare. I wasn't ready just now. The commotion drew quite a crowd. As more and more children gathered around, Asuma's face grew even redder. You think this is children's play? You don't get a rematch. Uchiha Kagami finished his bento, then rose slightly and pressed Asuma's hand deeper into the earth. There was a soft crack as though a bone had snapped. Uchiha Kagami turned his head, his cold gaze pinning Asuma in place. On a battlefield, if you launch an attack on me like that, I would have every right to kill you. In that instant, a killing intent, utterly real and undeniable, stabbed into Asuma's nerves. Glancing at the growing crowd of children, Uchiha Kagami swiftly withdrew his killing intent and walked silently through the group, which parted for him of its own accord. He made no attempt to feign kindness or cultivate camaraderie with his classmates. He does not yet have the confidence to act well enough to deceive the old foxes around the third, and convince them he is harmless. In their eyes, a normal Uchiha behaves exactly like this, ready to explode at the slightest touch, playing the turtle and shrinking back. That is Fugaku's style, not his. A true Uchiha genius must bare his fangs, striding about with unrestrained pride. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha has not yet deteriorated to the point of mutually assassinating young prodigies, otherwise Kakashi sure sway, and the rest would never have lived past 10. When that time truly arrives, Uchiha Kagami buries the madness in his eyes, even deeper a frenzy that surpasses even Sukuna's. Only a monster can reign in a monster. Uchiha Kagami hailed as a genius that comes once in decades from the Uchiha clan. A few kids huddled together listening intently, while Asuma, with his bruised face, paid particular attention. Although Uchiha Obito despised Uchiha Kagami and was equally disliked by him, seeing the son of the third Hokage getting beaten up sparked a sense of pride in their shared lineage. Asuma also got beaten, which meant it wasn't personal against him. I heard that his Uchiha fluid technique has already reached the level of a patrol officer, and he has also mastered fire release ninjutsu. Originally indifferent Kakashi now found himself intrigued. Many members of the Uchiha clan did not participate in the village's ninja ranking assessments, but being a patrol officer implied a combat strength equivalent to a chunin. A child of 5 or 6 years old can reach such a level. However, thinking of himself, Kakashi felt it wasn't impossible. He had already planned to apply for early graduation, and his father also believed he had strength comparable to an average chunin. The afternoon combat class was mandatory for all students. To allow for recuperation, the third Hokage decided to change the original 3-year system to a 6-year one. However, this batch of students was mostly born after the Second Ninja War, generally only around 5 or 6 years old with hardly any upperclassmen. Moreover, a few years later, the Third Ninja World War broke out, and 6 years was reverted back to 3. Of course, Asuma was not the type to report the beating. He was more focused on retrieving his honor. So he approached Uchiha Obito to gather information. But when Obito was being bullied, he only got knocked down once or twice, so he didn't know much and could only relay some vague rumors. Asuma Kagami won't participate in the combat training. While bandaging Asuma's wounds, Noera Rin kindly reminded the scheming duo. He is a new student and will only demonstrate shuriken throwing today. Besides, it was your fault for provoking him, just let it go. How can I let it go? Asuma lamented, unwilling to accept that if he only got beaten up it would be fine. However, that guy actually insulted Hong. That is absolutely unforgivable. Next match, Kakashi against Uchiha Obito. The teacher began calling names in the arena. Kakashi felt a bit helpless. Why did he always have to face Obito and Guy? He didn't even like these boring combat drills and constantly encountered 2 underperformers. Unlike Kakashi, when Obito heard his name, he was completely fired up. Oh, this time I will definitely defeat you, Kakashi. Bored. Wait a minute. A voice abruptly sounded as Uchiha Kagami walked out from the crowd. Teacher, I request to replace Uchiha Obito. Huh, Kagami, you just enrolled. Uchiha Kagami walked straight towards Kakashi, sliding a beautifully sheathed short blade from his oversized dark blue sleeves and holding it in his hand. Kakashi's pupils constricted. Though the short blade was only about 60 to 70 centimeters long, it wasn't something a child's sleeve could conceal. That is ninja tool summoning technique. With a father like Hitaki Tsukumo, Kakashi knew more than the average student, which was also why he felt it was unnecessary to waste time at the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Kagami curled his lips into a smirk and said Uchiha Obito has brought shame to our clan becoming a bottom-tier ninja. As an Uchiha, he actually ranks among the lowest. This is a reward given to me by my family, though I must defeat you and reclaim the title that belongs to the Uchiha. The White Sleeve Snow, a very beautiful blade. As the oldest ninja clan in the ninja world, though the best tools of the Uchiha clan were taken away by Uchiha Madara, the remaining collection was still beyond what other clans could hope to attain. This is a weapon of Kusanagi sword caliber forged from chakra metal. Orochimaru has managed to collect several Kusanagi swords, so how could the Uchiha clan skilled in swordsmanship be without their own? Uchiha Kagami had absorbed a considerable amount of the spiritual energy from the lingering spirits, showcasing his swordsmanship talent, and this, such innate talent, made the elders of the clan see him as the next Uchiha Izuna. They couldn't even dare to imagine a monster like Uchiha Madara. Only those who truly experienced that era would understand. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were levels unreachable by ninjas. Watching Uchiha Kagami approach step by step, Kakashi took down the sword pouch from his back. From Uchiha Kagami's grip and aura with the blade, even though it had not yet been drawn, Kakashi could feel that sharpness. He wouldn't evade battle. This movement already indicated his willingness to accept the challenge. Wait. The teacher walked between the two, forcing a smile. You can spar, but you must not use ninja tools. And, Kagami, don't bring out such dangerous things. The teacher, a seasoned chunin, noticed the explosive tag in Uchiha Kagami's other hand. Why do you have explosive tags? Is that not allowed? I was planning to distract him with the blade and then hit him with one. It would save a lot of trouble. Uchiha Kagami reluctantly put the explosive tag away and hung the short blade at his waist. The gladiatorialized Kakashi also noticed the explosive tag and felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. This guy, is he a madman? Uchiha Kagami assumed a stance and waved at Kakashi. Come on. Kakashi frowned and coldly replied, aren't you the challenger? Uchiha Kagami seemed to recall something and couldn't help but smile. Just a friendly reminder of the last person who said that was already cut in half. The opposition sign. The opposition sign. The teacher shouted loudly, trying to assert his presence. Uchiha Kagami, following the prompt, extended 2 fingers and beckoned Kakashi. How arrogant. Kakashi formed the opposition sign. Before the teacher could shout to begin, in the next moment, boom. A cloud of dust erupted as the 2 small figures collided. Kakashi quickly flashed and delivered a swift straight punch aimed at Uchiha Kagami's chest. Dodging to the side, Uchiha Kagami swiftly seized Kakashi's wrist, using his strength to spin and attempt to throw Kakashi away. Kakashi was clearly not an easy opponent to deal with. He stomped hard with his left foot, stabilizing his stance, while his other hand elbowed towards Uchiha Kagami's abdomen. Uchiha Kagami had no choice but to release his grip, leaping back a few steps to avoid the strike. You're quite strong. The brief contact led Kakashi to conclude that Uchiha Kagami was not beneath him. Uchiha Kagami struck towards Kakashi's face, laughing, you're not bad yourself. Their movements were as swift as lightning, fists and feet flying with techniques changing rapidly. Each collision produced a dull sound, and the air was thick with tension. So impressive. Kakashi is amazing. That new student is so impressive too. So fast. Turns out Kakashi usually doesn't take things seriously. This is youth. Is this really the level of students? Even the Chunin teacher was stunned by the strength displayed by the 2. Kakashi was strong. He had always known that. But that Uchiha boy was surprisingly not at a disadvantage. Moreover, judging by his expression, it seemed Uchiha Kagami appeared more relaxed. In the Hokage's office, when there were no pressing matters to handle, Sarutobi Hiruzen liked to use the telescope technique to observe the ninja academy, keeping an eye on the growth of these young seedlings. At this moment, watching the 2 engaged in fierce battle in the crystal ball, he felt that Konoha's future was bright and promising. Ninja work is a high-risk profession, and such competition is normal. Bonds will grow amidst this competition, becoming the branches that connect the leaves. The changing relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village might just begin with these children. Holding on to hopes for a beautiful future, the 3rd Hokage did not reprimand Danzo for entering without knocking. After watching in silence for a while, Danzo said in a low voice, this Uchiha kid is a genius. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and smiled. Kakashi's talent was already high. I didn't expect this child to be so strong as well. Because Minato had already begun to show his brilliance, the 3rd Hokage did not use the highest praise. After all, compared to Minato, even Kakashi fell a bit short. Hiruzen, this kid is a standard Uchiha. I have already investigated. He is close to the radical faction within the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's relaxed brows slowly furrowed. As long as he stays in the academy for a few years, he will understand the importance of village comrades. Don't you understand? The more talented the Uchiha, the less controllable he is. Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice, let me cultivate him in secret. Only my methods can turn him into a useful person for the village. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Absolutely not. I will not allow village children to join Root. More importantly, the conflict with the Uchiha must not be exacerbated right now. In the shadows, Danzo's alone, I was cold and sinister. Have you forgotten the 2nd Hokage's instructions? The Uchiha are a naturally evil clan. The reconciliation you dream of is impossible. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted, slightly smoke swirling before him. Hiruzen, you will definitely regret this. Boom. With a loud bang of the door, the conversation ended on an unhappy note. Si Wei Shin, I Wu Ying. That was. After a collision, Uchiha Kagami swiftly formed hand seals, startling the teacher into exclaiming, all students, disperse. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply, his hands moving quickly. Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. The great fireball technique, a hallmark ninjutsu passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, is widely known in the ninja world. Nearly every Uchiha learns the great fireball technique as their first ninjutsu. Upon hearing from Obito that Uchiha Kagami could use fire style, Kakashi assumed he could use the great fireball technique, so he prepared his response as soon as Kagami began forming seals. Boom! The violent fireball shattered the earth wall. Kakashi made the correct response, but unfortunately underestimated the strength of Uchiha Kagami's ninjutsu. Oh no! The Chunin teacher felt something was off and instantly tried to save Kakashi. Bang! Before the fire wave even reached him, Kakashi's body exploded into a puff of smoke, leaving only a piece of dry wood behind. Substitution jutsu. When did this happen? Bang! Uchiha Kagami turned and bent down, exchanging punches with Kakashi, who had emerged from the earth. The intense battle of taijutsu ignited once more. This is already a true battle between ninjas, right? Obito, forgotten in the corner, murmured in disbelief. There was also a hint of unwillingness. The Uchiha clan values martial power. He often heard clan members praise Kagami. When he looked at himself, Naruto Rin promptly offered comfort, patting Obito on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Obito is great too. I believe you will become an outstanding ninja one day." The gloom that had just risen in Obito's heart was dispelled by the girl's smile. Thus, Uchiha Madara's judgment of people is quite accurate. As long as Naruto Rin is alive, Obito cannot awaken to the Mangekyo Sharingan. He should really thank Madara for this blessing Obito. Earth-style Earth waved. Among his peers, Kakashi's chakra amount was already considered exceptional. This was a lower-level ninjutsu of Earth flow. The ground undulated like waves, disrupting Uchiha Kagami's movements. Among those under 10 who have fought me, Kakashi, you are the strongest. Uchiha Kagami jumped amidst the waves, a faint smile on his face. But I've grown tired of this game. Your purity is still insufficient. As the words fell, a flash of crimson reflected in Kakashi's eyes. A terrifying blood-seed demon crashed into his mind, instantly halting both his body and spirit. Genjutsu Special Edition of the Shining Curse. Uchiha Kagami's double tomo, Sharingan, slowly manifested, stepping closer to Kakashi. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Clack! The teacher's hand pressed on his shoulder, his voice trembling slightly enough. "You and Kagami." He lowered his head and saw the crimson in Uchiha Kagami's eyes, swallowing hard. Indeed, he had heard that there was a genius from the Uchiha clan who awakened at 5. But does awakening mean double tomo? Maybe he awakened even earlier, evolving to double tomo by 5. Regardless of which, it was enough to be terrifying. The whole place fell silent. Watching Uchiha Kagami battle fiercely with Kakashi, they had thought that Kagami would win, but they completely could not comprehend how Uchiha Kagami achieved victory. Until Uchiha Kagami's gaze swept across the crowd, that flash of crimson fell into their eyes. Even the children knew what this was. One of the 3 great ocular techniques, the strongest manifestation of the Uchiha clan. Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami was very pleased with the awe of these kids. This is how it should be. The Uchiha do not need any ties. You just need to bow down and look up at me. Even without the Sharingan, he was confident in defeating Kakashi. But why hide? A person's character is influenced by environment, education, and other factors, and an important part is the body. Poor lungs lead to sorrow. Poor liver leads to irritability. Poor stomach leads to complaints. A sharp mind in the Uchiha is normal for them to be a bit arrogant. Dressed in fine clothes under the cover of night, that is how Uchiha Fugaka became. The character of Uchiha Kagami is influenced by the Uchiha clan's genetic factors, but mainly by his own mindset. In his past life, he had no parents, no relatives, no friends. If he were born in ancient times, he would be regarded as an unstable factor needing special attention, likely trained into a dead soldier. And here, the sea reaches the end, the sky becomes the shore. The crimson in his eyes faded, and Uchiha Kagami said lightly, "My name is Uchiha Kagami. I dislike arrogant challenges, dislike being disturbed while eating, and dislike Uchiha Obito." That's it, Uchiha Obito. In the Hokage office, the smoke concentration had exceeded the limit. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the scene in the crystal ball, frowning. This child needs proper guidance. He summoned his secretary and said in a deep voice, "Recently Jiraiya has been teaching Minato, right?" "Yes, Hokage-sama, they are currently training in the Forest of Death." After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided not to act too quickly. Let that child stay in a ninja school for a while, or perhaps interactions with peers could change his character. If that doesn't work, let that little sun shine on this Uchiha brat. From Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the brilliance of uniting everyone more dazzling than his ninjutsu talent. If it weren't for the training ground performance, Uchiha Kagami appeared much better behaved than Obito. During class time, he did not make noise or sleep, although he ignored the teacher when called to answer questions. The Ninja Academy's routine was something Uchiha Kagami had already mastered. Let alone walking on water or climbing trees in the clan's courses, he was almost done learning chakra transformations. The limit of chakra transformation is the Rasengan. He wondered if Minato had developed it yet. This was also the topic Uchiha Kagami aimed to conquer. He possessed a complete step-by-step course and standard answers to reverse engineer. If he could use it before Minato, then the Uchiha clan would be the original producers of the Rasengan. Minato, if you weren't Jiraiya's disciple, I would dare to accuse you of plagiarism. Of course, all of this depended on whether Uchiha Kagami could first develop the Rasengan. Uchiha Kagami sat quietly, his consciousness already sinking into the spiritual realm. Before the enormous portal, Uchiha Kagami sat down and began to cultivate. The Rasengan consists of 3 stages: rotation, power, and maintenance. Uchiha Kagami was currently stuck at the 3rd stage. The Rasengan is like a small typhoon gathered in the palm, and the most challenging part is maintaining that state. Kid, what is the situation outside? And what is wrong with your eyes? The Jinjutsu infused with the curse power was an attempt made by Uchiha Kagami. The effect was good if it weren't for the instructor's intervention. Kakashi could have stood there until morning. This also allowed the curse to sense some external situations. Chakra is the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy, while the origin of curse power is negative emotions merely a form of spiritual energy. In the curse's view, each of those kids outside basically possess curse power. He even sensed several powerful curse powers not far away comparable to top curse masters. The density of such strong individuals is too abnormal. The most important thing is, it was his first time directly perceiving the eyes of Uchiha Kagami, although he didn't feel any threat to himself now. To put it metaphorically, he was like a wild bull, while the Sharingan represented a lion. No, it would be more appropriate to compare it to a dragon egg. He had a premonition that if those eyes were to hatch, they could easily shatter his immortal body. In his leisure time, Uchiha Kagami glanced at him and said lightly, "That's why it's very annoying. People either have external assistance or a system to issue tasks, but I only have you, such a mediocre thing." Kid, what did you say? Be quiet, Sukuna. This world is far more dangerous than you think. There are countless creatures that can kill you, so put away your unnecessary whims. Be obedient and listen to me. Maybe you will have the opportunity to appear as my summoning beast. Sukuna roughly guessed the meaning of summoning beast, and a chilling voice echoed, before reaching the peak of the world, "I don't care about groveling. Compared to me, you little brat are the one who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. With just this little power, you dare to expose yourself in front of other strong beings. I'm different from you." Uchiha Kagami smiled slightly, and the chakra sphere in his hand showed some signs of stability. "If I die, it means I'm nothing more than this. I won't beg for pity to survive like you." The crimson gaze met the killing god in the darkness. "I clearly know my insignificance. Does that mean I should shrink back? Knowing it is impossible and still striving for it, Sukuna, you have already lost the most crucial instinct of humanity. You are merely a more powerful beast. So you can only be a steed driven by me. Kid, you are just a mortal binding me with this unknown prison. Stop boasting like that." Uchiha Kagami leaned closer to the seal, a slight smile on his lips. "Sukuna, one day I will break this seal and put a collar on you." After his explosive debut, no one dared approach Uchiha Kagami in the following days. By day, he feigned slumber while cultivating the Rasengan within his mental realm. In the evenings, he trained in ninjutsu-enhanced physical arts. At night, he immersed himself in theoretical studies, capping each day with 7 hours of deep restorative sleep. Kagami's life was profoundly disciplined and richly purposeful. Kakashi, who had originally planned to graduate early, temporarily abandoned that ambition after a devastating defeat. His already superhuman training regimen doubled, awaiting the moment his strength would surge forth, allowing him to wash away the stain of humiliation. Seizing the rare opportunity of his father Tsukumo Hatake being home, Kakashi voiced the question that had long lingered in his heart. "Father, Kagami's Sharingan is different. I've seen other Uchiha wield a Sharingan, but that indescribable sensation remained elusive to Kakashi's words." Tsukumo, already familiar with the situation, smiled gently and ruffled his son's hair. "It feels fiercer, doesn't it?" Kakashi sensed something amiss, but could find no truer word. "I've had Uchiha comrades before. Their clan's eyes do not awaken as readily as the Hyuga's, often requiring extraordinary events, profound psychological trauma to ignite their power. That child Kagami awakened his Sharingan at such a tender age. He must have endured something deeply painful. Kakashi, you must stand by your comrade and help him through his darkness." Kakashi's small dead fish eyes blinked in quiet confusion. That boy didn't seem burdened by sorrow or vengeance at all. At school, Kagami never stirred trouble, but in his free time he delighted in tormenting Uchiha Obito. Obito consequently had stopped provoking him altogether, spending his days instead with Asuma and his circle, plotting how best to retaliate against Kagami. With one less voice buzzing incessantly at his ear, Kakashi found himself breathing a little easier. Setting aside such thoughts, he finally voiced his true intent. "Father, I want to learn your swordsmanship." Tsukumo gently tousled Kakashi's hair, warmth blooming in his chest at the earnest request. Truth be told, he had never truly wished for Kakashi's early graduation. Yet the academy offered little challenge worthy of his son's talents, so he'd reluctantly endorsed the application. Now that Kakashi had withdrawn the request, it seemed he intended to first surpass that young rival. Like the third Hokage, Tsukumo believed healthy rivalry could forge unbreakable bonds between the two boys. "Very well. Your fundamentals are solid. I shall now formally instruct you in the Hatake clan's secret hereditary taijutsu, the 1,000 Years of Death." Just kidding. I'll teach you swordsmanship." That night, having just left the training ground after a rigorous taijutsu session, Kagami was met by an Uchiha clansman who appeared in a blur of shunshin. Kagami, the elders wish to see you. Unlike the Hyuga whose branch families held subordinate authority, the Uchiha clan vested supreme power in its head, yet tradition granted certain elders considerable influence. Fugaku, newly appointed clan head, was still young. Many decisions continued to rest with an elder of the previous generation, much like the dynamic later share between the third Hokage and Minato Namikaze. This elder, a staunch hardliner, advocated seizing the Uchiha's rightful status through force. Kagami had visited his courtyard before, and now sat calmly in the reception room waiting. Moments later, a lean, sharp-featured man in his 40s strode in, his face carved with a brutal scar. Uchiha Kagami, leader of the Hawk faction. The Uchiha obey only strength. Had Fugaku not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kagami would be the clan's undisputed strongest. Elder Kagami. With a perfunctory bow, Kagami seated himself impassively. Kagami nodded inwardly. This young kinsman pleased him deeply. Cold, decisive, arrogant. Exactly the kind of Uchiha youth he envisioned. Much like the revered Uchiha Izuna, whom he so deeply admired. I know of what transpired at the academy. You handled it well, Kagami. And you've met the third Hokage. What? Kagami paused, then replied quietly. He is an exceptional shinobi, possessing outstanding leadership and profound wisdom. He is compassionate in spirit and formidable in power. A remarkably objective assessment, Kagami affirmed, nodding. Good. You have not allowed ignorant kinsmen to sway you into dismissing the third Hokage as a feeble old man. His expression hardened. I harbor many grievances against Hiruzen Sir Toby, but I cannot deny among our generation only he is worthy of the title third Hokage. Your grandfather once stood a chance, alas. Kagami shook his head, offering a measured judgment of the ancestor, who shared his name. Even had my ancestor Kagami lived, he would never have contested the third Hokage's position. Indeed, Kagami, you already think like a clan head. Hiruzen intends to step down soon. The fourth may well be chosen from among the Sannin. But, given your age, we may yet secure the fifth Hokage for the Uchiha. As Kagami prepared to elaborate, Kagami rose smoothly from his seat. Elder, is this truly why you summoned me? To rehearse speeches meant for the clan assembly. In the era of the first Hokage, you scheme for the second. Even now, under the third, you plot for the fifth, always deferring hope to the next cycle. In my view, Kagami met Kagami's gaze unflinchingly. You are no different from clan head Fugaku. Wait. Kagami's face remained still, his voice low and grave by your tone. You mean to contend for the fourth Hokage? No, I hold no interest in the Hokage title. Kagami turned slightly, his voice calm, incisive. Since when has the Uchiha clan needed the title of Hokage to affirm its worth? Elder Kagami, I despise this timidity among our people. Even you embody it. I appreciate your generosity, but do not presume to dictate my path nor lecture me on duty. With that, Kagami turned fully and walked on, unbroken stride, carrying him toward the Genkin, when Kagami's voice echoed behind him. I will await you at the training ground tomorrow, to impart every jutsu I command. An old man like me may lack the right to command you, but let me at least serve some purpose. For the future of the Kagami paused mid-step. Understand. Bathed in silver moonlight, Kagami walked through the Uchiha compound, shops along the way shuttering their doors for the night. Kagami, are you enjoying school? I heard you defeated the Hataki prodigy. Truly. Don't forget to stop by Annie's tomorrow morning. I prepared sweet red bean soup, just for you. Clan members greeted him warmly along the way. Kagami returned each greeting with a gentle smile. Utterly unlike the icy detachment he showed Elder Kagami. Uchiha temperament, shaped by the influence of their jujutsu, grows increasingly solitary and austere with rising power. Yet ordinary Uchiha, untouched by the Sharingan's awakening, live much like anyone else. Counting those yet unblessed with the dojutsu, the clan numbered over 2,000 souls. Obito, Itachi, even a person as flawed as myself dares not imagine it. How could I ever raise my hand against these neighbors kin by blood? Elders, women, children. At home, his grandmother was still soothing little Shursui to sleep. Shursui's parents had fallen shortly after his birth, leaving only 3 in this household. Compared to orphans of ordinary shinobi families, Uchiha orphans lived far more securely. Kagami himself had been adopted, others from less fortunate households received care and support from fellow clansmen. After all, even the second Hokage had declared the Uchiha a clan more loving than the Senju. Lost love breeds hatred. Then let the Uchiha never lose love again. This clan's fate, I will safeguard it. Grandmother, I'm home. Your chakra attributes are fire, lightning, and earth, along with the in release of the Sharingan, granting you 4 innate chakra attributes. Shenhua took the chakra test paper and remarked, not bad, such attributes are quite suitable for practicing the techniques of our clan. This guy is probably at the level of a special grade sorcerer. The voice of Su Nua echoed. In the mental space, Su Nua finally secured 2 hours of external perception each day. Just like you, little ghost. The reason I am rated as special grade is that the highest level is only special grade. I know, so how many fingers do you think he is worth compared to you? The reason Uchiha Kagami gave Su Nuo a chance to breathe was simply to use him as a measuring unit. Su Nuo felt that the little ghost's words were somewhat disrespectful, but after a few years he had somewhat gotten used to it. 3 fingers, but little ghost, my strength can no longer be described as just 20 fingers I have already. Ignoring Su Nuo's subsequent words, Uchiha Kagami turned his attention to Shunhua. Shunhua was not an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. His strength should be among the strongest under the Mangekyo. Originally, Uchiha Kagami hated comparing combat power across worlds, but now that he was deeply entrenched, he had no choice but to consider the issue. At this moment, Su Nuo could be said to be at his peak, having comprehended the space slash. Compared to the 9 tails gathered in Yin and Yang, it is unrealistic to want to know now how Konoha would not allow the 9 tails to come into contact with the Uchiha. After all, they had a painful lesson. Fire release and Sharingan are the foundations upon which my Uchiha stood during the Warring States period. I did not know lightning release ninjutsu, but I will teach you the simple earth release later. You already know the great fireball technique, so I will teach you. Great dragon fire technique. The main purpose of the great fireball is to obscure the enemy's vision and seal their position. The great dragon fire is a rapid flame attack meant to defeat the enemy in one blow. Watch closely. Shunhua slowed his movements, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Uchiha Kagami had activated his Sharingan, secretly nodding in approval. Without needing to be reminded, he knew to activate the Sharingan to observe the flow of chakra very well. See, Chen, Mao, Yin. After completing the hand seals, a flame like that of a fire dragon surged forth, racing at high speed and instantly exploding into a massive fireball at the center of the lake. This technique is best assisted by the Sharingan, which can increase the chances of hitting the enemy. After several attempts, Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals and mobilized his chakra. Boom! A rapid flame shot out the dragon fire, slightly smaller than the previous fireball, bursting forth. Very good. Just as expected of you. The stern Uchiha, Shunhua, couldn't help but smile. Then I will teach you the next fire. It's not necessary for now. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. I still need to master this technique. Haste makes waste. Once I have thoroughly grasped this technique, I will learn the next one. Shunhua pondered for a moment and smiled. Haste makes waste. Very insightful for a child like you. Indeed, solidifying your skills is important, so practice on your own, and if you have any questions, ask me. It's just a matter of proficiency. Oh, I can practice during the day. Saying this, Uchiha Kagami took out the small dagger Shunhua had given him, the sleeve of white snow. Elder Shun, how could you please guide me in my swordsmanship? In the ninja world, there was no clear distinction between blades and swords. Even those who used blades were referred to as sword techniques. I almost forgot, compared to fire release, your talent in swordsmanship is even better. Shunhua took out the long knife he carried with him and nodded. Come on, you can start attacking at any time. Swish! As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Kagami's small body surged forward, the sleeve of white snow unsheathed, and a bright flash of blade light shone. Clang! Blocking Uchiha Kagami's slash, Shunhua commented, your speed and timing are quite good, and your strength is comparable to that of the Chunin in our clan. Kagami, you truly are a genius on par with our ancestors. Uchiha Kagami knew that Shunhua was comparing him to Uchiha Izuna. Unfortunately, even Uchiha Izuna's most memorable identity was merely as Madara's younger brother. A flash of red light flickered in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. I don't want to be compared to my ancestors. I want to surpass them. The sleeve of white snow thrust forward, aiming directly for Uchiha Shunhua's throat. Currently, Uchiha Kagami was definitely not a match for Shunhua, and once they started fighting, he naturally went all out, unleashing his strongest moves. Uchiha Shunhua remained calm and composed, sidestepping with ease to avoid the fierce blow, while simultaneously swinging the long knife in his hand toward Uchiha Kagami's arm. Turning to block with a clang, the 2 knives collided fiercely, sending a shower of sparks flying. At the training ground by the lake, the clash of blade light and sword shadow continued. Uchiha Kagami's offensive grew increasingly rapid, and Shunhua's defenses were impenetrable, occasionally managing to counterattack. Just when Shunhua was slightly relaxed, Uchiha Kagami, who held his knives with both hands, suddenly freed one hand. His left hand pointed at Shunhua's face, fingers extended. Not good. Years of battle experience allowed Shunhua to instantly sense danger, and the 3-tomo Sharingan appeared in his pupils. Release, Ji. A formless slash swept across, and Shunhua narrowly avoided what would have been a horrific cut that could have severed half his face at the last moment. However, his face still bore a clear blood mark, and crimson blood trickled down. What is this? It resembled a blade-like formless edge, somewhat akin to the wind blade he had encountered before. But that wasn't a grade wind release ninjutsu. Where did Kagami learn it from? Moreover, there was no sound of wind. If it were the wind blade with the inside of the 3-tomo Sharingan, he could have completely dodged it. After the strike, Uchiha Kagami's stamina was exhausted, and he slumped to the ground. This body was still too weak. He estimated that without counting the previous consumption of ninjutsu, he could only use the release slash 3 or 4 times at full capacity. The fundamental ability of the dual Su Nuwa developed to its peak was a cutting slash of space. This is a secret technique slash I comprehended myself. It's merely a theft of my power. Sunosthofed disdainfully. Ridiculous no matter how it came about, you should just say it was used by me. After a moment of contemplation, Shunhwa smiled wryly and said, Kagami, such a dangerous technique, you actually used it on me without any warning. Uchiha Kagami, carefree, chuckled awkwardly. I believe Elder Shunhwa can definitely handle it. To be honest, if it weren't for my Sharingan, it would be very difficult to block such formless slashes. I won't ask how you acquired this ability, but I suggest you treat it as a hidden trump card and not use it lightly. This technique, if caught off guard, could potentially eliminate special jonin. Ninjas are known for their high offense and low defense. It is said that even a ninja of the level of Senju Hashirama could be killed by a kunai. Su Nuwa's slash was like a cheese circle slash a cutting type attack that was extremely effective against physically weak ninjas. Excluding the exceptional monsters and those few Mangekyo, Su Nuwa definitely had the strength to massacre the ninja world. Elder Shunhwa, my body is too weak. I want to undergo a medicinal bath. Besides regular training, medicinal baths are also an important means to enhance physical condition. However, the consumption is continuous. It takes at least several years to see significant effects. Even the Uchiha clan cannot produce many batches. They also had to exchange resources with other clans to obtain medicinal materials, which was quite troublesome. Recently, only Fugaku enjoyed such treatment in his youth. This is also the reason why Uchiha Kagami demonstrated the release. To showcase his value, so Shunhwa would invest more. Even a loving clan would not invest blindly if they couldn't see your worth. Shunhwa pondered for a moment, stroking the wound on his cheek. All right, but the medicinal bath requires at least 2 years, and you must not miss a day. That means you can't graduate early to carry out missions. When did I say I wanted to graduate early? Uchiha Kagami laughed. Having 3 rare years of training time, only a fool would graduate early to shine for those old folks. What you said makes sense. In the 43rd year of my era, a matter that should have remained confidential became widely known. In order to save his comrades, Hatake Tsukumo abandoned his mission. At the Ninja Academy, Kakashi had been diligently training for the past 2 years, yet he still couldn't overcome that person. In fact, he felt that the gap between them had not diminished with time, rather it had only widened. Sometimes he couldn't understand why Obito chose to graduate early when his strength was far superior to that of the teachers at the Ninja Academy. However, he currently had no intention of challenging Uchiha Obito, his father. Kakashi had never seen his father in such a state of despair devoid of any trace of anger. For some reason, he found himself under a large tree pausing in front of Uchiha Obito, who was eating his bento. Obito, which is more important, comrades or missions? Uchiha Obito swallowed his chicken leg and looked up at the bewildered Kakashi. He had also heard about Hatake Tsukumo's situation and was more than pleased to see such internal strife among the shinobi. Of course, the mission is more important. We are ninjas after all. Kakashi showed signs of struggle on his face. This was the answer most people would give, and even he believed. So, if a mission required sacrificing a comrade, what would you do? Putting down his lunchbox, Uchiha Obito casually replied, that depends on the importance of the mission and the level of the comrade. If you mean regarding your father, then I believe he was wrong. Kakashi lowered his head in despair. Do you think so too? Of course. As a powerful ninja, he allowed a group of weaklings to casually criticize him. If he had simply eliminated a few of the loudest villagers, there wouldn't have been any public outcry. His father would never raise a blade against the weak villagers. No, he will do so soon. After 2 years of growth and the aid of medicinal baths, Uchiha Obito was now taller than Kakashi. He stood up and tugged at Kakashi's hair, forcing him to look him in the eye. Your father is a weakling. He let himself fall into despair because of his shattered ideals. If he had courage, he should have struck against the puppet masters, not by targeting the weakest among them. What do you mean? Uchiha Obito smirked slightly, considering that Hatake Tsukumo might be a potential ally. From his outsider's perspective, the cause of Hatake Tsukumo's death was certainly not the villagers' insults. He had not weakened to that extent. The reason Hatake Tsukumo committed suicide was the denial of the will of fire he had believed in for his entire life. The repeated emphasis by the higher-ups of Konoha on the importance of comrades, while allowing him to be humiliated, already indicated their stance. Hatake was originally a samurai clan from the Warring States era. Rather than a ninja, Hatake Tsukumo resembled a samurai. The reason for his suicide was discovering that he had pledged loyalty to the wrong people. His faith had collapsed. Lacking the courage to strike against the likes of the third Hokage, he could only choose to end his own life. Let me make it clear. Uchiha Obito shook Kakashi's hair. It was at that moment that Kakashi wouldn't explode in anger. Ruffling his hair felt good. Uchiha Obito shook Kakashi's hair. It was at that moment that Kakashi wouldn't explode in anger. Ruffling his hair felt good. completely unprepared for this possibility. The situation was indeed serious, but he never imagined his father would take such a drastic step. Suddenly releasing his grip, he didn't even have time to say goodbye to Uchiha Obito before rushing out of the school gate. Watching Kakashi disappear from sight, Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes. He would not expend much effort to save Hitaki Tsukumo. If Kakashi couldn't persuade him, then death would be death. If he were to survive, he likely wouldn't be in sync with those like the third Hokage any longer. Obito and Rin, who had been concerned about Kakashi, approached. Although he was reluctant to speak with Uchiha Obito, for Kakashi Sake Obito took the initiative. Obito, what did you say to Kakashi? Obito, if a mission required sacrificing your clan members, what would you choose? That's a given. I would never sacrifice my clan members. I would definitely complete the mission without harming. One must admit that time and experience can change a person. Obito was the kindest among the Uchiha, which was precisely why Uchiha Madara chose him. The Uchiha with such rich emotions could indeed become terrifying once they fell into darkness. Rin, what about you? Uchiha Obito turned to Noara Rin. After some thought, Rin smiled and said, if a sacrifice is required to complete the mission, I hope that sacrifice is me. This was truly a remarkably pure will of fire. Rin, I will definitely protect you. The will of fire knows no right or wrong. It only sees the actions of those who carry out the will. Sacrificing oneself for the peace of the next generation is to be celebrated. However, many higher-ups have forgotten this original intention, including Senju Hashirama himself. The village was established to protect the children, yet later, to protect the village, he could kill both friends and children. One cannot have it both ways. Uchiha Madara recognized this and chose to leave. A victory that does not require sacrifice is impossible and will inevitably breed hatred. So Obito, what about you? Obito mustered his courage to ask. If it came down to a mission or your clan, what would you choose? If one side must be sacrificed, I would kill the one who issued the mission. Uchiha Obito answered straightforwardly. This really sounds like something Obito would do. Hey wait, weren't we supposed to be asking you about Kakashi? Uchiha Obito shook his head. There's no need to know in such matters. Either choice is wrong and neither is wrong. That's hard to understand. After all, you are just a fool with goggles. It's normal not to understand. It's fine to be a fool with goggles, but why do you have to add fool in front of it? Can you just call me by my name properly? At least have eyes like mine before you talk to me like that. As a pair of 3-demo Sharingan slowly rotated, the immense ocular power knocked Obito unconscious. Again like this. Before losing consciousness, Obito instinctively let out a wail. Every few days, Uchiha Obito would give him a burst of ocular pressure. The Sharingan is amazing. Is it really necessary to show off like this? Uchiha Obito enjoyed showing off, but using the Sharingan on Uchiha Obito so frequently was not for the sake of boasting. Uchiha Obito was a crucial link to connect with Uchiha Madara and those white Zetsu. Through the reanimation seal, every injection of ocular power would eventually lead to being able to meet that legendary ninja. Obito, you are merely a sounding board. During class time, Uchiha Kagami had completely turned it into a time for rest. Listening to the teacher's lecture on stage, the quality of his sleep improved, allowing him to dedicate all his nighttime hours to cultivation. The teacher at the Ninja Academy had no way to intervene. After all, even if he slept every day, he still ranked first in both science and practical skills at the end of each term. They even actively proposed to Uchiha Kagami to help him apply for early graduation, but he was unwilling. The little ghost here spoke nicely, the food was good, and the sleep was peaceful. Why would he want to graduate? Becoming a lower-ranked ninja to catch cats and dogs, escort merchant caravans, and have to eat military rations. What for? Although the relationships between the countries were still tense, the cause of the Third Shinobi World War had yet to arise. That was the case of the disappearance of the third Kazekage. Scorpion's parents were killed during the third Kazekage's reign by Konoha's wife, Fong, Tsukumo Hitaki. Considering that the Wind and Fire countries had signed an alliance agreement, the third Kazekage did not allow Scorpion to take revenge. Of course, it might also be because the third Kazekage knew that Scorpion was no match for White Fang and was worried about him taking action. Thus, Scorpion transferred his hatred onto the third Kazekage and somehow managed to eliminate him, creating a human puppet. After that, Sunagakure could not find the Kazekage, and as they searched, they began to clash with Konoha. Soon other ninja villages joined the fray, igniting the most brutal Third Shinobi World War. This was the first time all 5 great ninja villages participated in a shinobi war since the village model began. It also cultivated powerful figures such as Uchiha Obito and Kabuto Yakushi for the 4th Shinobi World War. Yellow Flash, AB Combination Blaze, Release Leaf, Storehouse Copy, Ninja Kakashi, countless powerful figures gained renown in this great war. Ironically, the most famous Sharingan ninja of the Third War was an outsider named Kakashi. It seems that by the end of the war, Shursui had also grown up. That kid, I hope his upbringing can change his After school, Kakashi, who had skipped class for a day, leaned against the door. We saw Uchiha Kagami walking over. He straightened up. Kagami, my father wants to meet you, please. As he spoke, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Even in the past, no matter how badly Uchiha Kagami had beaten him, Kakashi had never been this humble. The medicinal bath was scheduled after Uchiha Kagami's training, so there was enough time. At the Hitaki residence, a few lamps provided little light, making the inner hall somewhat dim. Uchiha Kagami walked in alone and saw the legendary Konoha White Fang. The once tall and robust figure now resembled a mere skeleton draped in flesh. His white hair was frail, and his eyes held almost no light. In his 30s, the prime of a ninja's life, Tsukumo Hitaki was now filled with an aura of decay. You must be Kagami. Kakashi often speaks of you. His voice was hoarse, as if speaking a complete sentence was a great effort. Hello, Sakimosan. Uchiha Kagami preferred not to initiate conversation and waited for Tsukumo Hitaki to speak. Kakashi conveyed your words to me, Kagamikan. Your Sharingan possesses greater insight than any Uchiha I have ever seen. I truly cannot comprehend this. May I borrow your wisdom? Tell me, what is the right course of action? Uchiha Kagami slightly furrowed his brow. He was not skilled in psychological counseling. Then let's get straight to the point. Sakimosan, do you know who leaked the details of this mission? I think I might have guessed. It should be the Hokage's advisor, Danzo-san. What Danzo did the Hokage did not stop, and the situation is as such. Uchiha Kagami presented the facts directly. You are thinking of committing suicide due to the shattered illusion of the third Hokage, right? Illusion? What does that mean? It refers to your inability to see his true form. From your perspective, the third Hokage has always been a perfect and magnanimous elder. Your analogy is quite apt. So why is the third Hokage unwilling to help me? How can he help you? This information has already been made public. Should he say that comrades are more important than missions? If so, what about the missions of the daimyos and nobles? Who would still trust Konoha? So he should say that missions are more important than comrades. But then how does that align with the will of fire he has always advocated, cherishing comrades? What would the people in the village think of him? This has always been an unsolvable problem. Tsukumo Hitaki remained silent. Uchiha Kagami slowly said, the third Hokage is human. As long as one is human, there will be selfishness. He cannot overturn his foundational principles just for you. Moreover, this incident is also beneficial to the third Hokage's faction. After all, those with a blemish have no qualification to compete for the position of fourth Hokage. I never thought about becoming the fourth Hokage. Tsukumo Hitaki raised his voice slightly. Whether you think about it or not is unimportant. What matters is that you possess that capability. Uchiha Kagami's indifferent gaze shattered the last flicker of hope in Tsukumo Hitaki's heart. From their perspective, there is nothing wrong with proceeding in this manner. They likely never anticipated that you would entertain thoughts of self-harm because of this. They merely want a flawed knife, not something that could become a gem. In my view, after this incident, they will use you in secret for unspeakable deeds. What will they want me to do? Uchiha Kagami pointed at himself and laughed. Isn't it obvious? They want to use you against the Uchiha. We Uchiha are in their eyes the greatest unstable factor. Kagamikan, we are all comrades from the same village. Why? There is no why. As long as people gather, there will inevitably be conflict. People only experience the pleasure of feeling superior by subjugating their peers. This is the poison known as power. I feel foolish to have been older than you, but still not see things as clearly as you do. That's normal. You haven't received an education. I have spent a few years in the ninja academy. What we're talking about is not the same thing. Uchiha Kagami waved his hand impatiently. He had said too much today, which did not align with the aloof character of the Uchiha. I won't say anything to guide you. If you truly cannot bear it, then self-harm is indeed a way to escape. After all, Kakashi lost his mother long ago. Losing his father wouldn't matter much. Uchiha Kagami said so much, yet it was ultimately the last sentence that had a decisive effect. Can Kakashi, who is not yet a ninja, truly adapt to a life without a father? Tsukumo Hitaki, as a war orphan, had no parents since he could remember, making it hard for him to imagine the pain of losing parents. If Kakashi were already a ninja, he could comfort himself believing that Kakashi could endure. He hadn't eaten for several days, and with great difficulty, he moved his body and performed a kneeling posture before Uchiha Kagami. What should I do? Please tell me. Tsukumo Hitaki was like a knife. If he were left to think for himself, he would easily fall into a dead end. He was still accustomed to finding someone he trusted and acting according to their guidance. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled slightly. It's simple. No matter what decision you make, even if it's wrong, you must persevere. Go beat up anyone who says you're wrong and tell them that comrades are more important than missions. If they don't accept it, beat them until they do, even if you have to break a few limbs. If you're still not satisfied, you can kill one or two. After all, at most, you will just spend a few years in prison. With your accomplishments, you won't be sentenced to death. Understand? Tsukumo Hitaki pondered for a moment and then looked up at Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, it seems you've already chosen which side to stand on, Uchiha or the village. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. It's not about which side I choose. It's about which side chooses me to become the victor. A 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 7. How long are you going to let such a child run wild? In the Hokage office, the 4 highest authorities of Konoha gathered. Leading the group was Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by his advisor Danzo Shimura, along with 2 senior advisors Mito Gate and Tsurugi Kamachi. That child is learning normally at the Ninja Academy. Hiruzen said solemnly, Danzo, I told you not to interfere with the Ninja Academy. With a sinister smile, Danzo coldly replied, Have you forgotten what this implies? Have you forgotten those eyes? The Mangekyo. Tsurugi Kamachi murmured, turning her gaze to Hiruzen. The talent exhibited by Uchiha Kagami, once provoked, might very well awaken the Mangekyo. That kind of ability is too uncontrollable. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling, smoke, his expression growing somber. I have a plan. What plan could you possibly have? You should follow my advice and let me train him. I am confident that I can make him completely ours. Hiruzen, Tsurugi Kamachi, and the others looked noticeably intrigued. They had experienced the era of Uchiha Obito and only recognized such a Mangekyo. Instinctively raising the potential of the Mangekyo, they thought, if there were a controllable Mangekyo, wouldn't that be wonderful? A 3-tomo at 7 years old, more exaggerated than the Uchiha Obito recorded. If he can't awaken the Mangekyo, even they wouldn't believe it. Hiruzen, who initially did not want to say, sighed when he saw the expressions of his old friends. I've already called Jiraiya back. Uchiha Kagami, I will arrange for him to follow Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Mito Gate, and Tsurugi Kamachi exchanged glances and nodded. Jiraiya was undoubtedly their best choice for the 4th Hokage, and they were reassured to leave him with Jiraiya. But Danzo was not at ease. How can we let that guy who disregards the village's rules and runs around take Uchiha with him? Casting a glance at him, Hiruzen said lightly, he taught Minato. Originally hesitant Mito Gate, and the others felt completely reassured upon hearing this. Minato, Namikaze in their eyes, was the perfect candidate for the 5th Hokage. That's because Minato himself was outstanding, not because your disciple taught him well. Danzo made his last struggle. If it really doesn't work, I will teach him myself. I have taught the legendary 3 ninjas, so there shouldn't be any problem. You are raising a tiger to harm you. That brat will definitely cause great harm to the village. I can see the thick darkness he harbors. I will not regret it, Danzo. Hiruzen said firmly. That child has done nothing wrong. I will definitely train him to become an excellent ninja who cares for his companions. As for you, don't think I don't know what you're doing. Stop your actions regarding Shikomo. A fierce tiger in its twilight still possesses its might. Faced with Hiruzen's increasingly cold gaze, Danzo said nothing, only the door of the Hokage office suffered the consequences. Bang! Really, at your age, you still haven't learned to close the door gently. Nightfall. Uchiha clan grounds. Just out of the medicated bath, Kagami was told that someone was visiting. Kagami, sorry for the intrusion. Please come in, clan leader. Uchiha Kagami formally invited, as he was part of the radical faction and did not hold much respect for Fugaka, the moderate faction. The massacre was perpetrated by Obito and Itachi, and the situation had led to this outcome, which was Fugaka's fault. Yet as the leader of the Uchiha clan, having changed nothing was in itself a mistake. No, I am here to deliver an invitation. A rare smile appeared on Fugaka's deadpan face as he handed over an invitation. Tomorrow is my child's 7th-day celebration. I hope Kagami can attend. Have you decided on a name? Kagami asked as he took the invitation. Itachi Uchiha Itachi, it's a Fugaka wore a smile of an old father. Fortunately, Sasuke inherited his mother's beauty. Otherwise, if he looked like Itachi, he would appear old at such a young age. All right, I will go. Watching Fugaku leave, Uchiha Kagami's expression darkened. Itachi's birth signified the countdown to the Uchiha clan's massacre. Over a decade is sufficient. Lying on his bed, having had enough sleep during the day, Uchiha Kagami's consciousness sank and entered the spiritual space. Little brat, the person you met during the day, what is his level in this Konoha village? The voice of Sukuna echoed. In the past 2 years, the strongest person he had seen was naturally Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such a powerhouse was rare, even in his millennia-long life. Unfortunately, that guy's vitality was starting to decline, otherwise he would have wanted to test himself against him. As for Shikomo, his strength might not even match that of the previous old man. Yet even if he was skin and bones, the sharpness that belonged to a weapon still caught Sukuna's attention. He truly appreciated strong individuals, especially those with pure convictions. Contemplating Sukuna's question, calculating hard power, Shikomo should be slightly stronger than the current legendary 3 ninjas, but not as strong as the 3rd Hokage and others. Most importantly, there was also the wild card Uzumaki Kushina. The complete Nine Tails would definitely surpass the current total strength, if only sealing techniques could counter it. To prevent Sukuna from becoming too arrogant, Uchiha Kagami decided to consider both the existing and future Konoha strong individuals. After all, he was asking about Konoha. Outside the top 20, that old man I met before, to put it nicely, is the village chief of Konoha, but there are many interesting. In the sea of blood and corpses, Sukuna grinned wickedly. Little brat, let me borrow your body to play for a while. As long as I have 5 minutes of activity time each day, I will teach you how to use my power. Uchiha Kagami pulled out a large mass of black energy from the ceiling gap and rubbed it, stuffing it into his mouth. Glancing disdainfully at Sukuna, he said, "Do I still need you to teach me? After 2 more years, I could take your pants off. How did you steal it?" Sukuna was puzzled. He clearly felt no weakening of his own power. Even in this spiritual space, his cursed energy was still growing. In just a few years, it surpassed what had accumulated in the cursed realm for hundreds of years. He had become stronger than he was in his prime, yet he had no means to deal with this bizarre sealing. Even space slashes could not cut through the seal. Swallowing the black energy, Uchiha Kagami had a premonition that once he fully digested this harvest using release, would become much easier, and with sufficient chakra, it might even serve as a regular attack. Activating the Sharingan to assist in training. Over these 2 years, his body had developed due to the medicated baths, and his physical energy was roughly equivalent to that of a 13 or 14-year-old Uchiha. Uchiha naturally possessed more chakra than ordinary ninjas, thanks to their vast spiritual energy. However, the limit on chakra volume was still determined by physical energy. Some members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans could have chakra comparable to that of tailed beasts. Compared to these two clans, the Uchiha had always been lacking. Even Uchiha Madara needed to grab a 9 tails as a power supply to fight for days with Senju Hashirama. Thinking about this, he glanced disdainfully at Sukuna. Tailed beasts were creations of the Sage of 6 Paths, each capable of serving as a power supply, though with different limits. But Sukuna only had the Yin attribute. Originally, Uchiha Kagami's spiritual energy far exceeded his physical energy, and the Yin chakra was more than sufficient. "Hey, little brat, what kind of look is that?" Uchiha Kagami scoffed. "Your power isn't that great. I was wondering if I should catch a neighbor for you." "Bastard, what do you mean?" Swish. Uchiha Kagami's control over the seal increased, allowing him to isolate Sukuna's voice to prevent hearing his incessant babbling. Extending his palm, a blue chakra sphere emerged, and Uchiha Kagami began to attempt to add fire nature transformation to it. A bit of flame just touched the chakra sphere. Boom! With a violent explosion, it was no surprise that he had failed. Uchiha Kagami could not approach Naruto's level of neuroticism. Using multiple shadow clones for training, he could only persevere through repeated attempts. Adding wind attribute chakra would turn the Rasengan into a Rasen Shuriken. What would adding fire attribute do? In the Fuyue residence, 7.5-year-old Uchiha Kagami stood at about 1.50 m tall, dressed in a loose, dark blue long robe for the celebration. His facial features were distinct, and there was always a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Following closely behind him was 2.5-year-old Shursue, looking around with wide, curious eyes. "Brother, there's so many people here. What is this for?" "To celebrate the birth of a child," Uchiha Kagami replied, nonchalantly glancing at the child held by Uchiha Mikoto, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Kagami, you've come," said the somewhat aged Uchiha Shinhan as he approached. He looked at the Fuyue family receiving the clan members and sneered. "I heard someone call that little brat the young clan leader. Our Uchiha clan is not like the Hyuga. We do not play at lineage." Even the legendary Madara was only called the young clan leader after he displayed his talents. A child in swaddling clothes is not worthy. If he can grow up normally, perhaps he would indeed have the qualifications. Uchiha Kagami responded mildly. He despised Uchiha Itachi, but he would not deny his talent. "I often feel that your eyes can see the future." Shinhan sighed, smiling as he patted Uchiha Kagami's shoulder. "In a few years, you might be able to defeat Fuyue. At that time, I will initiate an internal clan duel, and you will be the one suitable to lead the Uchiha." Kagami shook his head. "In a year or two, the Third Shinobi World War will begin, and the border conflicts have already become quite frequent. According to the original development, the Uchiha would only have the chance to reach the battlefield of the mist after the war. Moreover, the clan is not a monolith. The radical faction occupies a large part, yet many still choose to side with the village. Just like Obito, who later joined Minato's team, he was merely a representative example. Where did Danzo's Sharingan come from before the night of the massacre? To put it darker, the fact that Kakashi could retain his Sharingan in the future was also a compromise of the Uchiha clan to the 4th Hokage. For thousands of years, the iron law of the Uchiha clan has been that under no circumstances can outsiders covet the Sharingan. For this, they would exhaust the entire clan's strength to pursue and kill, relentless and unyielding. Without Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan was merely a group of weaklings who could be bullied, no longer possessing the might of the #1 clan in the shinobi world. Currently, Fuyue should not yet have the Manjikyu Sharingan as it awakened during the Third Shinobi World War. If it's just the 3-mo, I will challenge Uchiha Fuyue shortly. Shinhan's pupils constricted sharply. So sudden. It's not a big deal. Uchiha Kagami said, scanning the crowd, and then continuing, while everyone is gathered, let's have a spar. I don't want to become clan leader just yet. Fuyue is a weathercock lacking the ability to steer the Uchiha, but he can serve as a transitional figure. Uchiha Kagami plans to appear as the Uchiha clan leader when the Third Shinobi World War begins, so that the Third Hokage's faction would have little energy to target him. At the 7-day celebration for the clan leader's child, practically everyone qualified to participate in the clan meeting had arrived along with many ordinary Uchiha clan members. At the banquet, Uchiha Fuyue raised a toast to Uchiha Shinhan. Elder Shinhan, thank you for your contributions to the family. Kagamikin and little Shursue Itachi is your younger brother. Please take care of him from now on. Many clan members exchanged glances. The divisions within the Uchiha clan were already quite evident. The village still maintained a policy of appeasement towards the Uchiha, and Fuyue leaned towards peaceful coexistence. Most of the Uchiha in the security forces were considered doves. Only later, when the village's oppression of the Uchiha became too severe, did the radicals overwhelm the doves. At the founding of the village, the Uchiha clan grew weary of war and even betrayed Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kagami set down the juice he had been holding and slowly rose. Lord Clan Leader, on this auspicious day of transmission of the flame, I would like to consult you about ninjutsu. Uchiha Fuyue maintained a smile. Of course, I will wait for you at your usual training ground tomorrow. Uchiha Kagami smirked slightly, his smile not obvious. Do I need to make it clearer? I want to challenge you, Uchiha Fuyue. If you're just an ordinary Uchiha boy, no one would take his word seriously. Just like a certain Uchiha boy who claims every day that he wants to become Hokage, do you think the third Hokage would take him seriously? But Kagami is different. The Uchiha clan values strength. Whether one awakens their eyes is a standard, and after awakening, each additional tomo represent a class. Any 3-tomo Uchiha is recognized as an elite jounin combat power. Kagami saying this in such an occasion seems somewhat inappropriate. An elder of the Uchiha clan spoke up, wanting to help Fuyue save face. Uchiha Kagami looked at him and said flatly, when did our Uchiha need to consider the occasion when fighting? Long-term, comfortable living has made you learn from the Hyuga. If there are still differing views among the Uchiha regarding the Hokage, then regarding the Hyuga, who competes for the title of the number 1 eye technique family, all Uchiha clan members expressed disdain and disgust. What level are you, Hyuga? Competing with my Sharingan. But what's even worse? Now the Uchiha do not have the Manjikyu and truly cannot suppress the Hyuga. The Hyuga pride themselves on their noble and pure bloodline, looking down on the loud Uchiha, while the Uchiha cannot stand those delicate individuals. Uchiha Kagami's words immediately silenced the speaker. Fuyue's expression darkened as he waved his hand, signaling Mikoto not to worry. He looked gravely at Uchiha Kagami and said solemnly, you are not even a ninja. Saying you want to challenge me is a bit premature, isn't it? Uchiha Kagami turned and slowly walked towards the door, the sound of his wooden sandals echoing in the hall. Turning his head, the 3-tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and a fierce chakra surged forth. Lord Clan Leader, I will wait for you for 1 minute. What powerful ocular strength. This is not an ordinary 3-tomo. After all, it's Kagami. He can definitely reach the level of the Manjikyu. No one would blame Uchiha Kagami for disrupting the celebration. To them, a genius can do anything and is always justified and forgiven. Even the most rational Uchiha only worship strength. In front of the clan leader's residence, there was a large open space. Looking at Uchiha Kagami, Fuyue remained expressionless. I won't hesitate to say a word of concession. If you truly want to be clan leader, I am willing to train you for a few years so you can better take over the clan leader's authority. You are still too young. Handling village affairs is not as simple as you think. I know you have been influenced by Elder Shinhan, but some matters are not as straightforward as you believe. You are mistaken, Lord Clan Leader. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. I just want to test my own capabilities. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami assumed a stance and smiled. Nothing is as complicated as you think for this world. Is always dictated by the strong, isn't it? An invisible sharpness surged forth. Fuyue sidestepped, avoiding it, but the large trees behind him were severed and crashed down with a loud noise. A splash of crimson appeared in his eyes. As a new father, I will consider this a training exercise for Itachi. The overwhelming ocular power instantly spread out, exuding immense pressure. A year ago, Fujiwara defeated the Divine Fire, becoming the strongest of the Uchiha clan. To become the clan leader, his physique and illusion techniques had no shortcomings. Clang! A steel kunai pinned down Shiroyuki, the powerful force reverberating. Kagami, you are a genius, but even geniuses need time to grow. Ding! The kunai shattered, revealing a smooth break. Fujiwara's pupils shrank sharply as he realized that Uchiha Kagami possessed a special secret technique capable of shooting invisible wind blades from his fingertips. However, he did not expect that he could also unleash it through his weapon. Fortunately, with the powerful insight of a Sharingan, he barely dodged the slicing strike that severed the kunai, touching the broken skin on his neck. Truly ruthless, treating me, the clan leader, with such mercilessness. Less talk, more action. Uchiha Kagami charged forward with his sword. If it weren't for the consideration of Sasuke's birth, he might have dealt a few blows to Fujiwara, potentially killing him. The invisible slashes used for ambush are the most terrifying. Fujiwara began to take this battle seriously, gripping the kunai with both hands. Both of their attacks separated in an instant before contact, creating an indescribable sense of discord. Fortunately, the onlookers were all members of the Uchiha clan, many of whom had activated their Sharingan. They are constantly predicting their opponent's next move. What seemed like a clash of physical techniques was actually a contest of insight among the Sharingan wielders. Fujiwara became increasingly alarmed as he realized. In terms of insight, his Sharingan was still a notch below Uchiha Kagami's. Such a terrifying talent. I cannot compete with him in swordsmanship. With this thought, Fujiwara broke away from the battle group, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Kagami swung his sword, cleaving through the fireball. What came at him was a torrent of roaring flames. The great fireball as an opening move was merely to obscure vision. The subsequent Phoenix Flower Fire technique was the real assault. All the flames were controlled by chakra, making them difficult to evade. Amidst the dancing flames, Uchiha Kagami saw shurikens, also controlled by chakra. Were they Uchiha Itachi's Phoenix Flower Jutsu? No, how could I say the father resembles the son? As a most powerful fire technique, using water style to counter it in regular battles is the best choice. If one is not familiar with water style, Uchiha Kagami quickly formed hand seals, ending with a tiger seal. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. A fire dragon erupted from Uchiha Kagami's mouth, crashing through the fireball with unyielding force. This technique emphasizes power and accuracy over range. The fire dragon soared high, its searing light nearly blinding, while the powerful heat wave made it hard to breathe, as if one were in a furnace. Wherever it went, the air warped and distorted from the heat. It is well known that all Uchihas can use fire style. Using the momentum of the fire dragon, Uchiha Kagami swiftly closed in on Fujiwara, palm extended, aiming at his face. Compared to the imposing fire dragon, it was Uchiha Kagami's movement that made Fujiwara's heart race. This young man had mastered a technique at the level of ultimate secrets comparable to a bloodline limit, which Fujiwara was well aware of. Release, sizzle. The air was instantly torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Countless slashes rained down on Fujiwara. Boom! Shadow clone. Watching the exploding smoke, Uchiha Kagami was not too surprised. His Sharingan rapidly scanned left and right, suddenly pausing. Above, Uchiha Kagami quickly looked up, and before him lay a sea of fire. Like hellfire blazing, it surged forth with overwhelming force, as if it were going to engulf the entire world in an endless inferno. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. The power of the ninjutsu lies with the user. Fujiwara's fire style pales in comparison to Uchiha Madara's, but this move still shocked many clan members. Shin Fire frowned, chakra gathering to his feet, already intending to assist Uchiha Kagami in time. Brother! Little Shizui's terrified shout was almost obstructed by a clan member, preventing him from rushing into the battle. Facing the overwhelming flames, Uchiha Kagami remained expressionless. His body slowly floated up the ground beneath him, being shaved away layer by invisible blades. In a mental space, through the seal Suku's 4 eyes were fixated on the outside world. Little brat, you really have some skill. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The harsh cutting sounds gradually drowned out the roar of the flames. Azure blades circled around Uchiha Kagami, spinning faster and faster like a storm. Each sword gleamed with a cold light, their energies intertwining, cutting through the air, their clashing sounds weaving into a thrilling melody. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Such a terrifying sense of oppression. The sea of fire closed and casting a reflection on Uchiha Kagami's smiling face. He extended his fingers forward and waved upwards. I shall name it. Ninjutsu/Thousand Blade Flow Scene. A torrential wave of endless azure blades rushed forth, obliterating the sea of fire. Swift and devastating. The leaping Fujiwara's eyes were filled with disbelief. Witnessing Uchiha Kagami's ferocity, he had gone all out, yet it was still easily countered. Faced with the endless onslaught of blades, Fujiwara gritted his teeth and formed seals. Great dragon fire technique. 3 fire dragons roared forth, encircling him. Using an offensive fire style for defense showed his strong control over ninjutsu. The fire dragons were gradually dissipated, but the blade flow that shattered the sea of fire was also exhausted. Just as Fujiwara relaxed, a silver blue light flickered before his eyes. What is that? Uchiha Kagami held a rapidly spinning chakra sphere and slammed it against his chest. Rasengan. Boom! The intense impact was like a cannonball being fired, knocking Fujiwara from midair and creating a massive cloud of dust. Clan leader. Fujiwara. Captain. Many clan members rushed towards the cloud of dust. Some clan members quickly used wind style to disperse the smoke. In the center of a spiral-marked pit, Fujiwara was disheveled, struggling to support himself on his knees. The power of a Rasengan lies not only in its immense impact, but also in its sustained destructive effect. It can continuously inject energy into the target after striking, triggering a series of explosions and destruction, causing massive area damage. Fujiwara had a gruesome spiral wound on his chest. After sensing, he found his chakra in disarray, making it difficult to mobilize. Ignoring the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he stared intently at the descending Uchiha Kagami. A powerful technique. Kagami, you truly are a genius. Uchiha Kagami was also somewhat out of breath. His chakra consumption had reached a critical point. Being of the same 3-Demo Sharingan, the effectiveness of his Sharingan was limited. In a direct clash, his chakra could not compare to Fujiwara's. He could only output high power to quickly establish the situation. Uchiha Kagami raised his gaze and sneered, as expected of you. The usual rhetoric. He knew very well that his talent could not match the monsters like Namake's Minato and Uchiha Itachi, nor did he possess the 6 paths enhancements of Naruto and Sasuke. The Suka within him could never become an ally. Everything he desired could only be fought for by himself. Since the age of 2, for nearly 2,000 days and nights, he dared not stop training for a moment. He simply did not want to face the unbearable truth. He could only resent his lack of ability. The excessive chakra output caused his hands to tremble. Tightly gripping Shirayuki, Uchiha Kagami slowly approached Fujiwara. Fujiwara adjusted his breathing. Though seriously injured, he was still capable of fighting. Tap! The imposing figure of Shin Fire blocked the two. This sparring session has been enough. Continuing to fight could lead to life or death, and it was not what Shin Fire wanted to see regardless of who died. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kagami lowered the hand, holding his blade. He was willing to grant Shinbai's request. After all, the elder had greatly benefited him. Fugaku, however, was far less inclined to relent. After their prolonged clash, Kagami appeared unscathed, while Fugaku stood battered and disheveled. To end it so abruptly would shatter the dignity of the clan head. Elder Shinbai, his voice darkened as he prepared to object, when a pair of hands gently gripped his arms. Uchiha Makoto's delicate face was etched with worry. She shook her head silently. With a resigned sigh, Fugaku too lowered his arms. Kagami, having no intention of vying for the clan leadership at present, spoke calmly. Thank you, Lord Clan Head, for your guidance. And congratulations on the birth of your son. I shall take my leave. Itachi, let us go. He watched Kagami recede into the distance, motionless. The remaining Uchiha felt no outrage over the disrupted ceremony, only quiet awe. Perhaps we misjudged him. Not only did he surpass even Kwanazama, he may yet reach that legendary figure. Enough. Shinbai cut off the murmurs, commanding sternly, what transpired today remains sealed. The clan head requires rest. Dismissed. Though Konoha maintained constant surveillance over the Uchiha, its grasp did not yet extend to every whisper. Gazing toward the path where Kagami had vanished, Shinbai frowned in deep contemplation. Unaware of the looming shinobi world war, he found Kagami's actions recklessly precipitate. Even as the foremost advocate of radical action, he could not fathom why Kagami chose this moment to display such overwhelming might. The truth, however, was simple. Kagami had told no lie. He had merely sought to test his own strength. Academy students were unworthy opponents. Even seasoned jonin rarely earned the chance to cross blades with him. To strike at the village's upper echelons would be profoundly inappropriate. After careful consideration, Fugaku remained the sole fitting adversary. As Kagami walked home, Sukuna's voice echoed within. Your fusion of slash and chakra is crude, brat. The power of that technique pales. Sour grapes won't win you respect. Did you think I missed your muttered self-assessments? Kagami replied indifferently. Sukuna sneered, I do not deny your talent. Yet compared to domain expansion, your technique remains woefully insufficient. You seem intimately familiar with me. Then you should understand the sheer devastation domain expansion unleashes. Strike a binding pact with me, I will not seize your body. I already possess flesh. I shall teach you domain expansion and the 10 shadows technique. Just one brief outing per year, lasting 3 minutes. It has been far too long since I tasted the thrill of slaughter. You've long despised Konoha's ruling elite. Shall I eliminate them for you? Kagami believed Sukuna truly could slay the third Hokage and his peers. But he feared one encounter above all with Kushina Uzumaki. Aside from Hashirama Senju himself, each generation's strongest shinobi in Konoha had always been the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As Sukuna's own Jinchuriki, Kagami lacked the confidence to challenge that fiery, tempestuous woman. In the shinobi world, sealing techniques held supreme priority. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki had fallen to them. The demon lord of the land of spirits who claimed he could annihilate the shinobi world was likewise subdued by a mere girl. Should Sukuna ever break free, what if a master sealer seized the opportunity and sealed him away as a malevolent deity? Sukuna, I speak no falsehood, this world is perilous. Your confinement within me is no prison. It is protection. Who do you think you're speaking to? I need no protection. Damned fool. Sukuna erupted in fury. Speak louder, and you'll spend a month in solitary darkness, Kagami remarked coolly. Sukuna fell silent. If denied sight of the outside world, he could endure the void. The next morning, Kakashi exhaled deeply upon seeing his father preparing breakfast. Father! Tsukumo Hatake gestured for Kakashi to sit and join him at the table. For a long while, father and son sat in quiet stillness, until Tsukumo finally broke the silence. Kakashi, I have resolved to follow my own convictions, even if, as they say, I become a worthless defiler of shinobi law. The gaunt Tsukumo smiled faintly, yet I hold that one who values neither comrades nor life itself is lower than worthless. Is that so? I will stand by you, father. Tsukumo smiled warmly. His greatest fear had been Kakashi's rejection. Perhaps that young Uchiha had been right. He need not overthink everything. Only Kakashi's heart mattered. From behind his back, Tsukumo withdrew the white fang short sword and placed it solemnly upon the table. Kakashi, you're no longer a child. It is time I told you the full truth. A chill ran down Kakashi's spine. Indeed, I once contemplated suicide to atone, but I refused to make things easy for certain people. The man hailed across the shinobi world as the white fang of Konoha met his son's gaze, eyes blazing with unyielding resolve. I'm leaving the village. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. He leapt to his feet, voice trembling. Father, out. Tsukumo raised a hand, urging him to listen. His broad palm settled gently atop Kakashi's head as he said, smiling, Here you have comrades you cherish. Protect yourself. Protect your comrades. I will always watch over you. I will always love you. Whatever path you choose henceforth, I shall support you without reservation. Farewell, Kakashi. Promise me, you will take care of yourself. With a sharp poof, a cloud of smoke erupted, leaving only Kakashi standing wordless and still two silent tears tracing paths down his cheeks. Beyond Konoha's borders, Tsukumo Hatake paused mid-step, absorbing the memories transmitted by his shadow clone. A long, heavy sigh escaped him. Gazing back at the village, he loved his expression, held profound, turbulent sorrow. Shun! 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 10-odd masked shinobi materialized in rapid succession. Tsukumo Hatake, leaving the village without authorization. What is your intent? One of them demanded harshly. Tsukumo regarded them, impassively murmuring softly, Root. As an elite jonin of Konoha, he knew well of this clandestine force operating in the shadows. Its leader was him. Casting one final lingering glance upon Konoha, Tsukumo turned without hesitation. Tell Danzo, if he dares raise a hand against Kakashi, I will kill him. Insolent wretch. How dare you threaten Lord Danzo? Several root shinobi lunged forward, blades drawn. Yet before their bodies even reached the apex of their charge, a single white line slashed through the air. Heavy thuds followed, bodies collapsing, blood arcing wildly. An overwhelming aura of slaughter descended upon the clearing, causing even these rigorously trained root operatives to tremble violently, fingers losing all grip on their weapons. A man whose prowess eclipsed even the Sannin. The white fang of Konoha, whose very name struck terror across battlefields. How could such a being possibly be challenged by mere shadows like them? This is no threat, it is simple fact. Tsukumo's final words drifted on the wind. Whether branded a traitor or deemed a wanderer, perhaps the life of a Ronin is the only true destiny left for one such as I. The news of Hatake Tsukumo's departure was concealed, and it was only stated that he was on a secret mission. His departure, being the strongest force under the Hokage, created a significant impact. At this moment, the Hokage's office erupted into heated arguments over this matter. Designate Hatake Tsukumo as an rank rogue ninja. He possesses far too much intelligence, and we must mobilize all ANBU to eliminate him. Shimura Danzo slammed the table and shouted angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently watched him, his gaze growing colder. It wasn't just the two of them. Two high-ranking advisors were also present, gathering the four great figures of Konoha. Tsunade Kohara's voice was low. Danzo is right. Hatake Tsukumo knows too much. If he falls into the hands of other ninja villages, it would be a catastrophic event. Mito Kazumi remained silent, clearly indicating his stance. Suppressing his anger, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over the others, his voice hoarse. I trust Tsukumo. He only needs to step out for some fresh air. Hiruzen, let me clarify this further. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly regarded Shimura Danzo. If Tsukumo were to defect, who would pursue him? Me or Kushina? Of course it's you. Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, as the root cause of this incident was Danzo leaking that top-secret mission. Such a matter could have been dealt with calmly. The damage caused by Hatake Tsukumo to the village could be compensated later. After this incident, Hatake Tsukumo had already lost the chance to compete for the position of Hokage. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, a true Hokage, when faced with the dilemma between a mission and comrades, should sacrifice themselves to ensure the village's interests are protected. Whether it was the second or himself, they both had this awareness. He indeed wanted his disciple to become Hokage, but he would not frame Hatake Tsukumo for it. He was angry with both Shimura Danzo and Hatake Tsukumo. How serious could it be? It was just a few words, yet it escalated to the point of departure. This was the village where you had lived since birth, and your son is still in the village. Shimura Danzo was momentarily speechless. They were all too familiar with the strength of Konoha's White Fang. If there were a standard for shadow-level strength above Jonin, then Hatake Tsukumo would undoubtedly belong to that level. Every Jonin is an elite of the village, but before the blade of the White Fang, they would become mere ordinary units. Before the appearance of the yellow, Flash Konoha's White Fang held the record for ninja killings. Shimura Danzo did not think he was weaker than Hatake Tsukumo. If they were to compare strength, it should be a 50-50 chance. I have a 60% chance of winning. However, there is no need. He had more important matters to attend to. The situation in the ninja world was ever-changing, and if Hiruzen made a misstep, he would need to step in to stabilize the situation. After pondering for a moment, he first must not show weakness, and Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice, "Then I will handle the spy assignments of each village. Who do you think would be more suitable? Once the handover is complete, I will personally pursue Hatake Tsukumo." Now, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn to fall silent. Danzo's actions were well known. Even if others were unaware, he was not. That was classified information that even the other two advisors could not know. Where could one find someone as diligent and self-sacrificing as Shimura Danzo? He sighed helplessly. Let's leave it for now. Kakashi is still in the village, and Tsukumo won't do anything harmful to the village. After all, it wasn't without precedent. Jiraiya had stayed in the Land of Rain for several years. At this moment, Mito Kazumi spoke up. Jiraiya and Minato have returned. Minato has learned the Flying Thunder God technique from the second Hokage, and they might be able to pursue Hatake Tsukumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him an unhappy glance. Having already characterized this matter, why were you still suggesting a pursuit? Is there something wrong with your reflexes? They just faced the tailed beast of the Iwabikure. Let them rest for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of thick smoke. Speaking of which, Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi can be entrusted to Jiraiya and the others for guidance. No way. Danzo's crisis radar went off at the mention of Uchiha. Kakashi is one thing, but Uchiha Kagami is definitely not someone Jiraiya can teach. Hearing his name, Sarutobi Hiruzen softened his voice, slightly realizing that it wasn't easy for Danzo to take the blame for him. Danzo, when you hear this name, do you only hear Uchiha Kagami? That was the name of our comrade. Mito Kazumi and Tsunade Koharu revealed a hint of nostalgic days, while only Shimura Danzo remained unmoved. Kagami was influenced by the second Hokage, and he is not a descendant of Kagami. He is just a Uchiha. Look at the wording. Even if they were contemporaries, Shimura Danzo was unwilling to use teach, but preferred influence. It is evident how he perceives the Uchiha as a malevolent image. We have to try. What if he, like Kagami, integrates into the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly. All right, it's almost mealtime. Your families are probably preparing for you, so I won't keep you. With so many people present, Shimura Danzo refrained from performing his classic act, shooting an annoyed glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen before turning to leave. If I were Hokage, if I were chosen to be Hokage, the Uchiha would definitely be tamed. Second Hokage, why didn't you choose me? At that time, I was just a little short. Danzo was still caught up in the regret of not stepping forward earlier, but if time could rewind, if he had spoken up to cut ties, perhaps the second Hokage would have had a chance to survive. Konoha Training Ground. Looking at the ruined ground, Jiraiya slowly approached. Isn't it too difficult to control such a high-speed rotating chakra sphere? Jiraiya leaned closer to the pit where Namake's Minato was. I heard before that refining chakra in the direction of the hair's rotation would be easier. If this technique, Namake's Minato gasped, smiling wryly, that's just a rumor. Not necessarily. I refine my chakra by rotating it to the right. Let me see which direction you're rotating. So, you have two rotations, one to the left and one to the right. Forget it, let's take a break. Jiraiya took out a double popsicle from his bag and broke it. Which side do you want? Either side is fine. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Namake's Minato's mind and his outstretched hand froze. Either side is fine. Not bothering to eat the popsicle, Namake's Minato quickly got up and refined chakra again. If he could refine it in either direction. A faint blue glow shone in the training ground. Jiraiya looked at the stabilized chakra sphere in Minato's hand and couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, you are a true genius, Minato. Namake's Minato's face was filled with joy. I've initially seen its form, I will name it. The light wheel popsicle inspired rotating Jiraiya, dual technique. Besides the naming talent, Jiraiya shook his head and said with a smile, you should rest for a while. The third Hokage has something for me. He said to bring a little Uchiha kid and Tsukumo's son. He'll introduce them to you later. Uchiha. Namake's Minato dispersed the chakra sphere, smiling. Their clan is quite reserved. My previous Uchiha companions were not good at expressing their emotions either. Kakashi and Uchiha Kagami were summoned early to the Hokage's office. Excluding a few school openings, this was Uchiha Kagami's first close encounter with the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a well-known heavy smoker. Even with 2 children before him, he continued to puff on his pipe, releasing wisps of purple smoke. This increasingly stooped old man was hard to equate with the highest authority of the Land of Fire. Yes, the highest authority. Since the establishment of a ninja village system, the power to declare war or peace lay with the Hokage of each village. Did the second Hokage need to consult the daimyo to sign a peace treaty with the Cloud Village? Did the third Hokage require the daimyo's consent to mobilize his subordinates? However, compared to the hundreds of millions of ordinary people, the tens of thousands of ninjas were still too few. A figure like the daimyo was needed to lead the common folk. The daimyo of the Land of Fire held merely nominal appointing power. In reality, every Hokage position was chosen by Konoha itself. Even the 5th Hokage Danzo could intimidate the daimyo with just a glance. But what use was the daimyo's endorsement? If the village's jonin didn't trust him and voted against him, no one would ever believe that Danzo had been Hokage. Only those engraved on Hokage rock could be considered Hokage. The subsequent 3rd and 4th Great Ninja Wars were decided by the Hokages of each village, while the daimyos simply remained in their circles. Even the Sand Village, which was most affected by the economy, later allied with Orochimaru, intending to show the daimyo of the Land of Wind their muscles through the Konoha collapse plan. But the outcome was somewhat ridiculous. Coming back to his senses, Uchiha Kagami nodded. I've heard of Jiraiya, a powerful ninja known as one of the legendary Sannin. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly, saying, your abilities are remarkable. I would like you to graduate early and train under Jiraiya. If you perform well, you might become his disciple. The youngest jonin, currently Namake's Minato, is also Jiraiya. Namake's Minato. Uchiha Kagami pondered. The third Hokage handled the Uchiha clan massacre case coldly. From his perspective, this wasn't a good thing. However, before the incident occurred, it was clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to reconcile with the Uchiha. Perhaps promoting Minato, who was close to the Uchiha, was also a consideration. Who was Namake's Minato? A charming figure in the ninja world with the attributes of a golden-haired fox. The Uchiha clan's 1,000-year tradition of not leaking the secrets of a Sharingan was waived due to Minato's influence. At that time, he hadn't even become Hokage. Joining Jiraiya's faction was essentially a signal released by the third Hokage. Positions among the Hokages of each ninja village were generally passed down between teachers and their disciples. The third Hokage wanted to tell the Uchiha, you have a chance, you are also a part of the village. Originally, he favored a Uchiha boy named Obito, who was surprisingly friendly, unlike a typical Uchiha. But now Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi both had serious psychological issues. One was reclusive, while the other was disheartened by his father's departure. Both needed a little sunshine to brighten their lives. The previous Uchiha who interacted with Namake's Minato all became more cheerful, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen played his special card targeting dark characters, Namake's Minato. Kakashi had yet to recover from the immense disappointment of his father's departure. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he nodded indifferently. If it weren't for Uchiha Kagami's insistence on staying at the Ninja Academy, he would have graduated long ago. Uchiha Kagami had no reason to refuse. Not to mention Jiraiya's teaching ability was undoubtedly commendable. If it weren't for Uchiha Kagami's insistence on staying at the Ninja Academy, he would have graduated long ago. Uchiha Kagami had no reason to refuse. Being Jiraiya's disciple isn't bad at all. I want to take down your teacher, but that won't affect my being your disciple. Besides, killing one's master is just a tradition in Konoha, right? Bang. Hey, you two must be Kakashi and Kagami, right? A tall man with white hair was crouching on the windowsill of the Hokage's office. His long white hair reached down to his waist, and he had a noticeable red mark beneath his eyes. Idiot, can't you go through the front door? Looking at the precarious window, Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed in anger. With a thud, Jiraiya landed and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder, casually saying, "You're getting old, don't be too excited, it's not good for your health." "Oomph. You know I'm old, so hurry up and take over my responsibilities." Sarutobi Hiruzen's ideal candidate for Hokage was undoubtedly Jiraiya. Loving the village, caring for his comrades, being powerful, enjoying peace, and sharing the same hobbies as himself. "Haha, spare me. Ooh, I can't take your place." Jokingly, Jiraiya turned his gaze towards the two youngsters. "Let me introduce myself. Ooh, I am Jiraiya." So simple. Uchiha Kagami was already prepared. He was ready to recite lines about the Toad Sage. Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Kagami. An even simpler self-introduction. Kagamikin. Jiraiya stroked his chin, smiling. The old man mentioned one of his companions with the same name. "That's my grandfather," Uchiha Kagami stated candidly. Unlike other transmigrators, he was quite proud of his identity. Grandma is family, Shursui is family, and most of the clan members are family too. Human feelings are warm, They treated Uchiha Kagami well, and he remembered them. Is that so? Then you can call me uncle. Kakashi can too. Shikoma-san used to take good care of me. As he spoke, Jiraiya embraced the two, his prickly white hair brushing against their tender faces. Uchiha Kagami nearly reacted by trying to stab him. Struggling a bit, he found it hard to break free without using real strength, so he gave up. With Kakashi's signature dead fish eye, Uchiha Kagami impatiently remarked, "Jiraiya, you smell strongly of women's perfume. It's too much." "Ha ha ha, you smelled wrong. It's the aroma of food that you will taste in the future." Jiraiya awkwardly released them and exchanged glances with Sarutobi Hiruzen as the two old perverts tacitly averted their gazes. He jumped onto the windowsill and waved to the two. "Come on, you two. I'm not someone who just takes anyone in a first catch up to me as your first test." Kakashi turned to look at Uchiha Kagami. "Why are you looking at me? Do we know each other well?" Watching the little white-haired boy chase after the big white-haired one, Uchiha Kagami could only shake his head helplessly. This Jiraiya was too social. My social anxiety couldn't handle it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a smile in his eyes. "If you don't move soon, you will lose to Kakashi. You know how to stimulate the Uchiha." Uchiha Kagami scoffed. "I can give him 3 minutes, he will still be left in my dust." Haha Kagamikin is quite confident. He jumped onto the windowsill and glanced back at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He truly saw no malice in those eyes. What a complex person. But indeed humans are inherently complex. Uchiha Kagami gathered his chakra at his feet and disappeared in an instant. In no time he caught up with Kakashi, not even bothering to say a harsh word, leaving only a back view for Kakashi. "Bastard. How dare you ignore me?" Kakashi gritted his teeth and accelerated, but the distance only widened. Gradually, Uchiha Kagami noticed something was amiss. Ahead, Jiraiya suddenly accelerated, vanishing from sight at a speed far beyond a typical jonin. It was as if something urgent had suddenly occurred. Uchiha Kagami's mind stirred, revealing a crimson hue in his eyes. He sensed this extremely violent chakra. It was the Nine Tails. The violent surge of chakra swept through the entire forest, a terrifying black-red thread connecting heaven and earth. A harbinger of destruction and ominousness. The strongest-tailed beast, Nine Tails. Only when truly facing such a terrifying existence does one understand the nature of this disaster-like creature. The scorching chakra twisted the air like flames, an invisible force shattering mountains and forests. "What is that?" Sukuna's voice was heavy, yet faintly revealed a trace of excitement. What an interesting world. The immense power of this creature even made his heart race. I want to slay it. You little brat. Let me out." In a sea of corpses and blood, Sukuna's ghostly form with 4 arms howled wildly. "Let me kill it. I can sense it clearly. My destiny in this world is to shatter and consume this creature." Uchiha Kagami paused outside. The chaotic chakra field. Kakashi arrived late, looking horrified. "Wild dogs need no destiny. Be quiet." Uchiha Kagami directly cut off Sukuna's perception of the outside world, knowing well the abilities of the Nine Tails. Malicious perception. No one harbors more malice than Sukuna. If the Nine Tails detects its presence, it would not bode well. The leaking chakra of the Nine Tails had begun to erode Kushina's skin, forming 3 giant chakra tails. At this moment, Minato was pressed against his palm on her abdomen, casting a seal. Uchiha Kagami focused on this scene, the Tomo in his eyes spinning continuously. Each sealing technique is extremely difficult to learn. Few ninjas can balance both ninjutsu and sealing arts. Even Kakashi as a ninja surprised Orochimaru when he learned sealing techniques. Uchiha Kagami also practiced sealing arts specifically related to his ocular power. He quietly divided his ocular power, silently sealing it within Obito's body, waiting for the right moment. With his experience, he could tell that the sealing technique Minato was using was quite advanced. It was somewhat different from the Bagua sealing. He remembered it seemed incomplete. That must be the 4 symbol seal. The situation became tense. Jiraiya was not one to act recklessly, fearing that forceful actions could have adverse effects. Noticing Uchiha Kagami's gaze, he hurriedly approached and asked, "Kagami, how's the situation?" On the battlefield, every ocular technique user is an exceptional informant. The danger of the Nine Tails breaking free from its seal is no less than a large-scale war for Konoha. That man is trying to seal that fierce chakra. Uchiha Kagami pretended not to know what to call such a thing and continued speaking. The red-haired woman also has a sealing aura within her assisting in the binding. The situation has stabilized for now. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya could only look on anxiously, knowing that during such times he must not disturb Minato and Kushina. Suddenly the situation changed dramatically. The frenzied crimson chakra surged like a hurricane, even blowing Jiraiya and the others away. Kushina's body was completely engulfed by the chakra. 6 tails. Hiss! A hand covered in black-red chakra pierced through Minato's abdomen. "Minato, run!" Pushed by the overwhelming chakra, Kushina screamed heart-wrenchingly. "Get out of here! Don't worry about me. Minato steadfastly maintained the sealing action, his gaze resolute. I want leave. Absolutely not. I cannot bear to lose you. I will never hand Kushina over to you. Ninetales. In the spiritual realm, the adamantine chains suddenly exerted force, tightly binding the Ninetales. Minato's figure appeared here, raising a sphere of chakra, fearlessly clashing with the Ninetales' tailed beast ball. Suddenly, a faint sound of dripping water echoed. A small figure burst into this battlefield. Both Minato and the Ninetales were briefly captivated by those eyes. That was the Sharingan. In an instant, the Ninetales erupted in fury, desperately unleashing chakra to destroy everything in front of it. Seeing the Ninetales for the first time, Uchiha Kagami finally understood the disparity between the imagery and reality. There are many descriptions of the Ninetales specifically to individuals. The first Hokage claimed the Ninetales' power was far too great. Mito and Kushina spoke of the Ninetales as possessing the power to suppress the world, representing destruction and ominousness. Due to Uchiha Madara's evaluation, the Ninetales' reputation became that of a servant to ocular power, significantly diminishing its prestige. However, even Hashirama, this god of ninjas, could only rely on his wife's sealing technique to long-term bind the Ninetales. Just the chakra it possesses is more than the sum of the other 8 combined. Common sealing techniques are utterly ineffective against it. The entire Konoha must set up a barrier to assist Kushina in suppressing this calamity of a beast. As for the claim that the Mangekyo can control the Ninetales, in this moment Uchiha Kagami also made his own judgment. Impossible. A typical Mangekyo cannot control the Ninetales. Sasuke is special. He is the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths Sun, and so is Madara. Their ocular powers far surpass those of ordinary Uchihas. Fortunately, I also belong to a special Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami is not anyone's reincarnation, or rather, he is his own reincarnation, coupled with the continuous exploitation of Sukuna possessing vast amounts of spiritual energy. The spiritual realm itself is akin to his home ground. The surging ocular power suffused the entire spiritual space, and Uchiha Kagami shouted, I am Uchiha Kagami here to assist you in suppressing this beast. Beast? Uchiha. Ah! The chains trembled violently. Kushina felt this was the strongest resistance the Ninetales had ever shown. With no time to think much, Minato and Kushina both exerted their utmost effort, fiercely resisting the onslaught of the tailed beast ball. The 2 chakra energy spheres collided without exploding. Instead, they became locked in a stalemate. Uchiha Kagami deliberately provoked the Ninetales, silently collecting some of its chakra, channeling it into his spiritual realm. According to the original plan, Minato would be able to successfully seal the Ninetales this time, but with his anomaly present, the situation became uncertain. Just as the two were about to hold on, no longer Uchiha Kagami decided to take action. For now, it is better to keep the Ninetales sealed within Kushina. Even if I aim to seize the Ninetales, I must wait until I grow stronger. The crimson ocular power converged towards the Ninetales' pupils. This feeling, the Ninetales recalled once more the terrifying experience that man had given it. That feeling akin to being a puppet on strings is something no living being wishes to endure. Under multiple assaults, it had little strength to counter Uchiha Kagami's ocular power, and before losing consciousness, it looked towards Uchiha Kagami. Those cold, merciless eyes, that disdainful gaze, as if viewing livestock. Mutta, how infuriating! You bastard, you actually reincarnated. And you reincarnated into the Uchiha clan. Cursed! Boom! The moment the Ninetales was momentarily stunned, it was knocked down by Minato's Rasengan layers of chains, quickly sealing its limbs. Everything returned to tranquility. Konoha Hospital. Is this your new disciple, eh? Tsunade, with her arms crossed, looked at Uchiha Kagami, sitting by the window, questioning Jiraiya. Uchiha Kagami had always worn clothes bearing the clan's emblem, so no introduction was necessary. Tsunade was aware he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Honestly influenced by her second grandfather, she didn't particularly like the Uchiha. Having just completed the surgery on Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya could finally pay attention to other matters as he observed the stable condition of his beloved disciple. By the window, Kakashi and Uchiha Kagami were peeling oranges, with Kakashi meticulously removing the orange skin. Uchiha Kagami, on the other hand, simply split the orange in half and ate it with the skin and flesh. The orange peels here were free from pesticides, making them more nutritious to consume with the skin, albeit with a peculiar taste which Uchiha Kagami didn't mind. Haha, I haven't made a decision yet, but I'm really grateful for your help this time, Kagamikin. Uchiha Kagami nodded in response. I just felt I could be of assistance and acted impulsively. I truly apologize for that. Kushina had been guarding Minato's bedside and shook her head upon hearing this. The Ninetales almost broke free this time, thanks to your help. Once Minato wakes up, we will express our gratitude properly. Ha, that sounds like a couple's banter. Jiraiya teased. Noticing the faintly floating red hair, he quickly fell silent. If Kushina got embarrassed, and lashed out he wouldn't be able to handle it. At such a young age you've awakened the three Tomo, you're quite impressive little brat. Tsunade gazed at Uchiha Kagami, her expression ambiguous. Uchiha Kagami naturally nodded. Indeed, I am quite remarkable. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, sensing something. You little brat, have you killed before? As a seasoned warrior, she could distinguish whether someone had taken a life, sensing that subtle change. Uchiha Kagami was slightly taken aback and didn't deny it. Last year the elders of my clan took me to kill a den of bandits. To ordinary people, the vicious bandits seemed terrible, but they were merely a training ground for new ninjas. Konoha intentionally retained some small bandit groups to provide ninjas with practical experience, ensuring that they wouldn't be unprepared when they faced real battle. To better adapt to this process, Uchiha Kagami had actually gone with Shinra at the age of 5. Tsunade's disdain intensified. Starting to kill at such a young age, Uchiha. The main issue was that Kushina had mentioned the Ninetales' final cry, and that name sounded somewhat familiar to her, prompting her to inquire with her clan sister Tsunade. Madara. This name was a nightmare for Tsunade. No, for all of Konoha. Did the Ninetales think this little brat resembled Madara? In terms of talent, this little brat was even more terrifying than the Uchiha Madara described by his second grandfather. At just 7 years old with 3 Tomo, nearly everyone believed Uchiha Kagami could reach the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The 3 Tomo signified elite ninjas in Konoha, while the Mangekyo's implications were self-evident. Moreover, this little brat's spiritual energy was astonishingly powerful enough to influence the Ninetales even now. Uchiha Kagami knew what she was thinking and did not regret revealing his ocular power. Konoha lacked the confidence to sever ties with the Uchiha if they dared to act against him at this juncture. Regardless of how he perished, the enraged Uchiha would attribute the blame to Konoha's higher-ups, especially since he had demonstrated the power to suppress Uchiha Fugaku in front of many clan members. He now represented the future of the Uchiha. Of course, risks still existed. However, being paralyzed by slight risk was not the Uchiha way. While he might not be as reckless as Uchiha Sasuke, expecting Uchiha Kagami to be low-key was unrealistic. Tsunade asked again, Little brat, do you find joy in taking lives? She intended to use this question to test Uchiha Kagami's nature. Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brows at her. I will become a ninja, and whether it's bandits or enemy ninjas, they are merely foes that need to be eliminated. Killing enemies is a normal occurrence. Oh, I don't understand why Lady Tsunade would ask such a thing. Tsunade's brows knitted even deeper. You little brat, you have no reverence for life. With a scoff, Uchiha Kagami tilted his head, his eyes turning cold as he feigned respect dissipated. For what standpoint do you judge me? I don't feel the need to maintain reverence for the lives of my enemies, and I don't believe you have the right to evaluate me. Boom! The floor of the hospital room trembled as Tsunade unleashed a powerful chakra. Clenching her fists tightly, she glared at Uchiha Kagami, each word pronounced clearly. What did you just say? The 3 Tomo Sharingan manifested, and Uchiha Kagami placed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. He was well aware that Tsunade now had a fatal flaw, making it easy to take her down. Enough. Can't you tell the occasion? Jiraiya, rarely serious, sternly intervened. Tsunade, you go outside first. Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Kagami, reigning in her chakra, and exchanged a look with Kushina as they both exited the room. With a long sigh, Jiraiya's smile returned as he leaned closer to Uchiha Kagami. He squatted down to meet Uchiha Kagami's gaze, calmly saying, You're not a child, it's okay to tell you something. Tsunade's grandfather died young because of your Uchiha clan's ancestors. Her grandfather is the first So, the prejudice in people's hearts is a great mountain, Uchiha Kagami said softly. Jiraiya pondered this statement and chuckled. That's a good line. Oh, can I add it to my novel? Yes. You should understand that many people in the village cannot let go and hold biases against your clan. Jiraiya placed his hand on Uchiha Kagami's shoulder. I know there's a rift between the village and the Uchiha. This requires not only the Uchiha's efforts, but also changes from the village. So are you willing to become my disciple Kagami? His gaze was fervent, utterly sincere. If the one adopting him was the 3rd Hokage, perhaps he could indeed stand by the village's side. However, Uchiha Kagami understood very well that the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha was irreconcilable due to Uchiha Madara and the 2nd Hokage. Tracing back to Indra and Ashura, even to Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and the Sage of 6 Paths. If hatred could be resolved so easily, the world would not be in constant conflict. This battle would ultimately end in the complete defeat of one side. Nonetheless, a genuine smile, befitting a child, appeared on Uchiha Kagami's fair face. I would be honored. Teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction, his gaze shifting to Kakashi, who seemed lost in thought. This white-haired figure always made one want to give him a pat on the back. Feeling the weight above him, Kakashi looked up to meet Jiraiya's eyes. As for you, Kakashikin, you will need to take the next examination. I understand, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi felt no sense of loss. He was still pondering Uchiha Obito's earlier words. The prejudice of the human heart. He had witnessed the pressure his father had been under during this time, and the Uchiha had always endured such bias. Even he himself felt that aside from that fool Obito, the other Uchihas were difficult to deal with. Wasn't this? He thought this was Uchiha Obito's accusation. In truth, Uchiha Obito's real thoughts were, since you believe the Uchiha will bring calamity to Konoha, then let your wishes come true. At that moment on the hospital bed, Minato Namikaze let out a soft sound, as if awakening. Jiraiya hurriedly ran out calling for Kushina Uzumaki, who was waiting outside. Tsunade was not present, and he felt he had overreacted as staying here was uncomfortable. Seeing the two embraced on the hospital bed, Jiraiya and the others wisely exited the room. Walking through the hospital corridor, Kakashi couldn't help but quietly ask Uchiha Obito what exactly was that monster. Uchiha Obito shook his head. I don't know, you should ask Master Jiraiya about that. Upon hearing their conversation, Jiraiya led the two to a secluded spot before beginning to explain. In the history of the ninja world marked by continuous warfare, there exists a terrifying entity deeply etched in people's minds alongside disasters, a calamity-like beast known as the tailed beast. The first Hokage recognized the immense power of the tailed beasts, using them as a deterrent in wars by capturing them and distributing them to various villages. This is not something to be discussed with ordinary children, but both Uchiha Obito and Kakashi are not ordinary children. Jiraiya understood Kakashi. Although this child was not as exceptional as Minato and Obito, he was still highly talented. A little test would suffice for him to accept him. What our village possesses is the strongest of the tailed beasts, the nine tails, which we see here. The one who seals the tailed beast is called a Jinchuriki. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he spoke. Remember, you must never mention the nine tails to anyone. The identity of a Jinchuriki is a top secret of the village. If it weren't for the fact that the two would become his disciples, the Umbu would already be here to erase their memories. He watched the sun set in the west. All right, it's getting late. You should head home and rest. Gather at training ground now, for it's 6 tomorrow morning. With Minato now recovering, Jiraiya was eager to gather materials. The two walked a considerable distance from the hospital. Uchiha Obito turned to Kakashi, who was following him. Why are you following me? Your home is in the other direction. Kakashi snapped back to reality, realizing this was not the way home. But there was no one at home anyway. Uchiha Obito, having once had no family, could somewhat understand Kakashi's current state. After all, he was just a 7 or 8-year-old child. Though Tsukumo Hitaki did not take his own life, Kakashi had still become a left-behind child. Come with me for a meal. Just this once, remember that. Obito, thank you. Thank you for letting my father live. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Obito nonchalantly replied, it has nothing to do with me, and you don't need to feel indebted to me. Let me make it clear first. If my actions benefit you, you don't need to be grateful. If my actions cause you pain, you can Kakashi, I don't care about your feelings at all. Then why did you let me come to your house for dinner? Kakashi began to grasp how to interact with a normal Uchiha. Don't listen what the Uchiha say, watch what they do. Facing such a terrifying tailed beast, Obito had acted without hesitation to protect his fellow villagers. Uchiha Obito's home was located at the edge of the clan's territory, covering a considerable area. The facilities, including a courtyard, were fully equipped, marking him as one of the wealthier members of the Uchiha clan. His grandfather's pension was substantial, and there were subsidies within the clan, so Uchiha Obito's family had never worried about finances. Once Uchiha Obito became a ninja, a portion of the earnings from his missions would be given to the clan to support families unable to support themselves. The Uchiha clan was nothing like the Hyuga clan, which divided its members into slaves and masters. Even the clan leader had no power over life and death regarding ordinary clan members. Uchiha Obito had also pondered why Itachi could do such things. Eventually, he arrived at a reasonable hypothesis. It was because he had never truly interacted with ordinary Uchiha clan members. Itachi had been a genius since childhood, experiencing the battlefield at 4 and contemplating the village and clan at 7. This was a failure of Fugaku's educational method. Such a teaching method towards a genius might lead him to overthink and fall into a self-destructive predicament. Because even a genius cannot change the world or people's hearts. Extreme wisdom often leads to harm. Those who consider themselves exceptionally clever often end up severely wounded and meet a tragic end. So would normal education be useful for Uchiha Itachi? Extreme wisdom often leads to harm. Those who consider themselves exceptionally clever often end up severely wounded and meet a tragic end. So would normal education be useful for Uchiha Itachi? Rather than trying to reshape him, it would be less effort to destroy him. Has Shursui already begun to refine chakra? Seeing Shursui sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Kakashi asked. He is no longer a 1-year-old child. He should start learning. As he spoke, Uchiha Obito noticed his grandmother cleaning vegetables and hurriedly ran over removing his shoes. Grandma, I told you I would come back to cook you. Need to rest well. His grandmother had also been a ninja in her youth, but had retired due to severe injuries. Although she was not too old now, some hidden injuries had caused many health problems. Not just physically, the passing of her husband had also taken a severe toll on her wounds that time could not heal, only worsening. His grandmother looked kindly at the busy Uchiha Obito and turned to see Kakashi. "I remember you. You're Tsukumo's child, right? It's the first time Obito has brought a friend home." Kakashi nodded, awkwardly feeling embarrassed after politely greeting her, wanting to find something to do. Noticing the river fish in the basket, he skillfully began to prepare them. "I cook for myself when my father is not around." "I didn't ask you." Uchiha Obito self-absorbedly handled the ingredients, each using a stove to start cooking. Kakashi, who was typically a quiet person, couldn't help but speak when faced with the even more silent Uchiha Obito. "Is Obito's house nearby?" "Of course he shares the Uchiha surname," Uchiha Obito replied while frying vegetables. "Head left for 300 meters and you'll reach his house." "You seem to dislike Obito." "Not just seemingly. Is it because he being at the bottom tarnished the Uchiha clan's reputation?" Uchiha Obito fell silent for a moment, only hearing the sizzling sound of fish frying in Kakashi's pan. "I suppose so." "You overcooked the fish." "Not overcooked. This is Kakashi-style pan-fried river fish." "Your boiled vegetables are too mushy, though." "Grandma has poor teeth. She loves eating vegetables." "Obito, you're a very warm person." Kakashi's confusion gradually faded as he sensed the smile beneath his mask. With a cold glance, Uchiha Obito warned, "My preferences are quite normal. It don't come at me with that. It's disgusting." In the 44th year of the Leaf following the Second Shinobi World War, the border had experienced numerous frictions over the years. However, this time felt different. Ninjas from Sunagakure have poured out of their village, invading the borders of Konoha, resulting in significant casualties among both civilians and ninjas. A man dressed as a Ronin walks through the mountains and forests. His striking silver hair is unmistakable. He is Konoha's white Fong Hatake Tsukumo. Although he has left Konoha with the border in chaos, he still silently assists the Konoha ninjas. Those he saves are tacitly aware of his presence and do not report it to their superiors. In truth, the current commander of the border, Orochimaru, has long been aware of Hatake Tsukumo's existence, and both sides share an unspoken understanding. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing wind erupts, and Hatake Tsukumo halts to evade an unknown attack. Looking ahead, he sees several senbon embedded in the trees, emitting a corrosive light smoke. Poison senbon is at the work of a puppet master from Sunagakure. Senbon are needle-like weapons if poisoned a ninja could inadvertently harm themselves. Thus, the heavily poisoned senbon are usually only installed on puppets from Sunagakure. Hatake Tsukumo places his hand on a short blade, quickly scanning for suitable hiding spots. As footsteps approach, a red-haired youth appears before him. "White Fong, I've finally found you." The handsome red-haired boy's expression is blank, his tone revealing no emotion. He resembles a lifeless puppet, Sasori of the Red Sand, the genius puppet master of Sunagakure. Hatake Tsukumo furrows his brow when he recognizes this boy. Acclaimed as the most talented puppet master in Sunagakure's history and the grandson of the Sunagakure advisor Chiyo. Most importantly, he killed his own parents. "You have come for revenge, haven't you?" Sasori nods, then shakes his head. "I only wish to turn you into eternal art. I'm no longer a Konoha ninja. Allowing you to leave alive is the greatest mercy I can offer." Hatake Tsukumo speaks in a deep voice. If he were still a Konoha ninja, a genius like Sasori would undoubtedly be eliminated, preferably captured alive and brought back to the village. Hatake Tsukumo could not be waiting for someone to come and take revenge on him, offering himself up for slaughter. He was willing to spare Sasori, feeling pity for him, having lost his parents. Konoha's White Fong, how arrogant indeed. Sasori extends his hands and the ground shatters. A massive pit appears, and dozens of puppets surge forth at high speed. The sky is filled with poisoned senbon raining down like a storm. To be able to control so many puppets, you have surpassed your parents. A flash of silver light appears, and the chakra threads are all severed. A clattering sound is heard as all the senbon are shattered. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze is cold as blade, directed at Sasori of the Red Sand. "If Chiyo had been a bit more responsible, she should have told you. A puppet master can never defeat me." Hatake Tsukumo lacks area effect ninjutsu, and his chakra is no match for some exceptionally gifted individuals. However, as long as the opponent is human, Hatake Tsukumo has a way to slay him. Especially a puppet master whose body is weak to him, they are no match. As dozens of puppets are destroyed, Sasori is not surprised. It is only natural for Konoha's White Fong, renowned throughout the shinobi world, to possess such strength. Chiyo Baba told me about this. So, I am no longer just a simple puppet master. Sasori's outer clothing is torn by a claw, revealing the puppet body beneath, with chains in his abdomen writhing like snakes. Hatake Tsukumo's pupils constrict, slightly, his voice low. "Truly insane. No matter how many times it shatters, it can be repaired, free from the limits of lifespan. This immortal art. Isn't it beautiful? You have fallen into a dark path. As Hitaki Sakumo prepares to draw his blade, he finds that the short blade, which he usually wields with ease, feels significantly sluggish. This sensation, could it be? With a moment of distraction, a metal spear pierces through his arm. A massive metallic cylindrical object falls from above, kicking up a large cloud of smoke. Hitaki Sakumo sees clearly that the person on top of the metal pillar. No, it should be called a human puppet. The third Kazekage. Why is the third Kazekage appearing here? Why has the third Kazekage been turned into Konoha's white fawn to kill you? I even assassinated the third Kazekage. A hint of madness appears on Sasori's handsome face. Cool me. Let us achieve immortality together. Magnet release, sand, iron world, black iron spreads like roots enveloping the entire sky. A drop of cold sweat slides down Hitaki Sakumo's forehead. Truly troublesome. At the Konoha Border Command Center, inside Orochimaru's temporary base. Jiraiya sent you, huh? Quite the reinforcement indeed. With long black hair, golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils, and pale skin. At this point, Orochimaru has not yet fallen into darkness. He merely exudes a colder aura. Minato scratches the back of his head, smiling. I'm really sorry, Lord Orochimaru. The situation at the other borders is tense, and the teacher could only send us. Orochimaru shakes his head. Minato-kun, I am not being sarcastic. The strength of the three of you is indeed considered reinforcements. The youngest Jonin who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. His gaze shifts to the two following Minato, smiling. The most talented youth of the Uchiha clan who became a Chunin on the day he became a ninja. And the son of Konoha's white fawn, Kakashi, who is known as the twin stars of Konoha, alongside Q. Such enviable talent. After another year of medicinal baths, Uchiha Kai's height has approached 1.60 meters. Having shed his youthful appearance, he could easily pass for a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Kakashi at 8 years old is a head shorter and has yet to fully mature. Twin stars, or whatever, seems rather cliché. Uchiha Q states indifferently, with Kakashi, does he really qualify to be compared with me? Right. I certainly cannot compare to Lord Q. Will go back and beat up anyone who says otherwise. Kakashi comments with his dead fish eyes. Uchiha Q does not understand you during their years in the Ninja Academy. Every time he provoked Kakashi, he would explode in anger. When did he start speaking so sarcastically? Minato turns around and pats the shoulders of the two. That's quite rude. First you should greet Lord Orochimaru. Behind Uchiha Q, Kakashi also passed Jiraiya's test. The three of them are now considered brothers, a bond closer than that of a mere team. It's akin to the relationship between Hisashi and Danzo. Kakashi is also seen as a junior. Originally, he should have been Minato's disciple. Now, he has become a junior. It's fine, Minato-kun. Orochimaru gestures dismissively. The situation is urgent. I will assign you tasks first. 12 miles west of here, a squad of Sunagakure ninjas has been spotted, among them one troublesome individual. The bloodline user Yakura from Sunagakure. As he speaks, Orochimaru's gaze falls on Uchiha Q. Among those present, only Uchiha Q is a bloodline user. Bloodline limits also vary. Those that can be obtained through cultivation are generally inferior to those that are inherited by bloodlines. Within the inherited bloodline limits, dojutsu users are particularly special. Simply put, bloodline users look down on ordinary ninjas, and dojutsu users look down on ordinary bloodline users. Those eyes. No amount of training could ever grant one the dojutsu bloodline limit. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of greed appears in Orochimaru's eyes. For Jiraiya Sensei's sake, Uchiha Q suddenly speaks. The crimson Sharingan manifests in his eyes. If you look at me with such eyes again, I will gouge them out. The atmosphere in the command room suddenly turned cold. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Kagami with a half-smile, his gaze gradually becoming icy. Kagami-kun, it seems Jiraiya really hasn't taught you any manners. The ominous chakra fluctuations coiled around like a giant serpent. Kakashi was the first to succumb to the pressure, his hand resting on the hilt of his short blade. Minato glanced around, feeling troubled. He held great respect for Jiraiya's companions, but also understood the nature of this Uchiha Jr. He was a person even more difficult to deal with than the average Uchiha, showing no signs of respect for his teacher, even when Jiraiya was instructing him. Of course, there was also Jiraiya's influence. After all, how could he shift the blame to two 80-year-old children after peeping? A short blade slid out from Uchiha Kagami's sleeve, its blade gleaming bright as a flash of light flickered by. Time seemed to freeze. Let's go, brother Minato. Uchiha Kagami turned and walked away. Minato glanced back at the frozen Orochimaru and sighed. Jiraiya Sensei clearly said that you shouldn't use that technique on your companions. What does that guy count as a companion? Uchiha Kagami strolled nonchalantly, casually saying, if I had to explain, I just sensed his covetous gaze towards my eyes. Not eliminating him is already showing Jiraiya Sensei some respect. Lord Orochimaru is a well-known strong expert. It's just that you are a companion and he was caught off guard by your technique. You mustn't think. I understand, chatty, yellow-haired brother. Kakashi caught up and patted Minato's back. Don't be disheartened, my nickname is still white-haired deadfish. I so Kagami is being quite gentle with you. Kakashi, you are the truly gentle one. Minato gave a bitter smile, glancing back. Orochimaru's words. Should be able to dispel the illusion soon, right? In the command room, Orochimaru summoned a large snake, wrapping it around Uchiha Kagami. He had no intention of harming Kagami, but he still wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Only when that arrogant face turned crimson and Minato began to plead did Orochimaru release the snake's hold. Kagami can remember to treat your elders. Suddenly he felt something was off. Release. After a moment of blurred vision, the layout of the command room came back into focus. There was no one left. Orochimaru's dark golden pupils constricted sharply and a bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Illusion. When did that happen? Even as a brat, I had my guard up against illusions when facing the Sharingan. At that time, I definitely was not caught in an illusion, so it must have been when he drew his blade. Orochimaru clearly remembered seeing that flash of the blade before he subdued Uchiha Kagami. What terrifying ocular power. What a terrifying illusion. Is this really just an 80-year-old boy? Truly, marvelous. In the dim command room, the greedy Orochimaru flicked his tongue like a snake. Hey Kagami, what are the conditions for activating that technique? Kakashi leaned in and asked. Uchiha Kagami impatiently shoved him away. Don't you know that ninjas shouldn't casually inquire about others' techniques? That's a declaration of war. That's among ordinary ninjas. We are brothers, so what's wrong with you telling me? Influenced by Jiraiya and Minato, and also due to Uchiha Kagami, Kakashi had stepped out of the psychological shadow of his father's departure. However, spending too much time with Jiraiya also transformed his hidden flamboyance into overt flamboyance. He even started studying the intimate paradise at this very moment. He was nothing like his father. No someone who could develop a technique like the 1,000 Years of Death couldn't possibly be so flamboyant, the Hatake family. Minato smiled as he watched the two juniors frolicking and said Kagami's technique should be cast through Suki no Shiro right. The idea of a genius casting an illusion through sword techniques should be called Uchiha's Dark Shadow of the Moon's Illusion. Kagami's Flower and Water Moon. Uchiha Kagami helplessly picked a name from his memory. This was an illusion sword technique he developed inspired by Marahoshi Kokai. By reflecting the blade's light, it merely utilized another medium to cast Sharingan illusions, just a small trick. The ability to control Orochimaru stemmed from Uchiha Kagami's formidable ocular power. Besides such a mundane name, I still prefer Uchiha Stark. Stop showing off your naming talent. Uchiha Kagami helplessly pressed his temples. Minato was perfect in every aspect. Even from Uchiha Kagami's perspective, he was a saint with no flaw. Not long after becoming Jiraiya's disciple, Minato had already taught the two of them the Rasengan. After learning the situation, Uchiha Kagami realized that the name Rasengan was indeed not chosen by Minato. Given his nature, unless he had a brain shrinkage, he would never name a technique with less than 10 characters. This technique contained Minato's affection for Kushina, and Uchiha Kagami wouldn't be bored enough to claim naming rights. After pretending to study for 2 days, he began to ask Minato how to add nature transformation to the Rasengan. He clearly understood that his talent was inferior to Minato's and could not rely on cheat-like abilities like Naruto struggling to grasp the development of fire-release Rasengan. This was something Minato had not really considered. Indeed, Naruto's Rasen Shuriken was the final form of the Rasengan, but Minato didn't need that. He could use Flying Thunder God, just by holding a ball close to his face and launching it would suffice with enough power. However, at Uchiha Kagami's request, he still spent considerable time continuing to develop this technique, and recently he had gained some insights into adding attributes to the Rasengan. By the way, why are we out here? Kakashi suddenly asked. It seems we haven't received a clear mission. Orochimaru just mentioned a team of sand-hidden ninjas without saying how to deal with them. Minato slapped his forehead. Sorry. He'll go back and ask Lord Orochimaru. What's there to ask? Isn't it enough to know where the enemy is? Uchiha Kagami's eyes flickered with a hint of red. He had been looking forward to this war for a long time. This would be the most brutal war in the history of the ninja world, lasting nearly a decade. Countless ninjas would die brewing numerous sorrows, and the flames of war would forge true powerhouses. In this war, Uchiha Kagami aimed to completely change the status of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is the foremost aristocracy in the ninja world, not just the Uchiha. In the depths of the forest, a team of Sunagakure ninjas stealthily advanced. The disappearance of any leader has a significant impact on their organization, let alone the vanishing of a village's shadow. From the perspective of Sunagakure, the most likely culprit behind the Wind Shadow's disappearance is the neighboring Konoha. Only they possess the capability to silently make the Wind Shadow go missing. Could it be that someone from the village took action? After all, that is the strongest Wind Shadow. This team of Sunagakure ninjas is led by the Jonin Yakura, and their goal is to create chaos in the Land of Fire. Once Konoha military strength is dispersed, it will also facilitate their search for the third wind shadow. Suddenly, Yakura raised his hand to signal the others to stop. A cry of an eagle echoed from not far away as a giant black eagle swooped down towards them. The giant eagle hovered in the air, and they could clearly see a young boy standing on its back. His complexion was pale, exuding a strange sense of coldness, and his deep-set eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss. Nice to meet you, everyone from Sunagaker. I am Uchiha Kagami. Yakura frowned slightly, sneering coldly. Little brat wearing a ninja headband, but haven't learned even a bit of the ninja code. Ninjas are assassins lurking in the shadows. Did he really think this was a reputable profession? Whoosh! A crimson fireball flew towards the giant eagle at a peculiar angle. The fireball's speed wasn't fast, but it was stable and had extremely high temperature. This was her Kekkei Gunkai, the blaze release. Both wind and fire natures focus on offense. The transformation created by the fusion of these two chakra types is terrifying. Once a ninja gets close to this fireball, their bodily moisture will evaporate instantly, turning them into a dry corpse. Yakura had no time to play ninja games with this little brat. Since he was from the Uchiha clan, it was better to quickly eliminate him. Boom! Uchiha Kagami dismissed the summoning, and the thick smoke obscured their vision. Whoosh! A shuriken shot out from the smoke, then split into two, then four, until they filled the sky. The shuriken shadow, clone technique. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Yakura hurriedly performed the earth release, raising a sturdy earthen wall to block the downpour of shuriken. As a jonin, knowing several basic jutsu is standard practice. He couldn't understand why Konoha dared to send such a little brat to intercept him. Since they were aware of their movements, they should at least send a few renowned jonin. Just as Yakura grumbled about Konoha command blunder, he heard the sound of a weapon piercing flesh. Huh? By the time Yakura turned back upon hearing the scream, over 10 of his subordinates had already fallen in a pool of blood. How could this be? These were elite chunin from the village. Even a jonin couldn't possibly kill them all. As he took in the scene before him, an intense chill enveloped Yakura's mind and body. Kakashi drew the short blade that had pierced the heart of a Sunagaker ninja and walked up to Namake's Minato. Sorry, it still took me 2 seconds to resolve the battle. The earlier scream was from the opponent Kakashi had selected. As for the others, they had died before even feeling pain. Having just slain more than 10 people, Minato still wore a gentle smile. That was impressive. You're even better than I was at your age. Kakashi knew Minato was trying to comfort him, but he was aware that at a similar age Minato had rescued Kushina from a team of Kyomogakure ninjas. Boom! Yakura's earth flow rampart shattered. Uchiha Kagami stepped through the smoke, appearing somewhat impatient. For an opponent like this, there's no need for any diversion tactics. This is to teach you the way of ninja combat. Jiraiya Sensei asked me to take good care of you, and I think it's necessary for you to learn how to fight. Yakura gripped her kunai, tightly, her gaze sweeping left and right. She recognized Namake's Minato, a jonin from Konoha who mastered the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique. She quickly analyzed the situation. In a direct confrontation, she would not fear Minato. However, the flying thunder god technique was well documented in intelligence reports from all villages. The difficulty of learning space-time ninjutsu is immense. Mastering the flying thunder god technique means that this blonde can choose to fight or retreat at will. Being able to instantly take down over 10 chunin indicated that his mastery of the flying thunder god was not low. If dragged into a prolonged battle, she might be the one to perish. Thus, there was only one way. Yakura pivoted on her ankle and charged at Uchiha Kagami at high speed. Capture this Uchiha brat and force this flying thunder god ninja to retreat. You're not choosing to run, but instead approaching me. A smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth. Indeed, underestimated you. As a renowned first battle, I should take it a bit more seriously. The white sleeves flowed like a slowly cascading river of stars, emitting an indescribable radiance. Yakura was encircled by 4 fireballs, always on guard against Namake's Minato. If that flying thunder god ninja dared to approach her, she would incinerate him into a dry corpse. You play diversion tactics, and I will attack the enemy, who is sure to save. Yakura was well aware of what Uchiha represented. After all, he was a descendant of the most prominent clan in Konoha, and he couldn't just stand by. Minato-senpai, it's okay, Kagami can handle it. Minato wasn't in a hurry to intervene. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, he had fought with Kagami multiple times. One could say that had it not been for the extraordinary mobility of the flying thunder god technique, he might have been defeated by Kagami. Compared to Namake's Minato, anyone seemed overshadowed. This was something Jiraiya often mentioned. However, he rarely spoke of it now. That guy's truly a genius. Minato sincerely lamented. Genius. These 2 words had accompanied Kakashi since he began his training, and he had always been the envy of everyone at the Ninja Academy. Yet compared to Uchiha Kagami and Namake's Minato, he clearly realized he was still far from being a true genius. The slash of the Sukuna Hikona contains Kai and Hachi. Kai is the ultra-high frequency of slash. Hachi is the fatal strike. After absorbing and digesting part of Sukuna Kona's slash's Uchiha Kagami developed the Thousand Blades flow scene strict a directional high-frequency slash. In terms of form and attack method, it was akin to the 10,000 swords returning to one. Hachi is a slash that can be lethal adjusted according to the curse's difference and intensity. Unless the exorcism of the demon chef is deployed, the activation of Hachi requires physical contact between Sukuna Kona and the target. Uchiha Kagami activated his Sharingan. The ocular power is an extension of the Uchiha strength. As long as he sees, it can serve as the condition for launching jutsu. Yakura's movements slowed, as if moving through amber, every minuscule action magnified infinitely. She became aware of this. But it was of no use. The distance to that Uchiha boy was less than 10 meters, yet that distance felt like an insurmountable chasm before her. The blade's radiance was as cold as frost and as bright as a crescent moon. Just by swinging the blade horizontally in front of him, a movement so simple was utterly incomprehensible to Yakura. In an instant, all information converged. Regardless of its importance, everything forcibly entered her mind. In the end, only the loud and mournful cicada's cry remained. Sukuna Hikona observed the external world through the seal. He knew Uchiha Kagami was developing this technique, but did not expect it to truly succeed. The Sharingan, is it relying on these eyes? The cursed world also has a pair of eyes similar to Uchiha Sharingan, but regardless of Sukuna Hikona's own perception or judgment of the information obtained from the outside. These eyes can evolve possessing greater potential than the 6 eyes. Moreover, Sukuna Kona also knew that this little brat was suppressing the evolution of these eyes. This body is simply more suitable as my vessel than Fushiguro Megumi. But this damn seal, why can't it be broken? If this little brat grows stronger, I will truly be unable to escape. In the outside world, Uchiha Kagami's body transformed from solid to ethereal, resembling a wisp of blue smoke. Accompanied by the blade's radiance, he passed through Yakura's form. Slash release. One blade cold, cicada's morning. As the blade's radiance faded, it was as if nothing had ever occurred. Yuka's body remained unscathed, yet the flaming orbs encircling her one by one sputtered and died. Like her life itself, this legendary kunoichi, destined to rise to fame during the Third Shinobi World War, and fated to fall in its later stages, had perished in utter silence. A strike against consciousness itself. So if your secret technique falls under In release. Minato Namikaze stepped forward and asked. Most shinobi recognize only the 5 elemental chakra natures, but guided by Jiraiya's teachings, Minato knew there were 7 wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and Yin and Yang. His girlfriend embodied Yang release at its peak, evident in her prodigious chakra reserves and extraordinary physical constitution. The Uchiha clan stood unrivaled in mastery of Yin release. Uchiha Mirror nodded wordlessly and sat down to restore his chakra. With his current reserves, he could deploy this technique no more than 2 or 3 times. You developed this jutsu specifically to counter me. Sukuna's voice echoed coldly from within. You imitate my slash, yet its effect mimics the infinite void. Your intent is glaringly transparent. Uchiha Mirror offered no denial, replying coolly, the defining trait of the 3-tomo Sharingan is replication. If it resembles yours, then so it is. He was indeed wary of Sukuna. The seal held firm. There was no sign of Sukuna breaking free. Yet Mirror had to consider the contingency. What if Sukuna escaped? Conventional ninjutsu would be useless against him. A technique targeting the soul directly, however, would surely prove effective. Not only against Sukuna, but against most shinobi. That was precisely why the spirit transformation technique was revered as the ultimate assassination art. Yuka of Sunagakure, the blaze release user. I've heard of her, Kakashi murmured in quiet awe. Truly worthy of you, Mirror. Kakashi, I still prefer the defiant, untamed version of you. Smiling, Minato clapped both young men on the shoulders. An exceptional battlefield debut. You both performed magnificently. I'd assumed you'd say capturing her alive held greater value, Mirror said, brushing aside Minato's hand with detached calm. Minato shook his head. I'd never order you to take an enemy alive. That invites unnecessary risk. Remember this well. His tone hardened, his expression turning grave. On the battlefield, your own safety is the paramount imperative. Do you understand? Understood, Kakashi replied with crisp energy. After a brief rest, Mirror drew upon a trace of Sukuna's cursed energy to replenish his chakra. The technique employed was fundamentally in release, relying more heavily on spiritual energy. Pure mental force also restored chakra swiftly. Still, the Nine Tails remained the superior power source, balanced in both Yin and Yang, enabling rapid recovery of both body and spirit. During Kushina's last Berserk episode, Mirror had collected a small amount of the Nine Tails' overflowing chakra, insufficient for full-tailed beast mode, unlike the feats of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Measured against an adult Kakashi's chakra capacity, it amounted to barely a dozen units. Mirror rationed it meticulously for research in an Inyang release, never squandering it on combat applications. At the Fire Country's border command post, Orochimaru watched the returning team, half expecting them to seek intelligence about their mission target. Instead, the command room lay strewn with over a dozen intact Sunagakure corpses. A Yamanaka shinobi examined them and remarked, "Their brains are undamaged. Interrogation may yet yield valuable intelligence." This is Yuka of Sunagakure, the bloodline limit user. A Nara shinobi with pineapple-shaped hair knelt beside her body. Why is there not a single wound? It was Jinjutsu. Orochimaru's glacial gaze settled upon Uchiha, Mirror, his smile chilling. "I presume, Lord Mirror, that you were the one who slew her." No wounds. Yet she fell to Jinjutsu alone, a jonin bearing a Kekkei Genkai. "You surpass even my expectations." Hearing this, the Yamanaka shinobi paused mid-task and looked up. "Uchiha, Maror-sama, is that correct? Is it true? Did your Jinjutsu destroy her brain?" "Likely incinerated. You're welcome to verify for yourself." Mirror himself remained uncertain of the technique's precise effect. It was after all his first use against a living opponent. Nor did he care for whatever intelligence might reside in Yuka's mind. If he truly needed answers, hypnotizing her with the Sharingan would be far more efficient. The Yamanaka clan's secret art was but a footnote among the Sharingan's vast repertoire. Once they departed with the bodies, the command room reverted to its earlier state, 4 figures standing in silent stillness. Minato immediately bowed deeply 90 degrees. "Lord Orochimaru, please forgive Mirror's transgression. This is no trivial offense, assaulting the frontline commander-in-chief, Lord Mirror." Orochimaru's voice held no discernible emotion, his eyes dark and fathomless. "Such conduct warrants interrogation by the ANBU." Mirror showed no alarm. "Leaving aside the fact that you first regarded me with ill intent, being subdued by Jinjutsu from an 80-year-old boy, Lord Orochimaru, would such a humiliation preserve your dignity? I could report this solely to the Hokage. My teacher would surely safeguard my honor." Leaning forward like a serpent poised to strike, Orochimaru added, "Several elders harbored deep apprehension toward the Uchiha clan. Should they learn of your strength, how could they possibly sleep soundly? Are you threatening me? Perhaps. And what Lord Mirror will you choose to do?" Mirror stepped closer, their cold, unwavering gazes locking. "If you wish to play, let us raise the stakes. Orochimaru's persecution would compel me to defect from Konoha, followed by hundreds of Uchiha shinobi. Lord Mirror, surely you know that even your clan's greatest historical figure departed the village alone with no—" because then the clan did not yet comprehend the extent of the restrictions imposed upon them. A pause lingered. Then Orochimaru smiled faintly. "Indeed, profoundly unjust. A clan of such extraordinary power denied commensurate status. Lord Mirror, if I become Hokage, would you accept my mentorship toward becoming the next?" The Hokage. For nearly every Konoha shinobi, it was the earliest, most cherished dream. Yet only a handful ever sustained that aspiration to its end. Such an offer spoken by another would be mere empty rhetoric, but from Orochimaru it carried weight. The third Hokage, aged steadily, Usakumo Hatake, had withdrawn, a Jiraiya and Tsunade refused the mantle. Orochimaru stood openly as the heir apparent, his achievements already sufficient, his ascension plausible even now. Speak again when it becomes reality. Personally, I believe senior brother Minato stands a greater chance of becoming Hokage than you do. Mirror spoke plainly, offering no deference to the slippery serpent, partly due to the Uchiha's innate bluntness, partly because he knew Orochimaru cared little for others' opinions of him. Minato scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. "Haha, I've still got a long way to go, but I will become Hokage, no doubt about it." As he spoke, his hands, hidden behind his back, quietly released the hand seals. Moments earlier, he had been prepared to intervene and eliminate Orochimaru to protect Mirror. Konoha simply could not bear the cost of the Uchiha clan's departure. Minato understood that if these two clashed irrevocably, the damage to the village would be catastrophic. Fortunately, Lord Orochimaru had only been jesting. Otherwise, preserving stability would have left Minato no choice but to attempt his elimination. For the village's sake, there was no alternative. Such was the teaching of the third Hokage himself. Orochimaru remained blissfully unaware that his death signal had just flared violently, and had never intended to file a formal report anyway. What intrigued him most was witnessing the magnitude of power Uchiha Mirror would unleash upon this battlefield. Within half a day, he had already received his first revelation. Blaze release tonight would be a long one. However, compared to the Shaku escape, it was evident that Uchiha Kagami before him was more captivating to Orochimaru. After a few left, he used a summoning snake to inform his subordinates in Konoha to gather more detailed intelligence on Uchiha Kagami. Before this, he only knew that this little brat was an Uchiha who unlocked the 3-Demo Sharingan very early. He had seen the 3-Demo Sharingan before, and it was just mediocre, nothing special. However, this little brat's ocular power clearly surpassed that of an ordinary 3-Demo by a significant margin, and Orochimaru even suspected that he had unlocked the legendary Mangekyo. Uchiha Kagami did not deliberately hide his information. Exceptional Uchiha ninjutsu, using ocular power to assist in sealing during the Nine Tails rampage, mastering the rank ninjutsu developed by Minato in just 2 days. A versatile ninja body, excelling in 3 fields. In addition to that, he possessed an invisible cutting strike whose power could be deemed as bloodline limit. Coupled with his cold and decisive personality, such a person, unless faced with overwhelming strength, even Orochimaru could not conceive a strategy to defeat him. Poisoning and ambushing would be a joke under the watchful eye of the Sharingan. If I summon the Great Serpent, could I? Orochimaru was already contemplating using his trump card. Kagamikin, how high is the upper limit of the ninjutsu you use to kill Yakumo? I have no intention of probing into the secrets of her ninjutsu, simply for subsequent mission arrangements. After some contemplation, Uchiha Kagami replied, if the opponent is unprepared, I should be able to kill an elite jonin. Strictly speaking, even the Hokage is merely an elite jonin. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Is it really wise to use such a lethal ability so soon after first encounter? Ninjutsu is developed to be used. What's there to hide, Lord Orochimaru? I advise you not to dwell too much on this ninjutsu. Uchiha Kagami observed Orochimaru with interest, his tone akin to that of a senior educating a junior. By the time you think of a method to guard against this technique, I would have already updated and iterated several times. This is the composure of a genius. Orochimaru felt no offense, quietly ending the topic as he inquired, Minato-kun, why do you think Sunagakure has suddenly intensified its infiltration into the land of fire? Based on known intelligence, they seem to be searching for someone. What kind of person is worth them going to such lengths? It's the 3rd Kazekage. The speaker was not Kagami. He would not be foolish enough to divulge such news. A bloodied silver-haired man lifted the curtain of the command room and suddenly appeared. Brother Tsukumo, Elder Kakashi. Even Orochimaru was taken aback, noticing the numerous wounds on Tsukumo's body. The most severe was on his wrist, where half his hand had been severed. Tsukumo's face was pale, his gaze falling on the stunned Kakashi. Long time no see, Kakashi. Bang. Kakashi could no longer suppress his emotions and lunged into Tsukumo's arms, sobbing silently. Tsukumo's intact hand gently patted Kakashi's back, filled with love. There was also guilt. After all, Kakashi was still just a child, abandoning him like this was truly inexcusable. After their touching father-son reunion, Orochimaru asked the critical question. Brother Tsukumo, what do you mean by the 3rd Kazekage? Suddenly a ninja from the Nara clan burst in without notice, unable to contain the explosive news. He had to tell Orochimaru immediately. Lord Orochimaru, information from Yamanaka. They are looking for the missing 3rd Kazekage. He scanned the room and saw Tsukumo. Orochimaru frowned, pointing at him. Guard the door. Well, don't let anyone in. Brother Tsukumo, please continue. Compared to the information in the minds of those Sunagakure ninjas, Orochimaru was more concerned about the intel Tsukumo could bring. He was also very curious about who could have injured Tsukumo like this. I encountered the Red Sand Scorpion of Sunagakure, who is Kyo's grandson. A genius puppet master, I've heard of him. Skipping the explanation, Tsukumo's next words plunged the room into a deathly silence. He assassinated the 3rd Kazekage and transformed both himself and the Kazekage into human puppets. I fought him, and it was a mutual loss, allowing him to escape. So that's how it is. Kakashi looked at his father's body, covered in wounds, and thought for a moment. Then if we explain this to Sunagakure, they will abandon the war and pursue the Red Sand Scorpion right. In a room, Kakashi was the only one so naive. Orochimaru shook his head. Without the body of the Kazekage puppet, Sunagakure will not believe it. They would only think that not only the Kazekage, but even the Red Sand Scorpion was killed by us. Even if they believed it, it would be useless. Minato's mind was also turning quickly. Chiyo Baba is a smart woman. When she hears this news, she will declare a scheme from Konoha intended to sow discord and disrupt Sunagakure's unity. She would only invest more military power into the war, turning from searching for the 3rd Kazekage to seeking revenge against Konoha. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly and looked at Kakashi. The best way to shift internal conflicts is to turn them into external conflicts. Not only was Kakashi's ninjutsu talent overwhelmed, but he also felt his intelligence had been crushed. Noticing his disappointment, Tsukumo rubbed his head. How to arrange it specifically is your business. I just wanted to inform you of this before I leave. Before leaving. Father, where are you going? Tsukumo sighed and said with a bitter smile, the target of the Red Sand Scorpion is me. As long as I leave the land of fire, he will follow. The main concern is that he fears the Red Sand Scorpion will target Kakashi. Such a person who dares to assassinate the Kazekage and has succeeded is too dangerous. Orochimaru's brow furrowed tightly. There's no need for a trade. In my opinion, Brother Tsukumo is more important than both the 3rd Kazekage and the Red Sand Scorpion combined. I can make arrangements. With your information, I can completely eliminate the effects of your previous departure. To be fair, Orochimaru hopes that Tsukumo will return to Konoha. In their early years, the three of them had received considerable support from Tsukumo on the battlefield. After Tsukumo's departure, Tsunade was so angry that she ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even he and Jiraiya had some criticisms towards the third Hokage. Anyone with understanding could see what had happened back then. Tsukumo shook his head and smiled. No need. I have already grown accustomed to my current life. The feeling of freedom is quite nice. Is that so? Orochimaru did not press the issue and chose to respect Tsukumo's decision. Tsukumo stopped Kakashi's next words, bending down to meet his gaze, smiling gently. Wait until you grow into a ninja who can stand on your own before making your own decisions. He turned to Minato and Kagami. Minato-kun, Kagami-kun, I will trouble you to take care of Kakashi. I feel at ease knowing he can follow you. Sakimo-senpai, I will definitely protect Kakashi well. Minato nodded firmly. Aside from Kushina, Konoha was the most important thing to Minato. He greatly respected this great ninja who had dedicated most of his life to Konoha. Uchiha Kagami turned his gaze to Orochimaru. Now that you have this information, what does Lord Orochimaru plan to do? Orochimaru's long tongue instinctively licked, coldly stating, of course we will take advantage of Tsunade being leaderless and strike them hard. A very wise choice. Uchiha Kagami nodded in satisfaction. If it were those old men in the village, they might have discussed using this news to negotiate peace with Tsunade. Orochimaru completely disregarded the regulations and directly allowed Team Minato to join the attack. After sending off Kakashi Tsukumo, he gathered several elite jonin from the front lines, including a captain. As the overall commander on the front line, Orochimaru played a role akin to that of a military supervisor, and several major decisions could not bypass him. In the meeting, he wasn't wearing a mask, revealing a youthful face that bore some resemblance to the third Hokage in his younger days. After explaining the general situation, Orochimaru began to outline his plan. Currently, the Suna village has dispatched a large number of ninjas to harass the borders of the Land of Fire. Expelling them one by one is too passive. I plan to concentrate our forces and launch a counterattack directly against the Land of Wind, forcing them. After a moment of silence, Narashikaku spoke solemnly. This could indeed force Suna to withdraw from the borders of the Land of Fire. But Lord Orochimaru, if we do this, our border will be left vulnerable, and IWA village will not let such an opportunity slip by. Among the 5 great nations of the ninja world, excluding a few minor countries, the Land of Fire is at the center of the 5. In every ninja world war, it is always assumed that the Land of Fire attacks the other 4. If it were just an invasion from the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire wouldn't be in a panic. With Konoha's strength, they could easily repel the invaders multiple times. However, on the Western Front, where Orochimaru and the others they faced not only Suna, but also IWA from the neighboring Land of Earth. Once Inoki, that old man, discovers a significant influx of Konoha ninjas into the Land of Wind, he will definitely order his IWA ninjas to seize the opportunity to plunder the Land of Fire. Orochimaru turned to Minato. I remember you encountered a Jinchuriki from IWA. How strong. The leaders of each village generally do not appear on the front lines unless it is a large-scale battle. After all, protecting the village is of utmost importance. Therefore, the usual highest combat strength is the Jinchuriki. The most powerful ability of Jinchuriki is the ability to unleash tailed beast bombs, equivalent to cannons from the era of cold weapons. Despite the fact that top-tier powerhouses can toy with tailed beasts like pets, ordinary ninjas, even perfect ninjas like Kakashi Tsukumo, cannot handle them. It is known that only sealing techniques can effectively restrain tailed beasts. The Mangekyo Sharingan can also do this, but not many people are aware of that. Orochimaru nodded. Based on the intelligence I have gathered, Inoki has amassed a large number of troops at the borders of the Land of Earth and Thunder, and he hasn't committed too many forces to the Western Front. He certainly doesn't think that the Land of Thunder is stronger than the Land of Fire. There is only one possibility for his actions. The Jinchuriki have been stationed along the borders of the Land of Earth and Fire. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several people in the meeting changed, filled with apprehension. The fear of tailed beasts had already penetrated the hearts of most ninjas. Minato-kun, can you handle a Jinchuriki by yourself? Minato didn't rush to make a promise. After careful consideration, he replied, holding one off is not a problem, but they usually act together right. The tailed beasts of the Land of Earth are the 4 tails and 5 tails. The last time Minato and Jiraiya encountered them, they were indeed acting together. This is the norm. Who would send their high-end combat forces out solo instead of in groups? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Kagami. I believe Kagami should also be able to hold off one right. I will leave some ninjas to deal with Iwa's ordinary ninjas. The 2 Jinchuriki can be handled by you too. Before Uchiha Kagami could respond, a loud voice erupted. What nonsense are you spouting? Sarutobi Shinji slammed the table and glared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, sending a child to face a Jinchuriki, what are you thinking? Normally Sarutobi Shinji would not participate in tactical discussions, merely observing quietly. However, Orochimaru's statement, this time, was too outrageous, causing him to drop his formalities. He was heavily influenced by his father, the Will of Fire, and he was greatly dissatisfied with the idea of children like Kagami and Kakashi joining the battlefield. In his eyes, Uchiha's children were still children. He had requested the recall of the two several times, but Sarutobi Hizen had not responded. Shinji Kagami is not an ordinary child, Orochimaru said flatly. He killed a scorch-release ninja in his first battle. Such a feat is difficult even for you, isn't it? Regardless, I will not agree to your deployment. I will request Lord Hokage to recall Kagami and Kakashi. He turned to the two, his concern genuine. We are not extinct, yet this war does not require children like you. Asuma often speaks of you. I know you are geniuses far beyond ordinary children, but the cruelty of war is something you cannot comprehend. Please go back, all right? These words even caused Minato to waver, uncertain if he should let these two juniors return to the village. If it weren't for the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami wouldn't want to participate in the war either. He deeply understood the cruelty of war and the preciousness of peace. Better to be a peaceful dog than a person in chaotic times. However, he also understood that peace cannot be achieved through compromise. Only through struggle can true peace be attained. You are a good person, but I do not need your kindness. Uchiha Kagami spoke flatly. I appreciate the concern from Sarutobi Senpai. I am already a ninja, and I will obey Lord Orochimaru's orders. He turned his gaze to Orochimaru. With great power comes great responsibility, and now that the village is in crisis, I hope to arrange for some Uchiha ninjas to join the battlefield. Is that all right? War is a catalyst for the Sharingan, and the higher-ups in Konoha are well aware of this. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, they only want to keep the Uchiha confined to the village, preventing this demonic blade from being stained with blood. Their judgment was correct, or rather it stemmed from the correct judgment of the second Hokage. In the later stages of the Third War, when they had no choice but to let the Uchiha participate in battle, it catalyzed the Mangekyo Sharingan of Fugaku, as well as the Mangekyo of Shursui and Itachi, let alone the Mangekyo that is considered the strongest Kimui. Orochimaru did not know the conditions for awakening the Sharingan, but he keenly sensed that Uchiha Kagami was certainly not as righteous as he appeared, and he definitely had some secrets. What does it matter? Orochimaru didn't care about Konoha's upper echelon schemes. He just wanted to see how far Uchiha Kagami could go. I will report to the Hokage and send Uchiha ninjas to support. He gave Uchiha Kagami a meaningful glance. Later, Kagamikin, you can provide me with a list, and no one understands better than you which Uchiha are more suitable for battle. The two reached an agreement. Orochimaru would help him recruit people, and he would help Orochimaru hold the rear. Even if they couldn't hold it, it didn't matter. Konoha was currently at its peak with the highest number of jonin in history. Even the most pessimistic person would not have thought that this battle would last 10 years, dragging the once prosperous Konoha into a quagmire. It should be said that it was the death of Minato and the departure of the legendary three that almost brought Konoha to collapse, leading to the subsequent incident of Hayashi's death. Orochimaru dared to play this way because he had enough capital, an unknown underground space. An extremely aged man reclined on a stone chair with several tendrils extending behind him, connecting to the depths of an unseen darkness. He possessed a pair of crimson eyes that at a glance resembled those of the legendary Grim Reaper. Long ago his name was more terrifying than that of the Grim Reaper. A legendary ninja renowned in tandem with the god of ninjas. Uchiha Madara. A white entity rose from the ground, breaking the silence. Lord Madara, it's time to fight. It's time to fight. Konoha and Sunagakure have already begun battling at the border, and other ninja villages seem to be stirring as well. After a moment of silence, a hoarse sneer filled with disdain emerged. This is how the ninja world is. Even if we do nothing, people cannot coexist peacefully. Hashirama, the facade of peace you maintained has completely shattered after your death. Oh dear, Lord Madara is starting another conversation across the void with Senju Hashirama. White Zetsu waited obediently for quite a while. How are the tasks I assigned you coming along? White Zetsu took out a piece of paper with several names and intelligence on their backgrounds. As per your instructions, here is the intelligence on Uchiha children aged 5 to 10. The first on the list was the name Uchiha Obito. Awakening the Three-Demo Sharingan at the age of 7, such a genius is unprecedented even in the Warring States period, yet Madara had not heard of him before. But it's nothing extraordinary. Moving quickly is not as important as moving far. Uchiha Madara understood the study of the Sharingan profoundly, recognizing that awakening it early is not necessarily advantageous. Having abilities beyond one's physical capacity from childhood is not a good thing. The more he understood, the more Madara felt that Obito would not awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, or if he did, it would not align with Madara's desires. This little brat is too calm, too mature. Although there are those he cares for. If someone were to harm his grandmother or younger brother based on this little brat's character, he would likely figure out what happened and not let anger cloud his judgment. This would prevent him from becoming what Madara hoped for. Madara carefully examined the list, finally locking his gaze on the name Uchiha Obito. He was well aware of the conditions for awakening the Mangekyo. Aside from the basic requirements, the most crucial factor is immense stimuli. When a member of the Uchiha loses a loved one, they gain power. Such a curse-like condition. Thus, the more passionate an Uchiha is, the stronger the hatred they gain after losing love. You go and keep an eye on this brat named Obito, investigate his background thoroughly. I want to know what he values most. Sai Lord Madara, it's clear that Uchiha Obito is more suited to be your successor. If I didn't know you were still alive, I would think he was your reincarnation with that overflowing talent. Shut up. The true talent of the Uchiha is not merely the three-demo in ninjutsu. Uchiha Obito possesses greater potential than Uchiha Obito. He paused briefly. You should also send a clone to make contact with that Obito. He could be a candidate. White Zetsu's words still stirred something in him. Uchiha Obito could not be his reincarnation, but if reincarnation truly existed, could it be possible? After all, his character is quite similar to Izuna's and his extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Even his appearance resembles that of a young Izuna to some extent. This is where Uchiha Madara's thoughts took a turn. The Uchiha are generally known for their attractiveness, yet Uchiha Obito's charm aligns with that of Izuna, both possessing a refreshing appearance. Even Fugaku, who is considered plain-looking, can still be praised for looking mature and composed. Let it be this way. After giving his instructions, Uchiha Madara slowly closed his eyes. He was already too old, and the injuries he bore were too severe. Had it not been for the outer path golem sustaining him, he would have perished long ago. This sense of helplessness greatly annoyed him. He only hoped to quickly select a backup to restrain Nagato and then go to his death. When he returned once more, it would be during his prime, in the Hokage's conference room. The situation was tense, and Shimura Danzo was very busy, lately working in the shadows of other ninja villages to incite discord among them. Tsunade and Mito Minyen also traveled to the capital of the Land of Fire, urging the daimyo to prepare war resources and not to lag behind. Everyone realized the third great ninja war might be imminent. This was all traceable. After losing the suppression of the first Hokage, every few years each village would recuperate for a while before seeking to redivide the territory. Who could blame them? The Land of Fire possesses the most and the best resources. The Kage of each village is not foolish. If they allow the Land of Fire to develop peacefully, it will once again become dominant in a few decades, just as it was during the time of the first Hokage. No one wants to be subservient. Everyone desires a bite of a fatty territory, like the Land of Fire. The recent developments have thickened the smoke in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat alone, studying the frontline battle reports, constantly emitting secondhand smoke. Should he request the Uchiha clan to head to the front lines? Among the Konoha, Hiruzen held the least bias against the Uchiha. But being less biased does not mean he is without bias. He wanted to wield the Uchiha as a blade, yet feared that the blade would become too sharp and harm him instead. According to Jiraiya, Obito's true nature is not bad, yet he values the Uchiha clan more than the village. This is an inability to escape the narrow mindset of the clan. In Hiruzen's view, this alone disqualifies Obito from accessing high-level power. However, if Orochimaru's proposed plan succeeds, it could indeed end the conflicts with the Wind Country. If they can swiftly subdue the Wind Country and form an alliance, perhaps they can deter the other ninja villages. It might even postpone the Third Great Ninja War. The allure of peace was too great for Hiruzen Sarutobi. After much contemplation, he summoned a ninja. Prepare the ninjas I marked on the list to head to the Western Front. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not follow Orochimaru's list entirely. That bunch were staunch Uchiha radicals. He selected half of them, and then included some moderate Uchiha, including Uchiha Fugaku. Hiruzen had engaged in in-depth discussions with Fugaku. He could see that Fugaku did not want the rift between the village and the Uchiha to widen further and was willing to make some compromises. At dusk, Hiruzen Sarutobi met Uchiha Fugaku privately. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hiruzen got straight to the point. Fugaku, what do you think of Obito? Fugaku paused, slightly looking down as he replied. He is an exceptionally talented ninja, very friendly toward his friends and family. He is an outstanding child. Although he had previously clashed with Uchiha Obito, he would not mention such matters in front of outsiders. Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke, speaking in a low voice. He is only friendly to his clan, right? Hokagesima, raising his hand to signal him to listen, Hiruzen continued. I specifically arranged for Jiraiya to take Obito in because I recognized his talent. But over the past year, it seems that nothing has changed in his attitude. He still isn't close to the other Konoha ninjas. Fugaku broke out in a cold sweat, resorting to the universal formula. Hokagesima, he is just a child. He cannot express himself well. You know, that's not what I want to hear. Since Fugaku's memories began, Hiruzen had been the Hokage. This accumulated power over decades made Fugaku feel as though he was walking on thin ice. This bland tone made him feel like a child being reprimanded by a teacher, unable to respond. Hokagesima, I will definitely change Obito's mindset, and help him build strong bonds with the village's comrades. Hiruzen Sarutobi revealed a smile. Then I will leave it to you, Fugaku. A few days later, 50 Uchiha ninjas, led by Uchiha Fugaku, arrived. With double Tomo in their Sharingan, there are 7 others with 3 Tomo, including Fugaku. This power is sufficient to handle a small-scale battle. Fugaku, you've come. Minato greeted Fugaku with some surprise, and for rare moments a smile appeared on Fugaku's otherwise expressionless face. The two had executed missions together in their early years, forging a deep bond. It was also because of the presence of Namake's Minato that Fugaku felt it was feasible to integrate the Uchiha into the village. However, dozens of Uchiha clan members who followed Fugaku walked straight to stand behind Uchiha Itachi, clearly distinguishing themselves from Fugaku's group. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Fugaku's expression faltered. Clearly, he was the clan leader, and if they wanted to express their stance, they should have waited until they dispersed. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the people behind him, all of whom were teenagers, with only one possessing 3 Tomo. Xuanhua, how's the health of Elder Shunhui? He looked at the only youth in the group with 3 Tomo. Thank you for your concern, and my father's health is fine. Xuanhua is the son of Shunhui and shares the same ideology as his father. He showed a subordinate-like respect towards the designated heir of Shunhui, Uchiha Itachi. Like his father, he firmly believed that Uchiha Itachi could lead the Uchiha to greatness. In recent years, the Uchiha have shown obvious signs of division, but Fugaku advocated for integration into the village, and as the clan leader, he should have been able to guide his people. However, Uchiha Itachi's talent is evident, and it can even be said that he has already realized his potential, his strength not weaker than that of Fugaku, the clan leader. The dissatisfied Uchiha found a backbone in Itachi and naturally would not follow the crowd, standing firmly on Itachi's side. This was also the most troubling aspect for Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have even arranged for my disciples to be your teachers. Why can't you open your heart to the village? What exactly are you still unsatisfied with? Fugaku couldn't understand either. The third Hokage had released such an obvious signal, and as long as Itachi behaved, even if he pretended, he could at least appear approachable. Thus, the position of Hokage was not impossible. Itachi could not explain. It was a matter of weight. No matter how much the Uchiha did in the eyes of the third Hokage and others, they remained a naturally evil clan that needed to be guarded against. How could the Uchiha compare to the teachings of the second Hokage? He did not want to explain. Fugaku's arrival had already indicated his choice to side with the Hokage, aligning with Itachi's original expectations. Then there's no need to give this clan leader face. According to Lord Orochimaru's orders, all Uchiha ninjas must follow my commands. Is that all right, Fugaku? Clan leader. Fugaku's face darkened as he glanced at Minato, who wore a wry smile, and he nodded while suppressing his anger. Of course, on the battlefield, every ninja must obey orders. He emphasized the word orders. Since Itachi had challenged him, he couldn't be blamed for tearing off the mask. He took out a scroll from his pocket and said in a deep voice, "Then according to the orders of the Hokage Uchiha, Itachi, you must obey my commands." Uchiha Itachi was not surprised and chuckled softly. Sorry, when outside one does not heed the command of the ruler. I do not recognize clan leader Fugaku's command ability. In the face of unforeseen situations, I will rely on my own judgment. Just a moment ago, he was talking about following Orochimaru's orders, but now, invoking the Hokage, you suddenly won't accept it. Watching the two stubbornly refuse to back down, Minato felt troubled. He understood the situation of the Uchiha clan and the inclination of the village's upper echelons, and the tangled relationships involved were not something he could clarify at this moment. To avoid escalating the conflict, Minato stepped in to mediate. We are all comrades of Konoha. The specifics of our actions should depend on the battlefield circumstances. Our main task is to defend the border. At least that goal is the same. A day before, upon learning that the Uchiha were about to arrive, Orochimaru had led his men toward the Land of Wind. Speed is of the essence in warfare. He wanted to catch Chiyo off guard. The highest command of the front line is actually Sarutobi Shinji. However, seeing these Uchiha, he wisely refrained from interjecting. Most Uchiha look down on foreign ninjas equally, and it is a consensus that they are difficult to deal with. His status as the Hokage-san holds little weight. Few people can earn the respect of the Uchiha, but fortunately Minato is one of them. Both Uchiha Itachi and Fugaku are willing to give Minato some face. Inside the makeshift camp on the front lines, Minato unfolded a map and pointed to a location. I observed the terrain. This place is a necessary passage for a Wagakure to march on a large scale. He pointed to a location in the northwest direction of the Land of Grass. There is a famous bridge there, which would become even more renowned in the coming years. The Canopy Bridge. As long as we station ourselves here, we can block any potential surprise attacks from the Wagakure's main force. I will leave a flying thunder god mark on the border of the Land of Fire. If a few strong individuals come from other routes, I can bring people to intercept them in time. With the flying thunder god technique, formulating many strategies becomes simpler. Currently, Iwagakure has not yet attacked Konoha, and both sides have only a few ninjas wandering in the Land of Grass. Even Minato has not considered the intentions of the Land of Grass. For small countries like theirs, their existence serves as a strategic buffer zone for the great nations. Why not just blow up the bridge? Uchiha Itachi suggested, after all, even if the original historical trajectory were followed, this bridge would eventually be destroyed. Minato smiled wryly. This is an important transportation hub. We haven't declared war on Iwagakure yet, so how can we do such a thing? Actively blowing up the Kanobi Bridge could be regarded as Konoha declaring war on Iwagakure. Since the First Shinobi World War, Konoha has never proactively declared war on another ninja village. Uchiha Itachi just mentioned it casually, knowing that such actions were unreasonable. He suddenly thought of another matter. When the battle at the Kanobi Bridge occurred, Uchiha Madara should have been in the Land of Grass. So would he be there now? It's very likely. After all, moving such a large piece of furniture as the outer path golem isn't easy. However, it's just a guess. The information Uchiha Itachi has is too chaotic, and there are many bugs in the timeline, so it can only serve as a reference. Uchiha Itachi is not worried about encountering Uchiha Madara. On one hand, Madara is old and frail, likely not possessing much power, and the Rinnegan is being nurtured in Nagato. On the other hand, throughout history, Uchiha Madara has never killed a single member of the Uchiha clan. Even during the final battle, he gave Sasuke a chance to surrender. It was Sasuke's foolishness in claiming that Madara was a relic of the old era, charging at him with a knife to his chest, resulting in a near-death experience. Madara looks down on the Uchiha clan, but would not eradicate his own kin. That does not align with his temperament. If it weren't for the existence of Kureizetsu, Uchiha Itachi would even want to explain the situation to Uchiha Madara and invite the old ancestor to come out of retirement. After discussions, Namikaze, Minato, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku led 5 Jonin-level combatants to guard the Kanobi Bridge. Sarutobi, Shinji, and other ninjas scattered along the border near the Land of Earth as a precaution. Upon starting their mission, they encountered a few Iwagakure and Kusagakure ninjas. Since there was no war, after a brief negotiation, they passed through the Land of Grass under the guise of a mission. In a small country like the Land of Grass, it's not unusual for any ninja village to appear. Minato's team had disguised themselves, and a small team of 8 did not draw much attention. Everything was calm, but it was only temporary. Once news spread that Orochimaru's forces had engaged in battle in the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth would definitely take action. Perhaps then, a storm is approaching. 30 kilometers ahead, a team of rock-hidden ninjas is rapidly approaching, among which at least 3 possess chakra levels, reaching the Jonin stage, with around 30 others at the Chunin level. On the bridge of Kemui, Minato Namikaze pressed his finger against the ground, closing his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Chakra Sensing Technique. The Flying Thunder God technique is extremely complex, and its learning difficulty far exceeds that of ordinary strength ninjutsu. On the bridge of Kemui, Minato Namikaze pressed his finger against the ground, closing his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Chakra Sensing Technique. The Flying Thunder God technique is extremely complex, and its learning difficulty far exceeds. The prerequisite for learning the Flying Thunder God technique is a powerful sensing ability. Minato does not have the authority to teach the Flying Thunder God technique, but he did teach Uchiha Kagami the chakra sensing technique. Uchiha Kagami's current sensing limit is 10 kilometers, far inferior to Minato Namikaze. This is a matter of talent. It seems that Lord Orochimaru's attack on the Wind Country news has already spread. Minato's expression grew serious. I wonder how the situation is on his side. Don't worry, Minato, Lord Orochimaru can handle it. A masked man wearing sunglasses in the team said. In addition to Minato, Kagami, and Fugaku, there are also 4 Jonin from Konoha, along with a Genin with a 3-Demo Sharingan Genka. They are Yamanaka, Shika, Akimichi, Choza, and Nara Shuriken, and Yamashiro Aichi. Nara Shikaku is the commander on the Eastern Front, otherwise they would have gathered the contemporary pig deer butterfly. It can be said that everyone present except for Genka has a deep relationship with Minato, and they actively joined this dangerous operation. This is just the beginning of the Third War, and most of the village's backbone has been charmed by Minato. It would be miraculous if Orochimaru's Jonin could win the trust vote. With just 30 kilometers left, they will appear soon. How should we respond? Fugaku crossed his arms and spoke solemnly. Should we negotiate? Nara Shuriken began, as he had handled all interactions with ninjas along the way. He is a bit less clever than Nara Shikaku. His specialty is diplomatic skills. Minato frowned slightly and looked at Uchiha Kagami. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding, exchanging smiles. Then I'll leave it to you, Kagami. Oh, Uchiha Kagami dashed out with a shumpa, his voice coming back. Genka, keep up. Understood. Seeing the two rushing out, Fugaku looked at Minato in confusion. Did you give any instructions just now, eh? This 8-person team does not have a clear leader, but everyone has defaulted to Minato's leadership. Only he can connect everyone. Minato's eyes were no longer gentle, but had a hint of coldness. At this time, such a rock-hidden team can only be their probing vanguard for the Konoha battlefield. They must be eliminated, or perhaps it can buy me a little more time. After a moment of hesitation, Akimichi Choza still asked, they might also be on other missions, right? Even if that's the case. Minato replied indifferently that it cannot be allowed to pass. The defense on the Western Front is indeed sparse. This is a fact, and we cannot let them confirm this information. At the very least, the main battlefield must be here. We cannot let it be in the Fire Country. Unlike when they usually perform missions together, Minato was a bit more emotionally involved back then. But now is war. The Sand Hidden has already declared war on Konoha. Orochimaru, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Minato all have the same goal. That is to quickly end the war in the Wind Country to prepare for the subsequent battles. Unlike the third Hokage's wishful thinking of delaying the ninja war, Minato and Jiraiya wander the ninja world on missions already knowing that this great war was inevitable. Then let's fight in other places as much as possible. Other countries being harmed is much better than the Fire Country suffering. Minato is a kind and friendly person to ordinary villagers, but no one from outside the village would say he is a good person. Tightly gripping his specially made kunai, Minato instructed, Kagami has my flying thunder god kunai on him. He will lead the charge while we prepare to support. Shika, Shuriken, Choza, Fugaku, each of you pick a direction and form an encirclement. We must not let any of them escape. Do you understand? Understood. The five quickly dispersed, but why is Kagami leading the charge? Not just Fugaku, even Shika and the others did not understand. Minato did not explain. They will find out soon enough. As Uchiha Kagami rushed forward, he quickly formed seals with both hands, gathering chakra, and Genka was also forming seals. During the 2 years at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Kagami trained alongside Genka, who was often present. The two share considerable tacit understanding, and it was during that time that Genka was completely convinced by Kagami. Minato did not explain. They will find out soon enough. As Uchiha Kagami rushed forward, he quickly formed seals with both hands, gathering chakra, and Genka was also forming seals. Closer, a bit closer, until figures appeared in his line of sight. Uchiha Kagami slammed his hands onto the ground. Doton Yuminuma. The distance is still nearly a kilometer. That team of people does not have Sharingan, so they cannot see Uchiha Kagami and Genka. The suddenly appearing Yominuma caught them off guard. The ground suddenly turned into a quagmire, and except for a few who jumped up in alarm, dozens were ensnared by the swamp, slowly sinking down. What technique is this? Yominuma. Such a large area. Could it be Jiraiya? Surely it can't be Hiruzen Sarutobi. Some powerful techniques have distinct personal signatures. For example, a white-haired man using chakra knives would instinctively remind people of White Fang. Although the Rock-Hidden specialize in Doton, their large-scale Doton techniques are basically just style-changing techniques that alter the shape of the earth. Techniques that change the properties of a land belong to the true traditions of Konoha. The second Hokage's techniques were sealed away, and Konoha's ninjutsu is complete with various attributes and characteristics thanks to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage, who can skillfully combine 5 different attributes of ninjutsu, enjoys the title of Professor of Ninjutsu and is not someone to be trifled with. Hiruzen Sarutobi can be said to be the limit that a non-bloodline ninja can reach without any weaknesses. Even in his 50s, he could defeat the youthful Orochimaru. If he hadn't softened his heart at the last moment, Orochimaru would have never been able to defect. Calm down. Don't struggle violently. I will save you. Oishi Iwaguchi, be on guard. A Jonin formed seals and constructed a large stone above the swamp as a foothold, beginning to rescue teammates one by one. Doton Chimoseki no Hota. Boom! Thick earth walls rose from all sides of the massive swamp. Oishi, break it. Okay. A burly rock-hidden ninja covered in stone shattered one of the earthen walls with a punch. Boom! Earth and stone exploded, clouds of dust rising. Amidst the smoke, Oishi saw 2 eerie red gleams. How unfortunate you had a 1 in 4 chance of running into me. Uchiha Kagami smirked slightly. Huff. Genka leaped up, and the chakra he had amassed surged forth through his throat. Gaton Gaki no Jutsu. The flames surged like a tide, scorching the air. Doton Tsuchi no Hota. In the realm of Doton, the rock-hidden are the experts. Just having shattered an earthen wall, Oishi quickly constructed another, focusing on tearing down and rebuilding. Fire and earth have no inherent relationship of mutual restraint. Genka's Gokakyu no Jutsu is powerful, but not enough to break through the earthen wall of a similarly ranked ninja. At that moment, the originally blazing space suddenly fell to chill. Feeling an extremely cold aura beside him, Genka's heart burned. This is it. Such purity, such profound darkness. This is the man I have chosen. Uchiha Kagami's right hand rested on his left hand, extending forward as if holding a gun. This does not belong to one of the 12 seal techniques. What is this? You little brat, even the 10 shadows technique has been stolen. A massive shadow began to coalesce in front of Uchiha Kagami, forming several pure black wolves. Each black wolf was the size of a calf, rapidly splitting until there were dozens. The wolf pack radiated an ominous aura. In their pupils, there were unmistakably crimson Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami gritted his teeth, clenching his hands, a bloodthirsty, excited smile on his face. Go tear flesh and blood apart. Release shurikens, fiendish wolves. The wolf pack surged like a roaring black storm, shaking the earth, and the scent of blood filled the air. The wolf pack, bathed in flames, shattered the earthen walls. Like black clouds pressing down on a city, the earthen walls shattered, the scorching flames drying up the swamp. The ninjas still trapped in a mire had no time to escape. Most used ninjutsu to protect themselves, while a few in panic were scorched into charred corpses by the flames. Those ninjas who successfully resisted the flames had not yet caught their breath when their well-practiced earth release was shattered by the dark claws. Facing the black wolves that lunged closer, they could only raise their kunai in defense. But the black wolf pierced directly through their bodies. Dimly visible within the ferocious wolf's mouth, the claws glimmered with a faint blue light. That seemed to be a soul. Bastard. Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking us? Damn it. What kind of monster is this? The leading jonin quickly analyzed the key points of the technique and shouted, Don't. These wolves are not very fast. We can completely evade them. Don't confront them directly. Halfway through I don't want to confront them, he didn't either. You need to come save me. Uchiha Kagami naturally knew the flaws of his own technique. This release had a capability similar to Kamui, allowing it to penetrate flesh and directly tear at the soul. Such a terrifying ability also had its obvious flaws. That is, its movement speed was very slow. A normal chunin could engage in guerrilla tactics to exhaust Uchiha Kagami's chakra. So there was a corresponding plan: first limit the enemy's movements. It referenced the famous strategy of using a cage combined with fire. Additionally, they employed a tactic of surrounding and attacking reinforcements. Uchiha Kagami deliberately controlled the wolf pack to leave the lives of 7 or 8 ninjas, with several wolves surrounding one, waiting for their jonin to come to rescue. Among normal ninjas, there still existed deep bonds of friendship. After all, they were from the same village, having grown up together and learned together. Those who could come out and execute missions together were basically in a master-apprentice or close friend relationship. The 3 jonin had the ability to escape alone, but facing a partner who seemed as if there was still hope, it was impossible for them to retreat. Bastard, what evil technique are you using? Dashi glared with wide eyes, staring intensely at Uchiha Kagami, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Don't you have any new insults? Is this all you've got? Uchiha Kagami kept 5 black wolves circling around him, preventing them from making any reckless moves. Besides, our attire and eyes are so obvious, yet you're still asking me who I am. You blockhead, is your brain made of stone? Upon hearing this, Dashi carefully looked at the eyes of Uchiha Kagami and his companion. No, that's the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Don't look directly at those eyes. The heart-wrenching warning came too late. A black wolf dashed through him, tearing out a faint blue spiritual body. No. The female jonin among the 3 let out a mournful cry, frantically extracting chakra. Earth release, cracking earth palm. She slammed her palm onto the ground, the roar echoing as a massive fissure spread towards Uchiha Kagami and his companion. Crack! Uchiha Kagami bit his fingertip, quickly forming seals. With a loud bang, a giant eagle took flight, carrying the 2 as it soared in the air. There were not many ninjas in the ninja world with flying capabilities, at least not among those below. The nearly 100-meter-high distance had exceeded their jutsu's attack range, and the earth-loving Iwagakure could do nothing against the eagle in the sky. Of course, the 3rd Tsuchikage was an exception. On the back of the eagle, Uchiha Kagami appeared somewhat dispirited. The 2 large-scale ninjutsu he had used earlier nearly consumed the chakra of an adult Kakashi. The consumption of release pursuing Sun's fierce wolf was about 4 or 5 chakra units. This was just the structural cost, and maintaining it would also drain spiritual energy. Fortunately, it was release where spiritual energy accounted for the majority. If it were normal chakra attributes, Uchiha Kagami would not be able to withstand it now. This release could only be described as an experiment. Uchiha Kagami needed to quickly familiarize himself with his abilities and apply them to the battlefield before the intensity of the war escalated. Training and killing are 2 different matters. He knew he would have to face the 3rd Hokage, the Nine-Tails Pain, and even those monsters that would appear later. This war was crucial. He needed to transform himself to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan in the best possible state and tame the cursed spirit. Only then would it be possible to lead the Uchiha clan to survive in this chaotic world. Swish, swish, swish. The group of Minato who initially planned to encircle saw the scene in the center and all appeared. What kind of technique is this? It resembles our shadow secret technique, also a release. But the intensity is far stronger than the shadows. No wonder it is the Sharingan. That is Iwagakure's Jonin Dashi. Ew, I have seen him before. I didn't expect him to be killed by Kagami. A large-scale Earth release, and such a strange in-release ninjutsu. Fugaku recalled last year's battle. This guy should excel in that slashing secret technique. The Uchiha are a clan of geniuses. Fugaku became the clan leader because he was the top among his peers, having extraordinary talent. But looking at the still somewhat juvenile Uchiha Kagami, he felt his own mediocrity. He was not afraid of Uchiha Kagami's jutsu power. To put it bluntly, if he were to go all out against Uchiha Kagami, it would be uncertain who would win or lose. What he feared was the talent exhibited by Uchiha Kagami. He could quickly learn any ninjutsu and had developed several secret techniques that belonged to himself. Once he awakens that legendary pair of eyes, what qualification do I have to be the leader of the Uchiha? It is a leaf ninja. Why did the leaf attack us? This is the border of the land of Earth. Are you declaring war by doing this? The leader tried hard to remain calm, surveying the area. Some things lose their meaning if said too clearly. Uchiha Kagami spoke indifferently. Don't pretend to be confused. That old man, Inoki, sent you to scout the situation at the border of the land of fire, didn't he? You dare to call Tsuchikage-sama that? The leading jonin was instantly enraged, his face somewhat twisted. Shameless Uchiha. Your despicable ambush will surely be known to Tsuchikage-sama. Your clan will all bear the wrath of Tsuchikage-sama. Uchiha Kagami laughed. Didn't your Tsuchikage tell you that he and his master were beaten by members of my Uchiha clan? If it weren't for Uchiha Madara's kindness, that old man would have died long ago. Madara. Kind. The leaf members familiar with this name found it hard to understand this statement. Damn it. Bastard. The furious leader Jonin leaped up, charging toward Uchiha Kagami. Like Icarus, trying to touch the impossible. Uchiha Kagami smirked, revealing a mocking smile. Riding the giant eagle beneath him, he dove towards another direction, the two narrowly missing each other. In midair, the leading jonin realized it was too late to turn around. Uchiha Kagami's eyes fixed on a spot. The ground there had a special bulge, as if a mole was burrowing underground. At the moment the leaf members appeared, the leading jonin realized he could not save his trap partner and signaled another female jonin. I will hold them off, you escape. Very well. Wave Wind Minato murmured with a smile. He also noticed the escaping jonin and did not rush to take action, wanting to see Uchiha Kagami's performance. Prioritizing the pursuit of the escapee, the stronger enemies could be left to the seniors. This was a correct judgment. Uchiha Kagami leaped down from the giant eagle, predicting the route of the Earth release's stealth. Taking a deep breath, clenching his fists, focusing all his attention, finding the spatial distortion generated within 0.00001 seconds of physical impact and chakra shock. The spinning tomo of the Sharingan nearly drew blood. Crack, 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 the harsh sound echoed. Uchiha Kagami's right fist extended to its limit, his waist twisting to a degree that seemed unnatural. The air vibrated. Space was twisting. In the astonished gazes of everyone, a black-red lightning illuminated at the tip of his fist. Black flash? Cursed energy stems from the negative emotions of the caster, such as fear, anger, and sadness. It is a form of spiritual energy that can be controlled and utilized in specific ways. The origin of chakra is the divine tree, but not all chakra belongs to it. The divine tree is merely a seed. It is a type of energy produced by the perfect fusion of various components controlled by the human body, akin to chi. This energy can accomplish almost anything, with tailed beasts being a representative product. It creates form from nothing and grants life. Black Flash, the most straightforward manifestation, is a normal attack that results in a critical hit. In truth, it is a technique that requires a profound understanding of one's own power. Luck is not the key to its execution. Rather, it hinges on the comprehension of the core of energy. The ninja world also has similar methods to enhance chakra power, namely Sage Mode. Sage Mode not only possesses danger perception and wide-range attack capabilities, but also allows one to utilize the natural energy around them as part of their body for attacks. One's ninjutsu and physical techniques are enhanced several-fold, and the development of ninjutsu is greatly strengthened. For instance, Naruto could not have thrown a Raisin Shuriken before mastering Sage Mode. In comparison to the all-encompassing enhancement of Sage Mode, Uchiha Kagami's understanding of Black Flash lacks comprehensiveness. The similarity between the two lies in the harnessing of the energy that exists in nature. Uchiha Kagami poured all of it into his attack power. The relentless black thunder descended with his movements. This was a destruction of space. Boom! The blazing sun hung overhead. At the moment the black-red lightning erupted, the sunlight was tinged with a sense of death. The overwhelming power turned all obstacles to dust. Bang! The explosive sound made the surrounding ninjas instinctively cover their ears, their faces contorted in pain. The mere aftermath of the explosion was comparable to a wide-range wind release. As the smoke cleared after the earth-shattering blast, it resembled the terrifying destructive power of a firearm, creating a bottomless abyss in the ground. The diameter of the large hole was over 10 meters, making it hard to imagine that this was created by a human fist. Small black red lightning still danced at the edge of the pit. As for the target, the rock village jonin, he was long gone, reduced to bones. Silence. A profound silence. In the face of such a scene, there were indeed a few present who were not strangers to it. These individuals shared a commonality. They had witnessed the explosion of a tailed beast ball with their own eyes. Perhaps the range was not as extensive as a tailed beast ball, but the sense of fatality at that moment. Without a doubt, it was the kind of terrifying power of that level. A black flash executed with cursed energy cannot possibly possess such power. Sukuna's voice was deep, devoid of emotion. I believe that chakra is indeed a higher form of energy than cursed energy. Uchiha Kagami, you possess special talent and an insatiable thirst for power that disregards everything else. Such a person like you is rare in my 1,000-year existence. If you could abandon the trivial will of your clan, you would reach a remarkably high realm. Attain true freedom. This was the first time Sukuna referred to Uchiha Kagami by name. Uchiha Kagami looked at his cracked arm, exuding a scent of burning flesh. Half of his body felt almost numb, devoid of any pain. His body could not support such power. What is true freedom? Uchiha Kagami questioned Sukuna and answered himself. Like you who self-proclaims to be a true free person, yet is obsessed with whether others respect you. Indifferent to the lives and deaths of others, continuously killing, attempting to find joy. I do not wish to persuade you towards good Sukuna. Rather, your meaningless slaughter bores me. True freedom is not about doing whatever one wants, but rather not doing what one does not want. My clan is not my weakness, but the belief that strengthens me. The Uchiha should be the strongest. Sukuna, with your shackles, what qualification do you have to discuss freedom with me? It is truly pathetic for someone who cannot even dance. Just at that moment, with a mere thought, Uchiha Kagami confined the formidable Sukuna into a dark space before he could even retort. Whoosh! The powerless Uchiha Kagami awaited the giant eagle to swoop in and catch him, but someone was faster than it. What a mess, Kagami. Bluffing Watergate picked up Uchiha Kagami and landed on the ground. He looked at him with a hint of reproach. You could defeat her without using that technique. I want to defeat more than just her. Because I have you backing me up, I dared to attempt this technique. This adventure was indeed worthwhile. Black Flash is like a formula, or once the first use is mastered, it will eventually be fully comprehended. Bluffing Watergate let out a bitter smile as he glanced at his teammates who had begun to encircle the Rock Village ninjas. Being at a significant disadvantage in strength, the Rock Village ninjas had lost their fighting spirit due to the previous shock. There was no suspense in this battle. Does this technique have a name? Black Flash. The name is just too ordinary considering the Mirror Flower Water Moon is acceptable. Watergate, you don't have to play the clown to maintain your character. Haha, just joking, Bluffing Watergate chuckled. In reality, he still cared a bit. Let me take you for treatment, the others can handle it. Uchiha Kagami nodded. By the way, let me down and I can at least walk by myself. He was not Kushina and did not enjoy Watergate's embrace, feeling rather uncomfortable. With Bluffing Watergate as a battlefield transporter, he was not worried about being injured and exposed on the battlefield. He wanted to make the most of the Flying Thunder God technique before he got too busy using it a few more times to level up his experience. In just a few minutes, Fugaku and others resolved the enemies, looking at Uchiha Kagami with complex expressions. As expected of your disciple, another incomprehensible super genius. In just a few minutes, Fugaku and others resolved the enemies, looking at Uchiha Kagami with complex expressions. As expected of your disciple, a punch producing effects comparable to a tailed beast ball. Is this still human? Uncle Akimichi, you should say that Watergate is indeed my senior. Uchiha Kagami successfully executed the chakra version of Black Flash, feeling good, and joked. Akimichi Dingzai grimaced. You are Watergate's disciple. You should call me Big Brother. Moreover, I'm only 8 or 9 years older than you. Alright, I'll take Kagami back for treatment and bring back the corpses of these Rock Village ninjas. Uchiha Kagami successfully executed the chakra version of Black Flash, feeling good, and joked. Akimichi Dingzai grimaced. Uchiha Kagami scoffed. You should say that to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku felt a bit awkward. He was the one who had just taken down the last Rock Village jonin. Uchiha Kagami scoffed. You should say that to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku felt a bit awkward. He was the one who had just taken down the last Rock Village jonin. He was spurred by Uchiha Kagami to showcase his strength as the Uchiha clan leader, completely failing to realize that given the earlier situation, capturing them alive was possible. Watergate did not continue, or in fact his words were meant for Fugaku, but it was easier to say certain things to his own disciple Uchiha Kagami. Utilization of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yellow flashes dashed across the battlefield. The war in the Land of Wind did not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. The Leaf Ninjas were indeed stronger than the Sand Shinobi, but the desert environment was more favorable for the Sand Ninjas to exert their strengths. Especially a young man named Luo Sha who used magnet release to suppress a small squad of 3 jonin. He possessed the ability to control the rampaging Shikaku in the desert. Orochimaru failed to classify him as a high-level combat force, resulting in a stalemate in the battle. The desert was littered with bloodstains, as well as countless shattered puppets and broken weapons. Orochimaru, you are not even qualified to attempt to kill me, Chiyo said as she controlled a group of 10 puppets, severing a brown snake. Amidst the broken snake body, Orochimaru appeared with a dark expression. According to the estimated combat strength, if he could hold Chiyo back, the Leaf Ninjas would swiftly conquer the Land of Wind, leaving the Sand Shinobi in disarray. However, his gaze turned to Luo Sha, who was stirring up a sandstorm not far away. Such a strategic-level magnet release had a tremendous effect on a large-scale battlefield, especially in his home ground. Another magnet release ninja. Chiyo scoffed. Little snake, since you dare to attack the Land of Wind, it seems you know something, don't you? Or perhaps you were saying that it was your leaf that harmed the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage had been missing for over 3 months. Not to mention a village leader, even a low-ranking ninja, would be declared dead after a month of disappearance. Chiyo had long given up on searching for the third Kazekage, and the reason for continuing the fight against the Leaf was to select the fourth Kazekage amidst the war. Orochimaru licked his lips with a chilling smile. Old lady, according to the information we obtained, it was your grandson who killed the third Kazekage. Scorpion. Chiyo's pupils constricted sharply, and her control over the chakra threads wavered momentarily. At her level as a top-notch puppeteer, she should not make such a low-level mistake. Swish! Orochimaru did not miss the opportunity, shooting a white arc from his mouth, severing one of Chiyo's hands. Boom! The puppets that lost control crashed to the ground. Lady Chiyo. Grandma Chiyo. Protect Lady Chiyo. Retreat. Protect Lady Chiyo and retreat. As Chiyo was injured, countless sand shinobi fought desperately to stop Orochimaru's continued advance. Allowing this elder to preside over the situation was already a sign of incompetence for the sand shinobi if they let her die on the battlefield. They would truly have no face to call themselves ninjas. The fearless sand shinobi posed a significant obstacle to Orochimaru. Even Luo Sha abandoned his battlefield to push forward here. After fighting with the old lady Chiyo for so long, Orochimaru was greatly drained, and being surrounded would be quite dangerous. Ultimately, the battle ended with a retreat by the Sand Shinobi. Unfortunately, the Leaf Ninjas also lacked the strength to advance, with many ninjas having fallen victim to the Sand Shinobi's poison. Tsunade. Orochimaru frowned. If Tsunade were here, the two could definitely kill Chiyo, and he wouldn't have to divide his attention to deal with her poison. Just thinking about Tsunade's issues. This blood-stained battlefield. If she were here, it would be good enough if she didn't hinder them. Orochimaru looked at the aftermath before him, feeling somewhat regretful. He had underestimated the Sand Shinobi. Even a broken ship still has 3 nails, not to mention being one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Luo Sha's appearance prevented the Leaf from achieving significant victories. What Orochimaru desired was far from this small triumph. He was well aware of what a defeat in this war would mean for the Leaf, and knew he must find a way to turn the tide. Orochimaru decided to infiltrate the Sand Village personally to gather more information regarding Chiyo and Luo Sha, and he also planned to spread the news about Scorpion's assassination of the third Kazekage. Such matters would be of no use if only the higher-ups of the Sand knew. What was needed was for the lower-ranking ninjas to be aware. This tactic he learned from Danzo. If given the chance, he wanted to assassinate that magnet-release ninja. After organizing the battlefield under the cover of night, Orochimaru quietly left, heading towards the Sand Village. Meanwhile, at another battlefield on the western front of the Leaf, on the Kaminaraman Bridge, there were scattered limbs and severed bodies. Fugaku, skilled in Jinjutsu, was currently interrogating 2 rock shinobi for information. Uchiha Kagami wiped the blood off his sleeve. Swordsmanship was part of the Uchiha-style ninja body technique, but it mainly relied on the insight of the Sharingan. As long as he seized the enemy's flaws, a short blade was more convenient for killing than a long one. It also suited his slashing techniques. Minato noticed his desire to train, and left most of the following waves of rock shinobi for him to handle. The Uchiha only progressed fastest in real combat. Both his sense of timing and combat intelligence showed significant improvement. It seems the rock shinobi have confirmed the intelligence regarding the vulnerability of the Fire Country. Fugaku approached the group and said solemnly, according to the intelligence they know, Anoki has ordered the Jinchuriki to set out, and the destination is here. Jinchuriki. This was a term that carried immense pressure at all times. Minato smiled gently. Eventually they will come. Isn't that the purpose of our defense here? Everyone's gaze turned to Uchiha Kagami. Fugaku had already learned the contents of Orochimaru's pre-battle meeting. According to his statement, Minato would hold 1 Jinchuriki, and if a second appeared, they would leave it to Uchiha Kagami. Despite Kagami's outstanding performance in recent days, no one believed he could contend with a Jinchuriki. That terrifying black flash was as powerful as a tailed beast bomb, but after using it once, Uchiha Kagami lost the capability to continue fighting. Facing their silent inquiries, Uchiha Kagami sheathed his blade, and said lightly, "I hope it's the four tails. I am quite interested in it." Among the tailed beasts aside from the versatile Kurama, the four tails had the highest compatibility with Uchiha Kagami. His most frequently used ninjutsu were fire and earth, which provided the foundational conditions for developing lava release. Developing in release was the most valuable, and slashing techniques could be considered an embodiment of in release. Lava release was powerful, but he didn't have much energy to develop it. The four tails would be a shortcut. The nine-tailed beasts were the guardians left to the ninja world by the sage of six paths, each possessing immense abilities. The correct Jinchuriki could use the abilities of the tailed beasts after reconciliation, achieving an effect greater than the sum of its parts. The chakra of the nine tails that Uchiha Kagami absorbed helped him develop in-release Daybreak, Demonic Wolf. If he could obtain the chakra of the four tails, it would greatly benefit the development of lava release. Just as he was thinking this, a wave of heat surged as if a volcano was erupting nearby. "You leaf bastards, what have you done to my comrades?" A roar grew louder, and a crimson figure became vaguely visible, igniting fierce flames wherever it passed. "Get ready for battle. It's the four tails you were hoping for, Kagami." Minato could not constantly activate chakra perception, and he was not overly alarmed by the newly appeared enemy. Compared to the previous encounters with the four tails and five tails, the nine tails was far more terrifying. Minato even felt that these two Jinchuriki were on a completely different level from Kushina. Back then he said that to contend with them, they needed the nine tails Jinchuriki. Oh, what a boastful statement. Uchiha Kagami activated his Sharingan again and swiftly gathered chakra to form hand seals. He did not have the bad habit of waiting for the enemy to engage before starting a fight. He didn't think this was a turn-based. Zing, zing, zing. The harsh sound of cutting resonated, drawing attention, especially Fugaku, who recalled unpleasant memories. The azure blade spun around Uchiha Kagami, growing increasingly faster, resembling a storm. The storm's radius expanded, shattering the corpses of the rock shinobi on the ground and staining the azure blade flow with a hint of blood. The four tails Jinchuriki was also surging with magma, immediately entering full offensive mode. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. Several lava balls the size of grinding discs surged forward, radiating terrifying heat. Uchiha Kagami extended two fingers to guide the attack. Slash release, thousand blade flowing scene. A continuous torrent of sword blades surged like a mighty dragon, obliterating several molten fireballs. Where the torrent passed, the earth was plowed into a deep chasm. The force of the blade flow did not diminish, trapping the crimson figure within the storm. Within a radius of several hundred meters, soil and stone were reduced to powder, and colossal trees turned to ashes. What? What is this? The first-time witnesses of such a technique, Jirhui and the others could not help but exclaim. Wind escape. No, it doesn't feel like wind escape chakra. Such a technique must be a forbidden art. How many trump cards does he have left? He's simply a monster. Fuyue stared wide-eyed, trying to grasp the principles behind this technique. This is a special secret technique of the mirror called /escape. It shouldn't be classified as a bloodline limit. The strong winds made Minato's voice somewhat unclear, but all present were jonin with keen hearing. This is an ultra-high frequency / created by mental energy. As far as mental energy goes, to my knowledge, only one creature might be comparable to the mirror. The creature he referred to was not human. A pure mental / Nara Shijaka, being a user of in release, could hardly imagine this. Could it be a modified version of spirit transformation? Should we protect the mirror's body? Although I feel he doesn't need it. Minato pressed his fingers against the ground and continued. This aura is the five tails approaching with a team. Chuanhua Jirhui, stay and assist the mirror. The rest of you come with me to intercept them. Understood. In the midst of the sword blade storm, Old Purple felt utterly distressed. At this moment his appearance was anything but human. His skin was like molten lava, and a massive tail trailed behind him, resembling the so-called lava demon. This was the lava escape chakra mode he had developed. Lava escape was the signature ability of the four tails. After years of training, he had also mastered this bloodline limit, allowing him to attain such a form. In this form, both his attack and defense were greatly enhanced. In terms of strength, he was even more formidable than the five tails Han. Among the team of Awagakure he had killed one was his nephew. He was the posthumous child of his brother, more important to him than his own son. When they went missing, the enraged Old Purple disregarded his companion's warnings and charged in alone. He had thought this new form would burn to ashes the scoundrels infringing on the borders of the land of Earth, but as soon as he revealed himself, he was entangled and slaughtered. These tiny blade flows could not inflict fatal damage in an instant, but if he did nothing, gurgle. More and more tailed beast chakra seeped out, responding to Old Purple's fury. Roar. The earth-shattering roar, the frenzied, scorching chakra, forcefully opened a gap in the sword blade storm. Had he entered tailed beast mode so quickly? Watching Old Purple reveal three tails, Uchiha Mirror actively stopped the thousand blades flow and summoned a giant eagle. Uchiha has several allied summoning clans, the most well-known being the Nico clan. Some members, specializing in Jinjutsu, have chosen the crow contract. This giant eagle was tamed by Uchiha Mirror himself specifically to enhance his combat system. Flight was a tremendous advantage against ordinary ninjas. He could remain invincible. Feeling somewhat troubled about Xuanhua and Zhihui, Uchiha Mirror thought to himself, regular jonin were of no use against tailed beasts without means to deal with large creatures. Old girl Zhihui's insect secret technique was powerful, but the parasitic insects could not get close to Old Purple. Being an experienced ninja, Zhihui quickly noticed Uchiha Mirror's disdain and hurriedly spoke. I have already hidden a large number of parasitic insects beneath the battlefield. The moment he has a chance to dispel his tailed beast transformation, I can control the insects to erode his chakra. Have you ever used parasitic insects to absorb tailed beast chakra before? No. He'll try to knock away some of his chakra. If you can do it, assist me in the battle. If you can't, save yourself and don't hinder me. After all, I am also a jonin. Their conversation happened in mere seconds while below, Old Purple stabilized his tailed beast chakra, his pitch-black pupils gazing up at the giant eagle. Terrifying chakra gathered before him, visible to the naked eye as particles of chakra formed a high-density black energy sphere. Tailed beast ball. An oppressive atmosphere filled the space. Facing the tailed beast ball for the first time, Xuanhua couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was a natural disaster, a weapon that no human could contend with. What are you afraid of? A calm voice snapped Xuanhua back to reality as he looked at Uchiha Mirror's cold profile. A mere tailed beast is just livestock of the Uchiha clan. How can you harbor fear against livestock? Uchiha Mirror's absolute confidence inspired Xuanhua. Even Zhihui felt the influence, her blood gradually warming. Use all your chakra to release great fire destruction and leave the rest to me. Understood. Xuanhua rapidly formed hand seals, expending chakra without reservation. He unleashed an incredibly fierce flame from his mouth, the fire raging as if it could swallow everything in its fiery sea. Facing the surging sea of flames, the tailed beast Old Purple paid no mind, as the temperature of this fire was too cool for him, even for a bath. Crack! The black energy sphere was swallowed in one gulp, just as he intended to release it. The vast sea of flames seemed to come alive, forming a gigantic dragon. The essence of Yin release lies in creating form from nothing. While Uchiha Mirror could not create a non-existent shape, he was still able to construct existing things using Yin release. The crimson fire dragon was tinged with blue and purple, spiraling around the tailed beast Old Purple. Composite ninjutsu, Yin dragon fire prison. Boom! A tremendous explosion like the earth rising with a blazing sun. Uchiha Mirror rode the giant eagle to soar higher, his gaze piercing through the colossal explosion, observing Old Purple's condition. When the explosion subsided, a massive pit appeared near the Godless Pie Bridge, altering the landscape. Water gushed forth from the gaps in the giant pit. In the center, the tailed beast form showed no signs of damage as he once again gathered a tailed beast ball. Tailed beasts. These creatures are truly peculiar. Little brat, you've run into trouble now. The mocking voice of the cursed spirit echoed. After their last conversation, his resentment towards Uchiha Mirror had intensified greatly. Trouble. Uchiha Mirror couldn't help but curve the corner of his mouth. If he were dealing with a peer-level, cage-level powerhouse, he would indeed be somewhat lacking. But against beings like tailed beasts, he truly felt no fear. It was akin to a game of rock, paper, scissors. On the giant eagle, Uchiha Mirror silently dispersed, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke. Zhihui and Xuanhua only heard a faint cicada's cry in their ears. Below, Old Purple's movements froze as the tailed beast ball before him shattered before it could even form. Slash escape one blade, the cicada's lament. Uchiha Mirror appeared in the mental space, sealing the four tails. He looked up to see a massive four-tailed, red-haired gorilla bound by chains. Roar. The four tails let out a furious roar, creating a whirlwind in the mental space. Uchiha Mirror's black hair danced wildly, his scarlet Sharingan locked onto the beast. A creature like you is called Sun Wukong. That feels somewhat offensive. Boom. The mental space was instantly divided into two colors. The black-purple aura surged like ocean waves, threatening to drown the fiery crimson volcano. Who are you? Why is there such terrifying chakra? How do you know my name? The four tails sensed the extreme chill contained within that chakra. It was a feeling it had experienced before. It had seen Indra in his youth, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. The purity of this little brat's Yin release was already extremely close to that of Indra back then. That was the direct bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. How could this little brat possibly? Uchiha Kagami stepped directly onto the head of the four tails, manifesting his spiritual energy into a massive wind-release shuriken. Humans do not see the tailed beast as guardians, but as natural disasters that need to be feared, dreaded, and sealed. Uchiha Kagami knew the truth, yet he would not attempt to reach an understanding with the tailed beast like Naruto. because he was well aware that he was precisely the type of person that the tailed beast despised the most. He would not regard the tailed beast as a partner, but merely wished to borrow its power. The wind release shuriken spun rapidly, bearing the ultimate cutting power, mercilessly slashing towards the Four-Tail's neck. You little brat. Don't underestimate me. Lava release flower fruit mountain. The Four-Tails struggled desperately against the chains, releasing extreme heat that formed a sea of lava. Boom! The lava exploded, violently managing to withstand the giant wind release shuriken. However, this stalemate did not last long, as the sinister eye power continuously surged, enlarging the wind release shuriken to hundreds of meters. Boom! The Four-Tails' body crashed to the ground, and the wind release shuriken descended like a cutting blade on stone, pressing down little by little. A natural enemy. Borrowing the cursed power of Sukuna the seal could not be fully closed, and he also saw Uchiha Kagami's actions. The basic abilities of the Sharingan were similar to the six eyes, giving Sukuna a reference point. However, Sukuna thought that even having the six eyes Wataru would not find it easy to deal with this monster. Comparing only the energy he had seen, this monster was far stronger than the same attributes leaking vessel. Unlike the six eyes, of which only one exists per generation, this little brat's clan had many such eyes. Could this clan be the legendary divine clan? Special suppression against evil beasts. Could it be that I am here because the ancestor of this clan sealed me within this little brat? Sukuna had never once given up on escaping pondering information about Uchiha Kagami. There was one point he guessed incorrectly. Normally, the three tomo of the Uchiha would be ineffective against tailed beasts. Even if upgraded to the Mangekyo, it might be useful against ordinary tailed beasts, but controlling the nine tails was impossible. Obito could temporarily control the nine tails, but that might also be a remnant technique of Madara. The usage of any power still depended on the user. Uchiha Kagami's ability to suppress the tailed beast had already been answered by the nine tails. Eye power. The eye power is also a form of chakra, but it emphasizes mental energy. The so-called Mangekyo in essence is an evolution formed after mental energy reaches a critical point. With Uchiha Kagami's current eye power, he had already surpassed that point and could evolve into Mangekyo at any moment. However, he had yet to resolve the drawbacks of the Mangekyo. Excessive use can lead to blindness. Why can't the eye power of the Mangekyo be restored? It is because the body of the Uchiha clan is too weak compared to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, certainly did not have such concerns. However, his descendants lacked the physical capability to bear the Sage's eye. Even Uchiha Madara, after aging, could not bear the Rinnegan. To avoid exhausting the Rinnegan and fearing to be drained by it, he chose Nagato, a descendant of the Uzumaki, as the vessel for his eyes. According to Uchiha Kagami's estimation, he would need at least a year for his body to withstand the pressure of the Mangekyo. It would be best to capture White Zetsu soon, directly intercept Uchiha Madara's research results, and obtain Hashirama cells. Obtaining Hashirama cells would not grant him the Rinnegan, as that is exclusive to the son of the Sage of Six Paths, a fact Obito has already proven. However, it would definitely alleviate the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, following the frequency at which Obito used the Mangekyo techniques, even if Kamui was energy efficient, it would be useless. He should have been blind long ago. Of course, if a fatal threat occurs, he can still distinguish between life and death or some bodily harm. In simple terms, it is about suppressing the boundaries, hoping for a more perfect promotion. Moreover, he had another plan that might resolve this drawback. Reverse technique. By manipulating curse energy to convert it into positive energy for healing. In terms of chakra, this means converting Yin-type chakra into Yang-type. This idea is feasible, but the difficulty is certainly much greater than simply reversing curse energy. The Four Tails let out a miserable roar, cursing as it was sliced by the wind-released shuriken. If he were not sealed, he could have matched Uchiha Kagami, but now. Two people, one wielding a whip and the other bound, this was not an equal battle. The endless chakra of the Four Tails was being cut off and collected by Uchiha Kagami, and its body began to radiate intense flames. The tailed beast, as a manifestation of chakra, visibly grew thinner as a large amount of chakra was siphoned off. Uchiha Kagami could clearly perceive that the chakra of the tailed beast compared to that of ordinary ninjas was on an entirely different level in both quality and quantity. Especially the Four Tails' understanding of lava release, just this brief contact had given him ideas for developing. At that moment, a booming voice echoed through the empty mental space. Release. Uchiha Kagami felt a powerful pressure trying to force him out of the mental space. He took one last look at the bony Four Tails and said indifferently, "Stop pretending to be the Monkey King red-haired gorilla. Farewell, Four Tails. What am I pretending to be? My name was given to me by the Sage of Six Paths. Why do you harbor such malice toward Creek?" The principle of illusion techniques is mainly to interfere with another person's chakra flow through chakra, thus affecting the target's five senses. The reason the perfect Jinchuriki is not affected by illusion control is that when the Jinchuriki is controlled, the tailed beast will help break it. Conversely, if the one being controlled is the tailed beast within the Jinchuriki also has the ability to dispel the illusion. Uchiha Kagami's primary goal was to enter the mental space where the Four Tails was imprisoned. The illusion could not control Old Purple for long. The definition of a perfect Jinchuriki is to reconcile with the tailed beast within, which Old Purple had not achieved. His own bloodline limit was also lava release, forcibly seizing the power of the Four Tails. Just like when Naruto first defeated the Nine Tails to obtain chakra, it was like the slave had turned into the master. Just as he regained his senses, he noticed something unusual within his body. Knowing that things were not good, dispelling the illusion was definitely the right choice. Puff! A plume of blue smoke appeared atop the giant eagle, revealing Uchiha Kagami. He looked down at Old Purple, who had already dispelled his tailed beast transformation. It seemed that the Four Tails wouldn't be recovering its chakra anytime soon. Just now, Oil Girl Shirwei seemed to have thought of something. The scene earlier was very much like a technique he had seen a senior perform. The incorporeal technique with no weaknesses. Don't make it sound like I'm plagiarizing Shy Wisenpai. Uchiha Kagami turned to him. With such a great opportunity just now, don't tell me you didn't use the insect attack on him. Oil Girl Shirwei, wearing sunglasses and a mask, cleverly concealed his embarrassment. Sorry things happened too suddenly. Actually, you only disappeared for a few seconds. No need to explain. Clang. Uchiha Kagami drew his sword and leaped down, charging straight towards Old Purple. He'll handle the Jinchuriki, you just watch carefully from there. As an incompetent bystander, I cannot look directly at the Sharingan. After the previous encounter, Old Purple dared not underestimate this Uchiha youth in the slightest. No matter how much reluctance he felt facing the rushing Uchiha Kagami, he could only lower his head and avoid eye contact. It was as if he was presenting his neck to be killed. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Lava style, Scorching River Flow Rock technique. Boom! The dragon fire collided with the lava ball, unleashing a fierce wave of heat. Little brat, you are just ordinary fire, while my lava style can burn through anything. Even without the tailed beast chakra, for the moment Lao Zi was still an extremely powerful ninja. Swish! Not good. Lao Zi's gaze was still fixed on the explosion site when an invisible slash suddenly struck from the side. The slash had no physical form, but Lao Zi narrowly evaded this deadly blow, relying on his instinctive crisis perception. Hish boom! Dozens of large trees fell to the ground with a crash. Lao Zi turned his head, confronting the crimson Sharingan and a flash of bright blade light. Without the chakra of the Four Tails, Lao Zi couldn't maintain the lava-style chakra mode with just his own chakra. If he were in the lava-style chakra mode, this little brat would be courting death by coming so close. Clang! The blade of Bai Shui's sword struck against Lao Zi's steel wrist guard, causing sparks to fly. Boom! Lao Zi twisted his body, throwing a punch towards Uchiha Kagami's chest with blazing magma burning on his fist. Uchiha Kagami's demeanor was as calm as water, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. He slightly tilted his body, easily dodging Lao Zi's punch, and then kicked out at lightning speed. Lao Zi crossed his arms to block. The powerful impact caused him to stagger back slightly, but he quickly steadied himself and launched another attack. Too inexperienced, little brat. His fist smashed towards Uchiha Kagami like a shooting star, generating waves of hot air. Uchiha Kagami certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to trade punches with him, moving like a specter among the shadows of fists, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. In prolonged attacks, one inevitably makes mistakes. Finally, Uchiha Kagami found an opportunity, reflecting off the blade of Bai Shui, and locked eyes with Lao Zi. Kyuka Sujetsu. A massive chakra surged forth, instantly sketching black tomo within Lao Zi's eyes. Without a second thought, Uchiha Kagami slashed at Lao Zi's neck. Boom! The defenseless Uchiha Kagami was kicked away by Lao Zi. He hadn't infused the attack with lava style, so this kick didn't cause significant damage. However, looking into Lao Zi's eyes, Uchiha Kagami scoffed. Did you reach an agreement with that gorilla? Only against you would the Four Tails be willing to help me break the illusion. Lao Zi gazed at Uchiha Kagami with a complex expression. What exactly did you do to him? That guy who never bothered with me except to curse when stealing chakra is actually willing to help me. Lao Zi thought to himself that if he killed Uchiha Kagami, perhaps the Four Tails would completely submit to him. Stubborn as he was, he did not expect to reconcile with the Four Tails. He did not acknowledge it. Gurgle, gurgle. Lao Zi's pupin gunstit shapi. That sound, that posture. He was all too familiar with it. Uchiha Kagami glanced down the crimson chakra cloak enveloping his body. A massive chakra tail also appeared behind him. How is this possible? You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Lao Zi was horrified beyond belief. It is well known that Konoha has only one tailed beast, and that is the Nine Tails. Even if they were unclear about the poor relationship between the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha, everyone in the ninja world knew of the legendary battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Is the third Hokage insane, allowing Uchiha to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Are they trying to create another Uchiha Madara? The second and third Tsuchikage of Wagakure had both been thoroughly beaten by Uchiha Madara, and they harbored deep animosity towards him. They were also extremely fearful. Even Shibi and Jinka on the giant eagle were stunned. The fact that Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was classified information. If it weren't for the close relationship between Minato and her coupled with Jiraiya's status as her teacher, even he wouldn't have the right to know. With Lao Zi's shout and Uchiha Kagami's obvious tail beast cloak, this guy would definitely be influenced by the Nine Tails. Konoha is finished. This was Shibi's thought. Not only does he possess Uchiha's exceptional talent, but with the Nine Tails, Uchiha is going to thrive. This was Jinka's thought. Fool, that is my chakra. Can't you recognize this? The Four Tails regained a bit of strength and cried out within Lao Zi Wawa. Who can recognize it? A tail beast chakra cloak looks nearly the same for everyone. Lao Zi had no time to respond as Uchiha Kagami's speed greatly enhanced left only an afterimage. Boom! A heavy punch struck Lao Zi's chest. The fierce power combined with the scorching attribute of tailed beast chakra burned his clothes and left a fist imprint on his skin. Not allowing him to be blasted away, Uchiha Kagami's chakra tail extended behind him, wrapping around his ankle and violently slamming him to the ground. True combat is about executing combo moves to deplete the health bar. Is this really the time for idle chatter? Bai Shui had long since sheathed her sword. In this state, it was more suitable for striking with fists and feet. The ninja world isn't filled with people as tough as Orochimaru. Without the protection of tailed beast chakra, Lao Zi's body simply couldn't withstand such blows. As his injuries worsened, his consciousness began to blur. Hey, bastard. Fool. Kill him for me. The Four Tails' roar had no effect. It was still bound by chains and unable to rise. Do we still need help? Shibi swallowed hard, feeling a bit guilty. Since Uchiha Kagami looked to be in his teens, Lao Zi didn't think it was too outrageous for someone his age to activate 3 Tomo, but they were all too aware. In the battle below against the Jinchuriki. No, it should be said that the one crushing the Jinchuriki was just 8 years old. Jenka was still immersed in the fantasy of Uchiha Kagami, controlling the Nine Tails, sweeping through Konoha, and establishing the Uchiha clan's dominance, not noticing Shibi's words. At that moment, Shibi caught a glimpse of a small black dot from the corner of his eye, initially ignoring it, but a few seconds later, that dot gradually took on a human silhouette. No way. Shibi's voice trembled, filled with more fear than facing the Jinchuriki. He quickly leaned out half his body from the giant eagle, shouting, Kagami, retreat. It's Inoki. The third Tsuchikage Inoki is here. Near 60 years old, Inoki is one of the few remaining ninjas who experienced the Warring States period. The Tsuchikage, who held the highest power in the land of Earth for the longest time, and the architect of Iwagakure's golden age, surpassing bloodline limits with bloodline elimination. A battle-hardened absolute powerhouse, known as the Two Scales Inoki. Why is the third Tsuchikage appearing here? This question also haunted Minato. Uchiha Kagami, carrying Minato's flying thunder god, Kunai, sensed the enormous chakra appearing on the battlefield and decisively led his teammates away from the forces led by the Five Tails to regroup. Kagami, you. Seeing Uchiha Kagami wrapped in tailed beast chakra, Minato was also deeply shocked. There's no time for explanations. Uchiha Kagami, gripping the unconscious Lao Zi, hesitated for a moment, but still chose not to kill him. A living Jinchuriki is more valuable than a dead one. High above, a small old man floated with his arms crossed. Just this tiny figure made those below feel as if they could hardly breathe. The giant eagle also sensed the overwhelming pressure and flew towards Uchiha Kagami, seeking safety. As it approached, Uchiha Kagami directly dispelled the summoning technique, looking up seriously at Inoki. While the Jinchuriki's presence could be understood, the third Tsuchikage should not be appearing right now. Normally, he needed to guard Iwagakure against potential attacks from Kyomogakure. Then, someone leaked the information. It must be Danzo. Uchiha Kagami had no doubts about his bad luck. When unreasonable situations arose, there was surely someone targeting him deliberately. The ninja world is such a small place with so few people. Indeed, out of 10 misdeeds, at least 8 could be pinned on Danzo's head. The remaining 2 should be claimed by Kurizetsu. With my current chakra, I can only teleport up to 5 people. The number of people that Flying Thunder God technique can transport depends not only on one's own chakra, but also on the amount of chakra of those being transported. If he could teleport people freely, the second Hokage wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself to cover the... Even Minato at this point wouldn't dare to aspire to face the third Tsuchikage, let alone they hadn't defeated the Five Tails and that a Wagakure force was rapidly approaching. There really is an absurdly strong Uchiha brat. Lao Zi, that stubborn one, was actually defeated. Inoki murmured, softly locking eyes with Uchiha Kagami below. He saw the tailed beast cloak on Uchiha Kagami, and his almost completely white eyebrows twitched violently, allowing an Uchiha to become a Jinchuriki. What in the world is Sarutobi Hiruzen doing? Uchiha brat, release Rashi. I permit your retreat. Inoki descended slightly, his voice resonating with icy authority. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled upward as his grip on Rashi tightened. Inoki, your dust release is legendary across the shinobi world, but the moment I loosen my hold on the Four Tails Jinchuriki, you'll surely strike me down without hesitation. Don't speak of a Kage's honor. I place no faith in such hollow notions. Inoki's brow furrowed. Boy, did Hiruzen Sarutobi teach you no manners. Even a Wagakure shinobi address the Hokage with reverence. Uchiha Kagami remained unmoved. A name exists to be spoken. Honorifics hold no intrinsic meaning. If kneeling and begging would make you abandon the Four Tails and grant us safe passage, I'd kneel before you this very instant. Inoki let out a cold chuckle. It was your own first Hokage who knelt before us, pleading for us to accept the tailed beasts. At those words, the faces of the Konoha shinobi darkened. Uchiha Kagami laughed brightly. Is that so? Then how long did you and the second Tsuchikage remain on your knees after being utterly crushed by Madara Uchiha? Inoki's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. The air grew thick with oppressive chakra. Losing to Madara Uchiha brings no shame. The reason matters little now. But boy, Inoki extended both hands forward. A flawless white cube coalesced within his palms. Rashi shall have the Nine Tails Jinchuriki as his final companion in death. Hardly a loss for a Wagakure. Inoki, you misunderstand entirely. Only Uchiha Kagami stood before Inoki, unflinching, offering no deference, a foundational tenet of diplomacy. Negotiation can only proceed when both parties stand as equals. Should you dare unleash the dust release, I will command Minato to activate the Flying Thunder God technique and teleport both myself and the Four Tails back to Konoha. That pitiful Four Tails lacks even the dignity to perish alongside me. Minato cast a silent glance toward Uchiha Kagami, then stepped forward and placed a firm hand upon his shoulder, an unspoken vow. He would never abandon his comrades, yet he could not reveal that resolve just yet. Inoki held the dust release formation, refraining from release. Indeed, the technique was peerless, the strongest offensive jutsu in the shinobi world, provided it struck its mark. How could he not know the Flying Thunder God? He had clashed repeatedly with Hashirama Senju's brother Tobirama, yet never once laid a finger upon him. Boy, state your purpose. By then, the Five Tails Jinchuriki and others had arrived, watching, intently awaiting Inoki's command. Swear before these a Wagakure shinobi. Refrain from invading Fire Country's borders for 6 months, and I shall return the Four Tails to you. A most equitable bargain, wouldn't you agree? Inoki barked a humorless laugh. You've mistaken the stakes, boy. Rashi is indeed your hostage, but what you truly seek to ransom is your own survival. Do you think I fear unleashing the dust release? How many can the Flying Thunder God truly carry away? I made no mistake. Uchiha Kagami spoke calmly, deliberately. We have not crossed a single inch into your territory. We stand here solely to guard Fire Country's frontier. Spare us your lofty rhetoric, Inoki. Your true intent in coming here was to test Konoha's strength and seize opportunity for invasion. Therefore, Uchiha Kagami clenched his fist and declared, voice ringing like steel. My comrades may die, but they shall not fall by my miscalculation. They shall die defending Fire Country, defending Konoha, by the hand of an invader. Every Konoha shinobi felt their spirits ignite, blazing with the indomitable will of fire. Even Fugaku's blood surged with fervor. Exactly, you vile invaders. Even if I must die, I shall never allow you to set foot upon Fire Country's soil. Right? What is death? A mere Tsuchikage. You think Konoha shinobi tremble before you. Death holds no terror. We trust Kagamisma will avenge us. Genkaku roared, Inoki, you shall face the wrath of the Uchiha clan. So, the words were spoken, and yes, he had intended to invade Fire Country. Yet, was this not Grass Country? Had any of them considered how the Grass Village might feel? Inoki suppressed his fury. Sharptungwood brat. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. A colossal pillar of blinding white light descended, bearing annihilation itself. Inoki would never hesitate for Rashi's sake, nor be deceived by Kagami and Minato's theatrics. He refused to believe a single youth wielding the Flying Thunder God could simultaneously evacuate both the Four Tails and Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Die, all of you. Beneath the dust release, all life is equal. No one, not even those bearing identical Kekkei Tota, has ever withstood a heathen. Not even Madara Uchiha. Brat, you are far too young to threaten me. Under the dust release's crushing pressure, resistance seemed impossible. Minato moved to activate the Flying Thunder God, to save as many as he could, only for Kagami to wrench free. He hurled Rashi to the ground and smiled. In that suffocating silence, something unsettling, almost grotesque, settled over the air. Tailed beast chakra surged violently, searing his skin. His form shifted from tailed beast mode into partial transformation, human features fading fast. For massive tails lashed behind him, their sheer force, hurling Minato and the others backward. Agony. This chakra's corrosion was excruciating, scorching as though incinerating the very air. Yet, this overwhelming surge of power intoxicated Kagami beyond measure. All human desire is but a yearning for power. With power, anything becomes attainable. He clenched his fist. Black and crimson lightning erupted, pulverizing flying debris into dust. Those who have experienced Black Flash, and those who haven't stand worlds apart in their perception of energy's core. Within his seal, Sukuna folded his arms, observing with a chilling, amused smile. Your Black Flash bears no resemblance to the jujutsu sorcerers. Can this body truly endure such violent force? Rest easy. If you perish, I shall avenge you. I shall slaughter every shinobi in this world. Ha ha ha. Outside the seal, Uchiha Kagami remained utterly undisturbed. Focusing inward, peak perfection, Black Flash. A serpentine dragon of black and crimson lightning erupted, clashing heat-in with the indestructible dust release beam. A deafening detonation nearly ruptured eardrums. The earth fractured, space itself warped. Shattering thunder unleashed a hurricane, rending all matter asunder. Brat! D. Inoki roared, flooding the technique with ever more chakra. As energy peaked, the light intensified, illuminating the entire battlefield. In an instant, the shockwave exploded outward. Mountains trembled, skies convulsed. Radiant light and raw power intertwined, threatening to tear reality itself asunder. Relics of a bygone age, do not disgrace yourselves by emerging. Roar! Black lightning splintered space, layer upon layer, ascending relentlessly. Snap! Too much strain. Inoki heard the sharp crack from his lower back, and new disaster loomed. Too late. That single fatal lapse in momentum allowed the black and crimson lightning to surge triumphant, shattering the light column utterly. Thunderous roars echoed as violent lightning surged into the sky, exploding into countless sparks. Daemu, barely evading the onslaught, clutched his waist, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Ironically, his back pain flared up now. But what on earth is powerful enough to rival the dust release? Daemu had repeatedly shattered the tailed beast balls with dust release, a feat that could not possibly be achieved by tailed beast chakra. To confront dust release heat, and aside from using dust release itself, perhaps only space-time ninjutsu could suffice. Daemu indeed sensed the distortion of space. You little brat. This way will only make me want to eliminate you at all costs right now. Daemu once again concentrated to form a dust release barrier. Struggling against the brutal influence brought by tailed beast chakra, Uchiha Kagami's voice emerged hoarsely. Daemu, 4 tails is the maximum I can control. If you want to make a move again, I can always release the 9 tails. This place is relatively close to the land of Earth, right? Before losing consciousness, I still have a way to direct the 9 tails towards the land of Earth. Do you want to try the power of the 9 tails? Under the crimson cloak of chakra, Uchiha Kagami's right hand was already a bloody mess. The only two in the arena who knew the truth were the unconscious Lao Zi and Minato Namikaze. Since you believe I am the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, then that works perfectly. Daemu fell silent. His thoughts churned, weighing the gains and losses. I've thought too long. Uchiha Kagami shouted angrily, more tailed beast chakra pouring out, as if attempting to form a 5th tail. Wait! Daemu dispelled the dust release barrier, urgently calling out, in the name of the Tsuchikage, I promise, I won't invade the land of fire for half a year. As long as you return Lao Zi to me. The furious chakra gradually calmed, yet remained at the 4-tailed state. In a week I will have someone return Lao Zi to you. No way. What if you extract the 4 tails? Don't try to play tricks on me. Now, you all leave. Daemu gritted his teeth. I'm still the Tsuchikage, how could I go back on my word made in front of the Iwagakure ninjas? Chakra wrapped around Lao Zi. We will retreat to the borderline, and then have someone bring him back, ensuring he is alive. This is my bottom line. If not, then let's fight. As he spoke, the fierce-tailed beast chakra once again overflowed. All right. Daemu took a deep breath, casting a profound gaze at Uchiha Kagami. You little brat, tell me your name. Uchiha Kagami. Is that so? Uchiha Kagami, I hope we can meet again, if this time you have one. Daemu gradually landed within the Iwagakure formation, casting a meaningful glance at the Konoha crowd before commanding everyone to retreat. After leaving a distance, a young man with a similar large nose to Daemu approached. Father, even the 9 tails. The ninja world does not have a direct perception of the 9 tails. They know is powerful, but fighting 2 at once should be the limit. Daemu had a record of defeating the combined forces of the 4 tails and 5 tails. Suspended in midair, casting a sidelong glance at Huang, Daemu coldly stated, You want to become Suchikage. Do you think I'm living too long? No, no, no. Huang Tu hurriedly waved his hands. After a moment of silence, Mu spoke in a deep tone. I'm not sure if I can deal with the Nine Tails, nor is it necessary. When you return, make sure to widely spread the name of Uchiha Kagami and tell everyone about Lao Zi's defeat too. Mu squinted his eyes, slightly a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. Do you know who I think of when I see him? Huang Tu hesitated. He certainly knew the painful memories in his father's heart. Is it Uchiha? Exactly. Although he is far from the Uchiha Madara, I have seen he is still young. Such a person. The one most afraid of another Uchiha Madara appearing is not me. But Konoha? If Konoha stands united with the Uchiha and the Konoha higher-ups close to Mu would do anything to keep these few individuals alive. However, he appeared here precisely because of the intelligence from that individual in Konoha. That Suchikage needed not just strength, but also the insight to see through the essence of matters. Unfortunately, Huang Tu was too foolish and not the right candidate. Mu truly envied the talent. Konoha's White Fang, the legendary three ninjas, and now Minato Namikaze's Uchiha Kagami, and others. Almost every few years a batch of geniuses would emerge. There are both advantages and disadvantages. At least Iwagakure does not have high-ranking individuals who actively sell out their comrades' information. With Konoha's White Fang having been forced away, the Uchiha would not have such a good ending. Mu was patient, wanting to see if the conflict between the two sides would erupt during this period. Then, Father, should we recall the people near the border of the Land of Fire? Bang! Huang Tu received a knock on the head as Mu scolded him in frustration. Are you an idiot? Do you really think I would adhere to some verbal agreement? Alliances are just a piece of paper when necessary, let alone such a mere verbal agreement. As long as Lao Zi returns, we will station troops in the Land of Grass ready for battle at any time. Suddenly a black hawk appeared in sight, flying towards Mu and the others. A messenger hawk. This is the highest level messenger hawk. Did something happen in Iwagakure? Opening the message, Mu's face flushed crimson. Bastard. Fool. That black-skinned monkey. How dare he? The third Raikage leads a force to invade the land of Earth. The vanguard is approaching. Iwagakure return immediately. How could that be possible? I just came out for 2 days. How could that guy get this timing right? Danzo. It must be that bastard who leaked the information to Kumogakure. Wong Tu. You stay to assist Lao Zi. Everyone else return to the village at full speed. Damn it, I came out to hunt, and my home is almost being stolen. At the border of the Land of Fire, a female medical ninja pressed her palm, glowing with green light, against Uchiha Kagami's back. His entire body had no intact flesh, the outer layer corroded by tailed beast chakra, appearing extremely horrifying. The surface injuries were manageable, but the bones in his right hand were also injured and would require time to heal. Be careful not to let the wounds come into contact with water with injuries like this. It must be fire release. You have worked hard. After bandaging, the medical ninja explained the medication dosage and left the tent. Kagami, how are you feeling? Minato lifted the curtain and entered, his eyes filled with concern. Wrapped like a dumpling, Uchiha Kagami's voice sounded somewhat distorted. I'm fine, Vilas Laozi. He's been handed over to the ninja Minato's side. If it weren't for the situation with Sunagakure, we could have eliminated the Four Tails entirely. That way, Iwagakure would need at least 10 years to cultivate a new Jinchuriki. Sunagakure and Iwagakure Konoha could easily handle either, and fighting two at once wouldn't be a hassle. But once other ninja villages see this situation, they will definitely swarm in forming a Furanon. The village sent orders saying that the war in the Land of Wind has reached a stalemate, hoping I can go support. Whose orders? Danzo's orders. After a moment of silence, Minato's expression turned cold. Kagami, you must have... Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. He is targeting me. After moving you away, he might very well intend to take action against me. This time, the third Suchikage's appearance should also be his doing. Uchiha Kagami calmly looked at Minato. Sensei often told me that to integrate into the village to truly become part of Konoha. But Minato-senpai, there are those in Konoha who do not wish for the Uchiha to exist. It is not in my nature to sit idly by. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill Shimura Danzo. He is a close friend of the third Hokage. Minato Namikaze did not care for Danzo's high-ranking status. What troubled him was the complex relationships involved. Strictly speaking, they still had to call Danzo great uncle. Uchiha Kagami said nothing more, waiting for Minato to make his own decision. If Minato chose the third Hokage's side, he would not hold back in the future. The flames in the tent flickered silently. After long, while Minato exhaled, revealing a warm smile. I won't go anywhere until you get better. I will protect you, Kagami. By the way, now that we're alone, would you mind explaining how exactly your tailed beast transformation works? Now this might be unaware, but Minato certainly isn't. Ni's girlfriend is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. So when did she become his junior disciple? I absorbed the Four Tails chakra. NIS, that even possible? In Minato furrowed his brow. Has the four tails already fallen into your hands? No, and Uchiha Kagami shook his head. In confining a tailed beast within one's own body is exhausting. You know that well enough. In his view, the proper way to wield such power lay not in containment, but in Uchiha Sasuke's method. Seal them away, not within flesh, but within Susanoo, using that colossal divine avatar as a vessel to bear their chakra. And as for mimicking Naruto, well, his daughter's whisker marks already speak volumes. Besides, there's still an untamed monster coiled inside him. Forcing more chakra, it could weaken the seal, and that would be disastrous. And Minato sighed, thinking of Kushina sealed within the barrier, and a quiet sorrow settled over him. Kagami, I want to become Hokage. I want Kushina to live a normal life, and she has borne that unbearable pressure for so long. What should I do? Minato and Kagami had both witnessed the Nine Tails firsthand. The calamitous beast slumbering within Kushina was like a live bomb strapped to her very being. Uchiha Kagami fell silent for a long moment, then asked him, what are your thoughts on the first Hokage's decision to distribute the tailed beasts? And Minato pondered deeply. At the time, it was the right choice. In the first Hokage yearned for peace, a shinobi lacked the capacity to rule the world, and using the tailed beasts as instruments of mutual deterrence was indeed a rational act. And reality unfolded just as he'd hoped. During the first Hokage's lifetime, the shinobi world entered its longest era of peace in 1,000 years. Kagami gave a faint, wry smile, yet he failed to consider one truth, that what truly restrained the world was never the tailed beasts, but himself. Perhaps he did consider it, but mortals die. Tailed beasts do not. Minato sighed, softly lifting his gaze to meet Kagami's. Why ask about this now? Minato, if it were you, how would you handle the tailed beasts? The tailed beasts remain indispensable strategic deterrents. From the moment they were bound, maintaining the status quo is essential, unless another figure like the first Hokage arises. Intake the Nine Tails releasing, it would only unleash unending catastrophe upon Konoha. At this thought, Minato's expression darkened with melancholy. In war, truly cannot cease. And of course not. Land, wealth, power, culture, belief. Even a single village like Konoha cannot quell its internal strife. How then could one hope for eternal peace across the entire world? The first Hokage's vision was sound. Only overwhelming deterrence can halt war among the hidden villages. Yet reliance on tailed beasts alone falls woefully short. Minato gazed at Uchiha Kagami with quiet profundity. And he knew his own steadfast presence had finally dissolved the lingering distance between them, allowing this estranged junior disciple to open his heart and reveal his ideals. From beneath the bandages, a pair of deep, fathomless eyes fixed upon Minato Namake's. An individual's lifespan is finite. The tailed beast's power is insufficient. Not clan. Legacy. In no clan is more suited than the Uchiha to serve as the world's restraining force. And I shall become the strongest being in existence. The Uchiha clan shall transform from Konoha's internal security force into a roving guardian of the entire shinobi world. And I am certain the Uchiha are unfit for politics. We exist solely as the world's counterweight to war. Yet all this rests upon one condition, an Uchiha of absolute unbroken strength, whose power endures without interruption. Nas Kagami, spoke Minato, felt his heart clench violently. His breath caught, and I will die. But before my death, I shall channel my lifelong ocular power into my successor through the transcription seal. Only the Uchiha possess this ability. Only the Uchiha can bear the world's accumulated malice. In Kagami, human intentions shift and change. Even if you resist the lure of governance, how could your successor possibly resist the temptation of becoming the world's sovereign and bearing the world's hatred alone? That is too agonizing. In Kagami smiled faintly. In Minato, your dream is to become Hokage. Have you ever considered what comes after? Well, such questions can wait until the dream is realized. And exactly. In Kagami turned his gaze beyond the tent flap, toward the distant horizon. This is my dream. Whether a worthy successor emerges, that is a matter for the future. And besides, perhaps I won't die at all. No one escapes death. And Minato laughed lightly, taking Kagami's words as jest. And oh, but there are. In the Otsutsuki, they are immortal. Minato rose to his feet. Thank you for trusting me with these words. Rest well tonight. And he walked to the tent's entrance and glanced back with a gentle smile. I'll stand by you. I look forward to the day you sever this world's tangled web of hatred. And, brat, this blonde boy holds special significance for you, doesn't he? He is a good man and exceptionally talented. And Kagami replied, coolly, there are too few good people in this world. Even villains prefer the company of the virtuous. After all, he doesn't obsess over killing me, as you do. And that's unfair, brat. Sukuna's voice rumbled low and hoarse. I never meant to kill you. I meant to devour you. Every drop of blood, every shred of flesh, every marrow-filled bone. and I long to savor each one. You suffer, don't you, Sukuna? In Kagami's tone dripped with mockery. And you regard humans as mere sustenance, yet you're trapped within a human vessel. And you were once human yourself, yet chose to become a curse. You don't understand human malice at all. And upon the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Sukuna suddenly felt an immense, irresistible pull. What were you doing? Ni's battles against Rashi and Inoki had honed Kagami's mastery over tail beast chakra and granted him the experience of seizing power. And whoosh, and within the mental realm a blazing blade of fire erupted, incandescent and fierce. Sukuna strained with every fiber of his being to resist the sealing force. Yet it was futile. He was dragged inexorably toward the prison's bars. None of his arms tore free, pulled entirely through the barrier. Realizing Kagami's intent, Sukuna burst into manic laughter. And can't resist stealing my power, can you? Then take it. Take it all. And the more, the better. In shink. And the flaming blade descended, severing Sukuna's arm. Thick, viscous black blood welled from the wound. Kagami hovered before the seal impassive as he gazed upon Sukuna. And the severed arm twitched violently outside the barrier, then shot forward like a missile racing straight toward Kagami. Boom! An overwhelming surge of ocular power slammed down, crushing the arm into utter immobility. In gradual acquisition is my principle. Rest assured, Sukuna, I shall savor you piece by meticulous piece. A faint chilling smile curled Kagami's lips. Above the crimson seal gate a curtain descended, slow, deliberate, final. Nas darkness swallowed his vision. Sukuna felt a flicker of panic. He had been sealed for a millennium, but always in unconscious oblivion. To be conscious in absolute darkness, timeless, sightless, utterly cut off from external sensation, would shatter any ordinary mind within hours. What terrified Sukuna most was that Kagami had first severed his arm. And before this, even in confinement, Kagami would draw upon his power within days, granting Sukuna fleeting glimpses of the outside world. No, don't. In with my guidance, you'll master this power far more effectively. And you read too loud. And Kagami's fingertip descended, sealing the space irrevocably. Remain in your cell, quietly, until I've fully utilized this arm. And next time we meet, I expect you to learn how to address your master. Silent, suffocating darkness. Only Sukuna's furious, echoing roars remained. The intelligence from the Iwagakure front has also reached Orochimaru's side. Looking at the information, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki not Kushina? No matter how muddled Sensei Hizashi is, he would never allow a Uchiha to become a Jinchuriki. There must be some unknown anomaly at play. However, to defeat the Four Tails Jinchuriki and forcefully confront Dust Release. To make Inoki agree to refrain from invading the Land of Fire for 6 months. This little brat's evolution speed is simply too fast. There is another piece of secret intelligence. Danzo arranged for Minato Namikaze to aid in the battlefield of the Wind Country, defying orders. Clearly there is no immediate danger on the Iwagakure front, yet Minato still refuses to assist Orochimaru, which is utterly despicable. Orochimaru burned the confidential letter from the root and let out a cold laugh. Just a shadow hiding behind the old man. Since you have chosen to be a shadow, don't even think about stepping back into the spotlight. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru personally wrote a letter and entrusted it to his summoned white snake. At the border of the Land of Fire, after a few days of recuperation, all the bandages except for the support on his arm had been removed. The newly grown skin was fair and delicate, making Uchiha Kagami appear even more handsome. A small white snake appeared beside him, spitting out a scroll. Kagamikan greetings. I heard that you are unwell, and I feel deeply concerned, but the battle ahead is intense, and I cannot spare myself. I have specially permitted Jonin Minato Namikaze to escort you back to the village for recuperation. As your master's uncle, I have failed to protect you. Attached is a scroll of self-created chakra activation technique for you to study. Uchiha Kagami silently flipped through it. It contained Orochimaru's ideas for body modification using chakra to stimulate cellular activity, essentially a form of self-healing technique. This technique is likely the precursor to his future regeneration ninjutsu. This technique is quite precious. In comparison, it is akin to Jiraiya's secret technique, the lion's mane technique. At this point, Orochimaru had not yet joined the route under the guise of a spy for the third Hokage and had not been influenced by Danzo. His intentions were not yet mad. Perhaps his purpose in doing this is not that complicated, simply because he desires to become Hokage and gather powerful supporters. When did Orochimaru completely fall from grace? The exact timing is uncertain, but it can be confirmed that it was after Minato Namikaze succeeded as the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru might not care about the position of Hokage. He simply wants to gain Sarutobi Hiruzen's recognition. To put it simply, it's a matter of I can do without it. But you cannot refuse me. Given Orochimaru's status, is there any ninja he cannot experiment on? Why would he specifically choose ordinary ninjas from a village? With his intellect, would he truly be caught in the act? Of course, this does not mean that Orochimaru is a good person forced into such a state. It's just that this venomous snake still cares about his teacher and can restrain himself. Uchiha Kagami will not define the people he encounters now by their past appearances, just as Minato Namikaze said people can change. Except for Shimura Danzo. Since the day the second Hokage fell, he has been fixed in his ways, entangled in resentment and regret for his entire life. He can only relentlessly carry out the second Hokage's ideals to prove himself. Now Shimura Danzo still harbors illusions that Hiruzen Sarutobi will pass the title to him. After a few more years, when he realizes that Hiruzen will not choose him. At that time, he too will fall into madness, colluding with Orochimaru to continue the research on wood release and the Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami absolutely will not allow this filthy man to lay hands on the power of the Sharingan. I must find a way to send Shimura Danzo to his end in this battle. Perhaps the Land of Rain is suitable as his burial ground. Before long, Minato Namikaze walked in with Kakashi. Yo, Kagami-senpai, looks like you're quite injured. He shot a cold glance at Kakashi. Do you think I can't kill you with just one hand? Of course you can. Kakashi leaned in to observe Uchiha Kagami's right arm. I've heard that you actually drove away the Tsuchikage from a Wagakure. That's amazing, that's incredible. It's exaggerated. I exerted all my strength and paid a considerable price just to withstand one of their ninjutsu. The rumor has even spread that I drove away the Tsuchikage. Seeing Uchiha Kagami frown, Minato said, that's the information disseminated from a Wagakure. The newly emerged Uchiha genius not only defeated the Four Tails Jinchuriki, but also forced back the third Tsuchikage, establishing a 6-month agreement. Now, there's already a title for you outside. Is this called flattery? What 6-month agreement? Uchiha Kagami never took it seriously. He originally planned to send someone to notify Kimogakure, Iwagakure, is vulnerable, why not seize the opportunity? But someone else already did it. Raising an eyebrow, Uchiha Kagami asked with interest, what title? The Crimson-Eyed Slayer. Kakashi exaggeratedly gestured with both hands, full of envy in his words. What a cool title. It's just like my father's. This nickname is rather ominous. Rubbing his temple, Uchiha Kagami looked at Minato and asked, why did you call Kakashi back? Minato placed his hand on Kakashi's head and smiled. I've thought about it seriously. At his age, he shouldn't be on the battlefield unless absolutely necessary. Kakashi was taken aback. Before coming here, Minato did not say such things. He was still on patrol when Minato came to fetch him, saying there was an important mission. Lord Orochimaru sent a message for me to bring you back to the village for recuperation, so I thought I'd take Kakashi back with me. I heard from Kushina that there's a little girl at the ninja school who has been asking where Kakashi went. There's also a young Uchiha who is inquiring about you and Kakashi's situation. Kakashi recalled that there were indeed many girls at the ninja school who liked to follow him. The most serious one should be Rin. As for the Uchiha boy, it's obvious who it is. Obito, I've already become a chunin. Do you still not believe in my abilities, Minato-sensei? Kagami has already made a name for himself. I want to as well. It's reasonable for Kagami to return after being injured, but I haven't done anything yet, and now I'm being sent back. Uchiha Kagami looked at Kakashi. His father was not dead, and the guidance from Minato and Jiraiya prevented him from falling into a dark period. He had entered adulthood early with a character that was cunning, introverted, lazy, and unorthodox. He loved to watch Paradise of Affection. Tisk, if you had seen the original history of the ninja world, you would kneel down and thank my ancestors for 8 generations. How could you, a white-haired brat, be compared to me? Kagami, what kind of look is that? Don't say anything, that's the look of seeing trash. Kakashi was far too familiar with this look. He often used it to look at Obito. It's karmic retribution. Stop messing around, Kakashi. Uchiha Kagami lightly flicked Kakashi's forehead with his left hand. You still have a long way to go back to the village and play ninja games with him. Bastard, what do you mean by that? Looking at his 2 younger disciples laughing and joking, Minato wore a motherly smile. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders. Alright, let's treat this as a temporary vacation. Get ready. Whoosh. In Konoha village on this rare day off Namikaze, Minato naturally went to find Kushina. After dropping off Uchiha Kagami and Kakashi, he left a message about dinner at the barbecue restaurant tonight and disappeared without a trace. Kakashi muttered, Tisk, the guy who forgets his junior brother in the presence of beauty. And what about you? Aren't you going to find your little girlfriend from the ninja school? Kakashi kicked a pebble by the roadside and said nonchalantly, I'm not interested in little girls. I wonder who it was that watched Paradise of Affection during training breaks. That was an appreciation of Jiraiya Sensei's literary accomplishments. It's also training. Kakashi's voice grew lower as he continued, besides, they're all big sisters. No need to explain. If I see you and that old pervert sneaking a peek at the girl's bathhouse, I'll notify the Uchiha guard to arrest you both. Uchiha Kagami walked toward his home and said casually, tell Minato I'm eating at home, so I won't go. Kakashi shamelessly followed, forgetting Kagami's warning that this was a one-time deal. After considering the effort it would take to get rid of Kakashi, Kagami decided it was easier to add one more set of chopsticks. I'm not convenient. You go buy groceries and you can cook too. Huh. I'm just visiting your house. Cooking is fine, but I have to go buy groceries too. Come, or not, it's up to you. Kakashi began to understand the feelings of Obito and Might Guy. When Kakashi walked into the house, carrying 2 grocery baskets, the first thing he saw was Shizuki standing at the sink. Little Shizuki, are you practicing treading water? With a splash, Shizuki, who had been fully focused, was startled and half fell into the water. Her little face turned bright red as she glared at Kakashi, saying, "White-haired dead fish eye, don't disturb me." Ah, brother, you're back. Shizuki jumped out of the pool, leaping towards Uchiha Kagami like a carp. Snap, Kagami pressed down on Shizuki's face, frowning. Go rinse off and change into clean clothes. Okay. Watching Shizuki bounce away, Kakashi leaned closer and said, "You're way too strict with him. Even I only started practicing treading water at 4. He's only 2 or 3, right? And why does he call me white-haired dead fish eye? He's 3.5, and he still isn't proficient at treading." Kagami looked at Kakashi with disdain. That's no different from how useless you are. Kakashi wanted to argue that people had always called him a genius since he was young, but he couldn't bring himself to say it in front of Kagami. Seeing Kagami return, the grandmother showed a happy expression but did not get up. Kakashi could clearly sense that this old woman had gained a sense of weariness compared to a year ago. Kagami quietly walked to the old woman's side and placed his hand on her ankle. Her muscles had begun to atrophy, and he could feel her bones clearly through a layer of skin. Why didn't you tell me it's gotten this bad? The grandmother gently stroked Kagami's hair, smiling kindly. It's all right, Ishizuki can take care of me now. Kagami silently lowered his head, not speaking. He had the means to heal his grandmother's body, if necessary. He could even ask Tsunade or Orochimaru. But while physical injuries could be healed, the heart could not. Using Genjutsu to erase his grandmother's longing for the deceased, Kagami could not bring himself to do such a cruel thing. He could distinctly feel that as he grew up, his grandmother's desire for life had diminished increasingly. Born into the Uchiha clan, she had been on the battlefield at a young age, barely surviving, witnessing the founding of Konoha and marrying the one she loved. But before long, her beloved husband died on a mission. Subsequently, Shizuki's parents also perished. The ninja world had never been kind to the Uchiha clan. Without any grandiose words, Kagami gently moved his grandmother's hand away and said softly, "Grandma, I will take good care of myself and Shizuki. If one day in the early morning or afternoon you wish to pursue your loved ones, then go ahead with peace of mind. Grandma believes in you." Downstairs, Minato shouted loudly, holding a bouquet of fiery red flowers that resembled Kushina's hair color. "Kushina!" Bang! The window shattered as it was pushed too hard. The girl jumped down from the window without regard for the height of over 10 meters. "Catch me, Minato!" In Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the intelligence relayed by Orochimaru and Sarutobi Shinyo, taking a deep drag from a cigarette, overpowering the Four Tails and forcing back the Tsuchikage Uchiha's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He certainly wouldn't believe the rumors from a Wagakure. The Nine Tails was perfectly fine inside Kushina's belly. Based on the intelligence that Sarutobi Shinyo gathered from Shizune and others along with Minato's clarification, Kagami had mastered a secret technique similar to a higher-level form of spiritualization. Using this technique, Kagami successfully seized part of the Four Tails chakra to outsmart Inoki. That old man, Inoki, clearly in a dire situation because of Reikage, still spoke of adhering to a half-year agreement, vowing not to move south. He smiled. Everyone had been a Kage for decades. What was with the pretense? However, what made Sarutobi Hiruzen uneasy was precisely this ability of Uchiha Kagami. If he could seize the Four Tails, could he also seize the Nine Tails? The thought of the Nine Tails combined with the Uchiha made him think of one person. He had witnessed that earth-shattering battle firsthand. There could appear another Uchiha, Madara. But could there be another first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that that level of power was beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Only bloodlines mattered. The thought of eliminating Uchiha Kagami flickered through his mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, dismissing that idea. If Uchiha Kagami were to die now, the Uchiha clan would certainly revolt. Even the Uchiha members who had originally stood by his side would not accept such a thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated and picked up Minato's letter again. The end read, "Kagami possesses the true will of fire and will bring peace to the ninja world. I have begun to believe he might be the child of prophecy that Jiraiya Sensei has been searching for, someone who can guide the ninja world to change. Since Jiraiya was young, the great sage had predicted that his disciple would become a savior. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen had allowed Jiraiya to travel far and wide in search of that possible disciple. I thought the person Jiraiya was searching for was Minato, but you think that person could be Kagami. What should I do? Sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the portrait of the previous Hokage hanging in the office. Due to the Wind Nation employing a turtle-shelled strategy, the long stalemated Orochimaru had no choice but to retreat his defenses. The Western Front could not be engaged for the time being. As a result, Minato, who was about to return to the Western battlefield, immediately received a brief respite to assess the situation before deciding where to deploy him. Meanwhile, the reputation of Uchiha Kagami was gradually spreading. The propaganda department of Awagakure played a part, but primarily it was the Uchiha clan making strides. What is the Konoha Guard Force? It protects Konoha, maintains public order, and punishes criminals, functioning as a combination of city management, police, and defense forces. At the behest of the god of fire, all of his factions, Uchiha, were tirelessly promoting the reputation of Uchiha Kagami. The specifics are as follows. Sweet shot, Mr. Tetsushin, it's your turn to lead the patrol today. Uchiha Tetsushin, you heard that our clan's Uchiha Kagami defeated the Four Tails and forced the Tsuchikage to retreat. Flower shop owner brother Hyujin, have you seen the new chrysanthemums? Uchiha Hyujin, indeed Kagami almost killed Oanoki. We could have sent flowers for a memorial to Awagakure. Ramen shop Four Bowls, right? Uchiha, yes, Kagami killed the Four Tails. I've heard they've already changed the Jinchuriki. In summary, the current easing of tensions on the Western Front relies entirely on Uchiha Kagami's extraordinary performance. It was a sunny afternoon. Uchiha Makoto visited holding a child. Shursue take Itachi to play at the entrance. In the courtyard, Uchiha Kagami leaned back on a lounge chair, studying Orochimaru's chakra activation techniques. I apologize, my grandmother has limited mobility, so I want to offer tea to Lady Makoto. Makoto glanced at the quiet child being held by Shursue and smiled lightly, saying, Kagamikin, you're being too formal. I took the liberty of visiting. Uchiha Kagami gazed intently and said coolly, what business do you have with me? He harbored malice toward both Fugaku and Itachi. If it weren't for Makoto being Sasuke's mother, he wouldn't have let her in. Kagamikin needs to recover in peace, so he'll speak plainly. Makoto's expression was troubled, yet she spoke. You've probably heard the recent rumors in the village, right? Fugaku relayed messages hoping you and Elder Shinhan could step in to restrain the clansmen. Restrain. Uchiha Kagami set down the document and turned slightly to look at Uchiha Makoto. Before marrying, Fugaku Makoto was also a three-demo Uchiha Jonin, an elite among elites. However, the gaze directed at her made it difficult for her to meet his eyes, instinctively diverting her gaze. You know the reason? Fugaku said that, right? Taking a deep breath, Makoto felt as if she were facing not a junior, but a deeply revered elder within the clan. The Uchiha clan has a rift with Konoha's higher-ups, and Fugaku has been working tirelessly to mend it. There has finally been some change in recent years. Isn't Lord Third sending Jiraiya to take you in a signal of reconciliation for the village? Both Fugaku and the Hokage are striving for this. As a beneficiary, why do you still wish to distance yourself from the villagers? You are a member of the Uchiha, and also a ninja of Konoha. You shouldn't be bound by narrow clan concepts. Compared to the village, even the Uchiha clan has no chance of resistance. Don't you understand that? Makoto hurriedly finished what she wanted to say, fearing any interruption would make it impossible to continue. Uchiha Kagami's gaze was as calm as a deep well, not stagnant water, but a chilling abyss. On what grounds are you speaking to me? Naturally, as the Uchiha clan leader and the captain of the Konoha Guard Force, I speak on behalf of the Hokage, the villagers, and even the Uchiha clansmen. Uchiha Kagami let out a silent chuckle. Let me say one thing. The reason Fugaku remains clan leader is merely because I have temporarily left the title with him. You do not have the qualification to represent the Uchiha. I do not care about the opinions of the villagers and the Hokage. Uchiha Kagami slightly rose, exuding a chilling aura that enveloped Makoto like a ferocious dragon eyeing its prey. You should be grateful to be a member of the Uchiha. Otherwise, I would have already killed you. Uchiha Kagami's tone was not intense, but the murderous intent was palpably real. Makoto felt as if she had been struck by a sudden icy wind, her body involuntarily trembling. Those few words were like sharp blades, piercing her heart. Her body shook uncontrollably, resembling a leaf swaying in a tempest, fragile and helpless. Uchiha Kagami turned away and resumed reading his document. The terrifying pressure dissipated like a receding flood. Aside from the battered Uchiha Makoto, no one could perceive what had transpired. If you wish to become a cowardly sycophant, that's your business from now on. Don't let me hear similar words. My mercy towards you is only this once. At most, he would seek out Indra's reincarnation again. Uchiha Kagami would not permit Fugaku, this indecisive individual, to hold power any longer. If Fugaku could firmly stand beside the Hokage, Uchiha Kagami might still regard him favorably. Even if he had to act like a dog, at least the Uchiha clan could continue. Instead, he was caught in a rebellion instigated by the clansmen and surrendered just before the incident. The greatness of fatherly love. Ridiculous. Why should thousands of Uchiha clansmen sacrifice their lives for your family? Brother, Itachi is crying. Shursui rushed in holding the swaddled Itachi. Uchiha Kagami glanced indifferently at the pale-faced Mikoto and said, "Lady Mikoto, take your son and leave." "I understand. Farewell, Kagamikin." Shursui keenly sensed Mikoto's unease, and once they were far away, he leaned in and asked, "Brother, did you have a fight with Aunt Mikoto?" Russell. Uchiha Kagami flipped a few pages and replied, casually, "Shursui, how do you view the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village's higher-ups?" Children of the ninja world mature early. Shursui is a genius, and he should already have his own thoughts. In the original timeline, Shursui, in Uchiha Kagami's eyes, was even inferior to Uchiha Itachi. At least Itachi made a choice right or wrong. But Shursui, he let Danzo take his Mangekyo and didn't want to raise a fuss, fearing it would deepen the rift between the village and the Uchiha. Fearing to make a choice, he entrusted his eyes to Itachi and took his own life. He never realized that the higher-ups led by the third Hokage never intended to resolve the issues with the Uchiha. They only wanted to eliminate the Uchiha. It wasn't because the Uchiha wanted to rebel, nor for any complicated reasons. It was simple. It stemmed from the discrimination against the Uchiha clan by the second Hokage and the Konoha higher-ups. The establishment of the Konoha guard force was to sever the Uchiha from the Konoha villagers. Perhaps the second Hokage even hoped to try accepting the Uchiha by taking in a subordinate from the clan. Uchiha Kagami would not hold a grudge against Senju Tobarama after all his brothers were brutally killed by the Uchiha. Nor would he feel ashamed for the Senju also killed many Uchiha children. There is no clear distinction between right and wrong. It is fundamentally a matter of stance. The Uchiha clan chose Kagami, and naturally Kagami would firmly stand by his clan. "Brother, Xiao Jishui revealed an innocent smile. "I don't know. All I know is that no matter what decision my brother makes, I will stand by your side. Continue practicing water walking. If you can't master it within 3 days, then don't even think about going out afterward." Sigh. Jishui wore a bitter expression, turning back. "Continue practicing water walking. If you can't master it within 3 days, then don't even think about going out afterward." Sigh. Jishui wore a bitter expression, turning back with every step as she reluctantly walked towards the pool. Thinking to herself, "Itachi is so cute. I want to find him a play." Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, stood before Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. He glanced at the report, then looked back up. "You mean, you want to go on a mission with Minato?" Namikaze Minato looked embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. Kushina forced her chest up, declaring, "What? Is that not okay? I tell you, old man, I can control the Nine Tails very well now." "Don't say it so loudly, Kushina." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said with a wry smile, "How about this? I allow you to move freely within the village, okay?" "No way." She cast a pleading glance at Namikaze Minato. Normally Minato wouldn't defy the Hokage's orders. However, an angry Kushina is even more frightening. Minato pretended not to understand the look in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, patting his chest and saying, "Lord Hokage, I've been diligently practicing sealing techniques, and I can guarantee Kushina's safety." Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. He looked sternly at the two of them. "Have you ever considered that Kushina is the last line of defense for the village? It's because of her existence that other villages dare not directly attack Konoha. We can avoid using the power of the Nine Tails, but the village cannot be without the Nine Tails." The two fell silent for a moment, and then Kushina had a flash of inspiration. "That's not right. Other villages are clearly afraid of you, old man, which is why they dare not invade Konoha." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. "Cough, cough. You do have a point, but there's no but. Old man, you're getting old. Just stay in the village to guard it. I'm going to carry out the mission. I want to make a name for myself. I'm going to be the first female Hokage of this village." "Who?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of thick smoke, looking deeply at Kushina. He recalled the girl who had just arrived in Konoha, boldly declaring her dreams in class. What he hoped for was that everyone in the village could unite under the goal of becoming Hokage. Even if Uchiha Kagami, if he acted to become Hokage and win hearts, he could accept that. However, his attitude towards the villagers was clearly one of disdain for the vast majority aside from the Uchiha. "Clearly we are discriminating against the Uchiha. How can the Uchiha discriminate against us?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach to the Uchiha issue was somewhat similar to Fugaku's. Whichever side the tide turns to, they lean towards that side. In the original timeline, Namikaze Minato was in a higher position and his relationship with the Uchiha had eased. He was pleased with that. After the death of the fourth Danzo, secretly targeted the Uchiha, and he also drifted along with the current. For these days, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been contemplating a question. If Uchiha Kagami grows up, what he desires is not just the position of Hokage, but a status where the Uchiha clan surpasses Konoha. What should be done? Even now, he already made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel extremely difficult to handle, unable to act. When he truly grows up, who can restrain him? Perhaps. He looked at the two in front of him. I hope you can form a bond with Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision that Shimura Danzo and others would absolutely not agree with. He took a deep breath. Once Kagami recovers, you three will form a team to respond to emergencies on various battlefields. I will also arrange for an old friend to accompany you. This is my bottom line. This is the final test for Kushina for Kagami. I truly hope that you won't disappoint me. Yoho. Old man. It's settled then. Kushina raised her arm and pulled Minato out, saying, "Let's go. We need to supervise Kagami to recover quickly so he doesn't do anything strange to extend his vacation. Lord Hokage, then we will take our leave." Minato smiled awkwardly in apology, being dragged away like an ornament. Night fell. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his work and came to the remote Konoha forest. By a mountain spring, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the sound of flowing water, quietly waiting. Before long, an unremarkable tall and thin ninja emerged from the forest, kneeling on the ground. Lord Third. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this person with some regret, remaining silent for a while before speaking. "I have a mission to entrust to you. I think only you can accomplish it. No matter how dangerous the mission is, I will not refuse." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed lightly. "Don't underestimate your own life, Kuga. Namikaze, Minato, Uzumaki, Kushina, Uchiha Kagami, who I promised them to form a 3-person team. Minato and Kagami are Jiraiya's disciples, and Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had always been a top secret in Konoha, yet the third spoke to this person as if sharing casual conversation. Marahoshi Kuga, a man recognized by both the second and third Hokage, who possesses a strong will of fire to dedicate everything for Konoha. In his youth, Kuga was overly eager while on a mission leading to the deaths of 2 companions due to his premature commands. For that, he swore to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, to remain a lower ninja forever. Despite possessing strength far surpassing an ordinary jonin, he is still an obscure lower ninja today. I hope you can join this team and guide them well. Especially that child named Uchiha Kagami." Kuga listened attentively, and after Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, he spoke. "Is he the grandson of Kagami's senpai? I've also heard rumors about him recently. He's a remarkable child." "Yes, he truly is remarkable," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, gazing at the countless lights of Konoha. "Kuga, that child has a barrier with the village. I hope you can serve as a bridge to connect him and the village. If he can be like Kagami, I will be able to meet the first and second Hokage with peace of mind after my death. I will do my best, Lord Third." On the northern front line of the Leaf Village, the commander is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The situation is tense, and he must remain in the Land of Fire to construct the defense. There is another important reason for choosing this location. It is very close to the Land of Hot Water. That is famously known as the Land of Hot Springs. Of course, Jiraiya would not neglect his duties in the war, but every war must come to an end eventually. At that time, his weary body and mind will need healing. Inside the tent, he closely observed the various station positions along the border, occasionally glancing at the map indicating the Land of Hot Water. "I really want the war to end quickly so I can leisurely travel around." Suddenly, a ninja rushed into the command tent without reporting. Jirizuma, a sensing ninja, has detected a massive chakra presence on the front lines. It far exceeds that of a typical ninja. It is likely a Jinchuriki. Jiraiya furrowed his brows. Unless it is a ninja like Otsutsuki and Han who uses the power of a tailed beast to fight multiple times, normally each village is unaware of the Jinchuriki from other ninja villages. Especially for the Cloud Village, there has been no news of a Jinchuriki for many years. Intelligence indicates that their tailed beast has long been sealed within the 6 paths ninja tools. Is it the 2 tails or the 8 tails? Has Cloud found a suitable vessel? That location could also be a Wagakure. Let's go take a look first. Having experienced the power of the 4 tails and the 5 tails firsthand, Jiraiya did not blindly trust himself. You report to the village and he'll go investigate. After preparing his ninja tools and scrolls, Jiraiya immediately headed to the border. By the time he arrived, the scene was already in disarray with heavy casualties among the stationed Leaf ninjas. Swish! Before Jiraiya could understand the situation, a kunai shot toward him, aiming for his face. Clang! Jiraiya swung his arm, deflecting the kunai, and his gaze turned to a certain direction. Between the shadows of the trees, a group of people appeared in an instant, with the leader wearing a hood, a black eye patch covering his left eye, and a stern expression. "It's Jiraiya, long time no see." Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he looked at the newcomer and spoke in a deep voice. "Suchikage, are you from the Cloud Village here to tear up the peace treaty?" The close aide of the Raikage, a bloodline ninja skilled in lava release, holds a status nearly equivalent to Jiraiya's in the Leaf Village. The appearance of such a person undoubtedly signifies a declaration of war. Isn't there also a treaty between Leaf and a Wagakure? You showed no mercy when killing IWA ninjas. Suchikage, stop wasting words with them. A burly young man with dark skin and light yellow hair spoke loudly. I heard that your Uchiha clan is very effective against the Four Tails. If you give us a few Uchiha members, especially that one named Uchiha Kagami, we will withdraw. Jiraiya stepped back, and upon hearing this, he no longer wished to waste words. He absolutely could not tolerate coveting the comrades of his village. Moreover, they directly demanded his disciple. Do they really think I, the Toad Sage, am easy to deal with? Ho and Yoshinwei. Suchikage sensed something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Everyone scatter!" Bang! Ninja summoning technique. Pressure release technique. Boom! After a thunderous roar, a massive creature descended from the sky like a mountain. A rough voice echoed through the sky. Hey, Jiraiya, you idiot, you should know that it's about time. With a giant pipe in his mouth, bandages around his waist, and a short sword inserted, it was none other than Fukasaku, the leader of the Three Sage of Mount Myaboka. He'll treat you to some drinks later, but the enemy is quite tricky. Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on one person. Half-white, half-green hair, with a purple mark on the right side of his face. This ominous chakra. Jiraiya quickly made a judgment. Fukasaku, use oil. Understood. Among the trees' numerous cloud, ninjas dispersed. What a huge toad. Super huge. Huge. A little black-skinned boy wearing sunglasses spoke in a strange tone. Focus. AI looked at the giant toad with excitement. Let's use this legendary toad from the Leaf Village as our first battle to make a name for ourselves. Ok. Now let's make a name for ourselves. Pay attention to defense. He is about to use a large-scale ninjutsu. Suchikage, an excellent sensing ninja, quickly alerted as he sensed that the giant toad and Jiraiya were summoning a massive amount of chakra. AI still lacked experience. He could have said a few more words to possibly create an opportunity for a sneak attack. Having received the title of AI at such a young age made him lack caution. Whoosh! Fukasaku puffed up his cheeks, spraying out a large amount of oil. At the same time, Jiraiya unleashed fire release, combining their ninjutsu. Fire release toad, oil flame bullet. The scorching flames erupted instantly, as if they could devour everything. The blazing inferno carried incredible heat and destructive power. With the fire borrowing the momentum from the oil, its impact was extremely strong, and the towering trees were crushed and burned in an instant. AI saw the situation going poorly and immediately grabbed his companion and retreated at high speed, continuously escaping the range of the flames. With that person present, he was not worried about his comrade's safety. Lava release, protective wall. Suchikage converted the chakra within his body into rubber, spraying it from his mouth to form an elastic protective membrane to shield everyone. However, the toad, oil flame bullet, not only possessed the burning attribute of fire, but also carried tremendous impact, nearly shattering the protective membrane upon contact. Suchikage-san, let me handle this. A cold voice sounded, and a cloud ninja, with a yin-yang hairstyle, emanated a crimson chakra. A terrifying aura surged as a giant claw, made of crimson chakra, waved, stirring up a violent whirlwind. The raging flames were reversed, and Fukasaku quickly jumped high. In midair, Jiraiya looked at the ninja wrapped in the tailed beast's cloak, counting the number of tails. A drop of cold sweat rolled down. It is the 8 tails Jinchuriki. This is troublesome. Bang! Jiraiya summoned a small light purple toad with a pair of tiny wings. He quickly took out paper and pen, wrote down a coded message, and stuffed it into the toad's mouth. I beg you, take this information to the command center. The purple toad flapped its wings and flew away while Fukasaku crashed down. It's a tailed beast. Fukasaku murmured, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. Don't mention the 8 tails. Even if it's the 9 tails, my boss Fukasaku is not afraid. Burubi, leave that big guy to you, and let Jiraiya handle the rest. AI returned with Burubi, unsure how to deal with such a massive opponent. If it were a human, they would dare to strike with a rakeage present. Alright, as a renowned ninja, Jiraiya's fighting style is well known among all factions. Combining the summoning beast to perform combined ninjutsu, the power is immense. It is best to separate and deal with it. Suchikage-san, you should retreat first. This battle is beyond your participation. Burubi's voice was cold and distant. His original personality was not like this. But after becoming a Jinchuriki, he found that the attitude of those around him towards him had changed, making him increasingly weary in body and mind, unwilling to get too close to his companions. Generally speaking, the peak period for ninjas occurs between the ages of 20 and 40. Only a few powerful individuals can extend their peak period. Jiraiya was chosen by Sarutobi Hiruzen in his youth, benefiting from his immense chakra. Training in Myaboka Mountain transformed him from the bottom of the class to catching up with Orochimaru. His combat style is the most comprehensive among the 3 legendary ninjas, capable of addressing nearly any situation. The so-called 3 ninjas is actually a somewhat shameful title. It was the performance of Orochimaru and Jiraiya during the subsequent wars that turned this title into a legend. Jiraiya has already reached the limit that a normal person can achieve. Unfortunately, what he faces is a monster. The frenzied and intense battle continues. A vast forest at the border of the land of water has been flattened. The half-tailed beast transformation of Barubi looks up, compressing the yin-yang chakra into a sphere with a ratio of 2:8. Boom! The tremendous pressure cracked the ground, causing it to sink in many places. The AB team stood behind him, their clothing somewhat tattered. But make sure to eat more meat when you get back, grow up quickly. If you could use the same power as me to unleash the Raijin Hot Blade, you could definitely take that guy down. Got it, big brother. Joe, Bakayalu. Jiraiya, I can't block that thing. The toad Wanta, gripping a short sword, has a slightly disheveled breath. Regular tailed beast attacks are manageable, but the tailed beast ball is something he has no means to counter. Wanta, you should head back first. If there's still time, I'll reverse summon to Mayaboka Mountain. Hey, do you think? Bang! Before Wanta could finish, Jiraiya voluntarily lifted the summoning. He still wasn't capable of using his summoned beast partner to block a tailed beast ball. Earth released multiple earth wall. Layer after layer of solid earth walls rose from the ground then. Ninja Art Needle Earth Prison. White hair enveloped Jiraiya completely, leaving only one eye exposed. I wonder if it can withstand. If only Orochimaru were here, his triple Rashomon would definitely be able to block it. Roar! The enormous tailed beast ball carrying the power to annihilate everything howled as it approached, splitting the ground and seemingly igniting the very air. Bang! 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 The thick earth walls were like thin paper, providing no resistance whatsoever. It charged forward like a raging primal beast, unstoppable. Wherever it passed, it left behind a bottomless ravine. It's getting closer. Wrapped in layers of silvery white hair, Jiraiya could only hope that his scalp was thick enough to endure until Wanta found a way to summon him. Am I late, Master Jiraiya? The warm chakra felt like the sun, prompting Jiraiya to lift a corner. Minato. Kagami. Hey, didn't you see me? Fiery red hair danced, radiating. Kushina, what are you? Let me first knock this thing away, then we can talk. The chakra cloak quickly formed as a black energy body coalesced. Jiraiya's pupils contracted sharply. Kushina, has she already harnessed the power of the Nine Tails? In that moment, the air felt as if it had solidified an immense pressure, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Two colossal forces collided like comets. Boom! A blinding light erupted instantly, stinging the eyes. The brilliance even overshadowed the sun. The massive shock wave spread outward in a circular pattern from the point of impact. The ground seemed to have been struck hard by a giant's hammer, resulting in countless enormous fissures. Dust and debris flew everywhere, as if a cataclysmic storm swept across the battlefield. As the dust settled, Jiraiya pulled back his long hair. Quite a mess, old pervert. The handsome young man with slightly curled black hair turned back a hint of amusement in his crimson eyes. Just a mere tailed beast. Ah. Jiraiya laughed heartily, feeling a sense of relief. Kid, show a bit more respect to your teeth. That's the reed Uchiha from Konoha. The appearance of Uchiha Kagami had long been circulated in the black market with copies in various ninja villages. What's going on with that woman? Isn't the Jinchuriki from Konoha supposed to be Uchiha Kagami? As mind simply couldn't analyze the situation in front of him. At this moment, Jiraiya spotted an inconspicuous old man and was somewhat surprised. Uncle Kogai, you're here too. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Please don't refer to me that way. Whoosh. A group of cloud ninjas arrived in an instant, standing hundreds of meters apart, the atmosphere extremely tense. Red hair. Didn't the intel say the Jinchuriki was Uchiha? Compared to the various colors of hair among the other ninja clans, the Uchiha clan has always had pure black hair for generations. That is, the reed Uchiha Kagami. A hint of anger appeared on Uchiha Kagami's face. Which dog did this shameful nickname come from? He noticed the young Karabi, whose characteristics were quite obvious. Then the older brother next to him should be the fourth. The Eight Tails is still Barubi. Uchiha Kagami vaguely remembered that it was Orochimaru's schemes that caused the Eight Tails to separate from Barubi, leading to Karabi becoming the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. According to past intelligence, Barubi should have only recently become a Jinchuriki. They're pulling him out so soon for a test. It's true that they're the Cloud Village. Whether the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is that red-haired woman or Uchiha Kagami, the fact remains that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has definitely arrived. A battle between Jinchuriki is almost equivalent to an all-out war, and the Cloud Village is not prepared for such a scenario. Their original goal was merely to test the power of the Eight Tails, and it would have been even better if they could stir up some trouble in the Land of Fire. TSK. It's the Cloud Village. Kushina's unrestrained disgust was evident. Years ago, when she was kidnapped by Cloud Village, she now felt a tinge of fear. If it weren't for Minato. Master Jiraiya, can you still fight? Minato asked softly. Jiraiya sensed the pull from Iboka Mountain, ending the call, and said, Of course I'm still fine. Let's show Kagamikin my cool fighting stance. Don't worry, after discovering that you were peeking at the women's bath, I've already got an understanding of how cool you are. Uchiha Kagami let his small blade slide from his sleeve, holding it with his white sleeve, stepping toward the Cloud Village camp. He had no fear of the half-tailed beast, transformed Barubi. If it were Karabi who had fully reconciled with the eight tails, Uchiha Kagami would have to consider it. This newly minted Jinchuriki is probably easier to deal with than the old purple one. Kid, walking up like this isn't that a bit too arrogant? Unable to tolerate such an arrogant person strode out of the formation. Uchiha Kagami remained unhurried, each step taken with just the right distance, as if he were strolling on the battlefield. The Crimson 3-Demo Sharingan showed no trace of emotion. Get lost. A torrential wave of slashes poured down like a violent rain. Fear. What is fear? It is a fundamental emotional response of humans and creatures originating from the primal need for survival. When faced with unknown environments, threats from wild animals, and the dangers of natural disasters, our ancestors developed an instinctive reaction of fear. As an emotional response, fear serves a strong protective role for humanity, prompting individuals to take actions to safeguard themselves, thereby avoiding danger and disaster. In A's perception, what approached was not a scrawny youth. It was a hell that loomed amidst a sea of blood. It was a pair of scarlet eyes that occupied the entire world. It was a blade that cruelly flayed itself. The instinctive fear wailed intensely, demanding him to flee immediately. Boom! The azure thunder exploded, illuminating the surroundings as barriers were erected amidst endless slashes. Little brat, who do you think I am? I am the candidate for rakeage. Coil the lightning around your body. Lightning release, chakra mode. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. He had never used such a technique before. He had underestimated AI. However, Jiraiya misunderstood AI, as AI was not yet proficient in lightning release chakra mode, making it unsuitable for combined combat. He was angry at himself for feeling fear. Coincidentally, this anger opened up his meridians. For humans, avoidance is the correct option when facing fear. But if you choose to confront your fear, you might also gain something. Quick, as fast as lightning. Boom! The shockwave rippled outward like a cannonball, striking an iron wall. Don't make a fuss, it will only reveal your weakness. AI stood at 2 meters tall, his fists larger than an average person's head. It was blocked by a seemingly slender palm. Compared to Uchiha Kagami's massive spiritual energy, his physique was indeed his weak point. Using Black Flash twice had already caused him injury. This did not mean that his body was weak. How is this possible? Your power. How could a mere brat block the physique that he had trained tirelessly? Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. What is so hard to believe? The only ones who can surpass Uchiha physically are Senju and Uzumaki. What are you? You practice day and night, but so do I. Both internally and externally there are floods and beasts. Oh, what he needed to resist was the torrent called fate. His pressure was greater than anyone else's. Uchiha Kagami had trained to the brink of physical collapse more than once. Breathing was difficult and auditory hallucinations emerged. Nevertheless, he would not relent until every ounce of his potential was exhausted. Uchiha Kagami rarely contemplated whether he could change the history of the Uchiha. He would not, after failing, say that he had tried his best and then wander off alone. If he failed, it would only be a matter of dying from exhaustion. Next, I will throw a right punch. The target is Ace expression froze, and the hand that Uchiha Kagami withdrew made his body unstable. Black lightning coiled around Uchiha Kagami's fist. Quick dodge. The earth platform roared, exerting all its strength to construct a protective shield in front of AI. Roar. Half-tailed beast, transformed Barubi, rushed in at high speed. AI and Uchiha Kagami were too close for him to use long-range attacks. Having learned from the previous 2 uses of Chakra Black Flash, Uchiha Kagami had already mastered controlling the variables. Not every Black Flash needed to combat the intensity of dust release. The damage had completely overflowed. Without injuring himself, Uchiha Kagami maximized his chakra, coordinating with physical attacks, finding the spatial distortion created in less than 0.0000001 seconds. Black Flash crack. The black lightning shattered layers of barriers, accurately striking Ace left. Boom! A dull sound echoed, like a cannonball hitting a city wall. Ace figure shot backward at high speed, crashing through several massive stones, before finally coming to a stop. Big brother. I. Roar. Dense energy bullets shot out from Barubi's mouth, and as Barubi launched the attack, he commanded. AI is still alive. You all retreat, I'll hold them off. Barubi, hurry and go. The bright blade of light shattered the energy bullets. These mass-produced chakra bullets were not Bija bombs. Uchiha Kagami jumped high and charged directly at Barubi. His target was initially the 8 tails. Several energy bullets were also aimed at Jiraiya and others. This is truly a battle between monsters. Maru Hoshikogai was also considered well-informed and possessed decent strength. However, facing such a high-level battle, it seemed he could only watch from the sidelines. The few of them had at least Jonin-level skills and would not be harmed by the residual waves, the swiftly formed water release, and earth release to negate the energy bullets. I feel like there's no opportunity to intervene, Tisk. I still want this little brat to see. Kushina looked at the calm expressions of Minato and Jiraiya, somewhat puzzled. Kagami is battling the Jinchuriki. Why aren't you worried at all? Jiraiya simply sat down to recover his strength. I've taught this little brat for over a year. What a strange fate, my disciples all seem to have outrageous talents. Oh, sorry, Minato, you're here. Minato chuckled lightly and shook his head, signaling Jiraiya not to mind him. Jiraiya continued, Uchiha truly lives up to its reputation as a bloodline clan of 1,000 years. That guy with the lightning release chakra earlier made me a bit worried, but if the opponent is a Jinchuriki, Kagami will be fine. Jiraiya looked at Kushina, meaningfully, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. That guy's ocular power is something even the Ninetales fears. Kushina suddenly covered her head, her eyes flashing with red vertical pupils. How many times have I said it? That little brat is the reincarnation of Madara. Kill him. Kill him now. The violent chakra eroded Kushina in this situation. Minato pressed his hands on Kushina's abdomen, performing a sealing technique. Fortunately, the overflowing chakra was not much, and it was quickly brought under control. Kushina, how are you? After several heavy gasps, seeing the tense face of Minato close by, Kushina forced out a smile. I'm fine, the Ninetales is just talking nonsense again about reincarnation and rebirth. I don't understand it all. For what I know, there's no such thing as reincarnation in the ninja world. Marahoshi Kogai, being the oldest, had some say in the matter. I've also heard the old man say that the deceased in the ninja world go to the Pure Land for rest. The second Hokage developed. Cough, never mind. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales was bound to a gigantic stone sphere, each of its tails nailed down. Damn, fool. You idiots know nothing. Quickly kill him. Don't let him grow stronger. Stupid Kushina, let me out to kill him. Kushina's spiritual form appeared, frowning at the Ninetales. Can you be quiet? You can't break through my Vajraseal. I wasn't really afraid of you when you suddenly attacked me. The Ninetales struggled hard to calm its anger. Compared to being sealed, being manipulated by Madara was far more terrifying. Kushina had never heard the Ninetales speak without exclamation marks. Uchiha Madara, that is the person who manipulated me to battle Senju, Hashirama. You can't imagine how terrifying that person is. I firmly believe that little brat is Madara's reincarnation. Even Madara never died. He was reborn through that little brat's body. It's not too late now. He hasn't awakened those eyes, yet we can still kill him now. SHHHH. More chains spread from behind Kushina. What nonsense are you talking about? That's Minato's junior. He's just a brat with some arrogance. So noisy, let's just seal your mouth. The chains kept wrapping around, and as they were about to entangle its head, the Ninetales panicked. Fool. Idiot. You will definitely regret this. Kushina. Turning around, Kushina coldly replied, Don't think you can influence me, Ninetales. No matter what the future holds, I will never regret. The chakra of the Eight Tails is extremely ferocious. In its half-tailed beast form, Barubi delivers each strike like a landslide. Uchiha Kagami's figure flits through the chaotic energy like a butterfly among the flowers. You possess formidable chakra, but cannot wield it correctly. Abandoning the way of the ninja and choosing this monstrous form will only make you appear more clumsy. Your speed is lacking and your reactions are sluggish. Do you even qualify to exist as a ninja? Uchiha Kagami's words cut like gleaming knives, deeply piercing Barubi's heart. This caused his consciousness to be further eroded by the tailed beast chakra, gradually losing its rationality, with rage flooding his mind. Roar. The terrifying chakra spread from Barubi like a center, stirring up violent waves and raging winds. Uchiha Kagami, wielding his blade, unleashed invisible slashes cleaving through the storm. The voice was like a demon's whisper, clearly falling into Barubi's ears. You were chosen as the Jinchuriki because you were exceptionally talented, sacrificing yourself for the village. What have you gained from such sacrifices, eh? Cold stares, rejection, estrangement. Clearly you are a hero, yet treated as a disaster. From the very beginning, Barubi never dared to meet the Sharingan's gaze. The reputation of the Uchiha clan is well known. One must never look directly at them in an unknown encounter. This also led him to be unable to accurately capture Uchiha Kagami's position. However, illusions do not necessarily require the use of eyes to cast. Jinjutsu disrupts the opponent's 5 senses using chakra, ensnaring them in hallucinations. Visual-based eye techniques for Jinjutsu are the most powerful and difficult to dispel on one's own. Moreover, all senses, including smell, hearing, and touch, can trigger illusions. Uchiha Kagami was executing Jinjutsu on Barubi through his words. Bit by bit, he subtly infiltrated Barubi's mind through the tailed beast chakra, interfering with his spirit. This required extremely high skill and the utmost insight of the Sharingan. A normal elite Jonin would have certainly realized this and dispelled the Jinjutsu themselves. Barubi's current state was too poor. Ever since becoming the Jinchuriki, he had been under immense psychological pressure, mentally exhausted. When not on missions, he needed to take medication to calm himself. Such a person is far too susceptible to Jinjutsu. Shut up. Shut up. A deafening roar erupted from Barubi's fearsome maw as his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. The saying goes, the more the enemy opposes you, the more it signifies you are on the right path. Uchiha Kagami seized the opportunity to strike his words, brushing against Barubi's scalp. Kumo village is merely using you. If they regarded you as a comrade, how could they abandon you? You know full well that they only see you as a weapon. Isn't your purpose in coming here to test the 8 tails of more and more tailed beast chakra spilled out, forming a ghastly white skeletal structure on Barubi's crimson attire? This was a sign that the tailed beast was about to go berserk. The tailed beast would erupt at the weakest moment of the Jinchuriki's heart. If the seal were completely broken, it would signify the death of the Jinchuriki. A black curse mark appeared on Barubi's chest with a clear character for iron inscribed at its center. The iron armor seal, a technique used by Kumo village to seal the 8 tails. Some of the sealing characters bore resemblance to the style of the Uzumaki sealing techniques. It's not surprising, as the land of whirlpools was originally destroyed by multiple nations to plunder the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan. Who could blame them? The first Hokage gave them the tailed beasts, but did not provide the accompanying beast chains. Uzumaki Mito assisted Hashirama in sealing the 9 tails, setting an example for other villages. An innocent man is not guilty for possessing treasure. Uchiha Kagami had also learned some sealing techniques from Minato and found it easy to break this seal. Furthermore, if Barubi maintained his current state, the 8 tails would soon be able to break the seal by itself. However, Gyuki, you can hear my voice right. Even if you break free from your current shackles, Kumo village will still seal you. To be reborn, you must perish alongside Barubi. He can find relief, and you could be reborn. Crackling. More and more white skeletons formed the terrifying chakra, generating a plume of smoke that spread directly to the heavens. The chakra belonging to the 8 tails completely engulfed Barubi's consciousness. In Uchiha Kagami's view, a perfect Jinchuriki surpasses a single-tailed beast, exceeding a half-tailed beast transformation. Currently, the 8 tails and Barubi restrained each other, their combined power falling short of that of a single-tailed beast. If the 8 tails broke the seal completely, things would become quite troublesome. Uchiha Kagami had no intention of becoming the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Even if they defeated the 8 tails, the third Hokage would use them as bargaining chips. Even if Konoha were to be more forceful and insist on keeping the 8 tails, it would not fall upon the Uchiha clan to be the Jinchuriki. From the very start, Uchiha Kagami's intention was to eliminate the 8 tails Jinchuriki, creating animosity between Konoha and Kumogakure. The earlier outbreak of war forced Konoha to deploy the Uchiha clan to fill the battlefield. War is the sustenance of the Uchiha clan, whose sacrifices that yield greater strength are worth it. Bang! Uchiha Kagami pressed his hand against Barubi's heated chakra from behind. The original intent of the Sage of 6 Paths in giving people chakra was to create bonds that connect them. Gyuki, only I can release you from your endless shackles. The formation of the skeleton. Oh, are you? How do you know my name? Shh. Except for the initial decades, Gyuki had not mentioned his name to anyone for nearly a millennium. The tailed beasts once sought to coexist peacefully with humans, but due to desire, the human world was constantly at war, with many attempting to seize their power. Over time, as humans developed hatred towards the tailed beasts, the beasts began to resent humanity as well. Uchiha Kagami, our ancestor, is Indra, the son of the Sage of 6 Paths. This Sharingan is proof. On the family monument, your 9 names are clearly inscribed. Our ancestor regarded you as brothers. Uchiha Kagami spoke lies with his eyes wide open. I see. I recognize these eyes. The 8 tails did not harbor any animosity towards the Sharingan from the dark period of manipulation by Uchiha Obito. It had indeed heard of one of the sage's sons inheriting his sage's eye. I have never died. I do not know how long I will be resurrected or where I will be resurrected. I will not trust humans again, even if you are a descendant of Indra. Boom! The skeletal arm of the white bones sent Uchiha Kagami flying. As he was sent flying, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth. At the place where he had just pressed his hand, there was a sealing technique inscribed. He never expected to persuade the 8 tails to die with words. Instead, he used the time gained from speaking to reinforce the iron armor seal. This just kept the seal at a critical point, preventing the 8 tails from escaping temporarily and Barubi from regaining consciousness. Whoosh! An invisible slash cut off a chakra tail that was gradually forming into an octopus tentacle. Damn it! Uchiha Kagami ignored the furious roar from the 8 tails. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun wildly, the rich crimson appearing as if it would bleed. Slice! A lethal strike adjusted according to the difference in curse technique and strength. With the power of the Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami developed a blade of soul-slicing Hashin that cuts through the air. Had he not activated the domain, even the cursed spirit could only use slice after contacting a living being. The presence of chakra compensated for this flaw. The Sage of Six Paths hoped to use chakra to connect people's hearts, but the reality proved merely a wishful thinking. Chakra has become a weapon, a tool for killing others. Uchiha Kagami extended one hand palm open as if he were throwing something. Thud. Heartbeat. SSS. A sharp wail exploded in the air. Air. Time. Space. Everything was sliced apart. Slicing escape. Severed worlds. An ultimate pure strike. The world seemed to split in two. Between the half-tailed beast's horns a clear crack appeared. The earth was split open, revealing a bottomless chasm entwined with the chakra of the tailed beast. The Barubi divided equally to the left and right. As the tailed beast was extracted, the host would perish. Similarly, when the tailed beast remains sealed, the death of the host also signifies the death of the tailed beast. The crimson chakra flowed, slowly resembling blood. Standing beside the corpse of Barubi, Uchiha Kagami resembled a demon feasting on blood. Just moments after his death, Barubi still contained a significant amount of tailed beast chakra. Long before the battle with the Four Tails, Minato and the others were aware that they could absorb tailed beast chakra, leaving no room for secrets. If asked, they would simply say it was due to the Sharingan, even though they did not possess it. So, do we just kill the host like that? Jiraiya and the others appeared somewhat incredulous as they arrived. This battle did not take long at all, and they had not even seen Uchiha Kagami perform any jutsu. They could only vaguely hear him speaking. Aside from that, it was just swift dodging. Then out of nowhere, a single strike cleaved the Eight Tails host in two. Even his own teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have accomplished such a feat. Uchiha Kagami showed no intention of explaining this battle was not merely a display of overwhelming strength. From start to finish, he had been employing underhanded tactics, skillfully manipulating Barubi's inner void. When he could sway his enemies with words, Uchiha Kagami did not mind becoming a chatterbox. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Jiraiya did not dwell on Uchiha Kagami's act of absorbing chakra. He merely furrowed his brow and sighed. Kagami, you were too impulsive. If we had acted together, we might have captured the Eight Tails host alive. Now that he's dead, the Cloud Village will not let this go easily. Teacher, you are mistaken, Minato. His gaze was resolute and his voice steady. It was the Cloud Village that killed our comrade. First, it is they who should not let this go. He had already noticed the broken bodies of Konoha ninjas at the edge of the battlefield. The intelligence they received also indicated that it was the Cloud's forces that first invaded the Land of Fire. I know. Jiraiya's expression was bitter. I know. I just dislike this endless cycle of war. If there is peace at the end of war, I will fight to the end. After Minato finished speaking, he smiled brightly. Seeing the vast chakra being absorbed by Uchiha Kagami, Minato cautiously asked, "How are you feeling now?" Uchiha Kagami also had a similar sealed space within him with a door containing the cursed spirit, while the other side could be used to store this tailed beast chakra. The remaining 3 cards of the Nine Tails chakra were in one corner, while there were dozens of cards of the Four Tails chakra on another side. The absorbed Eight Tails chakra was approximately 200 cards. The Eight Tails primarily wielded water release and some special abilities, making it quite valuable for research. Tailed beasts in essence are products of yin and yang release. Each type of tailed beast chakra could enhance Uchiha Kagami's understanding of yin and yang release techniques. If the understanding became profound enough, he might even conceive a way to directly obtain eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan power. Uchiha Kagami could not cultivate the Eight Tails horns from mere skin flakes like Orochimaru did. He did not need such complicated steps. The Sharingan represented the pinnacle of yin release, and through Black Flash, he had touched upon the essence of chakra. To put it simply, Orochimaru's research approached the cellular level, while he could analyze at the molecular level. TSK Tisk, Orochimaru, lamenting the tragic fate of not possessing the Sharingan. Calming his thoughts, Uchiha Kagami turned to the others. I've said it before, it's just a tailed beast. Only someone like Jiraiya Sensei, this old pervert, couldn't deal with it. Bang! Suddenly out of nowhere, Uchiha Kagami received a heavy punch to the head. Zulfast! Such strength! So painful! Who was it? Kushina! What are you doing? Uchiha Kagami shouted angrily, clutching his head. This woman's punches were far stronger than the current Raikage successor. One could say that she truly was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, able to suppress the Nine Tails even on the brink of death. Kushina clenched her fist, her red hair swaying like a tail. It took me a lot of effort to suppress the Nine Tails, and you say that makes me just like that old pervert. At that moment, the old pervert remained silent. Uchiha Kagami first assessed the current gap in strength between him and Kushina, feeling that he was not without the power to fight. However, in a real fight, Minato would undoubtedly assist Kushina. He couldn't win against them in a team-up. Despite Uchiha Kagami often appearing distant and unapproachable to outsiders within the Uchiha clan, the older folks thought of him as a well-behaved, cheerful child. When Obito's grandmother was still alive, every time Obito complained that Kagami bullied him, she never believed it. Uchiha Kagami's smile was genuine, radiating the same warmth as Minato. The Ninetales is certainly different. It's a tailed beast that even the first Hokage found difficult to seal. In my opinion, its strength surpasses that of all other tailed beasts combined. Thus, when evaluating tailed beasts, I won't count the Ninetales. You misunderstood Kushina. The difference between Uchiha Kagami and the future Sasuke as representatives of Uchiha beauty lies in his understanding of when to show off and when it is unnecessary. Making appropriate concessions is not a disgrace. Being adaptable is a hallmark of a true man. Looking at Uchiha Kagami's warm smile, Kushina relaxed her fist. I knew it. Although he can be a bit boastful at times, he is still a considerate child. And what's with that Uchiha Madara? The Ninetales is just a deceiver. She raised her hand and gently ruffled Uchiha Kagami's hair. You should call me Sister Kushina. Just speak normally, don't mess with my hair. With great difficulty suppressing his anger, Uchiha Kagami almost broke down, pushing Kushina's hand away. What's with this childish temper? What's wrong with a little head pat? Minato watched the two of them almost bickering, sighing. It seemed that Kushina was less mature than Kakashi, who at least knew how to appease Uchiha. Carefully pulling Kushina back a bit, he said, if Kagami doesn't like it, then don't do it. You wouldn't like being given a nickname, would you? Hearing Minato's words, Kushina seemed to realize her mistake. She approached Uchiha Kagami, confidently leaning on his shoulder. All right, little brat. Don't be angry. When we return to the village, I'll treat you to barbecue. Sister is quite wealthy, you know. Uchiha Kagami scoffed. I have a whole street in the Uchiha district. Those were all assets accumulated by Elder Shinra, already counted under his name. In that case, I have a whole street in the Konoha commercial district. But what does it matter? In the end, it was still destroyed by the Ninetales rampage. Jiraiya quietly pulled Minato closer, leaning into whisper. So Minato, how far have you and Kushina gone? As for me, you know, whether it's traveling or gathering materials, it all costs money. Maruhoshi Kuji was a quiet observer, smiling as he watched the new generation of Konoha through his eyes. In his view, even Uchiha Kagami was cold to enemies but cared for his comrades. The four of them had been teamed up for over half a month, completing their initial adjustments. Looking at the three, Maruhoshi Kuji felt as if he were seeing the previous Sannin. Minato's character was even better than Jiraiya's. Kagami was as cold as Orochimaru, and Kushina, not to mention, was like a sister to Tsunade, being very close. Indeed, where leaves dance, the fire continues to thrive. Seeing the atmosphere relax, Maruhoshi Kuji tapped the iron pot he carried on his back. Are you hungry? How about I cook and we can eat while chatting? Sure. It's been a while since I tasted Uncle Kuji. Jiraiya suddenly became excited. During their time stationed, they had barely eaten decent meals, often just filling their stomachs with military rations, their mouths almost turning bland. All of them were ninjas. Even Kushina, who had not been on many missions, had seen her fair share of dead bodies. There was nothing unnatural about having a meal next to a corpse. I brought a bento. Uchiha Kagami took out a bento from his small backpack and went aside to eat alone. The others said nothing, pretending not to see. At first, Kushina truly did not understand Uchiha Kagami's behavior of isolating himself, and Maruhoshi Kuji thought that Uchiha Kagami simply disliked his cooking, until they saw what Uchiha Kagami was eating. The Uchiha's medicinal bath was not only about soaking in herbs, but also included some internal medicine. Uchiha Kagami's bento had no flavor or aroma. It was purely a package of medicine. Kushina, not believing in evil, snatched a bit to taste, and it was even harder to swallow than military rations. Minato and Jiraiya had long been aware of this, so they found no surprise in Uchiha Kagami's current strength. They just didn't quite understand why Uchiha Kagami was so eager for power. Bang! The stone table was shattered, and the violent chakra directly cracked the walls of the office. The third Raikage clenched his fists, tightly exuding a murderous intent as he fiercely stared at AI, whose chest was wrapped in bandages. You bastard! You worthless fool! How could you abandon your comrades and still have the face to return alive? AI lowered his head in silence, hot tears rolling down his cheeks. Self-blame and guilt filled his heart. If it weren't for his recklessness facing the one with the crimson eyes alone, he wouldn't have been knocked unconscious. Ruby wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. Lord Raikage, everything was my decision. I am willing to bear all the blame. It's my fault. The earth platform knelt down with a thud, crying uncontrollably. In the conference room, Karabi appeared very small, and even with his sunglasses, his expression was hard to discern. His pain was no less than anyone else's. Ruby was his teacher, Mr. Tuchayu retreated. His voice was extremely hoarse. He knelt down on both knees, deeply bowing. Lord Raikage, I will not die a coward's death. Please allow me to die in battle. The third Raikage looked deeply at his son. It was not just a show. He truly wanted to kill this bastard. If AI were to die like Tuchai, he would not hesitate to kill AI. Gripping his neck tightly, the raikage lifted him before him. Live on with his shame. Only the blood of enemies can cleanse it. Konoha is too strong. The third raikage fell silent for a moment, gazing out the window. Tuchai, handle the village's affairs. I need to have a proper talk with that old man, Inoki. Between nations, there is no eternal hatred, only eternal interests. In the future, the fourth raikage would be able to put aside the grudge of his father's murder and join forces with Inoki against Uchiha Madara. The third raikage's magnanimity would only grow. According to Tukai's intelligence, the nine-tails Jinchuriki of Konoha was already ready for action. There's also a boy who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The Sannin were in their prime, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation remained undiminished. Uchiha Kakashi. This guy can't possibly grow to the level of a god of ninjas, right? Absolutely not. In the views of the third raikage, and Inoki, Uchiha Madara was on par with Senju Hashirama in terms of strength. Their truce had forcibly ended the prolonged chaos of the Warring States period, establishing the ninja village system. Such a person must not appear again, especially not in Konoha. Bang! In a dark underground space, Shimura Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Foolish, arrogant, bastard. It took me a lot of effort to instigate a conflict between Kyumogikure and Awagikure, allowing Konoha to watch from the sidelines. Just defeat the Eight Tails, why kill him? When Kyumogikure and Awagikure are bloodied from fighting, there will be plenty of opportunities to wipe them all out. Why act now? Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Kakashi, utterly foolish. On the battlefield, the shifting winds of war saw the once fierce battles between Kyumogikure and Awagikure turn into a simultaneous invasion of a land of fire. The Ninja World war-level battle had truly begun. Originally stationed at the border of a land of wind, Orochimaru had to withdraw to assist in fending off Awagikure. The Land of Wind lacked the courage to take risks, but had plenty of audacity to take advantage of the chaos. Newly appointed 4th Kazekage Raza also officially declared war on Konoha. This war crossed the exploratory period earlier than the original timeline. The existence of Uchiha Kakashi was no longer just the fluttering of a butterfly's wings. He had become a strong wind capable of shaking the old windmill of the ninja world. Konoha, facing attack from three sides, suffered heavy losses at the start of the war, with many border ninjas being killed. More and more ninjas rushed to the border. The graduation age for ninja schools was also changed to 9 years old. Not long after forming Minato's team was separated. Minato was not a perpetual motion machine. He couldn't just run around with Kushina and Kakashi in every direction. It would exhaust him. Based on their combat strength, Minato and Kushina joined the Western Front, working together with Orochimaru to face Sunagakure and Awagikure. The Four Tails and Five Tails also faced off against the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It was a one-sided crushing. If it weren't for Awagikure having significantly more ninjas than Konoha, Kushina would have had to consider covering her comrades' retreat. The Four Tails and Five Tails would be sent to the afterlife on the spot. Sunagakure battlefield. They thought Konoha had lost a white Fong, and the puppet masters of Sunagakure were finally liberated. However, a faster and scarier one arrived. The war also rapidly transformed Minato, who established the name of Konoha's Yellow Flash with a record of killing 7 elite ninja-level puppet masters. Indeed, the puppet masters of Sunagakure were nearly exterminated by Konoha. Eastern battlefield. Although Kirigakure had no intention of participating in the war, yet they could not let down their guard. The previous generation's second Mizukage crossed thousands of miles to perish together with the second Suchikage. It was not surprising for these people to do something abstract. Even Awagikure and Kyumogikure were wary of Kirigakure. As the overall commander of the Eastern Front, Nara Shikaku fell into deep thought while looking at a group of Uchiha before him. He could hold this important position partly because the pressure here was lighter than on other fronts. The main reason was that he was smart, but he had no experience commanding the Uchiha clan, especially with a bunch of Byakugan users nearby. Why did they have to put the 2 major eye clans of Konoha under my command? The sudden change in the situation forced Sarutobi Hiruzen to send out most of the Uchiha ninjas. Choosing the Eastern Front was also the third's way of limiting the power of this cursed blade. After all, the mist technique and water release are difficult for ordinary Uchiha to handle. Fugaku was still on the Western Front. Leading the Uchiha clan here was Shinhan. It was easy to imagine what kind of people these Uchiha were. Commander Shikaku Kakashi instructed us to fully obey your commands during the battle. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the Hyuga clan beside him and sneered. Our Uchiha are not like those pampered young masters. You can confidently give your orders. Shinhan already showed signs of aging. This was also to indicate to outsiders that their representative was Uchiha Kakashi. Mocking the Hyuga was just an afterthought. The leading Hyuga clan member was a young man who snorted coldly at his words. He was about to retort, but remembering the elder's instructions. Forget it, that Uchiha kid is as strong as a monster. Let him have his way for now. I'll see you rise to glory, and he'll see your glory collapse. Elder Shin and Elder Aoki then discussed the defense matters of the Eastern Front with both of you. Northern Front. On a cliff, a tall man with white hair crouched using binoculars to survey the area. Finally, he stopped at a small waterfall, imagining a few girls bathing in the water. If you cut that thing off, maybe you can settle down, Uchiha Kakashi said flatly. Jiraiya shot him an unhappy glance. Isn't this all your fault? I originally had a chance to stroll around, but now the old man has me stationed on the front lines all day. So I wonder when that rakeage guy will bring someone over. This feeling of waiting is really uncomfortable. On the border, a small skirmish had already broken out between the ninjas of Kumogakure and Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen strictly ordered Jiraiya and Uchiha Kakashi to remain in the middle and not participate in ordinary battle groups, always ready to respond to the third rakeage surprise attack. Once the third rakeage is spotted, immediately send word to Konoha, hold him off, and he will personally strike. With the momentum of the two ninja World War victors, Sarutobi Hiruzen's indomitable spirit had not yet been shattered. He did not reprimand Uchiha Kakashi for killing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Because Kumogakure was the first to kill Konoha ninjas and declared war first, Uchiha Kakashi's actions were deemed a counterattack. Furthermore, it counted as a third-rank mission, and upon returning to the village, he could choose a sealing technique from the scroll to study. He managed to stabilize Konoha after the second Hokage's death, ending the First World War and winning the second. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not yet the indecisive old man he would become years later. While Sunagakure declared war, Sarutobi Hiruzen also officially issued documents declaring war against the three nations of wind, earth, and lightning. Hanzo declaring war against the three great nations was somewhat laughable, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's declaration, history will record. The third great ninja war thus began. Uchiha Kagami sat cross-legged, most of his thoughts focused on studying the tailed beast chakra. Suddenly something was thrown from Jiraiya's side. He raised his hand to catch it. It was a scroll. What is this? Jiraiya did not turn around, his voice flat. You and Minato have been researching how to add nature transformation to the Rasengan, right? This is something I developed together with the old man. Although we haven't succeeded in experiments, we have formed a preliminary model. Minato signed a contract with Mayaboka Mountain. They only accept one summoner per generation. I've taught you most of the ninjutsu I know. There's really nothing else I can offer. Jiraiya turned his head, wearing a seemingly... Consider this my birthday gift to you. Happy 10th birthday, Kagami. If only I were not an Uchiha, perhaps I would truly choose you. Unfortunately, we will inevitably go our separate ways, Jiraiya-sensei. Uchiha Kagami held the scroll, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. In the 47th year of Konoha, a brutal battle had persisted for over a year. War was like a ferocious demon clawing its way to the land of the ninja world. It swung its scythe of death, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. The casualties from the wars between ninjas were no less than those caused by conventional weaponry. The small nation at the border of a great country had become a slaughterhouse. In every ninja world war, the ones most severely injured were not the great nations, but the small countries struggling to survive in the cracks between them. Ninjas do not ponder the nature of war. They fight simply to protect their homes. The will of fire left by the first Hokage was quite abstract, yet it nurtured many who would burn for Konoha. The ninja world is abnormal, be it the strong or the weak. To survive in such a world, one can only adapt to the abnormal. In the mountains and forests, Uchiha Obito was exuberant all the way. Kakashi, we get to see Kagami this time. That bastard is really showing off on the battlefield. Once I activate my Sharingan, even Kagami will have to bow down at Obito's feet. After doing low-level tasks for a long time, I finally get to go to the front lines. Although it was merely a task of transporting supplies. Obito was already fantasizing about slaughtering the enemies, making that bastard Uchiha Kagami look at him with new eyes. At that time Rin, Kakashi held a book in one hand, its cover wrapped in black. Little Obito, you need to call me Kakashi-sensei. I'm your team leader, you know. At the age of 11, Kakashi became a jonin a year earlier than in the original timeline. With Uchiha Kagami occasionally beating him in the Ninja Academy, coupled with Jiraiya's dedicated teaching, Kakashi's talent was fully realized. This often made Jiraiya sigh, as he himself was a laggard in his youth, while his disciple was exceptionally gifted. Compared to Uchiha Kagami, who advanced as a jonin purely through military exploits, Kakashi was only 2 months behind. However, even a genius like Kakashi in Konoha, no one would compare him to Uchiha Kagami. Alongside the Crimson-Eyed One, there was the Yellow Flash. Including the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina, he had already been regarded by other ninja villages as the new generation of the legendary Sannin. Compared to the origins of the names of the previous Sannin, the value of these three was clearly much higher. Since gaining fame, he had never tasted defeat. Among the most dazzling achievements was defeating the Kazekage Luo Sha. Regardless of whether Luo Sha was weak or strong, he was still a village leader. Bastard Kakashi, don't think you're anything special. Wait until I activate. We'll talk when you do. You've already become a disgrace to the Uchiha, As a ninja, if you haven't activated your Sharingan, yet you probably won in this lifetime. Just be at ease as a Genin. You might as well not participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. What did you say? Obito was about to argue with Kakashi when he suddenly noticed a change in his expression and pushed Obito aside. Swish! A kunai landed precisely where Obito had just been standing. The kunai's end was still tied with an explosive tag. Scatter. Boom! After the smoke of the explosion cleared 5 or 6 cloud-hidden ninjas stood atop the tree. Silver white hair, short blade. Hee, I have your intel, son of Konoha, white Fong disciple of Jiraiya, and junior to the yellow flash and the crimson-eyed one. Swish! A flash of a sword swift as lightning. Kakashi appeared behind the speaker in an instant. The lightning extending from the chakra blade had already pierced his heart. You can just call me Hatake Kakashi, no need for all those prefixes. Asaru. Damn bastard. That Konoha scum actually dared to kill Asaru. Kakashi turned to fend off the attacking ninjas retreating back to the team. His dead fish eyes were devoid. Every time it's you cloud hidden who attacks first only to be killed by us, and then starts shouting, is that some kind of tradition you have? Bastard. Daring to insult us cloud hidden ninjas. Damn it. Let me show you the power of our anger. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. Having interacted with Uchiha Kagami for so long, he was completely immune to such low-level insults, and had even learned some. You keep cursing, but your brains must be small. Have you learned nothing but pillaging? I suggest you start from gorillas and evolve again. You still don't count as human now. Then Kakashi whispered, Obito, Rin, send out the ambush signal and protect yourselves. Understood. Before heading to the battlefield, Obito and Rin had also gone through experience with bandits, so they wouldn't panic at the sight of corpse. Just as Kakashi was about to raise his blade to reap another cloud, hidden life, a shuriken landed beside him. When did this happen? He keenly sensed danger, and a flash of lightning appeared beneath his feet. Lightning body flicker technique. Sweet, bang. A gigantic shuriken seemed to appear out of nowhere, manifesting at the spot where he had just been. To dodge magnet release be sting double blade, one must indeed be worthy of being a disciple of the crimson-eyed one. Have your brains been fried by lightning? Ms. Jr. Kakashi's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he looked at the person emerging from behind a tree. With purple short hair, a yellow scarf, and that characteristic large square shuriken. Just as the Cloud-Hidden new Konoha Strong Konoha also had relevant files on Cloud-Hidden Strong. A Jonin from Cloud-Hidden wielding the Bloodline Limit magnet release. Troy. A Jonin with a Bloodline limit is undoubtedly an elite among Jonin. Why would such a person appear in the Land of Fire? I originally just wanted to cut off your Konoha's frontline supplies, but unexpectedly encountered a big fish. It doesn't matter whether you're a junior or a disciple, to Uchiha Kagami, you are ultimately a relatively important. You can try escaping, but your two companions won't be able to run away. Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade, sneering. The ones who abandoned their comrades to flee are you Cloud-Hidden. Neither my father nor I. Our Hatake clan will never abandon our comrades. Is that so? Bang, bang. Troy held the scroll in his mouth and summoned 3 massive square shurikens. You're very alert, but those 2 brats have already been touched by my shurikens. They can't escape my jutsu. Aye. Obito and Rin were startled, realizing the small shuriken at their feet. So how will you choose? A giant shuriken whistled through the air. Obito, Rin, get close to me. Kakashi bellowed, lightning chakra bursting forth from the short blade. Swish! The first shuriken was sliced apart by the short blade, and the shattered fragments splashed, cutting Kakashi's arm. This is bad. There was no time to pause. The second one was coming. The short blade cut into the shuriken halfway, but the interference from the magnetic release and the injury to his arm prevented Kakashi from slicing through it. Bang! A tremendous force sent Kakashi flying. He saw the third shuriken flying toward Obito and Rin, his eyes widening in horror. Obito gripped a kunai, trembling in fear, yet without hesitation, he stood in front of Rin. Rin, I will definitely protect you. Absolutely. A surge of inexplicable chakra gradually flowed into his eyes, as if something was about to awaken. Clang! Just then a light sound rang out, and the shuriken before him was cut into fragments by an invisible force. Crackle! The sound of the fragments hitting the ground left everyone stunned, and Obito's certain evolution came to a sudden stop. Footsteps were heard in the forest. A tall figure slowly walked over without shouting or exuding a terrifying aura. Just at the first glance, all the Cloud-Hidden ninjas seemed to have encountered their nemesis. The first thought was not to flee, but to hold their breath, their bodies trembling. Like a rabbit under the lion's claw. To declare in advance Kakashi is not an important person to me. Secondly, his indifferent gaze swept across the crowd, an invisible pressure seemingly trapping them in amber. You may begin to escape. If a small squad encounters the Scarlet Eyes and the Yellow Flash, they are permitted to abandon the mission. As long as they can return to the village alive, no punishment will be imposed. Although there is an unwritten rule like this, very few have survived when faced with either of them. The few survivors have summarized their experiences. As long as you can pose a threat to the allies of Wave Wind Watergate, he might let you go without pursuing you. As for facing Uchiha Kakashi, it's all about luck. Luck is the only criterion for judgment. If he is eating and you haven't provoked him, he is unlikely to stop eating and attack you. It is rather sad that Yunin not only provoked him, but did so at a time that wasn't mealtime. Run! Troy's heart-wrenching scream, having been so calm moments ago, now turned into chaos. Knowing that the chances of survival are slim should one not flee. Demande l'estimate Yuna. Bastard. Among the Yunin ranks, only Troy managed to muster the courage to run. I can't do it. My hands and feet won't obey. Thud. Something fell, and it seemed to roll as well. Troy continued to run, running desperately. He felt his blood boiling, the blood from his heart rushing to his brain. Something is off. Why can't I see? Why is my head pressed against the grass? My head rolled around, and I saw my body still running. Come back. Take me with you. Didn't you notice your head is gone? Uchiha Kakashi let go of his hand, followed by a series of sounds like fruits dropping to the ground. Being cut in half is too gruesome. Beheading is more elegant. Uchiha Kakashi had no interest in announcing a technique to deal with these weaklings. It would just lower his status. He turned around. You're really pathetic, Kakashi. You can't protect anything. Kakashi carefully pried his short knife from the shuriken, giving Uchiha Kakashi a disdainful glance. Do you think everyone is like you, a monster? That's a jonin with a bloodline limit. He shouldn't be an opponent I face at my level. Feeling the immense gap between himself and his two senior brothers, Kakashi never considered facing them directly. He had always taken on minor tasks and mingled with his old classmates. When in ninja school, Kakashi still had the heart to compete with Kakashi, but after that he completely lost that ambition. After all I've already achieved, what is beyond my age am already remarkable. Has this guy given up early? Uchiha Kakashi's gaze shifted to Rin. It's all right, Kakashi. Once you truly taste that helpless pain, you'll crave power again. Thank you, Lord Kakashi, for saving us. Yamanaka Rin still had a blush on her face. Being so close to death for the first time, a fear is natural. Despite their similar ages, and having been classmates for a few years, Yamanaka Rin knew very well that Uchiha Kakashi was no longer on the same level as them. Thank you. Obito turned his head away, but even if you hadn't come, I could have protected Rin. No, you can't protect her. Uchiha Kakashi chuckled inexplicably, and Kakashi stepped closer. Kakashi, how did you end up here? Only Kakashi knew they were responsible for transporting supplies to the western battlefield, while Uchiha Kakashi was stationed at the northern front. It's classified, no comment. Uchiha Kakashi replied, nonchalantly. Kakashi Rin, you two should step aside. I have something to discuss with Obito. Hey, don't go. Uchiha Kakashi is definitely going to attack me. Don't leave. Kakashi, don't think I'm afraid of you. If you weren't trembling, you'd be more credible. Uchiha Kakashi didn't waste words with Obito, who crimson began to glow in his eyes. You aren't going to tell me. Thud. Uchiha Kakashi pressed his hand on Obito, quietly murmuring to himself. It's just through you. The infusion of ocular power caused a bulge on Obito's back, as if something was about to burst out. A strange white substance emitted a shriek as it seeped from his collar, terrifying in nature. You. Who are you? Before this white Zetsu could even ask, his eye sockets were covered by the Sharingan. It was as if a number had been dialed. Invisible ripples connected the two consciousnesses. Buzz, unknown underground space. The main body of white Zetsu, serving Uchiha Madara, suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his head tightly. What happened? Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, only showing a significant change in emotion when he saw one of white Zetsu's eyes transform into a Sharingan. Huh? White Zetsu was still resisting fiercely, trying to expel this ocular power invasion. Do not resist, Uchiha Madara said indifferently. Soon a pair of Sharingan occupied white Zetsu's eye sockets, and his expression turned emotionless. Interesting. This level of ocular power must be Kakashi. Have you unlocked the Mangekyo? Soon a pair of Sharingan occupied white Zetsu's eye sockets, and his expression turned emotionless. Interesting. This level of ocular power must be Uchiha Kakashi knew Madara must be secretly watching him, and Madara would not ask how Uchiha Kakashi had gleaned any clues. Possessing such ocular power should mean he had seen the stone tablet at the shrine. Discovering the spores on Obito was indeed a bit surprising, but since he is Uchiha, it is only natural that he could achieve such a thing. Uchihara's voice was old, yet lacked the sluggishness of age. Obito is the successor I chose. Do not harm him. Of course I will not intentionally harm the Uchiha clan, just like you. Clan. Uchiha Madara seemed to recall that twilight when none of his clan followed him. Kakashi, what do you— I want to meet you in person to verify something. No need, I am dying. This pitiful state of life is too— A faint smile appeared on white Zetsu's face. Lord Madara, I want to know how far I am from the legends. An old horse laugh echoed. You are indeed very much like Izuna. It's just you are too unaware of your own limitations. Boom. The terrifying ocular power of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood filled the space akin to the roars of countless demons. The three Tomo and white Zetsus, I spun wildly. The intensely cold ocular power stood erect like a reef in the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, unwavering. You are truly too old, Lord Madara. Were you plotting enduring such a frail body? Uchiha Madara calmly inquired. Peace in the shinobi world. Kakashi, in this world, not everything can go your way. The longer you live, the more I can understand the helplessness and sadness that pervades reality. If there are victors, the concept of the vanquished arises. There exists an inevitable causal relationship between them. Love will give rise to hatred, a love and hate intertwine, and thus war occurs. This is the reality. With your ocular power, you cannot see the final records on the stone tablet, otherwise you wouldn't ask such questions. Tell me, what is your view on the shinobi world? You possessing such ocular power also qualify to be my successor. Silence ensued. Kakashi smiled. Don't think just because you've lived a bit longer you can lecture me. There will always be a victor. Why can't that person be me? Who cares about being your successor? Uchiha, the future of the shinobi world, I will decide. I am the protagonist, Madara. It is not Izumi. Only upon true contact did Uchiha Madara realize why White Zetsu said that Uchiha Kagami resembled him so much. An absolute self-centeredness, such an unshakable will. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he felt such joy. Among the clan members he had abandoned, there appeared such an interesting person. Kagami, perhaps our goals are different, but I acknowledge your will. Come find me in the land of grass. Let's allow you to truly experience the power of the Uchiha clan. You are so competitive, won't you be sad if you lose? The Tomo and white Zetsus' eyes slowly dissipated. I have no need to empathize with a loser. I will always be the victor. Uchiha Kagami in the spiritual space. The long-awaited curtain was lifted and Sukuna did not shout loud. This world, surprisingly, has such a person. Without relying on Sukuna's cursed power, Uchiha Kagami could not possibly contend against Madara's ocular power. Even if he was about to run out of energy, even if he did not possess the Rinnegan. This guy is a living myth in the shinobi world. Sukuna clearly sensed that if it weren't for his spiritual energy continuously increasing after entering this world, if he encountered this guy in the world of curses perhaps, it would be difficult to win. Strictly speaking, he is an ancestor of our clan. Little brat, are you really going to find such a person now? Sukuna was not a reckless person. Even when facing a dire situation, he did not care about his own face. What he hated the most was when others overestimated themselves and provoked him. A proper retreat is not shameful, as long as it isn't a matter of principle. Sukuna felt it was still acceptable to avoid. Yes, I have something I must verify. Uchiha Kagami was on the verge of suppressing the evolution of his Sharingan. However, he was not satisfied with awakening the Mangekyo at this time. It was like cooking a dish. Transforming a poorly made dish requires many more steps. If only it could be delicious from the start. The human body in this world is truly overflowing with energy. Little brat, you have grown remarkably in just a few hundred days. Even my power is continuously growing. It is truly marvelous. Sukuna grinned savagely. I can sense the terrifying power that resides in your spirit. You are resisting its influence, aren't you? Why be so troubled? Release that madness. With you and me combined, we can wreak havoc. We can do anything we want. Isn't a year and more in that little black room enough for you? Do you want to add more? You need me, Uchiha Kagami. We are two sides of the same coin. I admit, I need your power. Uchiha Kagami slowly exited the spiritual space, taking a large mass of cursed energy with him. He did not confine Sukuna any longer. Be quiet, speak only when I am done speaking, recognize your position. You are just a mount. Within the flesh and bones, the king of curses gritted his teeth, and the anger in his eyes burned like real fire. Little brat, absolutely. I will make you experience the utmost horror. I am your curse. This is too. Why do you always make me dizzy every time we meet? Uchiha Obito was almost in tears. What the hell did you speak normally? You should thank me for training your mental resilience. The small barrier covering this area dissipated. Hearing Obito's voice, Kakashi and Rin approached after receiving signal. Kagami, are you leaving? Kakashi noticed that Kagami was heading towards the land of wind and wanted to ask something. However, considering this should be a confidential mission, it was better not to ask. It felt a bit strange. Kakashi suddenly had an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Looking at Uchiha Kagami's back, he felt that something serious was about to happen. Uchiha Kagami did not look back, and with a few body flickers, he disappeared from the sight of the others. Obito, what did Kagami say to you? You can share, right? Kakashi wanted to gather intelligence from Obito. If he could say it to Obito, it surely wasn't confidential. Obito, holding his throbbing forehead, wanted to cry. What did he even say? Just like before he met me, and immediately cast a Sharingan illusion on me. That bastard Kagami. Why does he always target me? He recalled the time at the Ninja Academy. Even Uchiha Kagami's self-introduction included the fact that he hated him. This point neither Kakashi nor Rin could understand. Though Obito was a disgrace to the Uchiha, there were others similar to him. Why did Uchiha Kagami only target Obito? Patting Obito on the shoulder, Kakashi comforted him. Maybe Kagami sees potential in you. He is testing you. Being used in illusions so often, even I and Senior Minato never had such treatment. You don't feel mentally hurt, do you? Not really. Could it be? Obito rubbed his chin, falling into deep thought. Only Noara Rin felt a bit. She was more sensitive than the two towards Kagami's attitude. Kagami's malice towards Obito was never concealed. After the initial fierce battles, the war also entered a prolonged phase. The situation on various battlefronts stabilized. Launching a large-scale offensive was not a simple matter, as it involved many aspects and could not be done quietly. Konoha withstood the first wave of attacks from the three great nations, causing them to feel flustered as they tried to find Konoha's weaknesses from other aspects. Under these circumstances, Uchiha Kagami simply informed Jiraiya before heading out to do his own thing. Wanting to meet Uchiha Madara was just the first step. After verifying his own strength, he needed to prepare for the perfect evolution of the Mangekyo. In Kagami's view, the eternal Mangekyo was the final form of the Sharingan, and it was not a higher evolution than the Rinnegan. The Sharingan indeed originated from the Sage of Six Paths, but just as chakra's origin is the divine tree. The divine tree is the seed, and chakra belongs to the ninja themselves. The Sharingan is a product of variation, not a degradation of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Kagami had never thought of seeking the Rinnegan, rather than that he preferred to focus his energy on deeply developing the Sharingan. The Sharingan is the symbol of Uchiha power. He had absolute confidence in developing the Sharingan to a level beyond the Rinnegan. On his journey, Uchiha Kagami's mind was restless. Suppressing the evolution of the Sharingan was exhausting. He needed to constantly remind himself to stay calm and not have too much emotional fluctuation. Just thinking about soon meeting that legendary ninja. He might even confront him directly. It was truly hard to resist the urge to laugh maniacally. In the land of grass, a cry of an eagle resonated through the clouds. Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes, three pure black tomo swirling. This was a resonance of ocular power. This is the call of bloodline. Thousands of meters apart, two pairs of Sharingan gazed at each other from afar. A massive chakra surged. As a junior, it was time to greet. Fire release, great fire, annihilation. A sea of flames obscured the sky, occupying the entire field of vision. The heavens roared with a tearing sound, an endless sea of fire enveloping the area for kilometers. Once again, forming hand seals, the sea of flames surged. One by one, the dragon heads of fire roared, leaping out of the inferno. On the peak of Mount Kyubi, Uchiha Madara looked up at the boundless sea of fire, watching the terrifying force accumulate, about to descend in the form of a fire dragon head. The corner of his lips curled into a faint arc as he moved the flame fan from behind to in front of him. A decent fire release, but unfortunately, it held no meaning for me. However, the dragon-shaped flames in the sky did not descend. They seemed to be waiting for something. The giant eagle carrying Uchiha Kagami drew closer. Boom! Uchiha Madara noticed the ground around him, where numerous circular pits had appeared. It was as if a gigantic spoon had scooped out the earth. Earth release, earthen dome. Utilize chakra to locate the rocks in the ground. Normally, they would be lifted and then hurled at the enemy. But those massive rocks continued to ascend. Bang! One by one, the boulders exploded, adhering to the dragon-shaped flames. Interesting. A gleam shone in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Realizing that a mere fire release would be ineffective, he resorted to a compound ninjutsu. This little brat is quite impressive. On the giant eagle, Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals with one hand and let out a long laugh. Lord Madara, please evaluate this. Ninjutsu Dragon Star Convergence. Boom! The sky erupted. Dozens of fiery dragon heads, carrying the wrath of heaven, descended into the mortal realm. A commendable idea, showing considerable talent for ninjutsu development. Uchiha Madara remained still, facing the scene, resembling falling stars from the heavens, showing not a trace of panic on his aged face. As a greeting, it's barely acceptable. Roaring, endless flames surged, resembling the demons of fire in the inferno, breaking free. Fire release, great fire dispersal. The flames roared out like a ferocious beast, carrying endless destructive power. In an instant, the entire battlefield was illuminated, the intense heat distorting the very air. The power of ninjutsu is never judged by its difficulty level. Rather, it depends on the user. The collision of fire and fire turned the mixed rocks into dust. The surging waves of fire blew through his long hair. It had been a long time, truly a long time, since he had fought. This weak body made Uchiha Madara constantly feel humiliation, barely holding on for the sake of his plans. This battle might influence his choice of heir. But, facing a challenge, Uchiha Madara, this incredibly proud man, would never back down. The Uchihas exist to fight. Clank. Crossing through the sea of fire, Kagami's figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Madara, twisting his body and swinging his blade. Despite his evident age, Uchiha Madara possessed reflexes incomparable to ordinary ninjas. Merely pulling the iron chain, he managed to block the blade's edge. His gaze fell upon the long blade in Uchiha Kagami's hand. The blade appeared no different from an ordinary katana, yet Madara recognized it at a glance. Mizunoto, now you have inherited it. How could he not be familiar? This was Azuna's blade. Back then Madara had taken many things. His brother's blade remained within the clan. After all, for Azuna, that was a family he deeply cherished. A difficult toss-up smile appeared on Uchiha Kagami's face, looking ghastly. Don't reminisce for too long. Ooh, I will shatter you with one strike. An invisible slash pierced through the scythe, targeting Madara's head, chest, and lower abdomen. Uchiha Kagami came with the belief of killing Madara, and he would never hold back. Or rather, when facing Uchiha Madara, no one had the right to hold back. A layer of deep blue tangible chakra armor appeared, emitting a piercing sound of shattering blades. Invisible slash, your unique ninjutsu. I'm still aware of it. Madara flicked his wrist. Overwhelming power surged from the scythe, pressing Uchiha Kagami's body down. Such terrifying strength. I may be old, but you are still too young. I once clashed with someone who could shatter mountains with sheer physical strength. Hashirama. Uchiha Kagami's veins bulged as he refused to concede in the struggle. I have always had a question, please enlighten me. Why do you believe that Senja Hashirama would commit suicide? It seems you have investigated quite a bit. Uchiha spoke indifferently, but such questions are too naive. A man like Senja Hashirama, if I hadn't intervened at the time, he indeed would have taken his own life. Although many things happened later, I never doubted his determination at that time. Uchiha Kagami felt somewhat relieved and asked, do you regret it? Would have been better to let him die at that time. Regret. The two were not engaged in battle, but rather a senior enlightening his junior. The one who fell was Hashirama. The one who should regret should be him, not me. I have always walked the right path. This was the reason Uchiha Kagami gave up on revealing the truth to Uchiha Madara. It was meaningless. This guy like himself would only believe in his own judgment, not turning back until hitting the south wall. No, they were the kind of people who would shatter the south wall. I see. I believe I am the one in the right. A colossal amount of chakra formed in impact strands of faint black lines coiling around Uchiha Kagami's wrist. The suddenly increased force shattered the scythe. Uchiha Madara grasped the iron chain, retreating several dozen meters, looking at Uchiha Kagami with great interest. Even as an Uchiha, your level of shadow manipulation is excessive. May I ask, what is the correct path you believe in? Uchiha Kagami wore a half-smile, holding the long blade Mizunoto in one hand and a white snow sleeve in the other, an eerie black aura swirling around his body. It holds no meaning. So-called battle is about imposing the victor's beliefs upon the vanquished. If the vanquished speak eloquently, it is merely a joke. Uchiha Madara's eyes brightened, and he laughed. The forest surrounding the two had already been consumed by flames, leaving no grass for several kilometers. Well said, Kagami. I can feel your thirst for battle like mine, and possess the same rationality as Azuna. I'm truly glad to see you. You were just born before me. Ooh, I am nothing like you. I am who I am. Swish. Uchiha Madara held the flame fan in one hand and gripped the scythe handle in the other. The self-introduction is over then. Let's begin the warm-up. Bang. Crossing time, the pinnacle of two different eras of the Uchiha clan collided with a thunderous crash. As a man forged in the Chaos-era combat was ingrained in Uchiha Madara's very instincts. No matter from which angle Uchiha Kagami launched his assault, Madara responded with flawless timing and the most precise technique. This was the first time Sukuna extended his power beyond himself. Previously, Kagami had drawn upon Sukuna's cursed energy only before or after battle. Now, mere extraction was no longer sufficient. Kagami enveloped Sukuna's cursed energy with his own chakra, forcibly converting it into battlefield power. It was a transformation from a fixed power source to a mobile one. If Sukuna's prior perspective had been like watching through a screen, now he experienced it as visceral, immediate sensation. Sukuna's true body remained sealed, yet vast quantities of his cursed energy were being siphoned. In truth, had he resisted fiercely, he could still have disrupted the energy flow. But Sukuna welcomed it wholeheartedly. Use more. Use even more. Sooner or later, you will become intoxicated by this overwhelming strength. Kagami harbored no aversion to wielding Sukuna's power. No master ever rejects his own mount. Twin blades clashed against the scythe, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Madara's aged body forbade sweeping, extravagant movements. Instead, his form flickered like a phantom, vanishing and reappearing. No one could predict when the scythe would descend. Truly, it was as if death itself stood before him. In contrast, Kagami soared and darted with ethereal grace. Each motion flawlessly executed, light as startled swans, fluid as coiling dragons. Elegant combat had long been the world's romanticized lens upon the Uchiha. Watching Kagami, Madara saw reflected a younger version of himself. I once encountered a clan that wielded ghostly energy. They raised malevolent entities and inscribed cursed seals upon their own flesh, drawing power from those abominations in battle. Kagami, of the Uchiha clan, resorting to such defiled power. Though Madara could not perceive Sukuna, his seasoned intuition instantly recognized the nature of any energy upon contact. He was certain an utterly sinister presence dwelled within Kagami's body. Defiled. Brat, kill him. Slice that old fool into pieces. Take all the power you need. Take it all. Ignoring Sukuna's frenzied barking, Kagami smiled faintly. If I can master the Sharingan, what is a mere malevolent entity to me? Indeed, Madara replied, accepting the statement as self-evident. Simultaneously, the three-demo Sharingan in his eye sockets spun wildly. Then let me test the strength you bear as an Uchiha. Boom! An overwhelming torrent of ocular power erupted. Instantly, the blood-soaked battlefield, filled with the clamor of slaughter, materialized before them. A nameless hand loomed above the field, its surface shimmering with a veil of time endlessly cycling between decrepitude, vigor, and youth. Clutched tightly in its grasp was a pitch-black spear, its tip sharp enough to pierce space-time itself. Shriek! An excruciating jolt of pain shot straight to Kagami's nerves. He felt as though his heart had been pierced by a blade. A gaping void bloomed across his chest. Genjutsu, the Uchiha's most renowned ability. Even Madara's mastery of illusion was effective against all save Hashirama Senju. A pair of crimson eyes hung, suspended over the battlefield, vast beyond measure. Against them, Kagami seemed no larger than a grain of sand beneath the stars. Within that oceanic surge of ocular power, threads of black and crimson wove themselves into a magnificent canopy. Then chariots, then warhorses. Kagami stood atop the chariot, his chest wound already sealed. The cascading torrents of ocular energy rained down, but were repelled by the chariot's canopy. Haven't even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. For the first time, Madara was genuinely astonished. Whether through White Zetsu earlier, or their recent taijutsu exchange, the sheer magnitude of ocular power he displayed was unquestionably far beyond that of the three-demo Sharingan. Indeed, Madara suspected even his own nascent Mangekyo had not radiated such intensity. Yet now, in this true clash of Genjutsu, where ocular energies intertwined, this young man fought without the Mangekyo. He possessed only the three-demo Sharingan. Because I do not wish to harm my brother, Kagami said, gazing upward at the blood-drenched eyes looming above the battlefield. I seek inexhaustible ocular power. Another reason I sought you out. Excellent. Magnificent. Kagami. The crimson eyes gleamed like a blood moon. The youthful Uchiha Madara stepped forth, shattering the crimson moon beneath his feet. Crimson armor thick with the essence of unrelenting battle fervor. Madara charged toward the chariot, laughing wildly exhilarated beyond measure. Then let me, Uchiha Madara, be your opponent. In a psychic duel between users of ocular techniques, the slightest trace of fear, awe, or reverence would spell instant defeat. At present, spiritual energy was Madara's greatest asset, and precisely the domain where Kagami excelled most. Kagami extended both hands, forward fingers interlaced like wings, his smile twisting into something feral. Darkness churned atop the chariot, as if birthing something unspeakably monstrous. With an illumined shriek of an eagle, the first beast erupted from the shadows, a creature with the face of a monkey, the body of a tanuki, the limbs of a tiger, the tail of a serpent, and colossal eagle wings. Legends describe the new exactly thus. One after another, new beasts surged forth. Endless darkness swelling like a tide, swallowing the blood-soaked battlefield whole. In release, new annihilation. A cobalt blue blade cleaved the nearest new into black ichor. The colossal Susanoo blade spanned hundreds of meters, blazing light into the gloom. A skeletal frame manifested around Madara. You lack the Mangekyo, so let me show you. This is the ultimate ocular technique, housed within it a perfect synthesis of offense and defense. Wielding power rivaling that of a tailed beast. Susanoo. Kagami held his hand seal unchanged as wave upon wave of new hurled themselves into the Susanoo blade, only to perish. Forgive me for asking. When you say rivaling a tailed beast, you mean the nine tails, correct? The youthful Madara's expression sharpened noticeably. He frowned. Of course, the other beasts dare not compare to Susanoo. You're right, Kagami murmured, a faint smirk playing on his lips as the black ichor spilled from Madara's strikes began to coalesce. The black traceries across Kagami's body grew sharper, intensifying the extraction of Sukuna's power. Sukuna watched coldly, even actively aiding Kagami. He was waiting. Perhaps this was his chance. Should Kagami falter, that single moment might allow Sukuna to slash open the accursed seal with spatial severance. New annihilation revised. 9 Beast Calamity. The scattered black ichor converged at blinding speed, dragging even the phantasmal warriors locked in battle across the field into its vortex. Roar! A deafening, earth-shaking bellow shook the entire Jinjutsu realm. A colossal, ferocious beast lifted its head and howled to the heavens. 9 tails, each flickering like black flame, billowed behind it. The 9 tails. So you've seen it too. Crack, crack. The skeletal frame emerged, sinews weaving flesh, layering over muscle. A deep blue Susanoo stood immovable upon the battlefield, towering even over the massive beast. Kagami, using livestock to oppose its master. How absurd. The black and crimson chariot had somehow appeared atop the great beast's head. Its 9-tailed form opened its eyes, revealing a flash of crimson. Absurd or not, we must test it to know. A blood-red full moon hangs high in the illusionary world. Below stand 2 colossal figures, as if they have stepped out from a mythological tale. The calamity of the ninja world for 1,000 years, the 9 tails. The fierce and wild god Susanoo. Do your utmost to please me, Uchiha Kagami. A azure slash cuts the earth in 2. A massive chasm stretches between the 2 giants. Uchiha Kagami remained silent, his eyes cold, as he brought his hands together. In the sky, a drizzle of black and red raindrops began to fall. Arrogance, hatred, sadness, disgust, desire. Endless negative emotions filled the world, distorting the minds of ordinary people, even if they were merely present for a moment. No young release. Purely release particles gathered before the dark 9 tails, forming a gigantic energy sphere. Crack. The heavy pressure caused the entire beast to sink. Is it only the release, tailed beast ball? This is quite an achievement for you to shape it. To be precise, this is the release Rasengan. Uchiha Kagami smirked. Of course, calling it the Rasengan cannon might be more fitting. Within Susanoo, Uchiha Obito crossed his arms, emanating the absolute aura of a strongman. Are you ready? With his black hair flowing wildly, Obito recalled his battle with Hashirama. One cannot determine the worth of a moment until it becomes a memory. Regrets do not fade with time. Hashirama, what if at that time? No, wait. In the blink of an eye, Susanoo tightly gripped the long sword, striking through the void as if severing something. You truly are impressive. Uchiha Obito laughed heartily, leaning forward. So your attack had already begun? That massive energy black sphere was not an attack at all. It was the black and red raindrops that were. Illusions are a clash of wills. Under equal ocular power, the one whose will first shows cracks is the loser. Regret is the emotion that most easily destroys will. I've discovered it. Uchiha Kagami smiled, brightly, showing no embarrassment despite having his little trick exposed. By diverting attention, I accumulate lethal intent where one least expects it. Uchiha Obito's voice sounded strange. This feeling, it resembles that of a useless Senju. Referring to Senju Tobarama, right? I actually quite respect his tactical philosophy. Obito's expression turned slightly displeased. Kagami, it seems you cannot be like Hashirama. Enough. What are you babbling on about? Uchiha Kagami pointed his blade at Obito, his Freedomo Sharingan filled with endless ferocity. I'm not any of your past opponents. The you who is lost in the past is not what I expect. Obito, I come bearing the will to kill you. If you wish to survive, come at me with the belief of certain death. Ha ha ha. Before Uchiha Obito could finish his laughter, Kagami struck without a hint of honor. The energy cannon from the dark 9 tails shot out rapidly, not exploding as imagined, but spreading out, enveloping Susanoo, forming a dark barrier. Uchiha Obito frowned. Dark technique. You and Uchiha actually learned such a technique to deal with ocular technique ninjas. Have you lost your mind? You little brat. You've made me somewhat displeased. This illusion was originally developed to counter Uchiha. It is not merely a space devoid of light. Rather, it disrupts the enemy's brain through chakra, preventing them from analyzing and processing the information received by their eyes, unable to form images in their minds. This disruption not only affects vision, but can also have severe psychological impacts on the enemy. Especially with this guy's technique, there's a whispering evil intent. Is it due to that filthy thing? Obito suddenly realized that this little brat enjoys messing with people's mindsets. Bone. Susanoo was deeply scarred by the dark 9 tails claws. In the dark technique, only the user can maintain their sight within this range. Uchiha Obito stumbled, followed by a heavy blow to Susanoo's waist. Close combat after blocking vision. You underestimate me. This mere dark technique, I can break it immediately. In the darkness, the 2 colossal beings engaged in fierce combat, the blade of Susanoo severing giant tails. Yet those severed tails transformed into giant pythons coiling around Susanoo, restricting its movements. Even after being cut, they could recongeal. Uchiha Obito slashed dozens of times before finally exterminating one of the giant pythons. He began to feel somewhat annoyed. Rip! The dark barrier was torn apart like an umbrella by a pair of giant hands. Uchiha Obito, now regaining his vision, looked at the black fox that had lost its tails. Stop with the tricks. Where are you? The darkness can strip away Obito's sight, but he could still sense that Uchiha Kagami had been atop that giant beast all along. In the next instant, Obito captured his position. Up there, the blood moon hung high. Uchiha Kagami held the reins with one hand, guiding the war chariot as he dived down. Behind him was an innumerable army built from black bones. How truly boring. Uchiha Obito's interest waned, and the blade of Susanoo swung out. The azure radiance illuminated the entire space-time. With just a single strike, it shattered countless bones along with the war chariot. Overwhelming ocular power. Crack, black and red lightning instantly filled the sky. Boom! The immense pressure seemed to sink the earth. What is this? Finally willing to unleash it, Uchiha Obito became exhilarated, his blood boiling. I am very interested in the technique that shatters dust release. Susanoo ignited with blue flames, advancing further upon its already immense form. Whoosh! A pair of gigantic wings unfurled. Susanoo, completed form. Rip! Black lightning blossomed on the sword and sleeve, crossing in front of Uchiha Kagami in a cross. With his black hair flowing wildly, the crimson gaze shone through the blade, radiating a fierce glow. Within the cage, the cursed spirit raised his hand, his fingertips flashing with black and red lightning. He is the strongest in the world. The world is what limits his strength. The reason he is special grade is that sorcerers can only reach special grade at most. Since coming to this world, his cursed energy has been growing every moment. The ninja world truly is a twisted world. Countless negative energies. Do gods truly exist? Is it because I have severed the world that you have no choice but to exile me here? Or do you fear me, binding me in this cage? It no longer matters. Kagami, I have told you we are two sides of the same coin. You can learn my techniques, the me within your heart. Do you understand? From birth one, knows to stand birds, know to fly fish, know to swim. This is what is called instinct. You say I lack human instincts. Yes, because I was born to consume humans. That is my instinct. We have never been of the same kind. The ceiling gate slowly opened a crack. Uchiha Kagami absorbed the cursed energy amidst the sea of corpses. The cursed spirit grinned wickedly. How deliberate. In 1,000 years, I have never seen a human as mad as you. Do you intend to tame me step by step as if I were a beast? With fingers together, his sharp nails resembled blades. Then let's see how it goes. Uchiha Kagami, the demon god with 4 arms and 2 faces, roared savagely. The large mouth on its belly chanted incantations. Dragon scale counter duo meteor. Release black slash. The slash capable of severing space entwined with black thunder. Unparalleled, the strongest slash in the cursed spirit's life. Bringing forth the endless malice of the cursed king, it slashed towards the cage that bound him. At the same moment, Uchiha Kagami's expression was emotionless, swinging both blades. Rumble. 2 crescent-shaped blade lights flickered with thunder, resembling a guillotine descending from the heavens. Release black slash. From the blood-red earth, an endless azure radiance blossomed. Susanoo, the power of the gods. People say once seen with one's own eyes, death is unavoidable. All things under heaven, one slash and all shatter. Light, drowning the world. The sound erupted like a giant mirror, shattering, creating a chaotic and jarring noise. The illusionary world could not withstand such a powerful impact and shattered into fragments. In reality, the dual blades and scythe hovered in midair. Uchiha Obito's aged face showed the wrinkles unfurling. In terms of ocular power, you surpass even Izuna. Mirror, you are indeed a true genius. The figure moved with ghostly swiftness, appearing before Uchiha Mirror in an instant, the scythe glimmering with a sharp brilliance. The scythe halted abruptly, poised before Uchiha Mirror's neck. Obito frowned slightly. The final clash of ocular powers had not determined a victor, as the illusionary world he constructed had already shattered. Yet Uchiha Mirror kept his eyes tightly shut, showing no reaction to his attack. Was he attempting some trick? Obito hesitated, not out of concern for being deceived by Mirror. He feared that if something truly was wrong, with Uchiha Mirror, one strike from him could result in his demise. After a moment's thought, Obito pushed forward with the scythe. He aimed to avoid any vital points, targeting Uchiha Mirror's face instead. My time is short. It will be a pity for you to die now. Once I return from the dead, I shall show you the power of our ancestors. Crack. Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted, his brow furrowing. He opened his mouth, biting down on the blade of the scythe. A mouth appeared on Uchiha Mirror's cheek. Hiss! Beneath the Sharingan of his left eye, another eye sprouted. It was exceedingly sinister, chilling to the core. You are the malevolent being within Mirror, aren't you? Obito tugged the chains, pulling the scythe back. What a reckless little brat. A faintly purple glow emanated from the illusory chain that spread from the palm of Uchiha Obito. Let me put a leash on you. So similar. Wait, I will shatter you, old thing. The voice from that mouth was remarkably hoarse, as if gnawing on something. Boom! The sudden surge of blood-red pressure rippled outward. More and more black patterns spread across Uchiha Mirror's body. This is the taste of the shinobi world, a new world, the breath of a new humanity. So wonderful. Surrender your body to me, little brat. An evil aura beyond description spread like smoke. This malice was even more pure than the Nine Tails. The faint purple chains dissipated as Uchiha Obito leaned back, a stone chair materializing. Mirror, since you dared to carve such a malevolence, then try to tame it yourself. You are Uchiha. The black-red energy rippled like a lake. However, no matter how the malevolent spirit roared and screamed, the figure of that young man remained utterly still. In the spiritual realm, a crimson seal door opened a crack. The upper half of the malevolent spirit squeezed out. An endless tide of corpses and blood surged forth from the seal. On the other side, Uchiha Mirror stood amidst the sea of blood, his indifferent gaze fixed on the malevolent spirit. It hurt so much. It felt like his soul was being ground in a meat grinder, crushed, and then placed in a furnace reforged, cut, cycling endlessly, a millennium of dense malice, a tempest of overwhelming waves. Anger, regret, hatred, negative emotions washed over Uchiha Mirror's spiritual body again and again. From the sea of blood emerged hands that gripped Uchiha Mirror tightly, attempting to pull him down into the abyss. Memories of the malevolent spirit crashed into his mind. Ugly humans repeating love and separation, greed, anger, ignorance, unfulfilled desires, resentment, and hatred. Uninteresting though the flavor is passable. Uchiha Mirror, we are one. The malevolent spirit's forearms spread wide as if to embrace. This is not devouring, but merging. You become me, and I become you. We come from different timelines. What a wondrous fate it is. Kulme. Let us become the most perfect existence. Breathing is so painful. It feels like my lungs are exploding. My feet feel so heavy. My bones are breaking. Is something gnawing at my heart. No matter, it doesn't matter how much it hurts. The emptiness within me has been filled. I carry too many expectations. I will not lose. Uchiha Mirror extended his palm. Do you know, malevolent spirit? This seal binds both you and me. From some day forward, I realized that with my current strength, I cannot fully open the seal. Haven't you noticed? Whether it's your black blade, or mine, or even Obito, this power is all infused into the seal. As I said, one day, I will put a collar on you. It's not you who opened the seal. It is us who opened it. Saying this to you is to clarify. Uchiha Mirror's lips curled upwards as his palm slowly rose. Everything is within my plan. Progression is my principle. Crack. Thud. The malevolent spirit seemed to sense something and looked up. A tremendous booming sound echoed in the dim void as a black spear appeared. Upon closer inspection, those blacks were densely packed seal characters. Swoosh. Uchiha Mirror's palm struck down and the black spear fell. The black spear pierced through the malevolent spirit's chest, nailing him between the two worlds. Silence. A moment of silence. The malevolent spirit burst into laughter as if he had encountered the happiest moment of his life. So interesting. Truly fascinating, Uchiha Mirror. Because of you, I have begun to take an interest in humanity. You will eventually free me. Ooh, I look forward to your body. You're not wrong. Delicacies should be savored gradually, bit by bit. The sea of blood and corpses flowed back towards the seal gate. Uchiha Mirror turned around. Suddenly looking back, the crimson in his eyes intensified with only disdain for the so-called king of curses. Just wait. The chains you anticipate, I shall put on for you. Gazing at the composed Uchiha Madara sitting on the stone chair, Uchiha Kagami roughly brushed back his somewhat disheveled hair. Old man, can't you move anymore? Uchiha Madara rested his hands on his knees, appearing no different from an ordinary elder. There's no meaning in continuing. You've achieved your goal, haven't you? Moreover, this body is also nearing its limits. Uchiha Kagami seemed to recall something. Logically, Uchiha Madara couldn't leave the Outer Path's demonic statue, needing it to sustain his life. Initially, he didn't think much of it. Uchiha Kagami subconsciously felt that it wasn't strange for Madara to still have the capacity to fight back. Perhaps it was some technique like it would clone, but since he said so. Shadow transformation technique. Can it really be used without the Rinnegan? Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes, slightly feeling offended. Is it a technique like a clone? You're really underestimating me. Madara showed no emotional fluctuations and said calmly, my true body cannot detach, and this technique can also bear all of my ocular power. How pathetic. This meager strength is all I can muster now. The physical features belonging to Uchiha Madara gradually faded, revealing pale skin. It was a white zetsu. A slight rustling sound emerged from the cracks in the earth as a white zetsu with disheveled, sickly green hair crawled out. Kagami, Lord Madara requests your presence. Understood. Just a moment. Uchiha Kagami opened a scroll and walked over to the deceased white zetsu. This is Lord Madara's research result. How can you? He didn't say it was not allowed. Instead, what's wrong with me taking it back to play with? But, shut up. The true body of Uchiha Madara resided beneath this land. a vast underground space illuminated only by candlelight, dark and damp. Really, an old bone dares to stay in a place like this. It's a wonder he hasn't caught rheumatism. Upon the simple stone chair, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, revealing dark red Sharingan. You've arrived, Kagami. Uchiha Kagami's gaze shifted to the withered wood appendages stretching into the darkness behind Madara. An aura of extreme foreboding emanated from there. Is it the outer path's demonic statue? Retracting his gaze, Uchiha Kagami met Madara's eyes. What do you want with me? Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. Clearly it is you who came looking for me. What, you want to leverage my power to tame that evil creature, and this is how you show up. Uchiha Kagami found a chair to sit down, crossing his legs casually, and said indifferently, so I politely asked what you wanted. Otherwise I wouldn't have come down at all. Lord Madara, your retirement home environment is quite poor, isn't it? Kagami, you're very clever. You should have noticed the anomaly with that white zetsu. I'm referring to the body I borrowed. Uchiha Kagami understood everything, but wouldn't make it too obvious that black zetsu was probably parasitizing Madara's body. A rich yang release aura, quite valuable for research. Uchiha leaned on a black staff and spoke solemnly. The Sharingan is the pinnacle of Yin release, a symbol of the Uchiha. Representing yang release is the Senju of the forest. To obtain inexhaustible ocular power without harming my kin, I have a correct path. I need to tell you, talent and power are not enough to move Uchiha Madara. What truly touched Uchiha Madara was Uchiha Kagami's words. Also, it was only after Izuna's death deep within this dark underground palace that he realized, perhaps there's a way to avoid sacrificing loved ones. The white zetsu is a product of my research on Hashirama cells containing a vast amount of life energy, which is yang release. That white zetsu is intentionally left for you. You can transplant a part of it into your body. If you activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, afterward it should nourish your eyes, preventing the curse of blindness. Uchiha Kagami's expression was devoid of emotion. Lonely Yin does not endure solitary yang, does not thrive. Yin and yang separate, the essence is absolute. The internal yin and yang of the human body depend on and restrict each other, maintaining the balance of life. Excessive use of the Mangekyo leads to blindness because of the imbalance of yin and yang. There are two solutions to prevent blindness. One is to balance yin and yang. The other is the fusion of two Mangekyo Sharingan from bloodlines closely related. Heavy yin must produce yang, heavy yang must produce yin. Under the principle of extremes, one can achieve the effect of yin transforming into yang. In the shadows, Uchiha Madara's expression was hard to discern, but a long sigh escaped his lips. Kagami, you've come too late. If Uchiha Madara had any regrets, it would only be one not being able to protect Izuna. Sure, Sue, that's your brother's name, isn't it? As an elder brother, you are far more qualified than I. Such profound truths Uchiha Madara only comprehended after seeing the stone tablet of the Sage of Six Paths. But Kagami, withdrawing from his memories, Uchiha Madara looked at Kagami, his gaze deep. So do you wish to accumulate the ultimate yin release, and after the principle of extremes gain eternal ocular power? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. Yes and no, I have my own plans. Regardless, balancing yin and yang is the best state. Kagami, you might be able to obtain eyes like mine. I mean, the Rinnegan. Although I don't know what means you'll employ, I'm looking forward to what you can achieve. After pondering for a while, Uchiha Madara decided not to mention the Moon Eye plan. This was the perfect vision of peace that the Sage of Six Paths envisioned for the ninja world, but the current Kagami would not accept such a plan. He still hadn't lost all hope for this world. It seemed he also wasn't a person who liked peace. I won't delve into what you plan to do. If needed, you can come to me to retrieve more white zetsu. The body of white zetsu replied. Uchiha Obito is the person I've chosen, and I will arrange a trial for him. He has the potential to awaken the Mangekyo, but requires proper guidance. For this purpose, some ninjas from Konoha will die. Don't interfere with me. This is a transaction. Kakashi, Rin. Uchiha Kagami chuckled softly. As you wish. Then what if? Among the dead is your junior Kakashi. Besides some Uchiha clan members, I don't care about the lives or deaths of others. My existence is not to protect them. I've already warned Kakashi, if he dies due to his own shortcomings, he does. Uchiha Kagami pushed himself up from his knees. Old man, it seems we want to see each other again. I wish you farewell. After saying that, Uchiha Kagami turned to leave. He disliked the dark atmosphere here. Most importantly, he vaguely felt the immense malice residing within Madara. It wasn't Madara, but rather. With the objective achieved, there was no need to linger here. He had to hurry to another location. Watching Uchiha Kagami depart, Madara muttered softly, "We will meet again." Between the dense forest. Having crossed the rain country, he was now within the borders of the bird country. Daitsu had not yet been assigned, and naturally, he had not arranged for Nagato. The rain country is still under Hanzo's control, making infiltration quite easy. Uchiha Kagami leaned on the back of a plump orange cat. Despite its hefty size, this cat moved swiftly through the dense forest. The giant eagle is a living creature and also needs to rest. During shifts, Uchiha Kagami would summon another of his summoning beasts. It is an 800-pound orange fat cat named Left Wheel. Uchiha Kagami does not need the cat to enhance his combat ability. His only requirement is that it can travel comfortably. Sometimes he felt sleepy and could just lie down and doze off. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, dancing across his face and flickering on the book in his hands. In this battle with Uchiha Obito, he had achieved all his goals. With Obito's power, he opened the sealed door. It was as if Uchiha Kagami had forged a key, firmly grasping it in his hands. When the time comes, he can release the Shiki. Secondly, he had extracted some of Uchiha Obito's ocular power and stored it in his mental space through a transcription seal. Uchiha Kagami does not lack this bit of spiritual energy. However, Obito's ocular power is the best bait for a certain orange-eared fox. It's a bit reckless. The third point is to gather some white zetsu. Initially, he had considered using white zetsus yang release cells to compensate for the deficiency in ocular power, but that is no longer an option. Whether it is Shiki or himself, the energy of the yin release is growing too rapidly. Shiki is like a corpse-eating flower blooming upon the blood-soaked land of the ninja world. With Uchiha Kagami's current ocular power promoted to Mangekyo, it simply cannot be balanced by mere white zetsu. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami feels a bit uncomfortable having other elements mixed in with his own, like the two plans he had discussed with Obito. Continuing to accumulate ocular power, Uchiha Kagami is confident he can balance two pairs of Mangekyo with his own pair, with the yin flourishing and giving rise to yang. However, this is not a perfect evolution. There is some disparity between this and Uchiha Kagami's vision of perfection. Returning to the starting point and converting such immense yin release into yang release is the correct solution. Reversal technique. Using chakra to perform Black Flash is far more difficult than using cursed energy, as the reversal technique applied to chakra involves more issues and is more complex. To compare the difficulty, it might be like the difference between the Pythagorean theorem and Euler's mathematics. No need to delve deeper, just knowing it's difficult is enough. To solve this, it might require Uchiha Kagami and Shiki to work together and study it earnestly. Is it possible? Uchiha Kagami would never consult Shiki. It's not arrogance, but rather he wouldn't trust a word from Shiki. From the very beginning, Uchiha Kagami had reminded himself of this. Similarly, Uchiha Kagami wouldn't discuss matters with someone like Orochimaru. He only trusts himself. He can solve this problem. Now he needs to go retrieve another key point in his plan located in the vast desert within the dragon veins of the ancient Lulan kingdom. The lifeblood of the earth, an enormous energy conglomerate. Once the key point is gathered, he can implement his perfect Mangekyo plan. What? You ask what use white zetsu is. Kagami does not need it, but Sure Sway does. It is truly exhausting to worry about this. Lord Kagami Granny Cat asked me to ask you when the final payment for the ninja tools will be settled. Left Wheel's voice was crisp, contrasting sharply with his plump physique. Clap. Closing the book, Uchiha Kagami replied indifferently, "It's too expensive, 30% higher than before. Have her lower the price a bit." But Granny Cat said that with fights breaking out everywhere in the ninja world, she has prioritized supplying the Uchiha clan, and the ninja tools are in high demand. The price is already very reasonable, meow. Our Uchiha clan has worked with her for generations. How can the price increase just because the tools are in high demand? You actually asked her for money on my behalf. Left Wheel, are you my summoning beast, or that greedy old lad is summoning beast? Of course it's yours. But there's no but. Tell her I will pay her the original price for the final payment. If she wants it, fine. If not, then it's up to her. Oh. Left Wheel lowered his head, feeling a bit wronged. He was just asking, merely passing on Granny Cat's message. Lord Kagami is still so fierce. Suddenly, Left Wheel felt the flesh on the back of his neck lift, and the entire cat was airborne. What's going on? Is Lord Kagami really going to hit me? That shouldn't be the case. Although Lord Kagami is fierce, he has never hit me. Meow. Uchiha Kagami stood on a giant tree branch holding the 800-pound fat cat. Left Wheel turned his head, his dark eyes filled with confusion and a bit of fear. Stupid cat, you almost fell right into the explosive tag trap. Da. A figure stepped out from behind the tree. No wonder you have the red eyes. A bounty of 90 million Ryo is quite something. It seems the trap is ineffective against you. The pale green pupils the headband of Takigakure wearing a mask. It was Kakuzu. Uchiha Kagami tossed Left Wheel aside the fat cat, dangling from a branch like a thick blanket. Bounty hunter Kakuzu, quite a coincidence. However, it's only 2.5 asumas. This bounty seems to look down on people. Yes, I didn't expect to encounter you while chasing after a bounty of 200,000 in this small country. Black tendrils extended from Kakuzu's sleeves, moving in a strange manner. Seeing the headband on your forehead reminds me of the leaf ninja I fought in the beginning. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Kagami dug at his ear. A few days ago, I just had a skirmish with Uchiha Obito. Kid, are you messing with me? Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but smile. You joked first, and besides I am not lying to you. Enough. Kakuzu's gaze was icy. The strongest genius of the leaf, and yet you are alone. Then I shall take this 90 million Ryo. 3 minutes later, Uchiha Kagami grabbed Kakuzu by the neck and pressed him to the ground. Kakuzu's hands gripped his forearm, trying to shake him off, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Next to them lay scattered black, earthbound spirits, twitching from time to time. 3 Tomo spun in his eye socket. Tell me where you've hidden your money. Just when the Uchiha clan's cash flow isn't much. To casually encounter such a big fat sheep, my luck isn't. If you have the guts, just kill me. I will never tell you. Very good, quite spirited. A dangerous light flickered in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. For a ninja, sometimes dying is an easy thing, surviving is the challenging part. Before you say it, don't think about dying so easily. In the pale green eyes, 3 black Tomo appeared, and the hand gripping Uchiha Kagami's fell limp. Uchiha Kagami took a rope from his sleeve and wrapped it around Kakuzu's neck several times. As a ninja, carrying rope is quite reasonable. Fat. Left will continue on our way. Lord Kagami, did you just want to call me Fat Cat? One end of the rope was tied to left wheel's tail, while Kakuzu bounced off the ground rubbing against it. Uchiha Kagami remained unfazed. No, you heard wrong. On the boundless desert, the skin of Kakuzu was worn down, blood and flesh mingled with the sand, and it seemed that there was not a single good piece of meat left. Uchiha Kagami sighed, revealing an expression of utmost admiration. No wonder you are a ninja that has existed since the time of the first Hokage. Your will is truly unbreakable. Kakuzu gasped, heavily sneering. You can kill me, but never think of touching my money. You think I will yield just because of mere jinjutsu? Uchiha Kagami nodded seriously and said, I acknowledge you, a man like you should not die here. You may. Kakuzu's expression slightly changed. His small green eyes stared deeply at Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami, I have to admit you possess the same spirit as the first Hokage. Work hard to raise your bounty, and I will come looking for you again. Kakuzu tore off his ropes and turned to leave. He believed that a powerful opponent who easily defeated him would not say one thing and do another. Uchiha Kagami, indeed you are stronger now, but what about 50 years later? Just wait. As he watched Kakuzu walk further away, Uchiha Kagami pulled out a bankbook from his bosom. Now not only do I have the final payment for the last batch of ninja tools, but Uchiha's annual expenses for ninja tools are also covered. Zoang took the bankbook, feeling a twinge of concern. Now not only do I have the final payment for the last batch of ninja tools, but Uchiha's annual expenses for ninja tools are also covered. Zoang took the bankbook, feeling a twinge of concern. He heard the amount mentioned by that greenied man himself. Goodness, bounty hunters earn this much money. Kakuzu is such a good resource bag. How could Uchiha Kagami kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? If he goes to replace the bankbook and finds out there's no money, he will only work harder to earn and fill the void within. The next time they meet, he can scrape another fortune. If for the newly debuted Uchiha Kagami, dealing with Kakuzu would be a bit troublesome. With his current strength and knowledge of Kakuzu's information, 3 minutes of fighting was already showing mercy. However, this guy indeed has his merits. He was tormented by the illusion for so long that he unconsciously revealed the password. The summoning time is up, so I'll head back to the land of cats. Now, Lord Kagami, bye-bye. With a bang, Zoang vanished without a trace. Uchiha Kagami slowly walked in the desert. He was not far from the ancient country of Lulan on the map. However, the map was not entirely accurate. His fingers pressed against the sandy ground, and he expanded his chakra perception. Lacking the innate sensing talent of Minato Namikaze, he could only compensate for the range difference with chakra. Closing his eyes, the general situation within a 10-kilometer radius imprinted itself in his mind. There was nothing. The land of wind was indeed desolate. No wonder they always liked to fight. Those without shoes fear not the barefoot. The peace that Konoha cherishes is also because of this. The first Hokage loudly proclaimed that everyone is equal, yet the best land in the ninja world belongs entirely to the land of fire. Once he dies, it would be strange if the other ninja villages could hold their ground. After a long while, Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow, discovering a peculiar source of chakra. It was distinctly different from ordinary ninjas, giving off a sense of lacking warmth. Following the direction of his perception, he leaped forward and saw a hint of orange in the distance amidst the desert. As he got closer, the person also noticed Uchiha Kagami and immediately took a defensive stance. Uchiha Kagami made a sudden stop, standing several dozen meters in front of that person. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, the ninja world is indeed small. Or do you rogue ninjas prefer to stay in remote places? Scorpion. Uchiha Kagami. The expression of Scorpion darkened and chakra threads extended, ready to summon the third Kazekage puppet at any moment. A person's fame is overshadowed by the shadow of a tree. He was indeed an S-class rogue ninja, but compared to Uchiha Kagami, who could stir up storms between great nations and influence a large-scale battle, he was still lacking. Aren't you playing a game of chase with Hitaki Sakumo? What brings you here? Uchiha Kagami wasn't in a hurry to engage. He was somewhat tired of fighting these past few days. Moreover, facing an opponent he was familiar with, if he were to fight the battle, would end quickly, which would not be interesting. Scorpion squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The land of wind is my hometown. What's strange about appearing here? But shouldn't you be on the border battlefield?" Uchiha Kagami paused for a moment, analyzed the situation, and smiled. "I see. You are here looking for the ancient country of Lolon, aren't you? The puppets were finished off by Hitaki Sakumo, and you want to find a place to restock. Damn it, did I fall into an illusion? No, I don't rely on my eyes to gather information from the outside. I am a human puppet. How could I fall for an illusion? Did I just let something slip? I didn't leak any information at all. How could he know?" Bang! The third Kazekage puppet floated in the air, and Scorpion's face was filled with frost. Crimson red eyes. "Then let's see if you deserve this title." With a swish, Uchiha Kagami's finger sliced through the air, sending an invisible slash that severed the chakra threads, controlling the third Kazekage puppet. Watching the puppet crash to the ground, Scorpion still wanted to extend the threads, but Uchiha Kagami's voice came through. "Your core is in your left atrium. Shatter that, and you'll be completely dead." 3 Tomo spun in his crimson eyes. Uchiha Kagami's voice was cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Everything about you cannot hide from these eyes. Hitaki Sakumo didn't kill you, but don't expect me to show any mercy. Crushing you is too simple for me, who I have no interest in it at all." Swish! Uchiha Kagami appeared next to the red sand scorpion, his hand resting on his shoulder. Clearly he was already a puppet. Despite having dulled human emotion, Scorpion still felt the chilling sensation of death as his core was tightly gripped by a hand. A voice whispered in his ear, "I'm also going to the ancient country of Lulon. Perhaps some unwanted puppets can be handed over to you. You can just accompany me to relieve my boredom. How about it? Think it over if you refuse. You have 3 seconds left in your life." After a pause, he said, "All right. Following, you might let me experience an unknown artistic quality." He patted Scorpion's shoulder and smiled lightly. "Unexpectedly sensible. Well then, let's get along well, red sand Scorpion." In the desolate desert, 2 figures walked one after the other. The sandstorm in the desert was quite blinding, but Scorpion, already a puppet, paid no mind. He observed Uchiha Kagami closely and noticed that the sandstorm did not touch Uchiha Kagami's body. Whenever it was about to make contact, it would drop to the ground at a 90-degree angle, to merely fend off the sandstorm, constantly maintaining the chakra shield. Truly a monster. Once an assassin of the 3rd Kazekage Scorpion looked at the figure moving gracefully ahead and felt no urge to backstab. After an unknown period, Uchiha Kagami stopped, his palm pressed against the earth. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Found it. Lulon, an ancient town located in the vast desert of the Wind Country with little connection to the outside world. Tall towers rise prominently, their architectural style distinctly different from those of other nations. Logically speaking, such architecture in the desert is unreasonable. It is too urbanized. The queen of the ancient Lulon kingdom possesses the miraculous power to control the dragon vein, capable of guiding the earth energy buried deep underground." Sia gazed at the scene before him, pulling out an ancient scroll from his bosom and unfurling it as he spoke solemnly. "It seems the royal vein has indeed violated ancestral teachings." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kagami turned his head. "Do you have intelligence that I am unaware of? Speak up." Sia fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "My father is of the royal family of Lulon." "Huh, aren't you the grandson of Chiyo? Your father should be the son of the first wind shadow, right?" Sia said, casually glancing at Uchiha Kagami. "My father has red hair, while the first wind shadow and Granny Chiyo have black and purple hair respectively. Their child is my mother. My father is a son-in-law." Uchiha Kagami nodded thoughtfully. There is no distinction between grandmothers here, and previously Uchiha Kagami wouldn't understand such things. Touching the corner of his mouth, Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. "So, are you about to stage a prince's restoration?" Sia's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. It's truly remarkable that he can make puppets so perfectly, almost indistinguishable from real people. The Lulon royal family has only had females capable of communicating with the dragon vein for generations, known as the royal vein. I am not qualified to inherit Lulon. Sia's intention was merely to find his father's old home and transform a batch of people into puppets. He wished to take revenge on Hitaki Sakumo as soon as possible, but the fighting outside was too intense, and he feared a setback. "So isn't there a clan member? For the sake of my revenge, let me make a contribution. Uchiha Kagami, your objective is the dragon vein, right? Give it up. The ancient Lulon kingdom has existed for many years. The dragon vein is right here, and many know of it. But no one can seize the power of the dragon vein. At most, they can only seal it." Uchiha Kagami smiled lightly. "What the predecessors could not achieve, I may not be unable." Such intense confidence. Sia almost wavered for a moment, but recalling the words of his father, "I am waiting to see your helplessness. You just said the royal vein violated ancestral teachings. What do you mean?" Sia looked at the ancient scroll. The Lulan royal family is not allowed to use the power of the dragon vein. They only have the duty to guard it. That is an immensely vast earth energy, and any carelessness could potentially destroy the entire land. It must not be misused. Now you see, without relying on the dragon vein, how could there be such buildings? CS sneered. It seems that even the strong and brave sister spoken of by my father could not resist the temptation of power. The two stood atop a tall tower, gazing out over the entire town. See, you remember your father's words quite well. They're very important to me. There's no need to hide that. CS said coldly, so I will definitely kill Hitaki Tsukumo. Uchiha Kagami, you are a Konoha ninja. If you want to stop me, kill me now. Uchiha Kagami leaned back, resting his hand on his knee, smiling casually. Don't be so agitated. Oh, when did I say I would stop your revenge? Avenging one's parents is only right. Just a friendly reminder, if you succeed in killing Hitaki Tsukumo, remember to kill Hitaki Kakashi as well. Waiting for you to kill back and forth will be too boring. Hatred must end with the severing of a lineage, after all. I remember you are Hitaki Kakashi's senior brother, right? Konoha, is it this chaotic? Hearing Uchiha Kagami's words, Siez taut, nerves relaxed a bit. The pressure of being with this man was too great. He felt that all his secrets were laid bare under those eyes. It should be noted that Hitaki Tsukumo's current identity is not that of a rogue ninja. Official documents only state that he is traveling. See, I was genuinely afraid that Uchiha Kagami would stop him from taking revenge, telling him to let go of hatred. So what should we do now? Should we go directly to find the Queen of Lulan? Uchiha Kagami's perception expanded, discovering that many people were discussing topics like celebrations in their homes. It seems the timing is just right. Half a month ago, something happened in Konoha. Ichiraka Ramen opened for business. This is a significant time node. In the original timeline, Minato would receive a mission regarding the ancient Lulan kingdom and ultimately seal the rampaging dragon vein. During this period, Minato met the future Naruto. The dragon vein possesses the power to traverse time and space. Having communicated with Minato in advance, if he were to receive the mission from the Wind Country and not come, Uchiha Kagami calculated the timing to come here early. This is very important to him, because whether Naruto appears and what kind of Naruto he becomes could let Uchiha Kagami know if this world is the same as the original ninja realm. If it is, has he changed the future? If not, then there are even more things to consider. The power of time and space is too complex. It is possible that his arrival and the arrival of Shalon have completely deviated from the original timeline. Since his appearance, the world has already changed. To be fair, Uchiha Kagami does not wish for future people to appear. The future is uncertain, only he can be certain. If the future has a certain outcome, then this world would be too uninteresting. Let's wait. The celebration is about to begin. Uchiha Kagami wore a mysterious smile. With the abilities of Uchiha Kagami and Sia, it is impossible for the patrolling puppets in the city to notice them. As night fell, watching Uchiha Kagami pull out a bento, Sia could not help but speak up. Uchiha Kagami, you are so powerful, yet you still need to eat and sleep like a normal person. Don't you think that's a waste? Why not? I don't like to be disturbed when I eat. Uchiha Kagami said indifferently, eating and sleeping are already my only forms of entertainment. Please don't take away my joys of being human. I want comment on your crude puppet body. How can you have the face to critique me? The two of them waited until the early morning of the third day. People poured out of their homes, engaging in a lively celebration. Upon closer inspection, all those people, Sia's pupils constricted as he murmured. I felt something was off before. Even if Lulan had a puppeteer, it would be impossible to maintain so many puppets for patrol. Now even these people are. It seems the Queen of Lulan has collaborated with a puppeteer. But such crude puppets truly tarnish the identity of a puppeteer. It is quite normal for peers to look down upon each other, especially since Sia is recognized as a genius puppeteer, a genius to the extent that he has turned himself into a puppet. Uchiha Kagami maintained his perception technique, feeling somewhat agitated. At least for now, he has not sensed the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With Uchiha Kagami's perception, if Naruto were to appear, it would be impossible not to notice. The celebration continued as the puppets played drums and cheered. A girl with deep red hair approached the tower's terrace amidst a crowd. Right across from the two. Here she comes. According to the original timeline, at this point in time, Naruto would save the Queen of Lulan who fell from the tower. As time passed, Uchiha Kagami's emotions were unsettled. Not yet. She has not appeared. The future has already changed. Or perhaps this place is an independent world. Crack. The terrace of the tower split open and the girl screamed as she fell. 10 meters. 20 meters. Just before she was about to hit the ground. Whoosh. A kunai shot out, pinning the queen's clothes less than 3 meters from the ground. This woman cannot die yet. Sia, who had been waiting for Uchiha Kagami's command, looked up and caught sight of a pair of scarlet Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami could hardly contain his excitement. He smiled with great delight, as if he possessed the entire world. Sia, do you know? An unordered future is what I have been looking forward to. have witnessed the fate of the entire world. The moment I truly began to influence the timeline was when Kekkei Tota did not die. Not to mention other aspects of the impact, the fact that Chisenin no Sasori would come to seek the ancient nation of Lulan at this point in time is likely because of this. The simultaneous attack on Konoha by the three major nations which originally did not exist was also a butterfly effect caused by him. He feared that Naruto would appear again, leading to a correction of history. Perhaps, since that year, when Kekkei Tota left, this place has already deviated from the original timeline. Finally, there are no more chaotic time travels. No need to worry about the timeline anymore. History begins with me, writing it. Looking at the suddenly appearing Uchiha Kagami and Sasori Sera felt a bit disoriented. I must say both of their appearances are quite top-notch, which soon calmed the girl's emotions. Thank you for saving me. I am Sera, the queen of this country, and I will repay you. Uchiha Kagami vaguely remembered that originally Naruto, who saved this woman and a princess Carrie, had been slapped a few times. What is your name? Looking at the cold and stern face illuminated by the slanting sunlight, that dangerous yet charming. I have no time to play morning idol dramas with you. Sasori, keep an eye on your cousin, just don't let her die. The queen can open the dragon vein seal, so it will be easier when the time comes. Don't give me orders so naturally. The sudden appearance of the two drew countless puppets closer, with blue-purple light shimmering through the seams of the puppets. That is the power of the dragon vein. In Uchiha Kagami's perception, this power radiated heaviness and purity. This is the primal natural energy, immensely vast. Uchiha Kagami looked toward the tower where a man with a full beard stared in disbelief at the scene below. Sasori, Lord Sasori, Lushan, originally named Baizu, is a traitor ninja from Sunagakure. He once had another identity, that of Sasori's junior. This voice. Are you Baizu? Sasori frowned slightly. How did you become this way? Because he comes from over 20 years in the future, Uchiha Kagami raised a hand and said faintly. Don't waste time at D. G. Endless slashes burst forth, shredding all the approaching puppets. Within a 200-meter diameter, debris flew everywhere. Swish. A slash severed Baizu at the waist. What are you doing? Lushan is my loyal minister. Sera completely lost her grasp of the situation, screaming in terror. Uchiha Kagami leaped into the air, aligning himself with the severed Baizu, raising a finger. Boom! A massive blue-purple chakra erupted from Baizu's bisected body, surprisingly blocking Uchiha Kagami's slash. Who are you? Crackle, crackle. Baizu's body reformed, inflating like a balloon, revealing a brown clay. It grew larger and larger, with an upper body that resembled a human shape, while the lower half took on a giant centipede form measuring several hundred meters in size. Rumble, rumble. The tower could not withstand such immense weight and collapsed. Sasori used a chakra thread to pull Sera, retreating swiftly. What on earth is happening? Sera's terrified screams made Sasori somewhat impatient. He wasn't one to be overly compassionate, even if this girl was his cousin. Click. Sasori couldn't be bothered to speak. A piece of puppet debris sealed Sera's mouth. Frowning, he looked at the enormous puppet that Baizu had transformed into. In Sasori's view, Baizu's talent as a puppet master was quite average. But now the amount of chakra he possessed had actually surpassed his own. Can the dragon vein be used this way too? He turned to look at Sera. Even Uchiha Kagami could not shake the dragon vein, so could I also use this woman to harness the power of the dragon vein later? It must be possible. If Baizu can do it, how could I not? But everything hinges on waiting for Uchiha Kagami to return and defeat. No matter who you are, you will not be my opponent. Sasori, did you see? This is my immortal body. I have surpassed you. Blue-purple chakra exploded, even triggering thunder. Uchiha Kagami stood at the shattered corner of the tower, looking at him indifferently. Kid, Godi, dragon vein fireball. Boom! A massive blue-purple flame erupted from the mouth of the gigantic puppet. Uchiha Kagami made no move as an invisible slash cut through the flames. It's not over yet. Super Dragon Vein Fireball. An even larger blue-purple flame shot out from the cannon on Baizu's chest. Regarding Uchiha's use of Fireball, he truly is talented. The power of the Dragon Vein is indeed strong. The flame seemed to fear Uchiha Kagami, avoiding him and shooting back, filling the sky. The blue-purple flames illuminated his face, adding a touch of enchanting beauty. But you're too loud, I don't want you to demonstrate products anymore. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand, a blue chakra sphere forming at his fingertips, spinning chaotically at high speed. First, the Rasengan. Swish, a layer of flames enveloped the Rasengan, burning fiercely. Boom! The fireball instantly swelled to a 2-meter diameter, radiating endless heat. A chilling smile appeared on his face. Using fire techniques against Uchiha. Let me show you the truth. It is as scorching as flame, devoid of mercy in its brilliance, as if it could incinerate everything. The fire twisted space-time. Like a sun, it looked down upon the earth with a grand and merciless posture. In the spiritual space, Half his body was inside the door, half outside, with the spear of sealing stabbed into his chest, looking at the ball of fire. He never denied Uchiha Kagami's talent, but still felt that he was merely a brat stealing his own power. He too possessed the power of fire. Dissolution and separation are the steps for processing ingredients with the fire of the stove used for cooking. He was born to devour humanity. Unlike his extremely dark attributes, his fire possessed vitality. It burned everything it touched to ashes from body to soul. He once thought Uchiha Kagami would also steal this power, but his fire is completely different. The essence of fire is to burn, to emit light and heat, an essential part of civilization and even life. Uchiha Kagami's flames gave him a feeling of a cold sun, only murder intent, with not a shred of benevolence towards the world. For some reason, this name surged in the heart of the spirit. Uchiha Kagami's expression remained impassive as he pushed forward with his fingertip. The fusion of earth and fire techniques can form a bloodline limit known as lava release with boundless power. Uchiha Kagami analyzed the chakra of the four tails and understood the general principle. He did not develop it entirely in the direction of lava release, but merely adopted the technique of fusion. Swish! On the stabilized fireball, deep red enchanting flames slowly rose and flickered, resembling a red lotus. So beautiful! Seemingly slow, yet urgent, the fireball descended. Time and space seemed to quiet down. Sasori, wrapping Sarah, frantically fled towards the outskirts, cursing, "Damn Uchiha. Once the battle starts, do you not care about anyone else at all? That kind of thing. Sasori clearly knew that if he stayed in place, he would definitely die. His voice was muffled and his movements slowed. Baizu stared blankly at the exquisitely beautiful flames descending, an absurd thought arising. Someone like me is worthy of such a magnificent death. Let be the end. Flame release song of the Scarlet Lotus Hell. Crimson inferno ignited, and everything turned to ashes. The light was sharp and powerful. Deep red flames splashed out like blooming red lotuses. The sky was illuminated in a vivid red hue. This place resembled hell. Uchiha Q hung in the sky. The remnants of the tower beneath him lay in shattered fragments. During a confrontation with the IWA ninja, he replicated the weighty rock technique with a Sharingan. Although he couldn't fly freely like Oyaki, hovering in midair was still achievable. The fusion of Yin release and fire release was undoubtedly a bloodline limit. The research materials that Jiraiya once provided him were very useful, allowing him to enhance the attributes of the Rasengan more quickly. The amount of chakra inherent in the Uchiha clan far exceeded that of ordinary ninja clans, and Uchiha Kai's Yin release was confirmed by Madara to surpass that of Izuna, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. He understood clearly that the development of his abilities had to be centered around Yin release. The raging flames consumed the surrounding towers completely. As for the self-proclaimed immortal puppet body of the 100 feet, there were no traces left to be found. The deep red flames continued to spread. Even the soil and stone could serve as its fuel with no end in sight. Uchiha Q slowly descended, turning his gaze to a certain spot. In a few instant steps, he appeared before Scorpion and Sarah. Bound by a chakra thread around her hands, and with her mouth sealed, Sarah trembled, tears welling up in her large eyes. What on earth is going on? Who is this guy that seems to have come from hell? Scorpion struggled to calm his emotions. Since becoming a human puppet, this was the first time he experienced such a significant emotional upheaval. If it weren't for Uchiha Q revealing his core position, he would not have felt so wary. He had thought that if the information hadn't leaked, even if he couldn't defeat Uchiha Q, they would at least be evenly matched. Now he understood the difference. Uchiha Q is the next step to have this woman take us to the dragon vein. Look at that, he's even asking for permission. Quite sensible. As Scorpion was about to unseal the puppet fragments that bound Sarah's mouth, he noticed 3 Tomo appearing in her pupils. Under the influence of the illusion, she walked directly in one direction. Uchiha Q approached Scorpion and said lightly, "The Sharingan is quite convenient, don't you want a pair?" Scorpion was tempted. "If you're reborn as an Uchiha in your next life, you will have them." Just kidding, but he took it seriously. Uchiha Q was in a good mood, following behind Sarah with his hands clasped behind his back. Scorpion behind him tensed up, his fists clenched. If it weren't for the earlier scene, even knowing that Uchiha Q was aware of his weakness, he would have fought to the death. Inside a giant tower, countless people were pushing gears, emaciated and clothed in rags. These were the natives of the ancient Lulan kingdom, enslaved by the 100 feet to forge puppet weapons for his ambitions. Scorpion temporarily suppressed his anger, his attention drawn to the puppet materials within the tower. Under the control of the illusion, Sarah walked to a ceiling platform. At the center of the ceiling array, an open pot lid resembled an eye opening with blue-purple energy belonging to the dragon vein seeping out. Without needing to be instructed, Sarah pressed her hands on the seal, resonating her bloodline with the dragon vein. Uchiha Kai's gaze was deep as he observed carefully. The dragon vein was the lifeblood of the earth, an immensely vast conglomerate of natural energy. Perhaps it could be understood as a tailed beast without self-awareness. The energy possessed by the dragon vein was so powerful that its instinctive outburst could transcend time and space. It was the network that stabilized the earth, and its rampaging force was enough to cause the collapse of the ground. It was like a stabilizer for the world. The seal was opened. An endless blue-purple energy column shot skyward. In the distance, the sound of a dragon's roar could be faintly heard. Boom! 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 The entire town began to collapse and shatter. This tremor was spreading. Scorpion felt a sense of urgency. Uchiha Q. No one can seize the power of the dragon vein. At most like the 100 feet, one can borrow tools to draw a small amount. You must have seen this is not a power that humans can covet. Uchiha Q turned a deaf ear, instantly appearing on the ceiling platform. The incantations on the ceiling array jumped wildly, but they couldn't stop the unleashed power of the dragon vein. If one were to look up, they would see a vast expanse of sky tinted blue-purple. It was easy to imagine that once the power of the dragon vein fully erupted, it would be a cataclysmic disaster. Uchiha Q reached his hand into the energy column. An intense suction force emanated. Within the spiritual space, Sukuna couldn't help but marvel. Such a massive and materialized energy has never been seen before. Uchiha Q, as that red-haired brat, said, with your body, it's impossible to bear this power. Uchiha Kai's lips curled slightly as he chuckled. Sukuna, have you heard the story of buying the box and leaving the pearl? What do you mean, eh? The meaning of this story is about improper choices where the secondary item is better than the main one. Conversely, it's about keeping the essence and discarding the dross. The Sharingan disregarded Sukuna as Uchiha Q continued to speak. Since I couldn't open the seal with my own strength, I realized. Perhaps compared to you, this cage that can bind you is the more valuable thing. Sukuna's expression darkened. Bastard, are you looking down on me? You opened the seal just to absorb this power. Sir, this is also part of the plan. Boom! The spiritual space trembled as the blue-purple energy torrent surged. It swept past Sukuna's body, rushing towards the ceiling door. More and more, illuminating the dim ceiling door, revealing the endless sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Sukuna sneered, with such a massive energy conglomerate, you can't possibly use it. You're not strong enough. Instead of guarding a treasure mountain, let's cooperate. I know you want to learn the reversal technique. With your and my wisdom, we can transform the energy of this world. You're really annoying. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? You're not qualified to cooperate with me. The energy of the dragon vein continuously poured into the ceiling door. This unknown creation seemed to possess infinite space. After a long time, the flow of energy gradually weakened and became less and less. Uchiha Kai's spiritual space was filled with blue-purple light. Inside the crimson gate, above the sea of corpses and blood, a blue-purple giant dragon coiled and twisted, resembling an endless river lying horizontally. The dragon's body undulated like mountains, seemingly without end. Each dragon scale shimmered with mysterious light, captivating the heart. The giant dragon moved slowly, its eyes devoid of any spirit. It did not possess self-awareness.
But clearly the effect was far from ideal. Those unknown ninjas only came to harass Konoha on the day after the night of the massacre.
And down. Now it felt as if an enormous mountain was pressing down, utterly oppressive. It was too powerful. Uchiha Q showed little surprise in his eyes. This was all expected. Preparation was complete. The perfect Mangekyo plan could now be executed. Meanwhile, the drastic changes in the outside world quietly approached. The city of Thousand Towers began to collapse. This town was built upon the power of the dragon vein. The scorpion's eyes were filled with horror, his perception of the world shattered. How could it be? How could there really be someone who can bear the power of the dragon vein? There was no complex ritual, and nothing seemed particularly difficult. The dragon vein supporting the earth surged into the boy's body like a mud cow entering the sea. Not a ripple was stirred. In the midst of it all, Scorpion seemed to see an incredibly dreamlike scene. A divine dragon coiled in a sea of blood. In the distant land of the Ghost Kingdom, the priestesses of the Ghost Kingdom have guarded a demon known as Wangliang for generations. The source of Wangliang's power is the evil within human hearts. In the palace, the priestess Mithriya was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, Mithriya's body trembled violently, a surge of immense malevolence crashing into her mind. In her mind, an illusory demon roared. Priestess, you felt it, didn't you? The suppression of the earth. Ha! You can no longer confine me. I will soon break free from the seal. This world is mine. I will destroy everything and establish my kingdom of 1,000 kings. In the Grass Shinobi Village, in the city of Ghost Lantern. This is a prison established by the Grass Shinobi Village, commissioned by various nations to hold rogue ninjas. In a concealed spot, there was a mysterious black box with faces on its four sides, representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The ultimate weapon of the Sage of Six Paths, the box of ultimate bliss. As long as it is nourished by sufficient negative energy, it can grant a wish once opened. It is said that during the era of the Sage of Six Paths, the grass-hidden village nearly obtained the entire world through it. No one saw it, but it emitted a strange black light. Such events were occurring all over the ninja world. Evil artifacts and ferocious beasts that had been sealed for many years began to stir. Above the moon, 1,000 years ago, after Otsutsuki Kagaya and her brother Yui sealed Kagaya Yui remained in the ninja world to establish the ninja sect. He is what later generations referred to as the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, his brother Yui took his clan to the moon to accompany their mother. It was both an atonement and a watch. In a magnificent palace, a middle-aged man with azure hair and pale skin held a baby. His pure white pupils gazed at the azure planet, his brows furrowing. What has happened in the ninja world? Many years ago, the Outer Paths Golem was summoned, and now the ninja world, created by the Sage of Six Paths, is becoming increasingly filthy. In the gap of reincarnation, the founder of the ninja sect, the Sage of Six Paths, slowly opened his eyes, a pair of pale purple eyes filled with boundless power. The Rinnegan. For 1,000 years, he existed in the form of chakra, guarding the pure land and patrolling the ninja world. In recent years, the most significant event was naturally Uchiha Obito awakening the Rinnegan and summoning the Outer Path Golem. He did not intervene. Now, another major event of the same scale has occurred. The Dragon Vein holds the responsibility of safeguarding the earth. This land has seen many evil artifacts. Some were sealed by the ninja sect 1,000 years ago, and there are also sealing clans like the Uzumaki clan. The Dragon Vein played a crucial role in many of the seals. Uchiha Kagami, the Sage of Six Paths, whispered. He could not see how this descendant managed to do such a thing. Should he stop him now and make him return the Dragon Vein? This time he hesitated. The child prophesied by Gamamaru has yet to appear. If I interfere in the affairs of the ninja world, it will. The blue-eyed youth playing with tailed beasts, guiding them to understand their true power and change the ninja world. He sighed. In the end, the Sage of Six Paths chose to believe in the prophecy. There will surely be someone who will show me the correct path. The ancient kingdom of Lulon has already become a wasteland. The few who survived trembled, cried, and lamented among the ruins. Ignoring this scene, Uchiha Kagami jumped down from the shattered ceiling platform. After collecting the Dragon Vein, it seemed there were some chaotic elements, for the act of collecting the Dragon Vein caused something to roar from the shadows. It was easy to tell that the Dragon Vein must be of great significance. The legendary consequences of the earth shattering were not impossible. However, Uchiha Kagami is not the type to return a treasure he has obtained to avoid disaster. Seeing that the cracking of the earth did not continue to spread, Scorpion breathed a slight sigh of relief. Uchiha Kagami, you actually really did it. No need to be so surprised, it's just a basic operation. He casually patted the shoulder of his little brother. Uchiha Kagami continued with a faint smile. Scorpion, I find you quite interesting. Are you interested in becoming my subordinate? That's a pity. I don't believe you can kill Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Kagami said, casually, showing no eagerness for talent. I'm leaving. You should clean up the garbage and leave early too. I have a feeling this place is going to collapse. Scorpion clenched his fist hidden in his sleeve again. Not following this guy is definitely the right decision. I'll become a human puppet and don't want to die of a heart attack one day. Uchiha Kagami summoned a giant eagle, and the howling wind tossed his long hair. The energy of the Dragon Vein is substantial, but it is unlikely to be put to immediate use. The best way to utilize natural energy is the Sage Mode. Uchiha Kagami had other plans. The Dragon Vein was not absorbed to learn Sage Mode. There was no need to learn the techniques of those beasts. With the Sharingan, it can be done. The crimson gaze pierced through the clouds, looking far into the distance. The third great ninja war. It is time to reach the pinnacle. Lord Kagami, you have returned. A shinobi from the camp bowed respectfully. Years of war had elevated him to deputy commander of the Northern Front. This wartime appointment was granted solely due to Kagami's overwhelming renown. His superiors had no choice but to bestow it. Moreover, the troops under his command hailed from elite clans such as Inuzuka Kimichi and Yamanaka. Their own kinsmen had been deployed to the Eastern Front. Roughly half a year ago, Kirigakure formally entered the war, seeking to seize a vital advantage against Konoha. The Seven Swordsmen of the Mist rose to infamy, becoming a fearsome special operations unit whose very name stirred dread. Konoha now fought on 4 fronts, and the northern and western theaters proved the most perilous. Iwagakure and Kimogakure possessed formidable military strength. Even discounting their absolute elite numbers, their combined might rivaled Konoha's. This prompted Danzo to repeatedly denounce Uchiha Kagami during the 4 divine shinobi council meetings, accusing him of recklessly undermining the greater strategy by slaying the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Fortunately for Danzo, Kagami never heard those tirades, or the old man would long since have perished. Danzo had always operated in shadows, elusive and unseen. Yet after Kagami's fame surged, even Kagami's agents could not locate him. A veritable rat skulking in sewers, repulsive beyond measure. No sooner had Kagami settled into his tent, then hurried footsteps echoed outside. Lord Kagami, Lord Jiraiya requests your immediate presence. This is a matter of utmost urgency. Has Kumogakure launched an assault? When Uchiha Kagami lifted the flap of the command tent, a suffocating silence hung heavy in the air. His gaze swept across the assembled figures Jiraiya, Uchiha Rin Nohara, and Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi stood motionless, utterly devoid of vitality, his expression eerily reminiscent of his father's final days. Kagami glanced briefly at Fugaku before stating bluntly, "Why are you here? We'll address that shortly." Jiraiya's voice was grave, his countenance shadowed with sorrow. "Kagami, Obito has fallen." Kagami's expression did not flicker, not a trace of surprise. He had already known the moment he entered and saw Obito's absence. Studying Kakashi closely, Kagami noted both eyes intact, unbandaged, unharmed, while only a large swath of his chest was swathed in gauze. So in this timeline, Obito's ocular gift to Kakashi had been mere happenstance, not the calculated machination of Uchiha Madara. Had events unfolded identically to the original timeline, that would have struck Kagami as truly strange. He strode forward, confronting Kakashi directly. The boy's eyes held only hollow desolation. Slowly he raised his head. "Kagami, Obito is dead. I know. There's no need to repeat it." Kagami regarded Kakashi with detached indifference. "So what then?" Kakashi remained silent for long, while before forcing words through a raw, ragged throat. "Where were you?" Sensei Minato didn't respond to me either. "I was so close. I could have saved him." Tears slid down Kakashi's mask, dripping steadily onto the floor. Until this moment, he had spoken not a word, not eaten, not slept, for days. Only now, in Kagami's presence, did his composure finally shatter. Slap! A sharp, ringing blow echoed through the tent. Kakashi crumpled to the ground. "Kagami, what are you doing?" Kagami ignored Jiraiya entirely. He planted a foot squarely on Kakashi's chest, gazing down with chilling sovereign detachment. "Do you imagine Minato and I exist solely to orbit around you? Do you believe you possess the right to demand our perpetual protection? Your training is always almost enough, and when it matters most you fall just short." Kagami leaned and seized Kakashi's collar and drew their faces so near their breaths mingled. Always clinging to others. If only Kagami were here. If only Minato were here. On what grounds? That so-called team mission. Abandoning it doesn't make you weak. It makes you worthless. But you, abandoning yourself, that is true worthlessness. This is war, life or death, kill or be killed. Even as I speak to you now, a Konoha shinobi may... Obito is nothing extraordinary. Neither are you nor am I. If you must weep, do it far away. I have no patience for your lamentations. Thud! Kagami kicked Kakashi bodily out of the tent. Rin Nohara rushed after him. "Kagami, your method of motivation is extreme." Jiraiya sighed deeply. His own student had suffered this tragedy. His heart ached. Yet he dreaded more the thought of Kakashi sinking irretrievably into despair, and thus made no move to stop Kagami. Kagami turned toward him, voice calm, tone faintly sardonic. "You misunderstand. This isn't some shock therapy. I simply want to scold him. For now, I'll charitably assume you're all bark and no bite." To put it bluntly, had Obito not been Kakashi's closest friend, Jiraiya wouldn't have spared a second thought for the death of such a minor shinobi. After brief formalities, Kagami shifted focus to Uchiha Fugaku. During her absence from the front, Kumogakure launched several incursions. The IWA front has seen little activity lately. Fugaku stepped in to fill your vacancy. A subtle arch lifted Kagami's brow. His smile was thin, knowing. "Oh, then I presume the current deputy commander is also clan head Fugaku." Fugaku's impassive face betrayed no emotion. "This was ordered by the Hokage. Kagami, you've labored hard these years. You may return home to rest for a time." Kagami's eyes narrowed slightly. The smile deepened. "Don't read too much into it. The old man genuinely intends for you to take respite, then return later. Minato and Kushina still have leave remaining. Since you were occupied earlier, you likely haven't rested at all upon returning. Handle it as you see fit, Jiraiya, sensei." Kagami turned and walked toward the tent's entrance, glancing back at Fugaku with a faint, enigmatic smile. "Clan head Fugaku, come. Let me brief you on certain matters. I too have matters to discuss with you." Fugaku stepped forward to follow. Watching their retreating backs, Jiraiya felt a vague, unsettling premonition. Still, this was Uchiha clan business. Jiraiya knew better than to intervene excessively. He understood Hiruzen Sarutobi's intentions well, but from his own perspective, he truly wished Kagami removed from the battlefield, if only for a while. Kagami was still so young. Prolonged exposure to warfare at such an age boded ill. Even with Kagami's exceptional fortitude, who could guarantee he'd never suffer a blow like Kakashi's? After all, even Tsunade had. Uchiha Kagami walked far beyond the camp's perimeter until its silhouette faded into the distance. Fugaku said nothing, merely followed in quiet, unwavering step. Halting before a towering, ancient tree, Kagami turned. and smiled lightly at Fugaku. You've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet still choose to pledge allegiance to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fugaku's expression flickered, then stilled. Kagami, your ocular power is indeed formidable. You sensed it. His eyes flared to life. 3 tomo spun, slowly converging into the shape of a 3-bladed shuriken. This accursed power, I never wished for you to awaken it. Kagami, I have glimpsed the future. Should the Uchiha rise and armed rebellion, ruin awaits us all. Then compromise for now. At least wait until the Uchiha amass sufficient strength. Kagami crossed his arms, utterly unsurprised by Fugaku's Mangekyo. Only a wry mocking smile touched his lips. A future deduced only from your narrow, limited vision. The future cannot be foreseen. I know only one truth. The Uchiha's destiny rests in my hands. Enough, Fugaku. Kagami extended one hand, fingers curling in a casual beckoning gesture. Give me everything you've got. Don't die too easily. Mirror. Fugaku's gaze grew increasingly cold and detached. Without these eyes, you cannot even fathom the chasm between the 3 tomo and the Mangekyo. Whoosh. An invisible slash tore through the air, grazing Fugaku's body before cleaving through dozens of colossal trees in its wake. Boom! Next time I won't announce my strike. Fugaku's expression darkened ou un chilling unnatural aura surgi forte. A guttural bestial roar echoed across the battlefield as deep violet chakra coalesced into a tangible shroud enveloping his form. Blood streamed from one of his eyes as black flames ignited from the void. Tatsuka's inferno. So, this is Amaterasu, the fierce war god enshrined within the Mangekyo, Susun, our clan's ultimate force of annihilation. Uchiha Mirror, then as you wish witness my absolute unrestrained power. With a thunderous presence, a half-bodied Susanoo rose amid the black flames, divine yet demonic. Not only had Fugaku summoned Susanoo outright, but he had also saturated the entire battlefield with Amaterasu's unquenchable black fire. This flame never fades. No need to explain your technique. Uchiha Mirror raised a hand and severed the encroaching black flames mere inches from his body. You spared me its direct application. Proof you retain some battlefield acumen. Fugaku remained silent. Amaterasu was the black conflagration of divine retribution capable of consuming all, but he knew well that locking onto a target demanded a sliver of focused ocular power. That sliver was infinitesimal. Most shinobi would never perceive it, let alone evade. Yet Uchiha Mirror, the crimson eye, the living embodiment of the Sharingan beyond the village's borders. How could he possibly fail to dodge? Thus, rather than aim Amaterasu at Mirror directly, Fugaku chose to forge the battlefield itself, using the black flames to constrain Mirror's movement, denying him the chance to close in with that terrifying fist art. At mid to long range, evading such a technique posed little challenge for a Mangekyo wielder. Perhaps evasion wasn't even necessary. Uchiha Mirror, you cannot sever my Susa. Mirror, I will not kill you, but you must understand who truly stands as head of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku held no obsession over the title of clan head. He had long been willing to cede it to an exceptional successor. Yet willingness and expulsion were worlds apart. In recent years, Mirror's influence had swelled. Authority across the clan had begun shifting inexorably. Economic control mattered less. Oh, what weighed most was this: ever more clansmen embraced Mirror's ideology and joined a radical faction. Fugaku foresaw the inevitable. Once the war concluded, Konoha would launch a purge against the Uchiha. He had to reverse the tide before that hour arrived. Crack! The sound of Susanoo fracturing shattered Fugaku's reverie. Uchiha Mirror hadn't even activated his Sharingan. A crimson-tinged slash descended, ruthless, unstoppable, scattering the black flames like ash, then cleaving through the half-bodied Susanoo with brutal finality. Eyes wide with disbelief, Fugaku stared, his very perception shattered by what he witnessed. His raised finger never fell. Mirror's voice cut through the silence, toneless, devoid of triumph or malice. Your Susanoo, compared to his? No, there is no comparison. Susanoo is indeed the Uchiha's ultimate ocular art, but in your hands it is nothing short of desecration. Step by deliberate step, Mirror advanced. The black flames, devourers of all, recoiled before him, repelled by an unseen, impermeable force. Within the ruins of his shattered Susanoo, Fugaku bore no wound, yet his supreme technique had been dismantled with contemptuous ease. He remained paralyzed by the staggering dissonance between expectation and reality. 3 tomo spun slowly within Mirror's eyes. No pride, no satisfaction, only absolute stillness. He drew closer, until he stood face-to-face with Fugaku. Is this truly how it ends? How utterly dull. It was not over. It could not end like this. Uchiha Mirror, I am the one who bears the Mangekyo. Whoosh! A searing scarlet light erupted, and the world dissolved into monochrome. Mugen Tengaku, the infinite hell prison. A Mangekyo level, Jinjutsu. Not only did it unveil potential futures, It dragged the target into this illusory realm, eroding their spiritual endurance. The chakra toll of sustaining this illusion fell entirely upon the victim. Even a veteran Nara shinobi, master of in-release, would collapse within seconds. Within the Jinjutsu's domain reigned a blood-soaked night thick with slaughter. Beam-masked shinobi stormed the Uchiha compound, cutting down clansmen without mercy. In the distance, the nine-tailed fox roared, shaking the heavens. Fugaku spread his arms wide, bellowing. You see it now, mirror. Even if I command the nine tails as Madara Uchiha once did, the Uchiha still cannot prevail in open rebellion. Konoha will suffer grievously, but our entire clan will be erased. Is this the future you wish to witness? Uchiha Mirror felt his spiritual energy subtly diminish. A negligible drain. This technique holds merit, but to use it against me, how laughable. A faint disdainful smile curved Mirror's lips, amused, mocking, utterly unimpressed. Your first premise is already flawed. What makes you believe you could ever emulate Madara Uchiha? Your capacity, not even your tongue, is worthy of uttering his name. Forgive me, I misjudged you earlier. This isn't foresight born of wisdom or experience. It is nothing but the hollow delusion of a powerless man. Uchiha Mirror extended his palm and closed his fingers. Instantly, the monochrome world splintered into oblivion. Spurt. Fugaku vomited black blood, his spirit utterly spent from the Jinjutsu's backlash. His eyes, wide with incomprehension, could register nothing more. How is this possible? Why? I am the one who awakened the Mangekyo. Uchiha Mirror pressed his foot to Fugaku's throat, no longer interested in hearing his words. Originally, I intended to kill you. Given your weakness and ineptitude, death would have been a mercy. Mirror raised a finger. Fugaku's throat, crushed beneath, could not even cry out. Two blood-smeared eyes rested in Mirror's palm. You are unworthy of these eyes. Live on, if you could call it living. Watch. No. Listen closely to the Uchiha. I shall lead Rising as the strongest clan in the shinobi world. From this day forward, you are stripped of the title of Uchiha clan head, and you shall never again leave the Uchiha compound. Mirror leaned and whispering softly into Fugaku's ear. What I grant you is not death, but suffering, agony, grief, defeat, one crushing blow after another, until Uchiha Fugaku slipped into unconsciousness. Uchiha Mirror raised his hand, and two figures appeared instantly beside him. Genka and Uncan, elite Uchiha, with 3 tomo chosen by Mirror and tempered in the crucible of war. They served as his personal guard. He tossed Fugaku's eyes to Genka. Take Fugaku back. Deliver the eyes to Shinka for safekeeping. Uncan, you will inform the clan. Thereafter, I am the head of the Uchiha clan. Only after the two left with Fugaku did Jiraiya slowly approach. With such a commotion as one of the Sannin, Jiraiya certainly sensed it. Uchiha Kagami also noticed that he had been present for a long time, showing no signs of avoidance. Just like the choice given to Minato, once Jiraiya had a debt of gratitude towards him, and Uchiha Kagami was willing to give him a choice. Fugaku had a choice too, but he made the wrong one. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Kagami with a very complicated expression, lost in thought. The scarlet in his eyes faded, and Uchiha Kagami turned his head with a light smile. Teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya's gaze brought forth the memory of the boy who called him teacher for the first time with an innocent smile years ago. Once this war ends, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village would be irreconcilable. As the leader of the radicals, Uchiha Kagami had already risen to power. Once this war ends, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village would be irreconcilable. As the leader of the radicals, Uchiha Kagami had already risen to power. The opportunity for reconciliation was once there, but it was Senju Tobarama who severed that possibility. I understand, but my disciple and my teacher. Jiraiya fell silent for a long time. Kagami. His expression was twisted as if half of his face was smiling while the other half was crying. Tsunade is gone. After this war ends, I want to travel. Forgive me, Kagami. The teacher is a coward lacking the courage to stand by your side. At least, Konoha will still... Is this your choice? Teacher Jiraiya. Of course. The founding of Konoha originally had a part. I just want to take back what the Uchiha should have. Jiraiya let out a long sigh. The remaining matters would still be left to Orochimaru to worry about. After all, it was you who aspired to be Hokage. I originally wanted you to help me gather materials in the village. What an unruly little brat. Fugaku was injured on the battlefield and is returning to the village to recuperate. I will tell the old man so. Jiraiya approached, intending to pat Uchiha Kagami's head. However, seeing that this guy was almost as tall as him, it was inconvenient to do so he had to pat his shoulder instead. Look, let me show you that I have also learned to add nature transformation to the Rasengan. A month later, the Land of Wind announced its defeat months ago, and Sunagakure submitted a treaty of alliance to Konoha. It was not a surrender, so naturally there were no reparations or similar treaties. Konoha, facing enemies from all sides, was also under immense pressure even though they knew that Sunagakure could hardly send any reinforcements. However, if a ceasefire were to be declared, they could divert some combat strength to the Iwagakure battlefield to alleviate pressure. Konoha agreed. Henceforth, the Land of Wind, which had initiated the war, was the first to withdraw from the Third Shinobi World War, licking its wounds in the wind and sand. In a command room, Konoha's main forces gathered. Orochimaru Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, along with Nara Shikaku's Ino Shikacho Akatsuki, and Sarutobi Shino. The Uchiha and Hyuga were on the eastern battlefield, while Jiraiya and Uchiha Kagami were on the northern front. This place gathered the vast majority of Konoha's strength. Minato Namikaze's expression was somewhat somber. He had only learned of what had happened to Kakashi later, as he had been on the front lines against Iwagakure and had no time to spare. With Kirigakure joining the battle, the situation on the eastern front was grim. If not for Nara Shikaku's exceptional wisdom, they might have had Kirigakure invading the Land of Fire's homeland. All the ninjas that Konoha could send had already been dispatched, with families losing loved ones. War is a truly brutal phrase. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer withstand this level of damage and decided to gather a large force to engage Iwagakure in a decisive battle. The entire army gathered before the Kamizukabashi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would also arrive at the battlefield. This was a battle that wagered the fate of the Land of Fire. If they could defeat Iwagakure, which had the highest number of casualties, they could focus their strength against Kimobikure. As long as they could spare some power, the invading Kirigakure would be nothing to fear. On the other side of the Kamizukabashi, one could see the swirling winds and sand in the distance, likely caused by a large number of Iwagakure ninjas. Iwagakure could not sustain a prolonged battle with Konoha. Their resources were not as plentiful as Konoha's. In fact, this war was simply Inoki using Iwagakure's inferior horses to trade for Konoha's superior horses. I care not how many die, you have quite a few descendants of ninja clans. Moreover, Iwagakure's lineup was lacking. If he could find a few good seedlings during the war, he could cultivate them vigorously. Not long after Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in battle attire, appeared and opened the tent. Lord Hokage, Third Hokage, you're here, Third Hokage. With you personally leading the charge, we are sure to achieve victory. Old man, you've really come. The frequent battles in his youth had made Sarutobi Hiruzen show signs of aging before even reaching 60. However, his era had not yet ended. When he appeared on the battlefield, the previously heavy atmosphere transformed instantly. Many among them had grown up listening to the legends of Sarutobi Hiruzen and held immense respect for this ninja hero. Even someone like Orochimaru felt reassured upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure. With the old man's presence, there would be no problem. You are the man who ended 2 shinobi world wars and led Konoha into its golden age. Orochimaru Minato, what is the current situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not rely on hearsay. During wartime, the judgment of the on-site commander was the most direct. 3 days ago, Iwagakure launched a large-scale offensive with around 15,000 troops, and the Jinchuriki has also appeared. Orochimaru's voice was low and somewhat hoarse. He had not had a proper rest in the last 6 or 7 days. With Kushina, we can compensate for the gap in combat strength. Intelligence ninjas have reported that a greater number of Iwagakure forces are gathering on the other side of Kamizukabashi. I see. It seems that old man Inoki also wants to end this war. He and Inoki could be considered old rivals, whether during the end of the First War or throughout the Second Shinobi World War. Both sides had clashed. There were victories and defeats on the local battlefields, but in the end, Konoha always emerged victorious. It couldn't be called a deadly feud. After all, Iwagakure had always been the one attacking Konoha. Inoki hated the Third Raikage even more. Had that brash man not sought cooperation, he would have preferred to face off against the Third Raikage. Ultimately, it was because Uchiha Kagami had directly countered his dust release and killed the previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, leading to the alliance of the sworn enemies Kimobikure and Iwagakure. After understanding the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged a series of deployments, clearly possessing a better battlefield instinct than Orochimaru, pointing out many of his shortcomings. His gaze shifted between Orochimaru and Minato. After this war, it would be time for the old man to step down, to hand over the village to a suitable 4th Hokage. However, he recalled the information Jiraiya had sent back from the northern battlefield. Fugaku. He also wanted to visit the Uchiha clan's land to check on Fugaku's situation, to clarify what was happening, but was stopped by a group of Uchiha clan members led by Shinho. A bunch of reedied maniacs, either old or disabled. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly could not muster the face to force his way in. Danzo was also absent. These issues would have to wait until the war was over. They couldn't leave this problem for the 4th Hokage. Kagami, you have let me down with the last chance I gave you. The wind howled. At both ends of the massive Shinjutsu bridge stood the pinnacle of combat strength from the ninja world. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's been a long time. Inoki floated in midair, flanked by the elite ninjas of Iwagakure, such as Akatsuchi and Kitsuchi. Behind them, the forest was shrouded in a haze of smoke and dust. A chilling intent rose in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, slightly sensing something inexplicably strange about Inoki before him. However, for strong individuals of their caliber, transformation techniques could hardly deceive perception, so this unsettling feeling was... Inoki glanced at Kushina in the crowd, his gaze turning cold. You brat have truly caused us a lot of trouble. The Uzumaki clan has still not been dealt with properly. Ever since he exchanged intelligence with the Third Reikage and learned that the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails in Konoha was a red-haired woman, he nearly strained his back in anger. He had been brooding over it ever since. You old bastard. What did you just say? The enraged Kushina's red hair flew wildly, her chakra surging dangerously, almost knocking those nearby off their feet. On her fair cheeks, there were faint traces resembling beastly whiskers. Calm down, Kushina. Minato quickly comforted her, although there was no risk of an unwarranted rampage. If Kushina became too agitated, the Nine-Tails could still influence her. He just wants to provoke you, don't fall for it. While soothing her, Minato was also ready to act should any unexpected situation arise, assisting Kushina in sealing the Nine-Tails. Kushina took heavy breaths, striving to regain her composure. Her eyes were fixed on Inoki, her voice icy. You old man, I will definitely kill you. That's enough, Inoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice, show a bit of dignity befitting a shadow. Since it has come to this, I won't advise you to surrender. Bang! The Monkey King was directly wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen like a magic staff, assuming a stance. This time you'll be the one to lose. Heh! Watching Inoki, who remained still with a smirk on his whiskered face, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ominous premonition grew stronger. Old man Hiruzen, I have no interest in you. Inoki sneered. You have disappointed me greatly, allowing that Uchiha brat to grow unchecked. I don't want to do you this favor, solving your Uchiha problem. Be grateful, just like that year, when we helped you deal with the land of whirlpools, allowing you to successfully nurture the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Bang! A sudden heartbeat echoed across the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly looked at Kushina and shouted, Kushina. Regarding the events of the land of whirlpools, we indeed had no time to attend to it. Even Konoha is engulfed in war. Lord Mito knows about this too. Bang! Kushina tightly covered her head, strands of crimson chakra spilling out. I know. Lady Mito has told me too. Minato, get Kushina out of here. She doesn't need to participate in the battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively declared the current situation could no longer allow Kushina to remain. Once the Nine-Tails goes berserk, will it first kill Konoha or a Wagakure? That goes without saying. Damn it, it's precisely because I worry about this kind of situation that I don't want the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki on the battlefield. The Nine-Tails are too unpredictable. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared angrily at Inoki. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the elite ninjas of a Wagakure beside Inoki exploded. It's a shadow clone. A diversion. How is that possible? The over 10,000 Wagakure ninjas detected are absolutely real. Inoki crossed his arms and said solemnly, take a guess how many went to the battlefield at Kimogakure and how many infiltrated Konoha? Behind me are 15,000 IWA ninjas, all with the resolve to fight to the death. You could also try to have that flying thunder god brat chase us, but it won't be so easy to deceive you. We haven't gone far yet. Shut up. The magic staff extended. Inoki showed no intention of dodging and said his final words with a smile. Kushina, why is it only you who survived? Because you're the most suitable to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With a loud bang, Inoki's shadow clone was shattered. Boom! A column of black-red chakra shot up into the sky. Kushina, Minato, shouted her name, loudly pressing against her abdomen, exerting all his effort to seal. Three tails. Minato. I know. Kushina's voice was extremely hoarse. I know this is not Konoha's fault, but why is it only me who survived? Did that old man not tell you? Because only you can be my cage. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen is a good person? Since he can save you, why can't he save one more? Let me out. I will help you kill all those who destroyed the land of whirlpools. Of course, before that, I must first go and take down the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. The Nine-Tails rejoiced. This was truly a perfect opportunity to break the seal. Kushina had gradually gotten used to life in Konoha. As her body grew, she could fully suppress the Nine-Tails, provided she remained emotionally stable. Restraining the Nine-Tails is not as simple as just locking it up. If one cannot maintain inner resolve, they could be found out by the Nine-Tails at any moment. The seal on Naruto is an enhanced version of the 8-trigram seal, plus Minato's own chakra axe as the final lock within. With so many procedures involved, half of the Nine-Tails could still influence Naruto when his emotions were unstable. Defeating the Nine-Tails and sealing the Nine-Tails are two different matters. To put it more vividly, you can stab someone to death with a single knife, but binding them is not that simple. If one does not consider using the tailed beast's power, the amber bottle from Kimogakure will be the perfect suppressor. After all, it is a 6 paths ninja tool. Now seeing the endless stream of Awagakure ninjas charging from a distance, all Konoha ninjas turned their gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for his command. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was terrifyingly grim. Kushina's emotions needed calming, but Awagakure had already launched an attack, leaving no time for that. Moreover, the whereabouts of Inoki and the others were also crucial. Jiraiya, the village. On the village side, there were Sakura and Danzo, so even if Inoki's target was the village, they could hold him off for a while. But over at the Kimogakure battlefield, if Inoki went there, it would undoubtedly be in league with the third Reikage. He took a deep breath. He made his decision. Kushina, calm down. Yuminato and Orochimaru go support the northern front. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted fiercely. Jiraiya Kagami and countless Konoha ninjas are waiting for you. This is the village that Lord Mito protected all her life. No matter how you think, Lord Mito's love for you is not false. Jonin class leave, 3 commanders, the rest return to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed ahead, tightly gripping his magic staff. If I die here, appoint Orochimaru as the 4th Hokage. Execute the orders. The northern border of the Land of Fire. Dozens of ninjas wearing cloud concealment headbands stand at the edge of cliff. At the forefront is the third Reikage. These are the absolute elites of cloud concealment. Even the weakest among them possesses special abilities, including a particularly strong duo. The Eight Tails has resurrected faster than expected, with the new location being the Thunder Country's Cloud Thunderfalls. After successfully suppressing it, Killer Bee voluntarily offers to become the Jinchuriki, inheriting the suffering endured by his master. Killer Bee is an unprecedented genius from cloud concealment. He has attained the perfect Jinchuriki realm that only exists in theory. Stands gazing into the distance at the Leaf Village's camp. Father Uchiha Kagami has returned, and a large force of Leaf ninjas is gathering in the Land of Grass. Can we trust the person who brought us this news? The third Reikage, with a steady gaze and arms crossed, replied calmly. The same news has also been received from Inoki's side. There are very few capable of such a feat. It is very likely that it is that guy who provided us with information a few years ago, lurking in the shadows and stirring up trouble. During the conversation, a sound of wind breaking through the clouds approached. Inoki arrives with 2 figures. Old Tsuchikage Han, 2 shadows, 3 Jinchuriki, and dozens of powerful ninjas. This lineup is even more luxurious than the pursuit of the second Hokage. Is it really necessary to sacrifice so many ninjas just to kill that little brat? Old Tsuchikage's expression is not pleasant. He does not agree with Inoki's decision. If it weren't for the raging cries of the Four Tails within him, he would prefer to stay on the front lines. It's worth it, Inoki said solemnly. I'm absolutely convinced that guy will grow to the level of Uchiha Obito. Paying some price now to eliminate him is a very advantageous deal. It's not guaranteed that we will lose there. Perhaps the Nine Tails will go berserk and wipe out the Leaf Ninjas first. Besides, I've instructed Grey Earth to retreat if the losses reach a certain level. You bastard, you throw away your companions for just $2.50 a pound. Oh yeah. Inoki looked at Killer Bee with a face full of black lines, then shifted his gaze to the third Reikage. What do you think about putting the 8 Tails on this guy? My companion is not up for your evaluation. The third Reikage snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that Nibby said that guy has too much restraint over Jinchuriki, I wouldn't cooperate with a despicable old fool like you. Uncle Reikage, the 8 Tails, told me you said he must not call you by your name, but must refer to you as Lord 8 Tails. That's not rhyming Baga Yurukatsu. Shut up. Bang. The third Reikage punched Killer Bee into the ground, aside helplessly, and pulled his brother out. Be quiet. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have always been at odds, and sometimes they even backstab each other while attacking the Leaf. However, in recent years, both sides have been very restrained, having a common target they want to eliminate. This could be seen as an alternative way to transfer their contradictions outward. Let's discuss the battle strategy. Inoki sighed. If it weren't for the haunting shadows of his childhood, he wouldn't want to cooperate with this gang of reckless cloud ninjas. Do we really need a strategy? The third Reikage frowned and snorted. With such a battle force gathered, we could probably even kill the first Hokage. That's why I don't like collaborating with these guys. Senju Hashirama could defeat Uchiha Madara. Inoki didn't dare to imagine just how powerful the guy would have to be. Only someone naive like you, who has never seen the world, would dare to say such things. Inoki did not refute the third Reikage. He understood well what to say to such a person. Of course, defeating him is not a problem, but we must consider how to keep him alive. According to my investigation, this little brat's temperament is very similar to Uchiha Madara. He doesn't care about that group of companions, and using people to threaten him is useless. We must strike decisively, not giving him a chance to escape. After all, the Leaf Village has users of the Flying Thunder God technique. If he shows up to rescue Uchiha Kagami, it will be difficult to have such an opportunity again. You've seen the growth rate of that little brat. How old is he now? If he gets away, the consequences will be dire. So what do you suggest? I will listen before deciding whether to do as you say. Can't you just admit plainly that you're reckless and have no constructive suggestions. Tisk foolish cloud, ninjas only think of using their cunning when it comes to stealing things. Inoki cleared his throat and continued. The safest method is for you to initiate the attack first. I will make my move after you engage in battle. 2 seconds. The charge time of dust release will definitely be sensed by him, at least restraining him for 2 seconds. I can then use dust release to destroy him. In other words, cloud ninjas will serve as bait, while Inoki prepares a big move from the rear. The Reikage squinted his eyes watching Inoki. Although I know you don't have good intentions, the men of cloud concealment are not like you, a treacherous person. Then it's settled. Go. Boom. The third Reikage shone with lightning and shot out. The powerful backlash caused the cliff to tremble precariously. Within the camp, Uchiha Kagami was reading by candlelight. There are many ancient texts in the ninja world that can inspire him. The process of applying chakra, the ingenious ideas of various ninjutsu. He can see traces of the existence of the ninja sect within. An entire system perfected over millennia by countless ninjas can almost achieve anything with chakra. No matter how talented Senju Tobarama was, he could not have created those forbidden techniques out of thin air. The ancient texts left by the Senju of the forest are his foundation. Uchiha also has them. Not only that, but they're even more than those of the Senju of the forest. After all, Indra is the ancestor of the concept of ninjutsu. Many obscure and unformed jutsu that Uchiha Madara did not take away have significant reference value. Damn it, last time I was too focused on the dark and damp cave that I didn't copy a portion of the text Madara took with him. However, Uchiha Kagami is not in a hurry. Asking Madara if he can get some may not be certain. After Obito inherits them, it will be easy to steal them from him. And maybe get a few living white zetsu. Just as he was thinking, something entered his perception range. Ashapoha. A smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth. Finally, you have arrived. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A streak of azure lightning tore through the night sky. The camp instantly sounded urgent alarms. A figure bathed in lightning swiftly approached. Uchiha Kagami tore through the tent, standing atop it. 3 Tomo in his eyes slowly spun, a flash of crimson passing by. Little brat. Finally caught you. Kill the bastard who killed Burubi. Die for me. Lightning gathered at his fingertips, blindingly bright. Hellstaff 4 books piercing hand. Uchiha Kagami remained silent, the clenched fist shimmering with black and red lightning. Black flash. The azure and black-red lightning collided. Silence engulfed everything. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a powerful shockwave swept through the entire camp like a typhoon. The explosive thunder serpents burst forth, tearing nearby tents apart and causing fissures to spread across the ground like roots. The clash of thunder resonated far and wide. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of exchanges between the two. Uchiha Kagami was the first to retreat, instantly appearing atop a large tree. Hee, little brat, is that all you've got? The third Reikage's fist struck again. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. If you don't speak, will you savages not fight? Damn it. Thunder flashed as the third Reikage pointed a finger. The 3-pronged kunai pierced forth. Uchiha Kagami raised a finger and formed a single-handed seal. A dazzling crimson flame flowed like water in front of him. Fire release, red lotus hell clothes. The piercing 3-pronged kunai, upon contacting the fire stream, was inexplicably pulled upwards. What in the world is this? The third Reikage abruptly withdrew his hand as the red flames clung to his armor, burning his chakra. Accompanying this was a bone-chilling cold fire. The third Reikage refrained from acting hastily while the information was uncertain, retreating swiftly and stripping away some of the flames along with a portion of his chakra. To survive in the chaotic times of War 1 must possess at least a modicum of intelligence, or else they would have perished long ago. He frowned, gazing at the flickering flames. The shape was somewhat reminiscent of the two-tailed beast's flames, but it possessed a unique cold attribute. It was clearly fire, yet it carried the sense of water's ability to dissipate. Moreover, the third Reikage had a clear premonition of danger. Getting touched by that thing was definitely not a good sign. The flames slowly flowed along Uchiha Kagami's body like a long garment made of fire. Melt release chakra mode. Noob, this is fire release. Whoosh. The reinforcements from Kumobikure arrived. Jiraiya also swiftly appeared beside Uchiha Kagami, his brow furrowed. The Reikage. Has he personally come into action? I've already arranged for their evacuation. This level of battle is beyond their participation. Kagami, I will summon Gamakichi to assist you in battle. Just give me a moment, I need to enter Sage mode. Uchiha Kagami turned to glance at Jiraiya and replied nonchalantly, Alright then, let me see what you've got. After some thought, he reminded, Inoki has also arrived, be careful of a dust release attack. What? Jiraiya's pupils constricted. The Reikage is one thing, but the Tsuchikage too. What's going on? Why aren't you looking for the old man? He's a Hokage after all. Did you see him? In which direction is Inoki? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. He hid away. I just sensed his chakra for a brief moment. He was lying. Inoki was an experienced ninja. How could he make such a rookie mistake? As for how Uchiha Kagami knew, it was because he had sent someone to inform the Tsuchikage and Reikage of his own intelligence. This led to the assassination attempt on himself. Boom! Thunder Stinger Hot Knife. Karabi, enveloped in crimson chakra, rushed in alongside. His arm was like a guillotine slicing across. Uchiha Kagami leaped, kicking aside the two who were attacking together. The fierce battle reignited. Ninja do not have a tradition of unknown fights. The third Reikage coordinated with the others to surround Uchiha Kagami. Their figures split upon contact, intersecting for an instant, moving so fast that one could only see a blur of light. Sonic booms and shock waves surged in waves. Uchiha Kagami had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Nevertheless, there was not a hint of wavering on his face, nor any intention to retreat. Bam! A large crimson toad, with a ushered pattern on its face, joined the fray, assisting Uchiha Kagami in defense. Gamakichi, protect Kagami! Jiraiya shouted loudly, his figure vanishing into the forest. He needed time to summon the two sage toads and enter sage mode. I understand. Although I'm clumsy, I will definitely protect you. After undergoing medicinal baths and training, Uchiha Kagami's body had developed to the stage of a 16 or 17-year-old. Ninjas have their limits. A prodigy like Kakashi only gains battle experience and develops ninjutsu as an adult without any essential upgrades. The source of Uchiha's power lies in the eyes. Unless in special circumstances his body had reached its current limits. Under normal conditions, he could only grow stronger over time, like Might Guy accumulating strength through experience. A person's energy is finite. Uchiha Kagami has always understood that he needed to develop his Sharingan. It was impossible to invest everything in physical techniques like Might Guy. The strongest aspect of Uchiha Kagami is his mental energy, powerful enough to contend with the Genjutsu of the elderly Uchiha Obito, effortlessly shattering Fugaku's illusory world. In fact, he had already reached the pinnacle of the current ninja world, a level of power that ordinary ninjas cannot hope to attain, known as the shadow level. He possessed overwhelming advantages over certain shadows with incomplete abilities, such as a shinobi like Rashi or Fugaku who had awakened the Mangekyo. To grow stronger, next there was a clear path in the original timeline. Sasuke or Naruto, these two, would eventually become the strongest in the ninja world. With the dragon vein, Uchiha Kagami could replicate Sasuke's sage art Susanoo. With the fusion of his ancestral spirits and his own ultimate mental energy, he was capable of activating an endless Mangekyo Sharingan. It's just too unfortunate. This path has a visible end. Full attribute saturation, even if he became stronger, would only reach the level of Sasuke with the eternal Mangekyo and sage art enhancement. This world will eventually face an invasion by the Otsutsuki clan if this level of power is insufficient. Even without considering future crises, Uchiha Kagami did not wish to walk a path with a visible end. He currently resembled a barrel with half of his height representing his physical state at half a meter and the other half representing his mental state at 50 meters. What he wanted to do was to reduce the higher side and fill the lower side. Then, as his mental energy increased, he would raise the height of the barrel uniformly. This is an infinite path. The key to achieving this is technique reversal. Now it should be said that after evolution, it is the technique reversal applicable to the chakra system. Relying solely on his own research and understanding would take too long. It's alright. The Uchiha clan is the beloved of the world, the soul's reflection in the eyes. Every Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyo does not have a fixed power. It is based on the strong desire of the individual at the moment of awakening. This is a divine gift. The Mangekyo is never a cursed power. It is a blessing bestowed by the heavens. This is the opportunity to break through one's limits. With Gamakichi's powerful defensive capabilities, Uchiha Kagami was able to fend off the attacks from the Reikage and others. Although there was no hope of victory in sight, they had reached a stalemate and the battle seemed destined to drag on. Uchiha Kagami frowned slightly. This was not the situation he desired. If Jiraiya entered sage mode, perhaps they could really turn the tide. Inoki, what are you waiting for? Suddenly 3 figures appeared directly on the battlefield. Minato Kagami. I'm here. Kushina had stabilized a bit, though her expression was still somewhat dim. Upon seeing Uchiha Kagami, she mustered her spirits and scanned the area. Kimogi cured. How annoying, just when I'm really angry. Uchiha Kagami shook off the Reikage and others charging towards Minato, and the others the 3 Tomo in his eyes, spinning wildly. Things had deviated slightly, but it could still be remedied. No. Perhaps the current situation was more advantageous for me. Whoosh, a pure white beam of light shot from afar. Dust release. Uchiha Kagami deliberately extended a hand, adjusting his position. The pure white light obliterated his arm. Kagami, Minato Namikaze, having used Flying Thunder God multiple times to reach them from an extreme distance, was greatly exhausted in chakra and couldn't save Uchiha Kagami in time. nor could he resist the Jinjutsu released by Uchiha Kagami. Minato. Kushina caught Minato, who was tilting forward, completely bewildered by the situation. Uchiha Kagami's pupils revolved a torrent of Sharingan power, belonging to Uchiha Obito, surged forth resonating with the nine tails within Kushina. Kushina, already emotionally unstable, felt her eyes reflecting the Tomo chakra spilling forth in waves. The suppressed, horrifying roar of the beast. The nine tails. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat. In this moment, he thought of many things. Could it be that this was a trap set by Uchiha Kagami and Kumobikure? Was it all to kill us? Uchiha has indeed betrayed us. It turns out Toby was right. Orochimaru, take Minato and leave. Uchiha Kagami's voice interrupted his thoughts. Under the moonlight, blood flowed from the severed arm of Uchiha Kagami, and a crazed smile stretched across his lips. Next, ancestral spirit. Time to switch. In the realm of the spirit, the black-sealed spear slowly withdrew. An overwhelming aura of malevolence filled the space. Thud! The body of the ancient spirit emerged, yet it did not rush to occupy Uchiha Kagami's form. A towering four-armed god of slaughter stood opposed to Uchiha Kagami. Create a realm of certain death for me to help you restore your body. You think you can learn the reversal technique this way? Do you think there's enough time? A faint smile graced Uchiha Kagami's face. Practice is the best teacher. Rather than listening to your nonsense, I prefer to experience it myself. The ancient spirit raised its head, coldly stating, don't think everything will go your way. If I don't go out, your body will be destroyed. If you die, won't I be freed from the seal? Don't worry, ancient spirit, I will definitely take you with me before I die. Uchiha Kagami's smile remained unchanged. The ancient spirit felt a bit irritated. It was this attitude that he found extremely detestable. How can someone speak to him in such a condescending manner? You little brat, are you underestimating me? As he drew closer, endless ferocity glimmered in the four eyes of the ancient spirit. If it comes to it, we can die together. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Of course, that is also a possibility. Uchiha Kagami's smile spread. But it's merely a trivial risk of death. Wanting to grow stronger without bearing any risks is naive of you. Ancient spirit, choose, do you want to die here with me, or shall we compete? Let's see who first grasps the secrets of the reversal technique. Or will you adapt to the chakra first and find a way to overcome my seal? A sinister smile surfaced on the face of the ancient spirit. You little brat, you really understand me. Just wait, more than killing you, I want to see the expression of your defeat. Let me make you understand. My curse is far above you. Outside, the terrifying chakra of the nine tails rippled outwards, a dreadful pressure spreading. The chakra enveloping Kushina had already manifested 6 tails, forming a chilling skeletal structure. Then, 7 tails, 8 tails. Flesh and blood began to weave together. What exactly happened? The sudden change caught Jiraiya off guard, preventing him from completing the technique. Orochimaru carried Minato and barked coldly, "Idiot, don't worry about that, let's leave. Something terrifying is about to emerge. I know without you saying 9 tails." Jiraiya's expression turned serious. "Then we absolutely cannot leave. I must let my disciple witness his teacher's cool side. Orochimaru, you take Minato and go first. I need to understand what's going on." Jiraiya clasped his hands together, continuing to gather chakra. Slap! Orochimaru slapped his palm open, shouting angrily, "Fool! I command you as the 4th Hokage. Retreat. The true terror lies within the monster in Uchiha Kagami." Jiraiya stared blankly at his hands, turning his gaze to Orochimaru. "What did you say? What did you say?" Orochimaru brushed past, faintly seeing something crystalline fall. "Old man, why not come back? Uchiha Kagami's actions are also quite suspicious. I can even confirm he has betrayed Konoha. What we need to do now is preserve our remaining forces to deal with the ensuing situation." A light of gloom was absent from Orochimaru's face. It seemed as if this poisonous snake had undergone some transformation at that moment. Anoki and the 4 tails and 5 tails joined forces with the Raikage and others. Is this the 9 tails? Several people looked up at the hideous and terrifying beast, momentarily speechless. Since the 9 tails was sealed by Mito, it had not appeared before the world. Even Kushina only borrowed the tailed beast chakra, and her half-tailed beast form was similar to that of other Jinchuriki. This was also the reason Anoki mistook the 9 tails Jinchuriki. However, this monster had already begun to grow its 9th tail crimson chakra, forming its outer skin. Such a level of chakra. The 9 tails is undoubtedly the strongest among the tailed beasts. Kirib's voice changed tone. Raikage, even you cannot be his opponent. Moreover, his current consciousness is drowned in rage, completely rejecting my signals. Are you the 8 tails? I am. The calmed 8 tails spoke with an air of tranquility. Anoki gathered white light in his palm, coldly saying, "Very good, my plan has worked. The 9 tails has indeed gone berserk. Konoha even sent the 9 tails over its simply divine assistance. Once the 9 tails crushes that little brat, well seal the Nine Tails and kill the Jinchuriki. Hatred filled the Nine Tails' pupils. Looking at Uchiha Kagami in the black mist, memories of that night decades ago flooded back. It can't be wrong. This is the power of Uchiha Madara. That man has returned. Mada! A thunderous roar erupted. The shockwave from the sound uprooted trees for miles around the ground, cracked everywhere. I will kill you. The massive claws struck towards the cloud of black mist, stirring a tempest. Onoki's light in his hand dissipated, and he turned to look at the wreckage. Let's retreat a bit first, then we'll talk. That little brat really is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. The Nine Tails wouldn't be mistaken. Although Onoki had speculated in this regard, he had not dared to be certain. No matter what, let's observe the situation. If it comes to it, we can escape early. The black mist suddenly exploded. Clang! The Nine Tails' claws were halted by a monstrous hand. This nearly 10-meter tall monster had no eyes on its head, with 4 wings on the sides. Its back had a tail with a rudder-like wheel on top and behind its head. A primitive sword was wrapped in bandages on its right. This was the 8-sword demon king, Makurua, the strongest Shikigami among the 10 shadow techniques. The blade that blocked the Nine Tails' claws was named the demon-repelling sword. Enveloped in a layer of positive curse energy similar to the reversal technique, any cursed spirit struck by it would turn to ash. Ineffective. As expected, you are not a cursed spirit body. The voice was similar to Uchiha Kagami's. Just from the sound alone, one could clearly perceive the difference between the two. Uchiha Kagami acted recklessly, but one could still sense the connection. Madness did not lack calmness. The owner of this voice was different, completely free of restrictions. Above and below, I alone am supreme. As the black mist fully dissipated, Uchiha Kagami was adorned with black patterns, and his pupils under one pair of eyes, another pair opened. There were no significant changes in appearance. How to explain it? Looking at Uchiha Kagami, you could feel his disdain for you. The ancient spirit did not regard you as kindred at all. Man, woman, old, young. Equal disregard. All were merely food. The severed arm wove flesh and blood. The ancient spirit was rapidly adapting to the power of chakra. He was an omnipotent warrior. If one had to pinpoint a standout talent, it would be his comprehension ability. This body, indeed, is too perfect. An uncontrollable mad laughter erupted. This feeling of freedom to act as one pleases is even more perfect than my original flesh. Truly a legendary bloodline. Truly worthy of you. Uchiha Kagami. He slowly raised his head, looking towards the Nine Tails. Although he longed to fight fiercely with this monster. Ancient spirit, you may call me that. Nine Tails Fox. Allow me to subdue you. Domain expansion. Demon Repeating Chef. Above the still sea, blood rain erupted without warning. An eerie shrine coalesced from nothingness. Gigantic teeth pierced through its apex, jagged, sharp, and profoundly sinister. Stairs forged from bovine-like skeletal remains extended outward. Fumo Gyochu, the exorcist chef's domain. Unlike most enclosed domains, it manifested as a compact, self-contained space. Sukuna's domain was innately formed, born not of incantation, but of his very existence. Put simply, within this domain, Sukuna had ordained the battlefield as a kitchen. All entities inside became ingredients, subjected to ceaseless, unrelenting slashes, as if laid bare upon a chopping block. 2 distinct slashes manifested: the first Kai, a rapid, continuous cut akin to standard blade work; the second Hachi, a decisive strike whose power scaled with cursed energy disparity, guaranteeing absolute severance. In essence, Kai functioned like a chef's knife, swift, repetitive, relentless. Hachi, by contrast, was the cleaver, charged, focused, and infallibly destructive. This domain permitted free entry and exit, but at the cost of an immense slash radius spanning 400 meters. That was before. Sukuna's cursed energy had since undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Gazing upon the nine-tailed beast, its height alone exceeding 100 meters, its form colossal, he effortlessly shattered prior limits, expanding his domain to a full kilometer in diameter. Within that vast expanse, earth and stone, towering trees, all were reduced to fragments. Boom! The nine-tails struck with a single palm, hurling Makio row backward while a torrent of searing chakra surged forth. Within that vast expanse, earth and stone, towering trees, all were reduced to fragments. Boom! The nine-tails struck with a single palm. Hiss! Thousands of slashes barely breached its outer hide before instantaneous regeneration sealed every wound. The nine-tails swiped its colossal tail. Mountains crumbled, heavens trembled. This so-called indiscriminate, endless barrage proved utterly futile. Sukuna concentrated his slashes upon a single point, yet the result remained unchanged. Even a superficial cut healed faster than it could be inflicted. Only Hachi would suffice. But wait. Within Fumo Gyochu, Sukuna danced and evaded, never once engaging the nine-tails heathen. He had no desire to injure this body, not out of self-preservation, but because any damage would compel him to employ the reverse curse technique to heal it. that would play directly into that brat's hands. Crash! Makio Ro lunged forward again, sort of exorcism drawn, shielding Sukuna. Again and again hurled aside, again and again racing back, unwavering in duty. Makio Ro's greatest strength lay in its adaptive resonance with all phenomena. Each full rotation of the Dharma wheel behind its head signified completed adaptation. A repeated exposure to identical attacks accelerated the process exponentially. After enduring several blows from the Ninetales, strikes adaptation near completion. Thereafter, its claws would prove powerless against Makio Ro. To defeat, it required a technique it had never encountered, a single overwhelming blow. Thud! A colossal tail descended, nearly crushing Makio Ro to dust. A flicker of unease crossed Sukuna's expression. Truly, a fearsome monster you are. Your reservoir of energy surpasses even mine. Hey, yet, thanks to the time bought by Makio Ro and Fumo Gyochu Sukuna had already begun drawing upon the chakra stored within Uchiha Kagami's body. A wholly alien energy, so this is what it feels like, harmonizing opposing natures yin and yang in perfect unity. Exquisite. Perhaps being sealed into this world wasn't entirely a curse after all. Then Nine-Tailed Fox, submit now. Sukuna channeled chakra toward his eyes. He knew well the Sharingan held profound dominion over such beasts, eyes transcending even the six eyes. I shall savor your essence. Why prolong battle needlessly, when victory can be claimed with elegant simplicity? Uchiha Kagami, that brat is the true adversary. Since you dared release me, do not imagine I'll return to my seal. As chakra searched, nothing happened. His irises remained black. What is this? A roar of primal fury repelled the invisible slashes. Makio Ro sent flying. Shink! The Ninetales' claw pierced Uchiha Kagami's body clean through. Sukuna felt the agony, snapped back to awareness, and tried again. Still no effect. Where was the Sharingan? Those massive Tomoichi eyes. Were they... What have you done? Uchiha Kagami. Within the mental realm. Inside the seal gate, Uchiha Kagami sat cross-legged atop the dragon, vein chin resting on one hand, a faint knowing smile playing on his lips. It turns out, being a sealed entity isn't entirely without merit. Let's be clear, Sukuna. I lent you this body. I did not surrender it to you. Obey. Let me witness the reverse curse technique in action. I will constrain you. You wretched fool. Sukuna roared, unleashing Hachi, a devastating slash that severed the Ninetales' claw. He leapt back, creating distance. With the claw withdrawn, the massive wound across his chest sealed itself at blinding speed. Sukuna's face darkened, like a master forced to lose by decree. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "If you dare restrict me, I'll simply let the Ninetales kill me. No need to repeat such exchanges. Neither of us fears death. We only care for victory, don't we? Push yourself, Sukuna. In this battle with the Ninetales, find the key to breaking your seal." Sukuna attempted, as Kagami had done, to sever his awareness of the mental realm. Predictably, suddenly Sukuna understood why fate had brought him here, to meet this man across time. Inner demon, Uchiha Kagami, you are my trial, and I yours. Whoever subdues the other shall ascend to godhood. The Ninetales fell silent witnessing this. It feels familiar, vaguely recalling how Uchiha Madara once controlled me, and struck Hashirama Senju with the same move. After withdrawing his claw, Hashirama, too, regenerated swiftly. Are you truly an heir of both Uchiha and Senju? Did you reincarnate into this vessel after falling to Hashirama Senju? It matters not. Sukuna Kagami, Uchiha Madara, you think you can deceive me. I shall crush you here and now, and slaughter every soul in Konoha. At the Ninetales where the ultimate yin-yang chakra coalesced, its nascent sphere already exceeding 50 meters in diameter. Step back slightly. Inoki launched himself skyward. Nothing delighted him more than watching Konoha tear itself apart. The eight tails resonated within Killer Bee. An enraged Ninetales cannot be reasoned with. Intervention is unnecessary now. Hearing this, Killer Bee turned to A's gaze remained fixed on the motionless third Raikage. Withdraw your forces. The third Raikage stood with his back turned, voice low and steady. I await the right moment. If opportunity arises, I will summon the Amber Purification Vessel to seal them both. Father, must you risk this? A faint smile seemed to ripple across the third Raikage features. Very well, I admit it. I simply wish to fight a monster like this. Let me indulge myself, just once say, this thing is dangerous. Sukuna stilled his breath, arms drawing back, as if knocking an arrow. Circulating flames vaporized moisture from the air. The hearth. Only after enduring both Kai and Hachi could this stage be unlocked ignition. No grandiloquence needed, for Sukuna power existed solely to prepare the meal. Flame gathered at his fingertips. Against such a foe, there was no need for probing. Boom! The tailed beast bomb screamed forth. A blazing arrow of fire shot to meet it. A bottomless abyss appeared on the earth. Beneath the chasm, Su Nuo, clutched the rocky wall, with one hand his body half shattered and in ruins. The nine-tailed fox lay at the cave entrance, half of its fox face marred by burn scars. Likewise, both monsters were rapidly regenerating. Suno fromnet deeply. I cannot confront the nine-tailed fox heathen. His curse energy was already nearly boundless, and there was no possibility of it being fully exhausted now. If the opponent were only the nine-tailed fox, Su Nuo would choose a war of attrition. Eventually Zuluo's presence would help him adapt to the nine-tailed's power. However, his opponent was Uchiha Kagami. If I get injured again while using the reversal technique, and he learns it first, Su Nuo knew that Uchiha Kagami had absolute control over this body and could descend at any moment. What needs to be done now is to find a way to convert curse energy into chakra. Only chakra could possibly break that damned seal. Uchiha Kagami's body still retained a significant amount of chakra, which Su Nuo meticulously extracted and studied. Being able to comprehend space / during the battle with Gojo Satoru, even with Zuluo's assistance, does not diminish Su Nuo's talent. Right. Can I form a contract to accelerate my grasp of chakra's mysteries? Let's give it once again a predictable failure. The moonlight from the cave entrance was obscured and an immensely terrifying energy was gathering. The nine-tailed fox unleashed a tailed beast bomb towards the abyss. Su Nuo raised his hand and a powerful slash struck the tailed beast bomb. What Su Nuo was using now was still curse energy, a different power from chakra. The property of a single slash breaking through was ineffective against a pure energy body like the tailed beast bomb. It was like a shell. The explosive attribute was erased, and only the immense impact and the shell's hardness remained effective. He managed to block the tailed beast bomb for a few seconds, seizing the opportunity to slice through the soil and delve deeper. If I don't fight, I won't get hurt. I'll hide, and once I analyze chakra, I'll kill you all. Suddenly, Su Nuo's movement underground came to a halt. His uncontrolled footsteps began to turn back. This time, Su Nuo did not waste time in anger. All his focus began to analyze chakra. Learning the reversal technique shouldn't be difficult for that little mirror. However, that little brat's goal was to utilize the reversal technique to convert curse energy into chakra. That's what I need to do as well. Moreover, he needs to learn the reversal technique, while I do not. Let's give it a try. I will definitely win. Boom, 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 boom. The nine-tailed fox's tailed beast bombs rained down as if they were free of charge. He could sense Uchiha Kagami's life force. As long as that bastard was alive, the nine-tailed would never cease its attacks. Combining the powers of Senju Hashirama and the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, I absolutely cannot allow you to grow any further. Bang! Shilua broke through the soil. Su Nuo summoned the Shikigami such as the round deer and the cow with the 10 shadows technique, their sizes immensely grand. Numerous Shikigami helped him fend off the tailed beast bombs, and when he was at a disadvantage, Su Nuo would also lend a hand to prevent Shilua from being obliterated in a single blow. The nine-tailed fox's attack method was monotonous, which slightly relieved Su Nuo. If that fox possessed wisdom like mine and discovered Zuluo's abilities, it would be a bit troublesome to end him with a powerful shot. Although Shilua could still summon, it was impossible to ensure he wouldn't get hurt within this time frame. The nine-tailed's combat had no technicality. It was merely an endless artillery shell constantly bombarding the earth. Water gradually gathered in the abyss, and Su Nuo maintained the field, slicing through the energy waves that interfered with him. Suddenly, Su Nuo looked up. The tailed beast bomb had stopped. Has chakra been exhausted? It shouldn't be. Such a level of energy shouldn't run out so quickly. Never mind, let's focus on the task. Above the abyss, the nine-tailed body was staggered by a bolt of lightning. Nine-tails, stop your pointless venting. The third Raikage stood tall upon the ravaged earth. That guy must be dead. If you continue like this, the terrain of the land of lightning will be altered. He rubbed his fists together. Ever since becoming Raikage, he had suppressed his combat instincts, having to consider far too many things. I had already grown, and he had Karabi as a brother. The younger generation of the village would surpass me. Now, I just want to experience the thrill of battle. Swish! Brilliant blue lightning sliced through the earth. One swipe severed the claws that were about. That guy isn't dead yet. Eliminating future disasters for the ninja world. The nine-tailed roared, completely disdainful of communicating with humans. It's decided after wiping out Konoha, I will annihilate Kimogakure. Swish! A beam of white light descended from the sky, severing a nine-tailed tail. Inoki's hair danced with the wind as he chuckled softly. Nine-tails, tell me the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara is really dead, right? Roar! The violent airflow made Inoki lose his balance. The nine-tailed did not wish to explain, continuously firing tailed beast bombs covering the sky and the earth within the attack range. After annihilating Kimogakure, it will be Iwagakure next. No, I want to kill all the ninjas. With the support of the Raikage and Tsuchikage, although most of the tailed beast bombs still targeted Su Nuo, the pressure was much less than before. Thus they maintained this for several hours. A small point of brilliant blue light gradually emerged from Su Nuo's palm. spiritual energy and physical energy. His thoughts gradually clarified. Nua's 4 eyes were tightly closed, and immense curse energy began to convert into chakra drop by drop. The dragon vein slowly surged from the gaps in the ceiling gate, with Uchiha Kagami enveloped in the energy of the dragon vein, also with his eyes tightly closed. The remnants of the tailed beast chakra flowed into the dragon vein, converging towards Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami's spirit body was burned by the tailed beast chakra, and then the intangible energy stirred, healing itself. The reversal technique. So that's how it is. Converting negative energy curse power into positive energy to heal himself. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged like raging waves. Intense emotions, extreme in release. It was the key to unlocking the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Kagami gradually rose, lifted by the dragon vein. Higher, as if this mental space had no boundaries. Further up, there was a realm of void and desolate darkness. The dark torrent cascaded down. The energy of the dragon vein ascended. In between, Uchiha Kagami slowly opened his eyes. The 3 tomo spun from slow to fast until they became an illusion. Slowly, 1 tomo separated from the 3 tomo. 4 tomo spiraled together, forming a diamond shape in the crimson pupils resembling a deep black thorn crown. A tremendous hum. On the earth, the 9-tailed fox Tsuchikage and Rakage simultaneously halted their actions. All eyes were drawn to the unfathomable abyss. On the horizon, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the night. A black-red torrent surged from the abyss. Something has awakened. The black and red currents swirled around the slender figure of the youth. His slightly longer wavy hair and robe fluttered without wind, creating a rustling sound. His eyes lacked focus, not directed at anyone. The tightly clenched fist of Inoki trembled slightly. He was a powerful Tsuchikage, dominating the ninja world for decades, having fought and defeated the 4 tails and 5 tails. Even when facing the 9 tails, he did not lack the courage to battle. Only one person was an exception, the deep-seated fear buried within his heart. His invincible teacher had developed an unprecedented bloodline elimination technique in the ninja world. Before that person, he was utterly vulnerable. Such ocular power, such terrifying oppression. It was just like Uchiha Madara back in the day. The one who empathized with Inoki was the 9 tails. From the very beginning, he was certain that Uchiha Kagami was the reincarnation of Madara. He had made the greatest effort to eliminate him. If it weren't for that damned Kushina, if it weren't for the 2 damned humans in front of him. It was different from Inoki, who was still recovering. The 9 tails hesitated for not a moment, and the tailed beast bomb howled forth. Uchiha Kagami slightly raised his head, and the Fortimo pattern in his eyes began to spin. A crescent slash carrying black-red thunder struck down, shattering the tailed beast bomb effortlessly. The force did not diminish, severing half of the 9 tails' head, sending it flying towards the sky until it was beyond sight. Along its path, the atmosphere was torn apart, flickering with black-red lightning. The release, black slash. With an amplified strike of black lightning, its intensity in the clash of illusions was comparable to Uchiha Madara wielding the Susanoo. Just as the aging Madara could not fully utilize the Susanoo in reality, Uchiha Kagami could not manifest the black slash in the real world. This was a limitation of the body, and also due to the absence of a weapon capable of containing the power of the black slash. Thus he would use the Sharingan as the vessel. This was the first of Uchiha Kagami's left eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan technique. Where there is one, there is always a second. The second technique of the left eye is called yin-yang transformation. The reversal technique cannot directly convert yin to yang. It reflects the mind, or more simply put, a wish. Advancing to Mangekyo is to fulfill a heart's desire. The immense spiritual energy gradually transformed into yang release chakra, nourishing Uchiha Kagami's body. The limits of his body were surpassed. This was not something achieved overnight. As time passed, Uchiha Kagami's body would surpass that of the Senju and Uzumaki, even surpassing the Sage of 6 Paths. This is true yin-yang balance. Most importantly, the Fortimo is not the end. I have already embarked on a new path. A warm current washed over him, flowing through his limbs and bones. His meridians expanded, blood surged faster, and his bones were tempered. In the spiritual space, the body of the cursed spirit was dragged towards the ceiling gate by chains formed from dragon veins. There were no curses, no roars.
In the pale moonlight, Yuzhibo Yao drags his weary body away from his expression, so composed it borders on numbness.
A pure white beam gathered in his palm. How should I address you? Uchiha Kagami or Madara? The blinding white light accompanied the dawn on the horizon, seeking to engulf the darkness. With a hiss, the black-red slash split the dust-release light beam in two as effortlessly as a blade cutting through butter. Uchiha Kagami smiled faintly. I can't be bothered to explain to someone with PTSD, but let me introduce you. It merges the powers of two, the strongest strike residing within the Mangekyo. I named it /release, for now on Inoki. Your dust release will no longer be the only bloodline elimination. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning like a silver serpent dancing wildly tore through the earth, shining brilliantly. The Nine Tails, having recovered a bit, unleashed the tailed beast bomb again. The two combatants who had been locked in a fierce battle instantly shifted their focus. Even the people at Union Rock nearby hurried back. The Nine Tails called up the Eight Tails. It even contacted the Four Tails and Five Tails. The Eight Tails needed not be mentioned, as Uchiha Kagami had killed it once a grudge of death. The grudge against the Four Tails was not small either. If there was no opportunity before now that they were surrounding him, what was there to fear? The Five Tails had no grievances with Uchiha Kagami, but since the Nine Tails rarely contacted them, it was necessary to send the Jinchuriki to help. Uchiha Kagami carefully sensed the changes within his body part of his mind, controlling the dragon veins to pull the cursed spirit. Resealing the cursed spirit was more challenging than releasing him. The dragon veins existed for this very purpose. The growth of the cursed spirit's strength synchronized with Uchiha Kagami. No, it should be said that Uchiha Kagami borrowed this negative energy collector, the cursed spirit, to possess the immense spiritual energy he currently had. After striking the tailed beast bomb away with a hand, he turned to the third Reikage. Likewise, raising his palm, Uchiha Kagami laughed heartily. A spear that breaks all, an unbreakable shield. Let me shatter this legend of yours. Thunder clashed with thunder. The strongest spear against the strongest slash. Who would win? Boom! In the next moment, a result was reached. A thick arm fell with a thud. Inoki instantly arrived, lifting the severed arm of the third Reikage. Boom! The tailed beast bomb struck again. Uchiha Kagami frowned, looking at the Nine Tails. You are too noisy, Nine Tails. The Mangekyo pattern in his right eye began to rotate. Deep red ripples started to silently spread. The first technique of his right eye. Scarlet Demon. Uchiha Kagami's strong desire was to balance yin and yang and to tame the cursed spirit. The ability of Scarlet Demon is complete control. Once a mark is placed, it only requires a small output of chakra to maintain control. This is also to collect tailed beasts later as an energy reserve. The Nine Tails' movements suddenly halted, and in its fierce pupils a tinge of black-red began to spread. Once completely covering the pupils, you belong to me. Nine Tails. Crack. Uchiha Kagami suddenly froze. His right eye suddenly developed cracks. The execution of the ocular technique abruptly stopped. In the spiritual space, the cursed spirit let out a wild laugh. Uchiha Kagami, do you think I am who I am? I am the curse that pulls down the heavens. I am your trial. Do you think I did nothing? Don't think to tame me. Demandez-estimatme. Bastard. The cursed spirit's four arms tore at the blue-purple chains with an expression of madness. Ha ha. Feel the defeat, ha. Reveal your ugly side. Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami pressed his hand against his right eye, sensing carefully. A complex structure of curse techniques intertwined with chakra. Is it similar to a seal? As long as it isn't destroyed, I just can't use it temporarily. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Not achieving complete victory is indeed a bit disappointing. But, just like this cursed spirit, what do you think I will do? Hit you? Curse you? He gently shook his head. Things in this world can never go as one wishes. You still possess a bit of resistance, which delights me. Only then, when I truly subdue you, can it give me enough sense of achievement. His right eye gradually dimmed, colorless and lightless. Uchiha Kagami spread his arms wide, as if embracing the vast world. Facing countless attacks, he remained utterly composed. As the sun rises and sets, a whole day passes, and the turbulence of the battlefield gradually calms. A small snake, completely white, slithers out from a crevice several kilometers away. Inside a cave, several figures are gathered around a campfire. Jiraiya has dispelled the illusion cast by Minato Namikaze. However, due to excessive chakra consumption and the mental shock from the illusion, he remains unconscious. A small snake slithers into the cave and burrows into Orochimaru's sleeve. What's the situation? Jiraiya's expression is filled with despair. He had repeatedly wanted to help Uchiha Kagami, but Orochimaru, growing increasingly impatient, directly threatened him with Minato's life. They were not far from the main battlefield, and Jiraiya knew the battle must have ended. Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed, sharply, his brows furrowing. It's Uchiha Kagami. Who won? He received the images seen by the white snake. It is simply unimaginable. That is a level achievable by ninjas. The tailed beasts which instill fear in all ninjas were utterly powerless against those eyes, showing no resistance whatsoever. The elite forces of the Cloud Village are no different from ordinary genin on such a battlefield. In the end, the three-legged Reikage with a severed arm died, while covering the retreat of the remaining subordinates. Inoki's feet were severed. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails sacrificed his life to help Inoki escape. The Nine Tails was resealed. Is this really something humans can achieve? It was just like the legendary first Hokage spoken of by the old man. Orochimaru quickly calmed down. He bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. A blue-scaled python as thick as a bowl was summoned by him. This was the snake he left at the shinobi bridge ordered to gather intelligence and return to the dragon cave to await summoning. Before this, Orochimaru did not wish to know the situation over there. Minato showed no signs of waking, and knowing would be useless. But now, he must know the old man's condition to determine his next course of action. The blue snake spoke human words. Lord Orochimaru, I hope you are prepared mentally. Not only Orochimaru, but Jiraiya's heart also skipped a beat. The old man. He's dead. The blue snake fell silent for a moment before continuing. After the battle, Iwagakure, with an overwhelming numerical advantage, caused many Konoha ninjas to perish. To cover the remaining Konoha ninjas' retreat, the third Hokage faced 140 Iwagakure shinobi alone. One day and one night, just 2 hours before you summoned me. He died in battle. After Iwagakure suffered heavy casualties, they also began to retreat. The war over there has ended. I see. Old man, you indeed chose a good way to die. Orochimaru did not feel overly sad. It's all right, teacher. I will bring you back from the Pure Land. And those few. As you commanded, I have taken a piece of flesh from the third Hokage. The blue snake spat out a piece of flesh wrapped in slime, and with a thud it released the summoning and returned to the dragon cave. Although it is a cold-blooded creature, it still understands a bit of human emotion. Keeping it would be impolite. Orochimaru, what do you intend to do? Orochimaru stood up tightly, gripping the piece of flesh, his voice low. I want to return to Konoha, to succeed the fourth Hokage, to prepare for war with the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya struggled for a long time, but could not help but speak up. Kagami means no harm to the village. Why do you like the old man have such deep prejudice against the Uchiha? He looked deeply at Jiraiya. Orochimaru replied indifferently. Go travel, Jiraiya. Go look for your prophesied child. When a moment came, Jiraiya still could not easily let everything go. Has Kagami harmed the village's companions? There could still be a discussion. The Uchiha possess great power as long as they're given the status they deserve. You are still so naive, Jiraiya. Can't you see that even the position of Hokage cannot satisfy Uchiha Kagami's appetite? Orochimaru's gaze grew profound as he looked outside the cave. This is a conflict of ideals. The village the old man devoted everything to cannot be handed over to the Uchiha. But, enough. I am the Hokage, not you. On the shattered earth. All around lay severed limbs and remains with blood flowing through the crevices of the stones. Uchiha Kagami tore off his tattered shirt, and the wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. He formed hand seals, summoning a giant eagle. Grabbing the collar of the unconscious Kushina, he tossed her onto the eagle's back. Uchiha Kagami leaped onto the eagle's back. A cry from the eagle echoed through the sky as it flew east. At the eastern battlefield, scattered Uchiha clan members received a special message from their clan. They directly abandoned their current tasks and converged toward one location. This phenomenon could not escape the notice of the eastern commander Narashikaku. On one hand, he sent people to contact the village to report the situation while also gathering the scattered Hyuga and other ninjas on the battlefield. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village had long been brewing, and it was no surprise when it exploded. Narashikaku even suspected that the Uchiha clan was currently conspiring to rebel. At noon, a clearing on a cliff. Uchiha Kagami watched the arriving clan members, and just by sensing with the Sharingan, he could tell to what extent they had awakened their eyes. After waiting until evening, the Uchiha clan members on the eastern front had all gathered. Out of more than 700 who set out, only a little over 300 remained. Very few managed to return to the village after being injured in battle. The number of medical ninjas was limited, and being injured on the battlefield sometimes equated to death. The Uchiha clan members present did not whisper to each other. Their silence was eerily unsettling. The vast majority of the Uchiha who survived the flames of war had awakened their Sharingan. Those who had not awakened their eyes still possessed a certain level of skill in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Every Uchiha would be assigned to the most dangerous positions. To survive already indicated something. Shinkai and Yunkan stood behind Uchiha Kagami. They noticed the unusualness of Uchiha Kagami's right eye, but did not dare to inquire. Everyone is here. Uchiha Kagami's indifferent voice rang out. Now I announce the first clan leader's order. In 7 days, seize Konoha. With a swish, many Uchiha, stirred by their emotions, activated their Sharingan. You are my clan members, and know very well the situation of the Uchiha clan. If anyone does not wish to participate, I can give you a chance. Leave your eyes behind and depart from the Uchiha clan. As he finished speaking, 4 Tomo slowly appeared in Uchiha Kagami's eyes, connecting to form a pattern of 4. An immensely solid chakra surged forth. The air felt almost gelatinous, rendering everyone unable to move. The oppressive sensation, like the collapse of heaven and earth, struck the hearts of all present, causing them to instinctively tremble as if facing a higher life form. The Uchiha with Sharingan could clearly sense the immense disparity in chakra. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. The power of the Uchiha clan is comparable to that of gods. As the chakra receded like a tide, everyone finally felt they could breathe normally. Now, those who wished to leave stepped forward. No one stepped forward. Blood-red eyes opened in the twilight. The ancestors had made a wrong choice once. This time the Uchiha will not err again. As the deputy commander of the northern line of Konoha, Uchiha Kagami, appeared grandly in the eastern line's tent, Nara Shikaku had already realized. The Uchiha were starting to take action. His brain raced, calculating the odds of victory for both sides. No matter how he computed it, he didn't believe Uchiha Kagami had any chance of success. The third Hokage, though aging, remained steadfast, and several advisors were disciples of the second Hokage. Their strengths were self-evident. The legendary three ninjas were in their prime, along with Minato and Kushina. The contemporary Ino Shikacho and the Hyuga clan were also staunch supporters of the Hokage. What did the Uchiha have? With over 20 Sharingan users at their disposal, even if Uchiha Kagami possessed strength at the level of a Kage, there were more than 1 or 2 villagers who could stand against him. Moreover, the war was not over yet. Jumping out to cause trouble at this moment, regardless of whether he could succeed, did he really think other villages were fools? After much contemplation, Nara Shikaku took a dozen jonin to the tent where Uchiha Kagami was located. He needed to clearly articulate the stakes to Kagami, urging him to consider the bigger picture. Striving for the Uchiha's position was not wrong, but it shouldn't happen at this moment. The moment he entered Nara Shikaku's thoughts underwent a slight change. In release represents spiritual energy. The Nara clan's secret technique is in release. The accompanying jonin from the Yamanka clan also practiced it. Not to mention, the Hyuga clan, who are also practitioners of dojutsu. They might not be able to intuitively discern the strength differences among the more powerful. However, in terms of mental power, that young man sitting calmly in the main seat made them feel like a small boat amidst a raging sea. Just gazing at him caused a sharp pain in their minds. Uchiha Kagami. Jonin. Suppressing the fear rising in his heart, Nara Shikaku chose a relatively appropriate title. In terms of position, he was at least half a level higher than Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami was looking down at a scroll, glancing up momentarily. What do you need from me? Even if he didn't address him as Nara-senpai, at least he could call him by name. Taking a deep breath, Nara Shikaku barely managed to force out a smile. Kagami, it seems I haven't received your message for support. Are you dealing with something for your clan? Uchiha Kagami shook his head and chuckled lightly. Nara Shikaku, you are a clever man. Why do clever people like to play dumb? Don't you know the reasons for my actions? Nara Shikaku's expression darkened. Kagami, stop this, it's not too late now. Think about your teacher, Lord Jiraiya, wouldn't want you to act out of line. Silence. Uchiha Kagami looked at Nara Shikaku with extreme indifference in his eyes. Since you've come to me, I'll save myself a trip. Submit to the Uchiha, or your entire Nara clan will perish. They'll give you 3 seconds. What are you saying? Uchiha Kagami. The one who spoke was a young ninja from the Hyuga, but before he could finish his words, his head slumped at an angle and fell to the ground, splattering red and white everywhere. Nara Shikaku's pupils dilated, almost unable to fathom what had just happened. He truly made a move. He actually killed a fellow villager in public. This was a complete rebellion. This was not a threat. Uchiha Kagami smiled faintly. You want to cut in line? Then let me pass judgment on the Hyuga. He looked towards Hinata Hizashi in the crowd. I will kill all the main branch members. After all, your branch family is used to being dogs. How about changing masters? Or do you want to die together with the main family? Hinata Hizashi's body trembled uncontrollably. This was not fear of his own death, but rather the suffocating feeling of an entire family's fate resting on his shoulders. Only that fool from the main family would dare speak up in such a situation. As a dojutsu user, did he not understand the gap in ocular power? Hinata Hizashi was almost certain that Uchiha Kagami had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan recorded in the family scrolls. Moreover, it was this monster who activated it. Thud. Unable to bear the pressure, Hinata Hizashi collapsed to the ground. Please spare my brother. I can represent the branch family and promise to submit to you. I appreciate you. As the first to voice your stance, I can grant you this favor. Then what about you, Nara Shikaku? You've had enough time to consider. Nara Shikaku's clenched fist loosened. He let out a long breath. Kagami, I cannot represent my clan. Any decision made is their business. I can only represent myself. Whoosh! Nara Shikaku formed hand seals, his shadow morphing into claws lunging towards Uchiha Kagami. Don't underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. Bastard, you madman who kills his comrades. Slicing through the air, the ultra-high frequency invisible strike disintegrated the shadow, along with Nara Shikaku, into fine ash. If there was anything important to consider, what could I still change? In this world, anyone can die. Everything could be reset except for the Uchiha. I also appreciate your decision. Uchiha Kagami raised his eyes to the others, saying lightly, anyone planning to die generously may step forward. Moments later, only a handful of people emerged from the tent. The eastern battlefield began to clear. There was no equal relationship. Only by submitting to the Uchiha could one qualify to survive. Konoha, leaving behind the remaining Mito and others to fend off the invading Iwagakure ninjas. In the Hokage's office, it was not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, Orochimaru sat in the Hokage's position. Tsunade and Mito's expressions were somber. Friends they had grown up with had died, and even they could not help but feel a pang of sadness. The tardy Shimura Danzo pushed the door open and saw Orochimaru in the main seat, his pupils constricting sharply, followed by an uncontrollable rage. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? Hiruzen hasn't. The old man is dead. Shimura Danzo was momentarily taken aback. In his daze, he seemed to see that brown-haired boy with sharp eyes. That guy who became the light. This feeling of reminiscing only lasted an instant. Danzo quickly regained his composure, looking at Orochimaru with a sinister glare. Then you have no right to sit in that position. I don't think that what you did. Shut up, Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru interrupted Danzo's words, slamming a document onto Danzo's face. One of Root's missions is to monitor the Uchiha clan. Now, go take a look. If there are still people in the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha have already decided to rebel. If you couldn't even notice this in advance, what use are you? The cold serpent eyes locked onto him, as if ready to strike at any moment. Danzo opened the document, his expression growing increasingly cold. Orochimaru had just returned to the village and forcibly sent people to invade the Uchiha compound, wanting to use the Uchiha clan members as leverage. This might be the only way to restrain Uchiha Kagami. But it was only upon engagement that he discovered the patrolling Uchiha clansmen were merely shadow clones. The large-scale relocation of the clan members left undeniable traces. The trail only ended at a river several dozen kilometers away. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Danzo, his voice filled with coldness. I found out what you couldn't in half a day. Oh, I see that Root has no need to exist anymore. Danzo could explain. Many of his subordinates were dispatched on missions, and those left behind also participated in the fight against Iwagakure. Moreover, the Uchiha compound now had only the elderly, weak women and children. There was no need to waste too much effort monitoring them. But he no longer had the inclination to explain. A single thought flooded his mind. The Uchiha have rebelled. Hiruzen, I told you so. You will surely regret this. In the underground cavern, Ju's figure rose from the ground. Uchiha slowly opened his eyes on the stone chair. What is the situation outside? Uchiha Kagami has relocated the clan members and is now converging. He is leading 700 ninjas from the eastern battlefield towards Konoha. What a pity, Uchiha Madara murmured to himself. Having obtained eternal ocular power, yet still clinging to the clan. If you can recognize the despair of this world, you would be the most suitable candidate. He turned to Baiju. The arrangements for the three tails have been made, right? Baiju chuckled. Thanks to Kagami for gathering the Konoha ninjas, otherwise things would be a bit more troublesome. The Mist ninjas are taking the implanted Three Tails Rin and are heading towards Konoha, likely to encounter Kakashi. It's time for Obito to face reality. Go notify him, Madara instructed. Understood. A ninja squad was advancing in an orderly fashion consisting not only of Uchiha, but also Hyuga and a few clan ninjas. The majority were civilian ninjas. Among the clan ninjas, many chose death over submission. As for the civilians, it didn't matter who became. The Uchiha's reputation was not poor among the civilian ninjas in the East. Narashikaku, being a clan ninja, sometimes inadvertently gave preferential treatment to his close family. Due to the Hokage's orders, Uchiha ninjas had always undertaken the most dangerous tasks. Although these reedied individuals had a poor attitude, they truly threw themselves into their missions. Arrogance and strength were the defining traits of the Uchiha. There was another important point: fairness. The Uchiha held an equal disdain for civilians and other clan ninjas. Originally, the Hyuga clan status was above that of civilian ninjas, and now being on par with the Hyuga. Submitting to the Uchiha was not too difficult to accept, especially after the bodies of the Third Raikage and the Five Tails Jinchuriki were thrown before them. This made them believe that this was not a charge initiated by the Uchiha out of despair, but that there was a real chance of victory. To match the speed of the main force, Uchiha Kagami did not choose to ride a giant eagle. Zwaluin cautiously glanced back at the many excited Uchiha behind him. Nervously, he spoke up. Lord Kagami, may I ask what you are planning to do? Uchiha Kagami leaned against the cat's back, casually replying. Foolish cat, can't you figure this out? We are going to battle. But isn't this the direction towards Konoha? Yes, we are attacking Konoha. What's the problem? Zwaluin, not being completely foolish, quickly added. Is it finally happening? Lord Kagami, how about I go to the land of cats now and bring some cats? Our cat clan has been partners with the Uchiha for generations. His flesh trembled with excitement. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but smile. I appreciate your goodwill, but I'm afraid you might ruin the atmosphere of slaughter. Meow. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to use the cat clan in the future. Just run steadily and don't shake. Another path to Konoha. Kakashi's eyes were crimson as he pursued a team of mist ninjas. Whoosh! Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and his speed exploded in an instant. The lightning-imbued short blade pierced through the chests of two mist ninjas. Kakashi had not become a ninja. Too early, Hatake Sakomo had meticulously taught him the art of the blade. With Jiraiya's teachings, he could also reference the fighting styles of Minato and Uchiha Kagami. After integrating these, Kakashi developed his own lightning sword ninjutsu. By using lightning release chakra to accelerate his speed, the short blade, imbued with lightning release, possessed unmatched penetrating power. With a momentary acceleration, as long as the direction was set, there was no need for a sprint like Reish requiring insight. It was somewhat akin to the lightning release chakra mode of the Cloud Village. However, it was not yet fully perfected. Undoubtedly, at this stage, Kakashi was stronger than his original self in the previous timeline, even without the Sharingan. However, a meticulously planned fate would not change just because he had a bit more strength. If you become stronger, just send out more people based on your combat power. After a long battle, Kakashi was somewhat out of breath, his eyes covered in bloodshot veins. He could not afford to stop for even a moment. I have already lost Obito. I absolutely cannot let my comrades be harmed again. Rin, bring Rin back, he shouted hoarsely. This time Kakashi did not hope for anyone to save him. Ahead among the fleeing mist ninjas too were holding on to Rin Noera. Rin had already woken up but continued to feign unconsciousness, being supported by the two. Stay calm. Kakashi will definitely save me. I must do the right thing at the right time. I could hear the mist ninjas talking beside me. Haha, Lord Mizukage's plan is truly brilliant. Taking advantage of Konoha's weak defenses, sealing the three tails within this little girl. Once we reach Konoha, we will release it. We will definitely deal a heavy blow to Konoha. The major ninja villages on land have suffered heavy casualties, but perhaps we can take this opportunity to conquer the land of fire at once. Indeed, at that time, every word pushed Rin Noera deeper into despair. She suddenly recalled the question Uchiha Kagami had asked her many years ago, and her answer, if sacrifices were needed to complete the mission. I hope the one sacrificed is me. Perhaps this is the real moment of choice. Rin Nohara's will solidified. Just like her answer from many years ago. For the village, I can sacrifice myself. I'm sorry. Kakashi. After an intense battle, Kakashi finally saw Rin Noera. His pupils lit up. Rin, wait for me. I will save you soon. Ignoring his Bodis injuries, Kakashi poured all his lightning release chakra into his body and transformed into a bolt of lightning charging towards the mist ninja holding Rin Noera. Gee, Kakashi's hand trembled. Warm blood flowed along the short blade into his palm. He had killed many enemies. The White Fang's short blade had slaughtered countless foes. But this was the first time. It was stained with the blood of a comrade. Kakashi's tremors grew worse, his pupils nearly dissolving. He was unwilling to accept the scene before him. Kakashi, I'm sorry. The gradually cooling hand caressed Kakashi's cheek, falling powerless. Kakashi's blade pierced through Rin Nohara's heart. The explosive lightning shattered her chest. This scene was as if fate had witnessed by a young boy. The color of blood deepened in his eyes until the three tomo formed a swirling pattern. The world began. Blood rain drifts. Lifeless wooden spikes pierced the bodies of the hidden fog warriors. A hell of thorns. Kakashi stared blankly at the person stepping over flesh and blood. Obito's face was shrouded by white zetsu, only a pair of crimson Sharingan exposed. Is it the mirror? Or Obito? You returned from the Pure Land to judge me. Kakashi showed no signs of survival in his eyes. Standing here seems to be just an empty shell named Kakashi. A scarecrow. Kakashi. A hoarse voice came from behind the mask. Kakashi. Those who wish to live perish, while those who do not wish to kill are killing. What a twisted world this is. There is no hope. There is no light. All that exists is despair after despair. In a world where only despair exists, there is no value in existence. Thick tears as dense as blood slid from the eyes of the weeper. Obito understood. The system of this world, continuing to exist, will only lead to the repetition of tragedy. Sizzle. A wooden spike extended from the palm. Kakashi, I will reshape the world. That world will have Rin, and it will have you. World without such tragedies. Obito took steps closer to Kakashi, his pace, loose, his form swaying. As the distance closed, his steps began to firm. Kakashi showed no reaction, looking down at his blood. There truly are things that require death to escape. I no longer have the courage to live on. Father. Obito raised his hand and charged at Kakashi. I will help you break free, Kakashi. Wait for me. Wait for the arrival of the perfect, illusionary world. The two were only a few meters apart, closing in an instant. Clang! A flash of white light flickered like fangs tearing through time and space. A half-wooden spike flew far away. A tall figure shielded Kakashi behind him. The white-haired tips swayed in the wind. Sorry, Kakashi. I'm late. Father. Kakashi, deeply mentally stimulated, could no longer hold on and leaned forward. Kakashi Hitaki did not turn around his full focus on the person in front of him. That eerie wooden spike and the Sharingan. All these years, Kakashi Hitaki had not merely been entangled with Sasori. He sensed that Danzo was doing something dangerous. Even if no longer a Konoha ninja, he did not wish for the darkness of Konoha to fester. Through secret investigations, he discovered Shimura Danzo was conducting wood-release experiments. If he continued to dig deeper, the third Hokage was also aware. Kakashi Hitaki had a conjecture in his heart. Is Danzo using the Uchiha clan members as subjects for wood-release experiments? Konoha White Fang, Obito, this is troublesome. The voice of White Zetsu's clone echoed. He knew best Obito's current state. Activating the Mangekyo Sharingan was undoubtedly overwhelming power against ordinary ninjas. However, having just consumed a large amount of chakra, facing an opponent of this level posed too great a risk. Obito ignored his words, palms bursting with wooden spikes as he charged forward. Who are you? Kakashi Hitaki shouted, receiving no answer, but not pressing further, raising his sword to meet the charge. The short blade pierced through Obito's body. Kakashi Hitaki's pupils shrank, sharply turning to see Obito charging at Kakashi. Stop! When the sharpness of the wooden spike was less than half a meter from Kakashi. Swish! Kakashi Hitaki arrived. The wooden spike pierced through his shoulder, splattering a spray of blood. At the same time, disregarding the pain, he swung his sword toward Obito's face. Crack! The white Zetsu tendrils covering Obito's face were sliced open, revealing a face that Kakashi Hitaki somewhat recognized. You are Obito. Obito remained unflinching, raising his hand to form seals, preparing to use the wood release technique. The wooden spike in Kakashi Hitaki's shoulder would explode, taking his life. However, Konoha White Fang was not like those from the hidden mist. He keenly sensed the danger, and just before Obito successfully performed the technique, he pulled out the wooden spike and threw it away. Crack! Looking at the thorny ball-like object, Kakashi Hitaki frowned even deeper. Fortunately, Sasori often used similar tactics, allowing him to think of how to respond immediately. Would release the ability to make oneself intangible. Perhaps only during the moment of attack can I strike you. Kakashi Hitaki's brow was tightly furrowed. Obito, why do you want to kill Kakashi? What exactly happened? There is no need to tell you. Obito's gaze held indifference, making Kakashi Hitaki feel unfamiliar. Is he still that friendly Uchiha child? The Mangekyo in his left eye spun warping space. Ugh! A sharp pain surged from his eye socket. Obito, retreat, for now. You cannot truly utilize those eyes with your current body. No. Obito gritted his teeth, determined to force the Mangekyo to activate. He knows my intel. I cannot let him leave alive. White Zetsu was also a bit irritated, directly resorting to a major move. Uchiha Obito is not too far from here. If you tangle with him, even if you manage to kill him, what if Uchiha Obito arrives? In White Zetsu's view, there was no need to conceal Obito's identity or information. If he only had the Mangekyo, perhaps he could don Uchiha Madara's mask and act in Madara's stead. But the one who first possessed the Mangekyo was Uchiha Kagami, and his ocular power surpassed that of Uchiha Obito. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami really did engage in battle with Madara. Even Madara abandoned the idea of having Obito impersonate him. What if Uchiha Obito presented himself before Kagami while wearing a mask, claiming to be Madara? That would be too ugly. No matter how stimulating the Mangekyo, maybe it cannot directly evolve into the eternal Mangekyo. Even Uchiha Kagami is not my opponent. Then can you wait until your injuries are healed and you have complete control over the Mangekyo before trying to kill him? White Zetsu knew that at this moment, he absolutely could not tell Obito you are not a match for Uchiha Kagami. With Uchiha's stubbornness, Obito truly would not back down. Perhaps he would insist on confronting Uchiha. Years spent with Madara, coupled with observing many Uchiha, White Zetsu had become something of a specialist in dealing with Uchiha. Obito remained silent, slowly walking towards Rin's corpse. Gently he cradled her in his arms. He could no longer feel any warmth. Silent blood tears fell drop by drop. Finally, Obito deeply gazed at Kakashi, along with Noira, Rin, his form beginning to distort. Kakashi, then you shall continue to struggle, living on with the burden of sin. Kakashi Hitaki watched this scene without taking action. He instinctively judged that this matter should not be unrelated to Danzo. I told you, if you dare to lay a hand on Kakashi, I will kill you. Kakashi Hitaki lifted Kakashi on his back, flying towards Konoha. He needed to inform Uchiha Kagami of the intel he possessed that Danzo had already targeted the Uchiha clan. It was time to make a decision. Danzo cannot be allowed to live. Konoha. Orochimaru didn't even hold a funeral or succession ceremony for the teacher before diving into preparations for war. Ordinary villagers were placed in shelters while ninjas patrolled day and night. The barrier, originally encompassing the entire Konoha, was modified and reduced in size, enhancing its defenses and sensing capabilities. Ninjas stationed in various locations were also recalled, completely emptying the borders. Orochimaru. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Mito Minion frowned and said, the Uchiha's rebellion is indeed serious, but what if other ninja villages take advantage of the unprotected borders to invade? Even if the land of fire is conquered by them, it doesn't matter, we can always take it back later, Orochimaru said coldly, gazing into the distance. What matters most now is ensuring there is a future. If my repeated emphasis still doesn't make Elder Mito understand, Uchiha, you should regard Uchiha Kagami as Madara. You all have seen that man with your own eyes, haven't you? The current Uchiha Kagami possesses equal power. I understand. Orochimaru, you should rest for a while. You haven't had proper rest in these past few days. Even though Orochimaru had become the fourth Hokage, it wasn't to the liking of several old men. But now was a critical time, and there was no room for such concerns. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru turned and said, those two will guard here for now. The sensing ninjas must not let their guard down for even a moment. Orochimaru passed through layers of barriers to reach the most hidden place in Konoha, the location of the Book of Seals. He had infiltrated this place once before, learning the eight-headed serpent technique and some forbidden techniques related to the soul and body. Walking here in an upright manner felt somewhat different. Mastering all the techniques in the world had always been his dream, and it had not wavered to this day. For this, he needed eternal life. There was one technique that he was particularly interested in, which could even be considered an alternative form of immortality. That was the impure world reincarnation technique developed by the second Hokage. It summoned the souls of the deceased from the underworld, using the living as sacrifices. This was an extremely evil and despicable technique, and Senju Tobarama was looked down upon for it by the second Tsuchikage and others. Orochimaru had studied this technique for a period, and in his view, it was a rather useless technique, as the summoned ninjas had strength not much greater than that of the living sacrifices. He had only absorbed a portion of its knowledge for his own immortality techniques. But now, perhaps, this would be the trump card for the counterattack in the future. Indeed, Orochimaru had already concluded that he would lose this battle against Uchiha Kagami. This was not just his own judgment. The old man had mentioned more than once that only the first Hokage could defeat Uchiha Madara. A white snake slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve, swallowing the entire scroll of the Book of Seals before dissipating with a bang. He silently watched the empty space, a self-mocking smile on his face. Old man, I can't do what you did, die for this village. Surviving is the most important thing. There are still many interesting things waiting for me. However, no matter what I have become Hokage, at least this life, I will leave here. The dim corridor. Danzo leaned on his cane waiting. Orochimaru stopped and looked at him, somewhat impatient. What do you want to indulge? Danzo sneered. We worked together on the wood release research, and Hisashi indulged me. Did he not indulge you as well? If you're going to say such nonsense, then please leave. Orochimaru said expressionlessly, sidestepping past him. Orochimaru only would release can counter the Sharingan. It's not time yet. If Uchiha Kagami truly reaches the level of Madara from back then, we can remain in hiding and continue researching wood release. Sooner or later, we can create a wood release ninja as powerful as the first Hokage. Orochimaru paused, his cold snake-like gaze fixed on Danzo. He mocked. Just like back then, are you going to choose to retreat again? Head Danzo, you aren't qualified to cooperate with me. You don't deserve to live. To put it bluntly, if I win, your best outcome would be imprisonment. If Uchiha Kagami wins, I will tell him all your secrets. Do you think the Uchiha clan will let you off? Don't think you can hide, Danzo. Without the village's protection, you won't even be able to pass the test with Hitaki Sakomo. Do you think I am afraid of death? Danzo's flesh twitched, slightly filled with rage. Orochimaru slowly walked away, his indifferent voice drifting back. What you think doesn't matter. The old man needs you as a shadow. Oh, I don't need that. The so-called Hokage is not only the light of the village, but also must bear its darkness. 30 kilometers from Konoha, ninjas traversed the dense forest. The unintentional killing intent they released startled the birds and made the beasts cower. At the front of the team, Uchiha Kagami wore dark blue, with the Uchiha clan crest embroidered on his back. His white snow cape and long sword Maisai hung at his waist. Among the Uchiha clan members, following closely behind the aged eyes of Kamahan, were slightly moist. When he first started to remember, he leaned against his mother's embrace, pointing at the person walking away in the sunset. He had asked, who is that? He still remembered his mother's answer. That is our clan leader, Uchiha Madara, the hero who led us from the Warring States period to peace. Where is he going? His mother held him tightly, tears wetting his cheeks. Mom doesn't know, but Mom can't follow him. Mom, you already have me. This hard-won peace the Uchiha clan cannot bear to let go. Years later, Kamahan's mother died on a mission. He later learned that if she had received timely treatment, his mother could have survived. But because she was an Uchiha clan member, even ninjas with lighter injuries than hers received treatment before her. He wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. Mother, do you see? This boy has given me the answer. The Uchiha clan does not need to go anywhere. Konoha is the homeland of the Uchiha. It is our homeland. As the outline of the village appeared before their eyes, Uchiha Kagami's mouth gradually curled up into a smile. As they moved forward, his hands came together, and the massive chakra surged like a tangible force stirring the winds. A layer of blue-violet energy surrounded Uchiha Kagami's body, creating an ethereal illusion. The earth let out a tearing roar. Cracks extended, ripping apart the barrier. Flames flowed from the ground where the cracks appeared. The tremors surged. Countless rocks burst forth from the earth, shaped like blades. On the massive rock blades, scorching magma adhered. In an instant, the seemingly peaceful town was transformed into a hell of molten lava. Dragon vein Earth's moving core soared to the abyss. The perimeter of the barrier was constantly patrolled by sensing ninjas, and Konoha was on high alert, entering a state of maximum combat readiness. It was all in vain. The fiery sword, rising from the earth, shattered their remaining fantasies. In the end, they had arrived at this point. Konoha did not want the mentally unstable Uchiha to enter the higher ranks, while the Uchiha sought equal and just treatment. In fact, the Uchiha had never sought special status. They were confident that through their abilities, they could obtain the positions that rightfully belonged to them. Uchiha Madara had long foreseen that such a day would come. Uchiha Kagami did not attempt to negotiate or issue a declaration of war against Konoha. There was no need. As long as he gained sufficient power, he would inevitably do this. A person is not a plant who can be without feelings. Thus, from a young age, he deliberately distanced himself from outsiders. He simply did not want to hesitate at such a moment. He even understood Nagato. For the ideals in his heart, had he asked Jiraiya at that time, Jiraiya's answer would have been to stop him. Uchiha Kagami was mentally prepared to kill him. Kagami never considered himself a good person, nor did he uphold the lofty ideals of maintaining peace in a ninja world. He just wanted those he cared about to no longer sink into the painful quagmire of this world. Just as I said at the beginning, Uchiha Itachi, you and I are the same Uchiha. It's just that the things we care about are— There was no scene of panic under the immense crisis. The strength of Konoha had long since coalesced into a single unit. The Eastern Front had been out of contact for several days, and upon seeing Uchiha Kagami, Narashikaku had delivered the intelligence. Orochimaru and Mito Kamen stood atop the broken wall. In a straight line were thousands of Konoha ninjas. They were all elites among various ninja clans and civilian ninjas. In such a scale of war, ordinary genin did not even qualify to serve as cannon fodder. Below the wall, Uchiha Kagami looked up to meet Orochimaru's gaze, somewhat surprised, his lips parting slightly. It's not the third Hokage, but you, Orochimaru. Did I disappoint you, Kagamikin? Orochimaru revealed an inexplicable smile. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. No, it should be said that this is a pleasant surprise. And there's no need for any cliched pre-battle exchanges. If it were the third Hokage, I guess even now he would still try to preach some grand principles to me. You're not wrong. Orochimaru's smile widened, becoming increasingly inhuman. Is it the eagle pecking at the snake, or the snake devouring the fledgling? This is a very simple matter. Orochimaru leaped out, and, as he was in midair, his body underwent a drastic transformation. He expanded and twisted. Grotesque, white snake heads surged from his body. An ominous aura began to permeate the air. Between the two armies appeared a colossal creature the size of a tailed beast, entirely snow-white, resembling 8 gigantic white snakes entwined together. It possessed a strange beauty. The legendary Yamada, no, Orochi. It was said to command natural disasters, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and storms, the embodiment of obsession and malice. The 8-headed serpent technique was a forbidden technique created based on this legend, its origins now untraceable. Perhaps even the creator of this technique could not match Orochimaru's mastery of it. This was his strongest technique, bar none. A massive snake head opened wide, revealing Orochimaru's slimy body, holding the Kusanagi sword. 8 snake heads lowered to gaze down at the diminutive Uchiha Kagami, 2 of the heads opening wide, one gathering energy for a gigantic wind blast and another for an earth blast. Such terrifying chakra fluctuations were akin to those of tailed beast. Kagamikin, do you see this? This is my technique. It is a natural disaster that can rival the tailed beasts. Uchiha Kagami watched him impassively, his gaze shifting to the crowd atop the wall. Go! Uchiha Kagami was willing to protect the elderly, weak women and children among his clan, but the true Uchiha yearned to prove themselves through battle. Only in this way could they possess the ability to establish and maintain the distorted order of the ninja world. The ninjas under Uchiha Kagami transformed into afterimages and charged out. Mito Kamen and Zenji Shuka stood atop a snakehead. He removed his glasses and tucked them into his pocket. Since you dislike grand principles, I won't say anything more. The survivors will rebuild Konoha. The enormous summoning scroll unfurled. Ninja art manipulation technique, pervasive 10,000 tools. Zenji Shuka clasped his hands together, 2 streams of emerald green chakra, flowing, one connecting to the snake body beneath him and the other to Mito Kamen. Before I die, don't hold back. Go all out. Boom! Wind and earth clashed, and merged the earth accelerated, carrying the impact akin to a shooting star. Interspersed were countless sharp blades, their power horrifying. The violent energy impact caused Uchiha Kagami's hair tie to unravel, his shoulder-length, slightly curled black hair dancing wildly. His left eye shone crimson as he activated his Sharingan. The fourth Tomo emerged. With a slash, he sent forth a strike imbued with black-red lightning, dispersing the energy storm. The battlefield fell into silence. The powerful combination ninjutsu posed no obstacle under the immense crescent slash, even taking down a snake head, extinguishing Mito Kamen. Kamen! Zenji Shuka cried out in grief. Uchiha Kagami crossed his arms, looking at her with mockery. Now he has died first. What are your thoughts, advisor Zenji? Uchiha Kagami. The snake wrapped around Zenji Shuka, and Orochimaru's cold voice echoed. Calm down, do you still hope to survive against Uchiha Kagami? Swish! Orochimaru pressed his hands against the sword hilt, the Kusanagi sword extending infinitely. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Uchiha Kagami's palm was covered with a layer of pale blue chakra, gripping the blade of the Kusanagi sword. It's a good sword. I have a hobby of collecting Kusanagi swords as well. Thank you. I shall accept your gift. Orochimaru, holding the sword with both hands, felt an immense force coming from it. No matter how hard he resisted, he could only watch helplessly as his beloved sword slipped from his grip. Without Orochimaru's control, the sword rapidly shrank back to its normal length. Shaking off the viscous substances on it, Uchiha Kagami casually stuck it aside. Suddenly, in a triangle centered around Uchiha Kagami, black-red blood surged from the earth. Instantly, black sealing patterns covered Uchiha Kagami's entire body. Three masked ninjas broke through the ground, hands forming seals. Inside four-symbol seal, pure black blood erupted from the three of them, forming a black sphere filled with the resentment of the underworld, as if it were to swallow everything. Uchiha Kagami remained expressionless, not moving even as he was enveloped by the black sphere. Until the technique was formed, Shimura Danzo revealed his figure. With a sinister gaze fixed on the black barrier, he sneered. The arrogant Uchiha will never comprehend the might of the four symbols technique. Your cause of death. Crack. Before Shimura Danzo's grin could fully bloom, two clear slash marks crossed and carved a cross on the black sphere. Clatter. The black barrier shattered like a mirror. Uchiha Kagami's indifferent Sharingan gazed at Shimura Danzo. What are you laughing at? Shimura Danzo. The Konoha that Uchiha Madara once wielded the 9 tails against now lies in ruins. The dusk of twilight casts a somber hue. The scent of blood draws the circling crows. A pure black spear pierced through Shimura Danzo's chest. A black rod belonging to the wielder of the Rinnegan and the one who mastered Yin-Yang release. The reason Danzo dared to show himself was because he had Izanagi as a trump card technique to reverse fate. But when he attempted to use it with his Sharingan, he found that the chakra within him could not be summoned normally. Our understanding of power is flawed. Uchiha Kagami stepped closer. This overwhelming pressure reminded Shimura Danzo of decades past. What he could never overcome in his heart was his failure to act before Hiruzen. A fear of death enveloped him. Over the following decades, he repeatedly risked his life for missions, leaving him both physically and mentally exhausted. He sought to forget this terror. In such moments, some would shout loudly to prove their correctness. Uchiha Kagami, you clan is the curse of Konoha. If only Hiruzen had acted sooner. With a swift motion, a black spear pierced through Shimura Danzo's mouth and embedded itself in the ground. This left Danzo in a peculiar position. Stab, stab, stab. His abdomen and legs were all pinned down. His entire body twisted as he knelt on the ground. He avoided the vital points. I want to do this for a long time. It's surprising you dare to appear before me. You know I hold no ill will against Senju Tobirama, yet the animosity between Uchiha and Senju is not so easily erased. But my grandfather has helped you numerous times, hasn't he? Has the Uchiha clan ever wronged you, eh? Danzo stammered, his eyes fierce. If he could speak, he would surely have a plethora of vile words. Uchiha Kagami disliked being interrupted by those he despised while he spoke. He loathed Obito and Itachi, yet they had not harmed the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, Shimura Danzo had consistently targeted the Uchiha clan. Let me tell you, Uchiha Kagami's tone was mocking, his gaze as if looking at something vile. You who are so powerless are envious of the Uchiha. While you belittle us, without restraint you yearn for the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami tore off the bandage covering Danzo's right eye, directly ripping open his unwilling eyelid. A three-to-mo Sharingan was revealed. Danzo, didn't you always claim how evil the Uchiha clan is? Uchiha Kagami ripped apart Shimura Danzo's clothing and shattered the iron seal on his arm. On the grotesque arm, 3 Sharingan slowly opened. Thus, it was exposed to everyone's gaze. Shimura Danzo's body trembled violently, yet he could do nothing. He couldn't even make sound. Whether it was the Konoha side or the Uchiha clansmen, all were stunned by this scene. Boom! A water dragon bullet shot out, targeting not Uchiha Kagami, but Shimura Danzo. Tsunade was unwilling to see her old friend suffer such humiliation. Uchiha Kagami did not turn back. The water dragon bullet was shredded by an invisible slash. Tsunade maintained her stance for the technique. Her arm fell, her torso shifting. In a moment, only a mess remained on the ground. Like a blood-filled pottery jar, it was brutally smashed. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. Even the so-called immortal eight-headed serpent technique could not give him a sense of security. He had considered that the gap would be vast. He hadn't even thought of winning. Having truly witnessed the battle scene, Orochimaru understood that Uchiha Kagami was no longer on the same level as them. But he never expected it to be this fragile. Uchiha Kagami, you clearly possess the strength to crush Konoha. Such a strong being should be incomparably aloof, indifferent to everything. If only Uchiha Kagami knew of Orochimaru's thoughts, he would not offer an explanation. Uchiha Kagami's gaze deeply pierced Shimura Danzo, yet he couldn't even close his eyes. The powerful insight of the Sharingan had now become his curse. The vitality of a ninja far exceeds that of ordinary people. Then let's conduct an experiment, Shimura Danzo. I hope you can survive to see the new Konoha rebuilt. A Konoha belonging to the Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami gently flicked his fingertips to stop the bleeding of Shimura Danzo. For more black spears fell around him, forming a new prison. A cage. Above the cage there flickered faint red lotus flames. It eliminated all of Shimura Danzo's chances of survival. Uchiha Kagami's lips curled upward. Shimura Danzo, do you know what you resemble now? Hideous old dog. I have thought about. But just as you despise us, I also dislike you. You do not deserve a quick death. Your corpse will not be. I will also find a way to keep your soul within this body. Don't think you can escape to the Pure Land, and my curse upon you will not cease, even in death. Uchiha Kagami turned away indifferently. In the open space, a young man with golden hair appeared. Namake's Minato's breath was somewhat hurried. Since he awakened, he had not paused for a moment, using the flying thunder god to rush over. Fear and terror filled his eyes. He feared what might happen, the thing he most wished to avoid. Even death was not as terrifying as losing Kushina. Kagami, where's Kushina? His thoughts were still lingering on the moment Uchiha Kagami used Genjutsu on him. In that moment, he keenly sensed the nine tails within Kushina beginning to erupt. Minato, is Kushina more important to you than Konoha? I don't know. Minato tightly gripped the kunai, his voice somewhat hoarse. Whatever you're planning. Return. Sensing Namake's Minato's intense emotional fluctuations, Uchiha Kagami absurdly had a thought. If Minato had Uchiha blood, perhaps if he provoked him a bit more, he might perform the instant activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. She is with my clan, and it's quite good. The Nine Tails emotions have stabilized. How could they not stabilize? Not only was it the seal of the Uzumaki clan, but also the control equivalent to an eternal Mangekyo. Minato exhaled deeply and turned his gaze to the battling ninjas, finally landing on Shimura Danzo. He saw the Sharingan on his arm. Minato quickly made a decision, his eyes resolute. Kagami, do you want to become Hokage? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. Not interested. All right. Namake's Minato calmed his breath and said solemnly, I will become Hokage. I am willing to acknowledge the transcendent status of the Uchiha clan. I will help you eliminate the dissenters. Promise me, spare the children and those who submit. Please. Uchiha Kagami had already discussed his ideals with Minato. Minato understood very well that Uchiha Kagami's path would inevitably involve slaughter. It was a necessary pain to establish a world of order. The ninja world had been in chaos for 1,000 years. Even after the establishment of the ninja villages, there were no signs of peace. Instead, wars intensified. The emergence of someone like Uchiha Kagami is the best opportunity. No one is more suited to cut the ties of causality in this world than Kagami, and no one understands him better than I do. I will be your assistant and your overseer. We are brothers. Uchiha Kagami's lips slightly curled upward. Madara, I am luckier than you. Grasping the Nidaime in hand, he faced Orochimaru. All right, Minato-senpai, let us fight side by side. The crimson eyes and the yellow flash. Orochimaru's lips cracked open like a serpent. My debut battle and my final battle will be splendid enough. Then let's go. The massive eight-headed serpent possessed an absolute advantage in size. Yet everyone felt that resolve to march toward death. The eight-headed serpent charged again and again, facing endless slashes without the slightest retreat. Not only that, but the glimmering figure of Namake's Minato in the sky unleashed shuriken, casting the shadow clone technique without regard for the consumption. The gigantic serpent head, under such a dense onslaught, gradually failed to regenerate at the pace of destruction. There is no such thing as truly eternal existence. Even the so-called immortal eight-headed technique has its limits. Uchiha Kagami was not in a hurry, but Minato was anxious. If he could eliminate Orochimaru sooner, he could persuade the Konoha ninjas to surrender, saving whoever he could. This was an opportunity he had exchanged for with a contract of servitude. Orochimaru had also sensed his thoughts. To be honest, among the three, only Namake's Minato cared about those people. Orochimaru had already decided to die. Once, how could he allow his death to be too suffocating? The scene gradually turned into a fierce battle between Namake's Minato and Orochimaru, with Uchiha Kagami providing support from the side. Uchiha Kagami was not in a hurry to kill Orochimaru, because he understood very well that killing him would be futile. Uchiha Kagami was 100% sure that this guy had already prepared for resurrection. Defeating Orochimaru was not difficult for a strong individual, but completely killing him. Orochimaru was like the persistent wallpaper of the ninja world, like an advertisement that could never be torn away. Uchiha Kagami had no interest in such a thankless task. At worst, he could just kill him when he reappeared. Just then, the figure of Kakashi Hitaki appeared beside Uchiha Kagami, carrying Kakashi on his back. First, he noticed the bloody battlefield, utterly shocked. After calming his emotions a bit, he saw Shimura Danzo in an ungraceful posture within a fire cage. The Sharingan. It was indeed Danzo's doing. Kagami, I have important intelligence to tell you. Casting a glance at Kakashi, Uchiha Kagami spoke indifferently. It's about Obito, right? You know, Kagami Obito was brainwashed by Shimura Danzo's experiments, awakening a terrifying Sharingan. Did you manage to pry out Obito's location? We need to hurry and save him. But I see you can't leave right now either. This left Uchiha Kagami somewhat speechless. Where did you get this intelligence? Don't just throw everything on a Danzo, you bastard. Reluctantly raising his hand, he said, I know about Obito, but just don't rush it for now. We need to take things one step at a time. I have plans for his situation. Hitaki Sakomo turned his gaze toward Namake's Minato, who was locked in fierce battle with Orochimaru. For a moment, he couldn't tell which side was which. Logically speaking, you should all be on the same side, right? I am on the same team as Kagamikin. Which one are we killing? Just like that year, Hitaki Sakomo asked Uchiha Kagami. He still wasn't accustomed to overthinking or making significant decisions. You go help Minato kill Orochimaru. Is that so? I understand. The short blade was drawn. Hitaki Sakomo couldn't distinguish right from wrong, but he trusted Uchiha Kagami. Kagami had the foresight to see the future. He would certainly give me the right answer. Saw the Orochimaru. Seeing the glimmering white light, Orochimaru was somewhat at a loss for words. I am just one of the legendary three. Not only the crimson-eyed yellow flash. Now even the white fang of Konoha has come. You've got the wrong person. With all-out efforts from Hitaki Sakomo and Namake's Minato, plus the assisting Uchiha Kagami, even Orochimaru couldn't hold on for long. Giant segments of the white serpent's body fell apart, turning the ground into a river of blood. The body of the serpent, constructed by the eight-headed technique, grew smaller and smaller. Finally, the constructed eight-headed serpent body erupted with power, pushing back Minato and Hitaki Sakomo. Uchiha Kagami. Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed. The eight-headed serpent screamed madly, the continuously extending serpent body resembling a hand desperately trying to grasp something. The serpent body was being stripped away layer by layer by the intangible slashes. The Konoha ninjas, observing from afar, felt a sense of helplessness, as if they could relate. The earth was being shaved away layer by layer, sinking down. No matter how hard Orochimaru tried, he could not close the distance to Uchiha Kagami. The dark golden snake pupils, for the first time in this battle, gazed directly into that eye. Such a beautiful Sharingan. How beautiful. Truly, too beautiful. Kagamikin, you may be the perfect life. Such a powerful body, such powerful eyes. One day, I will possess you. Just a little closer. The flesh and blood of Orochimaru were being stripped away, revealing skeletal hands that still reached forward, without the slightest fear or despair. In his eyes, there was only admiration for beautiful things. Uchiha Kagami smiled faintly. I acknowledge your persistence, Orochimaru. Although I know this won't be your ending, at least let your curtain call be a little more beautiful. In legends, Susanoo slayed the eight-headed serpent. Crackle, crackle. A layer of black-red, tangible chakra skeleton enveloped Uchiha Kagami. The Narukami in his hand was also covered with a layer of chakra, continuously extending, until it reached dozens of meters in length. An invisible ripple spread out, and everyone felt a kind of pressure of life levels. Every cell was frantically bursting with energy, the sympathetic nervous system secreting adrenaline heartbeats, quickening pupils, dilating blood, flowing like a boiling torrent crashing against the meridians. Susanoo, the power residing in the Mangekyo Sharingan, on par with the destructive power of the Nine Tails. Remember this well, don't forget it even after reincarnating multiple times. Shinra Tensei 1/all is silent. Great sound, no sound. The black-red slash severed Orochimaru, continuously extending. The distant peaks shattered with a thunderous boom, continuing to extend, until they were no longer visible. Orochimaru, with a satisfied smile, was engulfed in the black-red glow. The Hokage of Konoha fell in battle. The battlefield fell silent. When witnessing such godlike power, even the Uchiha clan momentarily forgot about the fight. Everyone blanked their minds, wanting to engrave this scene in their memories. Whoosh! Minato's figure flashed onto the ruins. The battle is over. Put down your weapons. He gripped his special kunai tightly, his killing intent palpable. Those unwilling to surrender will face me. Clang! Clang! With the first, more and more people laid down their weapons. The remaining few ninjas collapsed to the ground, covering their faces and weeping. Even the Uchiha clan, who were supposed to be adversaries, fell silent. Defeating fellow villagers did not bring them much. War has never been a good thing. It was unnecessary to reach this point. It was just an accumulation of grievances, and a cleansing had to take place. The sky just happened to start raining. It was summer, and the heavy rain poured down, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. Half a day had passed since the battle began. Uchiha Kagami walked through the blood step by step, traversing the ruins and the bodies littered everywhere. His expression was emotionless. He walked into the Konoha that belonged to the Uchiha. Above the ocean, three figures soar through the sky. Daioku, who has lost both legs, places one hand upon the newly appointed fourth Raikage and the other upon Rashi, the fourth Kazekage. Rashi's face is bruised and swollen, his appearance utterly disheveled. Just days earlier, Daioku, and Killer Bee had stormed into Sunagakure. Without uttering a word, they first beat Rashi senseless. Only then did they calmly reveal their purpose. Clearly, Daioku understood the art of subduing others through moral authority. Suchikage, Raikage, is this Uchiha Kagami truly so formidable? Though he had heard it many times, Rashi still felt a profound sense of unreality. How could a single shinobi possibly stand against an entire great nation? Daioku cast a cold, piercing glance at him and said, "Do you think defeating you was effortless for me? Or for the Raikage?" Rashi's face flushed crimson as he struggled to utter, I was simply caught off guard. Uchiha Kagami humiliated me and the Raikage, along with his father and four-tailed beasts, driving us all like frightened dogs scrambling in panic. And even then, we paid the price of Gyuki's Jinchuriki and the third Raikage's life just to survive. Daioku did not belittle himself, yet tearing open such a wound was agonizing, his expression darkened with grim discomfort. Just because you have never witnessed such power does not mean it does not exist. I am certain Kagami has already attained the same level as the legendary Uchiha Madara. Whether he is Madara remains uncertain, but ultimately it no longer matters. The shinobi world today possesses no Hashirama Senju. No one remains capable of restraining Uchiha Kagami from doing as he will. Daioku fixed Rashi with a deep, solemn gaze. We have already secured agreements with the daimyo of Awagakure and Kimogakure. They will approach the daimyo of Sunagakure to negotiate. Yagura of Kirigakure is an old acquaintance of mine. I shall lay out the stakes clearly to him. If I can set aside my hatred for my own teacher, what more do you doubt? Gazing toward the distant silhouette of Kirigakure's main island. Before we slay Uchiha Kagami, we must unite, lest he seize the chance to destroy us one by one. A four-nation alliance must be forged. And what of the Hokage? Rashi paused and asked. A silence fell. Then Daioku sighed deeply. Both I and Hiruzen once had the opportunity to eliminate him. Forget the Hokage. I suspect Konoha has already fallen to upheaval. Given that boy's nature, if he has not pursued us, he most likely struck Konoha first. A spoke at last, breaking his long silence. Once the alliance is formalized, bring your Jinchuriki to Kimogakure. We possess a method to reconcile them with their tailed beasts. Of course, success is not guaranteed. Yet, without perfect synchronization, a Jinchuriki stands utterly powerless before him. Within the underground chamber, Obito and Madara stood in silence after listening to White Zetsu's report. I had assumed that with only one eye remaining, he would be unable to manifest Susanoo. A faint smile flickered across Madara Uchiha's aged face. That boy Kagami has truly grown to match the strength I possessed in my youth. Then the smile vanished. Obito, you are still no match for Kagami, nor would he ever endorse the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito lowered his head, his eyes hollow and detached. That man always stays one step ahead of me. But should I choose to leave, even he cannot stop me. Madara offered no rebuttal. Even by his exacting standards, no one's Mangekyo Sharingan technique surpassed Obito's. Had he lacked intelligence on the matter, even his younger self would have struggled against a dual Shinra Tensei wielder. Choosing Obito had indeed been the correct decision. Madara led him into a sealed chamber, its walls lined with rows of preserved Sharingan eyes. These were ancestral eyes he had taken from the clan when he departed. Their preservation remained near perfect, numbering several dozen. I shall teach you a technique to counter Uchiha Kagami Izanagi, the jutsu that rewrites fate itself. One warning: avoid being struck by Kagami's Inyang release black rods at all costs. Activate Izanagi before encountering him. You know so much about him. Do you possess a means to defeat him? Defeating Uchiha Kagami was after all one of Obito's deepest obsessions. Madara shook his head gently. At that level mere intelligence is meaningless. Kagami is a peerless master in every domain. Only overwhelming force can prevail. Then the Rinnegan, can it defeat him? Madara turned his gaze upon him, speaking quietly perhaps in time. But Kagami's eyes have not yet reached the Rinnegan stage. Do not rush Obito. You possess potential equal to his, and combined with Nagato you may yet rest and recover your wounds. As Madara's figure receded, Obito felt a sudden hollow emptiness rise within him. Where are you going? Relocating. I fear that boy lacks restraint. Madara entered his private chamber and settled into his... An idea stirred within him. He raised his hand. From his palm flowed a viscous pitch-black substance coalescing into a semi-corporeal form. Lord Madara, what is this? White Zetsu approached the emerging shadowy entity, unfazed, unafraid. This is the manifestation of my will. Call him Black Zetsu. You two shall act as one. Your name is Zetsu. In moments black and white Zetsu merged into a single being. Haha, greetings. White Zetsu managed only a stiff, awkward chuckle in reply. There is no time left. Uchiha Kagami's existence poses the greatest threat to the Eye of the Moon plan. Nagato must mature swiftly. Arrange it for him, grant him the opportunity to master the Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. Lord Madara, you foresaw Kagami would become an obstacle to your plan. Why did you not kill him as a child? Madara gave a soft, knowing laugh. You asked the same childish question Kagami once did. Naturally, I wished for a worthy opponent upon my return. Hashirama is gone. To find a rival worthy of recognition is a rare and precious thing. Within another unnamed subterranean cavern, candles arranged in a sinister array emitted a malevolent aura. A bound shinobi thrashed violently. Flickering flames cast stark light upon a pallid, terrified face. Distinctive purple eyeshadow and amber gold irises confirmed his identity. Orochimaru. After completing an intricate series of hand seals, he slammed his palm onto the captive's chest. A chilling gale swept through the cavern. Following ghastly wails echoing like tormented spirits, a towering figure slowly emerged from the living sacrifice. Clad in blue Sengokera lamellar armor, silver hair, crimson eyes, and 3 scarlet markings across his cheeks. This visage was unmistakable to every citizen of Konoha. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. What a feeble vessel. Did you summon me with Edo Tensei? Who are you, and what has transpired? Tobirama showed no surprise at his resurrection. Having authored the forbidden technique, he had long anticipated this moment. Having once toyed with the souls of the dead, he had prepared himself to be toyed with in turn. Orochimaru sensed Tobirama's chakra, barely comparable to an average Jonin's, scarcely stronger than the shinobi he had captured. Though expected, the disappointment lingered. I am Orochimaru, student of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. I was once Konoha's 4th Hokage. Lord Tobirama, I beg you to join me in perfecting the Edo Tensei. Tobirama's brow furrowed sharply. What has befallen the village, Sarutobi student? Tell me. Konoha. 10 days have passed since the battle ended. The ruins have been cleared and the terrain has been restored. Except for the chasm created by Uchiha Kagami, the underground water has turned it into a narrow lake. An empty space has been cleared with many tents set up as temporary dwellings, and wisps of smoke can be seen rising. Some may say it was unnecessary to go to such lengths and to destroy Konoha. However, Uchiha Kagami does not think so. In his view, this is the simplest approach. Reforming a person is far more challenging than killing them, and the same applies to Konoha. With his own strength and wisdom, Uchiha Kagami could easily ally with Minato and others connecting various clans to peacefully take over Konoha. But the time and effort required are too much. Having a good conversation for over half a year sometimes isn't as effective as a knife at the throat for 10 seconds. Only by witnessing the true disparity in strength would they abandon unrealistic fantasies, preventing the emergence of any so-called rebels. This is a tenderness unique to Uchiha Kagami. Sitting atop the rock of Senju Hashirama, he gazes at the revitalized village feeling quite content. His purpose has never changed. He wants his family, friends, and children to live in a peaceful place. The existence of the village is to protect those who are important. It is not to say that in order to protect the village, important people can be sacrificed. Maintaining an established order is far more challenging than starting one. In the past, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, when united, could even unify the ninja world. This may also be the only common topic between Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama. On this point, Senju Hashirama's thoughts are different. He chose to distribute tailed beasts to balance the strength of various villages. At this point, there's no need to dwell on right or wrong. Taking Konoha is not difficult, but maintaining it is. Uchiha Kagami knows he has now become the target of everyone akin to being universally opposed. This is unavoidable. He must rely on sufficient external forces to compel him to break through his limits with the help of his past life, quietly developing into the strongest and then unifying the ninja world in one fell swoop. Let alone this lifetime, in his previous life, Uchiha Kagami never had such dreams. The path to becoming stronger must have tracks to follow, taking one step at a time, clashing with equally powerful opponents to ascend to higher levels. The original process has become impossible to trace, and Uchiha Kagami assumes that everyone else in the ninja world is his enemy. Uchiha Madara, Kuroizetsu, the four great nations Nagato, Obito, even Senju Hashirama, who might return. Orochimaru's mind is sharp, and he probably would resurrect Senju Tobirama as his first step. At this stage, Uchiha Kagami is very clear that he should be the strongest on this land of the ninja world, yet there's still a pure land, and there is. He looks into the distance. Today, the weather allows for a faint view of the moon, even during the day. Grayish-white, not very obvious. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kagami cannot reach the moon right now. Not to mention Otsutsuki Kagaya at this time, Otsutsuki Shurin may have just been born and his father is definitely not dead. He remembers his father brought Shurin down to see Hinata, establishing a one-sided engagement. There are still many troubles. Forget at least take half a day off today and think of nothing. Uchiha Kagami lies back with his hands cradling the back of his head on the rock of Hashirama. Listening to the sound of stones being struck, the gentle breeze brushes past his hair. The perspective pulls back next to the rock of Senju Hashirama. The faces of Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen have already been chiseled away. A distance away is a rough shape of a long-haired hedgehog head. This is the natural course of regime change. The Uchiha clan does not recognize the identities of Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Hashirama, you were indeed impressive. You subdued us, and we acknowledge it. In the beginning of the ninja villages, it was indeed the Uchiha clan that lost to the Senju clan. Now, the Uchiha has fought back, making it 1-1. We will not touch Senju Hashirama's rock, but adding a rock for Uchiha Madara is not too much, right? This place will no longer be called Hokage Rock, but rather the rock of Konoha's founders. Uchiha Kagami had not rested long when he sensed a creature approaching. From a sound, it seemed like a soft pad was stepping on the stone with very faint movements. It was even less noisy than the sound of shaking fat meat. Lord Kagami, have you been sleeping? What is it now? Uchiha Kagami's tone was quite impatient. This was already the third time Zwaluan had come. Zwaluan trembled in fear, timidly saying, "The construction team's second unit told me. We are out of wood. What are you joking with me? Can't you see? Aren't those logs?" Uchiha Kagami pointed around the outskirts of Konoha. But, Zwaluan looked like he was about to cry. When we want to chop trees, the Forest Conservation Department wouldn't allow us to. Uchiha Kagami scratched the back of his head, glaring fiercely at Zwaluan. "I warn you, next time come to find Namake's Minato about this. He is the Hokage. Let him coordinate the work of various departments." With a wave, he mentioned the Hokage. Namake's Minato smiled helplessly. "Director, Zwaluan, the trees cut down directly cannot be used as building materials. They need to dry for several months at least." Yes, Zwaluan is currently the minister of Konoha's construction department, leading many ninja cats from the cat village to participate in the reconstruction work. Uchiha Kagami frowned, as he really did not understand this part. "Indeed, my mind is not suitable for management. It's too troublesome. I have some self-awareness." Uchiha Kagami glanced at Zwaluan. "I didn't expect this stupid cat to be the first to complain about the bad cat." Zwaluan was truly crying now. "I didn't know. They kept urging me. Meow. All right, just do your work honestly and don't escalate things beyond your level. I'm really busy, you know." Zwaluan walked away feeling very wronged. Namake's Minato turned his gaze back from Zwaluan's retreating figure, sighing with a bitter smile. "It's not Zwaluan's fault. I have too many things going on, and he couldn't find me. Kagami, there is a significant problem with the village's reconstruction that I must discuss with you." Uchiha Kagami nodded, signaling Minato to continue. "Besides the cemetery in Konoha, other areas have varying degrees of damage, many even utterly destroyed." As he spoke, Minato's eyes held a hint of sorrow. After all, the one who initiated all of this is standing right in front of him. Other issues may be manageable, but the hospital must be built immediately. Medical equipment needs to be procured, and food can only last temporarily. Over time, that will also be a major problem. Uchiha Kagami frowned slightly. "Didn't we send people to ask that old fool for money?" Minato looked at Uchiha Kagami, and the meaning in his gaze was self-evident. Kagami understood. This old man won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. He can't distinguish between the big and small kings. Uchiha Kagami's gaze turned cold. "I'll go visit him. If he doesn't listen, I'll replace him with another daimyo until I find one who will." Uchiha Kagami felt slightly irritated. After years of fighting, his requests were not high. He merely wished for a half-day's rest. Even if he delegated the main tasks, countless matters still awaited him. Rising from his knees, Uchiha Kagami pondered for a moment and said, "By the way, when you have a moment, issue a bounty for Orochimaru and Shrank Rogue Ninja." "Huh. Watergate completely misunderstood Kagami's intention. Wasn't Orochimaru dead? After all, he was a former Hokage. Giving a dead man the title of rogue ninja seemed rather unethical. That guy isn't so easily dead, Uchiha Kagami replied with a faint smile. Don't underestimate Orochimaru. He will be a significant obstacle to our ideals. Watergate frowned, tightly sighing. Only when I truly sat in this position did I realize there are so many things to consider. I've already reached this point, Kagami. You must have even more worries, right? Not really, Uchiha Kagami said, the corners of his mouth lifting. I actually enjoy the struggle. Whether the outcome is failure or success, I will accept it. At least I am walking this path, aren't I? In these troubled days, Watergate finally revealed a hint of a relaxed smile. Yeah, regardless of success or failure, we must hold onto our initial vision. Brushing off the dust from his back, he said, I'm off now. Oh, I will leave the matters of the village to you. Wait, Watergate called out to Kagami, hesitating for a moment, and then said, how should I arrange for Shikamo Senpai? Shikamo's departure could be charitably described as a way to clear his mind. In truth, it was also a form of escape. Now that the third faction was gone, he no longer had to face troublesome individuals. He truly loved this village, so he would certainly stay to help rebuild it. The others were easy to handle, but Watergate really couldn't figure out how to arrange for Shikamo. In terms of seniority in Konoha, Shikamo was above him. Even from Kagami's perspective, Shikamo's qualifications were still senior. Their strengths were evenly matched. To be honest, if Shikamo had appeared earlier in the previous battles, Watergate would have nominated him for Hokage. Uchiha Kagami slowly walked away, saying, you are the Hokage. This is something you need to consider. If it really comes to that, we could implement a dual leadership system, he added with a smirk. The term leader was not hard to understand. Watergate stroked his chin, lingering in thought. As Uchiha Kagami was about to descend from the cliff, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and glanced into the distance. Otomo appeared in his eyes, and just as he caught a glimpse of a figure, it vanished from the distant mountaintop. This ability to perceive such distance. Could it be Senju Tobarama? How ugly to only dare to take a distant glance before fleeing. Ha! Senju, our war is far from over. A fate entwined for a millennium. It will end in my hands. In an unknown underground cave, Orochimaru leisurely watched as Senju Tobarama returned in an instant. So Tobarama, have you confirmed it? Senju Tobarama's expression was more dreadful than a death in the family. Bang! He punched the stone wall hard. The wall was fine, but his reanimated body shed a few fragments. What on earth did those monkeys do? Either genuinely accept Uchiha or ruthlessly eradicate them without concern for losses. Before this great war began, it was clearly the best opportunity. Hesitating and wanting to resolve Uchiha without sacrificing our own strength. Where's there such a good thing? Bastards! Senju Tobarama was so angry he was nearly incoherent. Given the current situation, he was even thinking, would have been better to let Danzo become Hokage back then. No matter what, it shouldn't have ended up like this. The village that my brother and I painstakingly built has been destroyed. Senju Tobarama would never acknowledge that what stood on that land now was Konoha. In his eyes, it was a land of sin under the oppression of the Uchiha clan. He saw his disciple die in humiliation within a cage, his soul sealed in place, unable to find release. Even as a reanimated corpse, Senju Tobarama felt a pang of heartache. Danzo, your life has been too hard. Things are not as simple as you say. Given the situation back then, if the teacher had made a move against Uchiha, Konoha might have been devoured by other villages after suffering a great loss. Orochimaru spoke a fair word for his teacher. Senju Tobarama quickly calmed down when it had come to this point, and he could only look forward. Orochimaru, you are indeed good. The monkey did not choose the wrong person. That evil Uchiha brat is indeed formidable. You have made the best decision. I acknowledge your position as fourth Hokage. We must rebuild Konoha. We cannot allow that brat to tarnish the name of Konoha. Damn it, they even carved my cliff. This is one thing, but they even dared to carve the cliff for that bastard Madara. Why didn't they carve my brothers? Don't you know how large the Valley of the End is? Their statues are oppositional. What manner of disorder is Orochimaru, feeling disinterested, replied indifferently. The Orochimaru who was Hokage has died. I no longer wish to bear such responsibilities. My purpose is merely to learn all the ninjutsu in the world. Merely, Senju Tobarama crossed his arms and chuckled. That ideal of yours might be harder than being a good Hokage. Perhaps so, Orochimaru chuckled lightly before continuing. Let's focus on the task at hand. Do you have any improvements for the Edo Tensei technique? Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow and thought at the time. I was just trying to coordinate with another technique. It was somewhat inadvertently developed, so I didn't put much thought into it. Upon careful consideration, it should be possible to perfect it. Your idea is not wrong. Only in his prime could my brother kill that brat. However, this requires a large number of live ninja experiments, and the relevant materials and equipment are also very important. Can you obtain them? Orochimaru smiled faintly. This is precisely why I summoned you first. Before I secure an escape route, I absolutely won't appear in front of anyone. I kindly ask Tobur-Masama to handle these matters. Senju Tobirama stroked his chin and asked, is the daimyo of the land of fire still Uchiha Sojin? Directly calling the daimyo's name, is this how the predecessors are? Since the old man always referred to him as Lord Sojin, Orochimaru didn't react at first. Nodding, he said, yes. That brat is quite obedient, what I say will grant us financial support. As Senju Tobirama was about to leave, Orochimaru raised a hand to stop him, his expression serious. One last confirmation, Tobur-Masama. You want to seek revenge against Uchiha Kagami, will you? Orochimaru was slightly worried due to Senju Tobirama's earlier emotional outburst. This was something researchers like them feared the most. With a sneer, he said, haha, do you think I am a hot-blooded fool? As long as he appears within my sensory range, I will. This body may be weak, but maintaining sensory perception without tiring is still quite good. Brother, you certainly didn't expect that the technique you prohibited me from researching would now be the key to saving Konoha. Pingjing, the capital of the Fire Nation. It is evidently much more prosperous than Konoha, filled with gambling houses and pleasure quarters. Only after leaving the ninja village can one truly realize this. Ninjas are quite rare. Konoha is the military power center of the Fire Nation, followed by the Fire Temple. The gap between the two is enormous. Uchiha Kagami wore a loose black robe, with a kunai hanging at his waist without a headband. His clothing bore no clan insignia, resembling a wandering ronin on the streets. In Uchiha Kagami's eyes, the so-called bustling Pingjing was just that perhaps in a few decades it might hold. He had no entertainment activities. On one hand, he did not particularly enjoy them, and on the other, there wasn't much fun to be had in this era. Now looking at this crowd reminds me of the Heian period. In the ceiling gate, Sukuna lightly pinched his jaw as if reminiscing about something. The ceiling space had become much brighter with the existence of the dragon vein. Sukuna sat atop a bull's skull, his feet submerged in a pool of blood. It was indeed an interesting era filled with many delightful characters. Have you learned to speak again? I thought you were incapable of handling solitude, the illustrious king of curses. Since their last confrontation, Sukuna had not spoken during their time outside, and Uchiha Kagami assumed he couldn't bear the impact. Uchiha Kagami, you won't release me, nor will you trust my words. I've already come to terms with this fact. Sukuna gritted his teeth, but can you even communicate normally? Has anyone ever told you that your speech is truly unpleasant? Uchiha Kagami slightly parted his lips. Sorry, I'm used to it, and have no intention of changing. If you can't stand it, you can block your ears. Just then, a somewhat attractive woman swayed, overdressed in a typical pleasure quarter outfit. Young man, would you like to have some fun? Uchiha Kagami turned with a smile and waved his hand. No thanks, I have no money. You're so good-looking, I don't want your money. Sorry, I have things to do. Thank you for the compliment. Uchiha Kagami quickened his pace. Sukuna snickered. Such fragile humans can easily be eliminated. It's a shame you possess such great power. I remember Yuji Itadori is a high school student. Didn't you learn anything while you were in his body? Clearly a few words could resolve this matter. Why kill her? Kill her, then take out the patrol team, slaughter all the way to the Lord's mansion. Is that interesting? I've told you before, I abhor meaningless slaughter. I've given up on educating you, yet you dare to educate me. So with two faces, does one truly have thicker skin? It's you that stirs such emotional upheaval in me. Sukuna calmed his anger and said in a deep voice, why not kill that old man named Madara? If you couldn't before, you should be able to now. Such a powerful being clinging to life, that old man is definitely scheming something terrible. Sukuna was quite concerned about Uchiha Madara, calling him filthy and wanting to chain him up. Even if I can't kill him for now, seeing Uchiha Kagami deal with him would be fine. I went while you were sleeping. Uchiha Kagami chuckled lightly. Lord Madara is indeed heartless. He didn't even notify me when moving. Was I even sleeping? Whether I can see the outside world doesn't depend on you, does it? Moreover, I don't need to sleep. That brat, named Obito, you've been watching him for many years, haven't you? You've known all along that he is Madara's successor. Sukuna had previously been too lazy to think about such matters, but now he could connect the dots effortlessly. It seems like you know me, and you also possess prophetic abilities regarding this world. I guess there was a time when it was accurate now. Destiny should be in disarray with all sorts of bizarre beings possibly emerging. However, but are you invincible? Sukuna scoffed, finally finding an opportunity to retort this brat. Uchiha Kagami smiled and shook his head. You really are a miser. Not only Madara, but you're still resentful towards Satoru Gojo. What I want to say is, you need to step up, Sukuna. The current you cannot satisfy me at all. Daimyo City, brother Tobirama. It's really you. The daimyo of the Fire Nation was a slack-skinned old man, pale-faced with deep-set eyes, clearly showing signs of weariness. After Tobirama became Hokage for several years, Inoshi Masahito finally inherited the title of daimyo. The two had met several times, and Tobirama's senjutsu wisdom and means left a deep impression on him, garnering his respect. At that time, Konoha didn't need to send anyone to Pingjing for money. Every quarter the daimyo sent people to deliver money and supplies to Konoha. Looking at the once familiar person in this aged state, Tobirama clearly felt the passage of time. He was not one to reminisce about the past. Masahito, you know what happened in Konoha, right? You don't need to care how I returned. I want to know your opinion on that matter. If Uchiha Kagami had merely carried out a coup, Tobirama Senju truly wouldn't have cared much. He might stay for a few years to observe whether this Uchiha brat was fit to be Hokage. If he could genuinely do well, he would be willing to return to a Pure Land. However, Uchiha Kagami's methods were too ruthless. The deaths and injuries of many from the Konoha ninja clans and families that had followed the Senju since the Warring States era had only a few members left, and some were even completely wiped out. Moreover, he did not assume the position of Hokage, instead arranging his subordinates to take that role. This blatantly placed the Uchiha above the village. It should be known that to better integrate the family and village, the Senju clan did not hesitate to abandon the name of the Senju of the forest. Even Tsunade and Nawaki bore no surname. Whether a village or a clan, this was the reason Tobirama Senju despised Uchiha Kagami. As the daimyo of the Fire Nation, he could not be unaware of what happened in Konoha. Moreover, Inoshi Masahito took out a letter and signed the first Hokage, and my father initiated the system of one village for each nation, mutually supporting each other. I am doing the same. But Uchiha Kagami's rhetoric simply treats the daimyo as a vassal. This is too much. Since you, brother Tobirama, have come, please. Suddenly, Tobirama Senju's expression changed. Furrowing his brow, he left behind a single sentence before vanishing from the spot. Uchiha Kagami has arrived. First agree to all his demands. Don't die, Masahito. Outside Daimyo City, a dozen corpses lay scattered blood, staining the stone path. Watching Uchiha Kagami stroll past the corpses, the last guard ninja, who had not dared to act, trembled like a leaf, his voice quivering. We are only here to protect the daimyo. You, why do such a strong being? Why must you kill us all? What are you talking about? It's only natural for the strong to kill the weak. Crash. The fragments of flesh collapsed after Uchiha Kagami walked away. The guardian shinobi are the elite ninjas tasked with protecting the daimyo. They represent the highest martial power within the daimyo's castle. Even they could not stop that person, and the guards with spears dared not approach. It appeared as though they were lined up to welcome someone. The attendant opened the grand door, and the flustered Sojin of the Inchi family fanned himself with a folding fan. Lord Uchiha Kagami, I apologize for not greeting you at the door. Uchiha Kagami squinted slightly, his nostrils flared. A wave of a necromantic aura wafted through the air. Nodding slightly, Uchiha Kagami said indifferently, It is a pleasure to meet you, daimyo. I have an announcement to make. Please summon the young masters and ministers. Sojin of the Inchi family said, his expression darkening. This guy, does he intend to dismiss me just because I did not reply to his letters? Recalling Senju Tobirama's instructions, Sojin of the Inchi family sighed helplessly. Understood. Someone please escort the Uchiha clan leader to his seat. They sat across from each other, waiting for the ministers and young masters to arrive. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, Sojin of the Inchi family spoke first. Kagamikin, what exactly do you intend to do? Taking a sip of tea, Uchiha Kagami casually replied, If you do not comply, I will find a more obedient daimyo. His nonchalant tone was akin to discussing replacing a pet's leash. Sojin of the Inchi family suppressed his anger. Kagamikin, the replacement of a nation's daimyo, is an extraordinarily complex matter. In light of the current state of Konoha, which is in dire need of revival, I am willing to offer my full support to assist you in rebuilding Konoha. Be quiet and wait for everyone to arrive. Uchiha Kagami raised his eyes to look at Sojin of the Inchi family, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is that what Senju Tobirama taught you to say? Sojin of the Inchi family staggered in shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Tobirama, the second Hokage has been deceased for many years. You jest, Kagamikin. Uchiha Kagami ignored him and turned to the doorway, where men in strange attire began to enter. The eldest appeared to be in his 30s, while the youngest looked to be in his teens. A few of them seemed to realize something, their eyes shining with barely contained excitement. Most of the daimyo's young masters lived within the daimyo's estate and arrived faster than the ministers. As time passed, the ministers managing Haijo began to arrive one after another. The chief minister, the left minister, the right minister, the interior minister. Just like the daimyo, these ministers were also hereditary officials. Such as the way of a shinobi world, the son of a daimyo becomes a daimyo, the son of a Hokage becomes a Hokage, and the son of a scapegoat also becomes a scapegoat. The entrenched situation is hard to change. Uchiha Kagami, you must find this quite boring that these fools stand above you, Sakuzan chuckled. You could eliminate all their guards, and then they would worship you as a deity. Isn't that what a daimyo is? This guy should be equivalent to royalty. Uchiha Kagami paid no heed to Sakuzan. Uchiha Kagami, the ministers of Haijo, have arrived. Sojin of the Inchi family said, no longer bothering with pleasantries, for he was bound to be dismissed from his position as daimyo. However, it did not matter. With his influence, even if his son took over, he could still wield power. Once this madman left, everything would return to its original course. The ministers sitting in a circle were quite tense, with the daimyo seated in the main position, while the young masters whispered among themselves. Uchiha Kagami scanned the room and spoke indifferently. I assume you all are aware of the situation before your arrival, so I will forego self-introduction. As Konoha, the protector of the Land of Fire, is currently in the midst of the Third Shinobi World War, it is unreasonable to deliberately withhold financial aid. A trembling financial minister stood up, having been briefed beforehand. Though he was reluctant, he braced himself to speak. Lord Kagami, earlier this year, we allocated 900 million ryo to Konoha and subsequently provided an additional 300 million ryo in supplies. We truly cannot offer any more. However, since you personally came, we will make a gesture. Even if we have to tighten our belts, we will still provide 500 million ryo to support you in rebuilding. Uchiha Kagami listened quietly without reacting. Suddenly he said, speaking of which, this is fundamentally an internal conflict for Konoha. It is unreasonable for us to finance the reconstruction. A square-faced minister stood up, appearing resolute and tall. He was the Minister of Military Affairs, the Commander-in-Chief of the Village and Town Guard in the Land of Fire. Renowned for his hardline approach, he would not hesitate to confront even the third Hokage. The room fell into a deep silence, all eyes focused on Uchiha Kagami, eager to see how he would respond. You are quite impressive, a person who dares to speak frankly, Uchiha Kagami said lightly while gently tapping the table. Suddenly Xuanhua and Yunjian appeared in an instant, their Sharingan flashing crimson. Before they could comprehend the situation, Xuanhua struck with his blade, and a severed head dropped to the ground. The sound of the military minister's head rolling was distinctly audible. Silence fell over the room. However, I have no need for fools like you, Uchiha Kagami said slowly as he stood up, his tone calm. All of you here are a bunch of useless fools, and I have neither the time nor the interest to rectify you. Uchiha Kagami pointed to the financial minister. From now on, you will take on the role of daimyo, who keep the accounts clear and ensure all income is sent to Konoha. Me. The financial minister was a small, middle-aged man with a goatee, stunned as he pointed at himself. Sojin of the Inchi family could no longer suppress his anger and slammed the table, pointing at Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami, you are outrageous. The daimyo is a descendant of the heavenly sovereign, a lineage that has endured for 1,000 years. It is the bloodline of the divine. How dare you act so recklessly? Are you not afraid of the shinobi world rising against you? Uchiha Kagami could not even be bothered to give a contemptuous glance at this fool. Bloodline of the only families that inherit their bloodlines through kin can be considered divine bloodlines. He turned away indifferently. Uchiha Shinhue, clad in battle attire, arrived with dozens of Uchiha behind him. He raised his hand and waved. The final judgment was upon them. Clear them out. For now on, this place will be handed over to you, Elder Shinhue. Understood. As Uchiha Kagami walked along the road, he had no interest in witnessing the demise of the daimyo family. To him, the so-called daimyo was merely a mascot. Anyone could become a daimyo. One could even pull a courtesan from the street to assume the role, and perhaps she would do an even better job. This position held no sanctity whatsoever. Uchiha Kagami would not randomly slaughter the weak, but neither would he allow a group of weaklings to dictate to him. On his way back, as night began to fall, lanterns were hung up along the streets. The bustling crowd was lively. The turmoil within the daimyo's estate did not affect their daily lives. A courtesan who had crossed paths with Uchiha Kagami during the day brightened at the sight of him. She was not particularly outstanding among the courtesans and currently had no patrons. Young man, have you completed your business? Can you accompany your sister for a drink? Uchiha Kagami pulled out a few silver coins from his sleeve, took the courtesan's hand, and placed them in her palm. His warm and gentle smile momentarily left her speechless. You are beautiful, but unfortunately, I am not yet of drinking age. Perhaps next time, goodbye. By the time she came to her senses, the figure of the young man had already vanished. Konoha. Uchiha Kagami consciously avoided both the Konoha cemetery and the Uchiha clan compound. South River Shrine. Activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami's formidable ocular power deciphered the inscriptions carved upon the stone tablet. The inscription described how a deity seeking eternal stability divided yin and yang into two opposing yet interdependent forces, giving rise to the myriad phenomena of existence. Finally, it recorded the infinite Tsukuyomi, a technique devised by the Uchiha clan to bestow everlasting peace upon the shinobi world. The original text prior to Black Zetsu's alterations was irretrievable. Kagami speculated it might have been the prophecy of Gamamaru. Strictly speaking, Gamamaru embodied the indigenous power of the shinobi world, chakra itself being an imported force. Placing his hand upon the stone tablet, Kagami unleashed a slash of black and crimson chakra. After a moment of stalemate, the tablet remained unscathed. Power. There existed a fundamental disparity in essence. Uchiha Madara understood that the unification of yin and yang yielding the myriad phenomena was but the path to awakening the Rinnegan. Hence he believed Kagami might attain the Rinnegan. Yet Kagami knew such a thing was impossible. The Rinnegan had already undergone mutation in Indra's generation. It was only through the interplay of Indra's chakra and Azura's chakra, channeling the primordial power of the Sage of Six Paths, that the Rinnegan could manifest as a genetic atavism. Thus it was not merely the synthesis of yin and yang, but crucially the infusion of the Sage's power. Bloodline allergy, the ultimate Kekkei Gunkai, transcending even the bloodline limit forged from the fusion of 7 elemental natures. Through Kagami's eyes, Sukuna, too, perceived the tablet's inscriptions, and his tone grew grave. Uchiha Kagami, your blood truly flows from divine lineage. The infinite Tsukuyami. Isn't this simply a jutsu designed to annihilate the entire world at once? Your ancestors were utterly unhinged. No wonder you're just as mad. Kagami withdrew his hand and spoke coolly. The infinite Tsukuyami. How beautifully it is described. A world without deceit or regret. Given the choice, perhaps many would willingly step into such a world. If one lives within illusion unaware, what then distinguishes it from reality? Hey, brat, surely you don't intend to enact this. How dreadfully dull. Kagami shook his head, offering a faint, wry smile. My mind isn't suited for pondering such questions. My purpose in coming here, crack. A colossal hand, solidified from black and crimson chakra, pressed down upon the Six Paths tablet. He bore down with sudden, overwhelming force. Boom! The shrine trembled violently as the Six Paths tablet began rising, inch by agonizing inch, from its foundation. Buried deep beneath the earth, its full length stretched far beyond sight, resembling less a monument than a boundary marker between realms. Approximately 1.5 meters wide, its total length exceeded 10 meters. Its density was such that even Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan left not a single mark upon its surface. A creation of bloodline allergy craftsmanship. Only energy of equivalent quality, such as black zetsus, could alter its inscriptions. To Kagami, the true divine heirloom passed down through the Uchiha clan was never the flame fan forged from the God Tree's branch, but this very tablet. Bang! Within his mental realm, the tablet crashed down, landing squarely before the sealed gate. Sukuna felt distinctly unsettled. Glancing upward at the dragon vein, pulsing with indigo-violet luminescence, then back at the tablet, he sneered, You've turned your own mental space into a graveyard. Don't you find it oppressive? Not all. I don't stare at my mental space every day. Kagami sat atop the tablet, gazing calmly at Sukuna, imprisoned behind the gate. Have you been slacking lately? Your cursed energy growth has grown increasingly sluggish. Sukuna served as Kagami's symbiotic external asset, never once failing to supply spiritual energy converted from cursed energy. Since mastering the yin-yang transformation, excess spiritual energy no longer overflowed. It instead transmuted into physical vitality. Consequently, Kagami's chakra capacity continued to expand steadily. To illustrate, at the onset of transformation, his physical and spiritual energies resembled a half-meter vessel beside a 50-meter reservoir. Now, the physical vessel, once barely half a meter tall, had grown to 3 meters. Per Kagami's design, Sukuna diligently absorbed ambient negative energy, sustaining his spiritual reservoir at 50 meters. Once Kagami's physical capacity likewise reached 50 meters, he would ascend to the next tier of cultivation. Yet, his spiritual reservoir had declined. Now hovering near 49 meters, this implied his physical vessel would cap out at roughly 30 meters. Kagami had ample reason to suspect Sukuna was shirking his duties. Sukuna propped his head on both hands and scoffed coldly, I do possess the traits of a cursed spirit, capable of absorbing negative energy. You never asked, so I said nothing. In truth, that growth ceased the moment you seized the dragon vein. The fear and hatred drifting across the world now found other hosts. Heh. Last time I manifested, I sensed several monsters akin to myself, emerging, perhaps heralding a breaking of seals. This world may soon mirror the Heian era, where yokai roam freely beneath the moonlit night. Kagami fell silent, lost in contemplation. Indeed, he'd sensed it before, but prioritized unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan over deeper investigation. The shinobi world harbored numerous malevolent entities, some born of nature, others wrought by human hands. Be they the monstrous new, the blissful box, the zero tail, or the dark deity worshipped by Haiden. Ancient texts also recorded that the Uzumaki clan had sealed countless demons and aberrations. Was this a cascading consequence of losing the dragon vein? Sukuna approached the sealed gate, grinning savagely. How fascinating. You seek greater strength, yet must first amplify my power. Still denying we are one. Kagami, we can grasp far greater power. If our wills align as one, why should even this tablet resist our blade? I shall release my restraints upon you. Surrender yourself wholly to my power. Imagine it a slash capable of cleaving the world itself. Ignoring Sukuna's fox-like theatrics, Kagami asked, when you last borrowed my body, could you perform space? That wasn't spatial severance. It was the complete incantation of unraveling a technique that severs not just space, but the very fabric of reality. Very well, we'll call it spatial severance. Why emulate Minato's haphazard naming conventions? I only ask whether you can wield it. Sukuna twisted his features into a snarl. I won't tell you, you insolent whelp. Understood. Kagami continued unperturbed. Its principle must be targeting the world itself as the object of severance, the act of cutting through people being merely incidental. The space-time of the shinobi world is vastly more resilient than that of the jujutsu realm. Hence it resists severance. If it can be severed, let me release you. I'll watch you cut it open. Sukuna replied impassively. Top! Kagami leapt down from the tablet. We'll discuss it another time. Seeing Kagami prepare to depart, Sukuna's voice lowered resonant and heavy. Uchiha Kagami. Won't you ask where those malevolent entities I sense reside? Slay them and I grow stronger. And so do you. Kagami's spiritual form began to fade. What's the rush? Are you instructing me now? You villains lack all sense of strategy, acting as if you must obey every challenge issued by your foe. If not for my intervention, who knows what state you'd be in now? Remain here, reflect deeply. This time as the darkness closed and Sukuna uttered no cries nor protests. At least, he tilted his head upward, watching the sinuous, writhing dragon vein. Though this one lacked intellect, he made for decent company, passing the time quite agreeably. In the 49th year of the Leaf, the Third Shinobi World War had not yet concluded. Even the Land of Wind unilaterally tore up the peace treaty and mobilized a portion of its elite ninjas to the Land of Lightning. The establishment of the Four Nations Alliance faced some difficulties. However, when the news of the complete annihilation of the Fire Nation's ruling clan spread, the daimyos of the four great nations became more anxious than anyone. They directly moved to the Land of Lightning. Choosing the Land of Lightning as their base of the alliance was naturally due to its geographical advantages. Surrounded by the sea on three sides, it had only a small piece of territory bordering the Land of Water, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. The four great nations sharpened their weapons and prepared for battle, yet intimidated by the might of Uchiha Kagami, they hesitated to take the initiative to attack, instead uniting to secretly study something. The Land of Fire suffered the heaviest casualties in this war, initially fighting against the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning, then against the Land of Mist and the Land of Lightning. Subsequently, they ended up fighting amongst themselves. They also needed time to recuperate. War is not just a matter of fighting from the start to the end, currently. This state of neither war nor peace, existing in a standoff and competitive state, can be described by one term: Cold War. In the Land of Rain, the shinobi world mourned the loss of the dark organization Akatsuki. However, some events were bound to happen. Many famous figures emerged during the Second Shinobi World War years ago. Among them was one man regarded as the pinnacle of the shinobi world, Hanzo of the Salamander. He struck fear into the hearts of the samurai of the Iron Country, single-handedly leading the Land of Rain to maneuver against the three great nations. The end of a person is not death, but the moment he loses faith. These words were spoken by Hanzo himself. Unfortunately, he could not escape the folly of old age. Hanzo was the hero who saved the Land of Rain. The three great nations had always liked to treat the Land of Rain as a battlefield, for it was situated at the intersection of the three great nations. It was precisely due to Hanzo's performance in the Second Shinobi World War that the main battlefield was shifted to other smaller countries. Speaking of which, the Land of Grass. Although there were still some small-scale battles, it was far better than before. Under such a historical backdrop, one can imagine the image Hanzo had in the eyes of the people of the Land of Rain. He was regarded as a complete faith. Yahiko was the same. His dream was to make this country stop crying, and he held immense admiration for Hanzo, who had already achieved so much. Upon receiving Hanzo's invitation to discuss the grand plan for the Land of Rain, he did not hesitate at all and happily set off with the members of Akatsuki. Watching the figures of the crowd disappearing into the rain, the silhouettes of Obito and Zetsu appeared. Is everything arranged? Obito still wore his mask, even though his identity had already been exposed. However, this way, it provided him with a bit of solace, distancing himself from this cruel and filthy world. The legendary Hanzo is surprisingly easy to deceive. Just mentioning that the Akatsuki organization would threaten his rule, and he fell for it. Zetsu replied with a cold smile, this old man's will has weakened. He is not worthy of the title of demigod now. The one who can uphold that title now should be Kagami the boy. Obito raised his eyes, looking coldly at Zetsu. Don't compare that kind of person with Uchiha Kagami. The more he grew, the more Obito sensed the true intentions behind Uchiha Kagami's actions. His home was not far from Uchiha Kagami's. When he was younger, perhaps around 2 or 3 years old, before Uchiha Kagami began to bully him, he enjoyed playing with his peer Kagami. However, Kagami was always training. When he was truly impatient, he would knock himself out. It happened like this several times afterward. He did not understand. Kagami was already so strong, and no peer could match him. Why did he still work so hard? Later, when he was on a mission with Kakashi, he learned that during the year and more of training with Jiraiya, he was the same way. Kagami was always far ahead of them, and there were even no pursuers by his side. Why was he so urgent? Until the moment Rin died. It was only after the Uchiha clan's revival that he understood. Uchiha Kagami had long known of the world's cruelty. The lesson he learned after losing Rin, Uchiha Kagami had realized at a very young age. That was why he trained so desperately, wanting so much to change. Obito recalled the last time he saw Kagami, the words he said to Kakashi. "You can't protect anything." Those words, perhaps they were also directed at me. Really not going to tell Uchiha Kagami about the Eye of the Moon. Obito said in a deep voice. If we could pull him into this plan, collecting the tailed beasts would also be much easier. If it were Kagami, Obito wouldn't mind giving up the leading position. Black Zetsu, representing Madara's, spoke up as White Zetsu was unsure how to start. Uchiha Kagami has fought against Madara, and during that battle Madara learned of Uchiha Kagami's thoughts. In simple terms, Uchiha Kagami has not lost anything he cherishes. He could do whatever he wants now, invincible in the world. Everyone knows he killed the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but have you seen anyone dare to speak out against him? For someone like him, you want to talk to him about building an illusionary world. Obito, do you think that's reasonable? Obito chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yes, he has protected what he wants to protect. But how long can he protect it? Even someone as strong as Hashirama Senju, after his death, there were still endless disputes. How many of the Senju clan are left? The Uchiha clan will also be swept away in the tide of the times. He should be able to foresee such a few. Black Zetsu was moved. Obito's words inspired him. He had been troubled by the issue of Uchiha Kagami. If this guy were to become an obstacle to the Eye of the Moon plan, it would be too difficult to overcome. But what if he were to execute it? It certainly wouldn't work now, but one cannot live a life without regrets, right? Perhaps Obito's storyline could arrange something for Uchiha Kagami. Losing a beloved friend or something could greatly help one recognize reality. Old tricks are not to be feared, for they are genuinely effective. Black Zetsu was brewing a grand plan without forgetting the most important thing at present. Let's follow and take a look. At the very least, we must ensure Yahiko's death, so that Nagato can recognize reality first. Obito nodded, his figure twisting and disappearing. Losing a beloved friend or something could greatly help one recognize reality. Old tricks are not to be feared, for they are genuinely effective. Black Zetsu was brewing a grand plan without forgetting the most important thing at present. However, Hanzo's thoughts turned, and he easily thought of a way to compensate. He knew that Yahiko and his companions were disciples of Jiraiya, and he still vividly remembered the scene of those 3 little brats supporting each other. The words taught by the Leaf Ninjas. Nagato, go kill Yahiko, and I will agree to release this woman. Nagato trembled, unable to make a decision. He simply couldn't make the choice. The Rinnegan in his eyes trembled continuously, his hands tightly gripping the kunai. Yahiko made the decision for him. You are the savior of this world. If it's you, it will definitely. The close-in Yahiko gradually lost his vitality. The Rinnegan trembled more violently. In the distance, Obito and Zetsu let out cold laughs. This way, he should understand the cruelty of the world now. Until the battlefield changed with a loud summoning noise. The enormous outer path golem made its appearance. Obito and Zetsu exchanged shocked glances, both exclaiming, "Not good, Madara." Obito and Ju hastily arrived at the edge of the battlefield, but found no trace of Madara. It seems he did not come here with the Outer Paths Golem. Isn't that a good thing? They never expected Nagato to be able to summon the Outer Paths Golem so quickly. The Rinnegan is not the Sharingan. How is it possible? Can the death of a close friend speed up the development of the Rinnegan? Hashira took notes, just in case this generation's Rinnegan unlock fails. This data could be useful later. We should head back. Uchiha Madara still had some matters to address. He can't just die so suddenly in an unknown underground palace. By the time Obito and Ju returned, the summoning of the Outer Paths Golem had ended. The tendrils of the golem were reattaching to Uchiha Madara, but it was clear that his aura had weakened significantly. It seems you were successful. Uchiha Madara spoke, without any emotional fluctuation, saying mildly, there was still time to teach you, but I can hold on for another month or 2 at most. Obito, I won't have time to teach you, so it'll place the rewriting seal in your eyes. Then let's begin. In another cavern distinctly different in style, Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama exited the laboratory, removing their blood-stained gloves. Combined with the dark atmosphere, they truly resembled 2 evil scientists. Although they couldn't seek assistance from the Fire Nation's daimyo, with Tobirama's abilities, acquiring money to purchase equipment shouldn't be difficult. Why not just steal the equipment? Even Uchiha Kagami was making money to buy medical equipment. If someone truly dared to rob technological equipment, who would be willing to produce and develop it? If the equipment breaks, do you still want to update it? Robbing money and people is one thing, but those scientific products that require intellect deserve respect for their wisdom. Finally found a suitable direction for improvement. Orochimaru leaned back on the sofa, picking up a still warm boiled egg from the table. He hated cold food. Senju Tobarama did not need to eat and had no sense of taste. He frowned at Orochimaru. I heard a piece of news while I was out. That kid is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru chuckled softly. If others believe it, that's one thing. Lord Tobarama, you have developed the impure world reincarnation technique. You should know whether reincarnation is possible or not. Tobarama shook his head. Just because others can't doesn't mean Uchiha Madara can't. That kid's personality is indeed quite different from Madara's. He is more ruthless than Madara and cares more about the Uchiha clan. It seems like Tobarama did. Based on previous intelligence about Uchiha Kagami, he felt this guy was somewhat like himself, mixed with Izuna. After thinking for a while, Senju Tobarama stood up. Whether it's true or not, we can find out by trying. You want to summon Uchiha Madara? Tobarama nodded. I didn't have enough control over this technique before, so I didn't dare to try. Based on the current completion level, prepare a minimal sacrificial offering. Even if we summon Uchiha Madara, we should be able to control him. That's insane. You actually want to summon that legendary ninja. A chilling light gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes as he grinned. Do you have Uchiha Madara's flesh and blood? Plenty. I even buried his body. Tobarama, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, didn't keep Orochimaru waiting long. However, his complexion was grim, reminding Orochimaru of 2 years ago when Senju Tobarama returned from inspecting the reconstruction of Konoha. The body is missing. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. Who stole it? Tobarama shook his head. Impossible. I set many seals. Even my brother couldn't have left no trace. He took out a strand of hair. I have a bad feeling about this. This is Uchiha Madara's early hair. Let's try it first. Orochimaru felt that compared to this individual, he could still be considered benevolent. The impure world reincarnation ceremony soon began. They selected a ninja with a small amount of chakra, just meeting the requirements for the technique. Tobarama still had some principles. Their living sacrifices were all listed on the black market. Evil ninjas who had killed innocent villagers. The impure world covered the living sacrifice. Both of them were somewhat tense, ready with the talismans to control the impure body. But after a scream, the living sacrifice died. Nothing happened. The Pure Land. There was no soul of Uchiha Madara. 2 possibilities. Tobarama's face was ashen. First, the soul within that kid's body is Uchiha Madara. The second, Uchiha Madara isn't dead yet. Orochimaru lowered his head in silence for a while before speaking. The second, Kagami cannot be anyone's reincarnation or vessel. He is a unique perfection. Tobarama looked deeply at Orochimaru. After 2 years of interaction, he believed Orochimaru's judgment. This is a genius who is not weaker than himself in every aspect. He hadn't had close contact with Uchiha Kagami, but Orochimaru had since he said so. Tobarama rubbed his temples in annoyance. We have all been played by Uchiha Madara. He hasn't died at all. He must be hiding in the shadows, plotting some terrifying conspiracy. Orochimaru frowned slightly. That's not right. If Uchiha Madara isn't dead, who could stop him after Lord Hashirama's death? Who knows, maybe even if he isn't dead, he is severely injured and cannot move freely. Tobarama sighed. The Sharingan of the Uchiha. The higher the level of development, the more extreme the thoughts. I cannot understand their thoughts. That is also the reason to be wary of the Uchiha. Ordinary people's emotional breakdowns are only temporary, but once the Uchiha's emotions break down, that emotion will persist, altering their temperament. Just like Uchiha Madara, even if there is a temporary reconciliation, he's still. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head. I don't understand the grievances of the predecessors, so I won't comment on it. Lord Tobarama, what should we do next? Tobarama lowered his head, thinking for a moment, then said, continue researching the impure world reincarnation technique, striving to bring back my brother with the strongest power. Not just Uchiha Kagami, but also Uchiha Madara, lurking in the shadows. It's beyond what we can handle now. As time passed, another month went by. Konoha Cemetery. Uchiha Kagami knelt down and replaced the flowers in the vase in front of the tombstone with fresh ones. His grandmother passed away a few days ago. She did not know what had happened in Konoha. While the great battle took place, Uchiha Kagami had sent someone to take his grandmother and Shursui on a trip. They went to his grandmother's birthplace. After returning, his grandmother, who had difficulty walking, never left the Uchiha clan's grounds. She only knew that the Ninja World War had ended and her grandson had accompanied her well for 2 years. Even when he occasionally went on missions, he always returned safely. Relatives who came to visit told her that because of the rise of the 4th Hokage, the Uchiha and the village had reconciled. Shursui began attending the ninja school, and it was said that the 4th Hokage had high hopes for him and might take him as a disciple. As Kagami, who was also a senior to the 4th Hokage, there was even less of a problem. His grandmother passed away peacefully. Footsteps approached from behind, but Uchiha Kagami did not turn around. It's Midori, isn't it? I remember she was a very lovely girl. Madara walked up next to Kagami, gazing at the two names on the tombstone. Uchiha Midori, Uchiha Kagami. You have inherited Kagami's name very well, though what you do may not be what he likes. Uchiha Kagami smiled gently. Are you here to say goodbye, Lord Madara? Uchiha Madara raised his head to glance at the distant founders, rocked the corners of his lips, slightly lifting. I'm just going to the Pure Land for a while. I will return, Kagami. Yes, I will wait. Grow as much as you can. I look forward to fighting again with the strength of our prime.